Zohar 10. Preface. Midrash Ha-Ne'elam. The concealed midrash, or perhaps better the midrash of the concealed, is recognized by all Zohar scholars as the earliest layer of the Zoharic literary corpus. Midrash Ha-Ne'elam thus stands at the very origin of the Zoharic enterprise and presents the first fruits of the Zoharic world. Midrash Ha-Ne'elam on the Torah differs greatly from the main body of the Zohar. Sphirotic symbolism is virtually absent from the work except for parts of Parashat Shmo, as is the grand epic narrative featuring the companions gathered around Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari. In their place, one finds philosophical allegory and proto-Kabbalistic midrash, as well as homilies and narratives featuring a much larger number of rabbis, including elaborate stories about the masters of Mishnah, the forerunner to the Zoharic fellowship. Though Midrash Ha-Ne'elam is in some ways stylistically undeveloped in comparison to the main body of the Zohar, readers will have no difficulty in sensing the same daring exegetical spirit, the same Zoharic eye running through its pages. Indeed, Midrash Ha-Ne'elam might be regarded as the portrait of the artist as a young man, be that artist Moses de Leon, or the Zohar as a whole revealing the first stirrings of genius, the original literary breakthrough that lent the Zohar proper its distinctive landscape, tone, and rhythm. Where the Zohar proper is concerned with theosophy, knowledge of the mysteries of the inner workings of divinity and its emanations, lavishly articulated through rich symbolism, Midrash Ha-Ne'elam presents inter alia allegorical readings of the Torah and more conventional Neoplatonic philosophical teachings. Through the story of the patriarchs, these allegorical readings tell the grand story of the soul's descent from the world above, Abraham signifying the soul and Sarah the body, its sojourns and adventures on earth, in particular battling Lot, the evil impulse, its peregrinations after death, Melchizedek, king of Salem signifying Michael the prince of Jerusalem above the king of Sodom signifying the prince of hell, culminating in the resurrection Isaac and Rebekah signifying the soul in the resurrected body and the purification of the evil impulse in the next world as Lot the accursed is replaced by Laban, the refined impulse. Midrash Ha-Ne'elam marks one of the high points, if not the high point, of medieval Jewish philosophical allegory. Philosophical allegory, however, is only one element of Midrash Ha-Ne'elam. The other is midrash, at times seemingly similar in spirit to classical rabbinic midrash, yet invariably infused with proto-Kabbalistic themes. Creation, cosmology, the angelic realm, the origin and nature of the soul, and, of course, the drama of the people of Israel and their ritual and historical life all lie at the center of Midrash Ha-Ne'elam's concerns. And even if this proto-Kabbalistic midrash does not contain the same mythic and erotic element found in the Zohar proper, some of the Zohar's most important and characteristic innovations are first found here: the nocturnal delight in the Garden of Eden, as well as the companions' penchant for walking on the way and their concomitant quest to pursue the deeper meaning of Torah. Significantly, these two aspects, the allegorical philosophical and the proto-Kabbalistic, align with another interesting feature of Midrash Ha-Ne'elam, its bilingualism. Unlike the main body of the Zohar, which is written entirely in Aramaic, Midrash Ha-Ne'elam combines Hebrew and Aramaic. Sometimes entire sections appear in one language, while on other occasions the language shifts mid-sentence. Interestingly, this linguistic fault line corresponds, in the main, with the two chief modes of Midrash Ha-Ne'elam, and so we find that the philosophical allegorical layer of the text is composed in Hebrew, and the proto-Kabbalistic midrashic layer in Aramaic. Unfortunately, this crucial element of the texture of Midrash Ha-Ne'elam is lost in translation, though I have noted significant fault lines in the notes. How are we to make sense of this arrangement? Is Midrash Ha-Ne'elam a unified work, or might the two languages point to two different compositions brought together by a later editor? And if two different compositions, which is earlier, or might we assume a single author, who wrote one work in his youth, perhaps the philosophical layer, and appended and interlaced the proto-Kabbalistic layer later in his life? Even more intriguing, can we imagine a single author moving between languages as he moved between genres and modes of discourse? Whatever the case, and part of the charm of reading Midrash Ha-Ne'elam is that we simply do not know. The composition as a whole is best approached as a polyphonic work combing different genres, at times in what appears to be a consciously dialogical fashion. The difference in style and content between Midrash HaNe'elam and the main body of the Zohar has led many scholars to wonder whether these two works could possibly have been written by the same author. In contrast to Gershom Scholem, who understood Midrash HaNe'elam to be the work of a younger Moses de Leon, some scholars have recently argued for a much earlier date for parts of the composition. While the question of the work's authorship thus remains open to some degree, it is noteworthy that the influence of Maimonides, in particular Hilkho Yesadir HaTorah, compiled in and Maimonides' commentary on the Torah completed circa, is present throughout both the Hebrew and Aramaic layers of the work. A 13th century provenance thus seems secure. Parallels with Moses de Leon's early and late Hebrew works are also found throughout. As noted, in contrast to the main body of the Zohar and its highly elaborate epic of the companions headed by Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari, Midrash HaNe'elam has a much more diverse cast. Alongside Rabbi Shimon, who appears only on occasion as the leader of the group, we find Rabban Yonan son of Zakkai, Rabbi Eliezer son of Hyrcanus, Rabbi Elazar son of Arik, Rabbi Akiva, as well as countless other Tanaim and Amoraim. Though Midrash HaNe'elam contains sophisticated narratives, in many parts it proceeds as a more conventional midrash, with numerous rabbis presenting short teachings and interpretations. One distinctive feature of Midrash HaNe'elam is that its stories often lack a definite end, as narratives blur into related homilies. In addition, the speaker's identity is sometimes unclear. The characters often quote one another, and in many passages, teachings are presented anonymously, outside a narrative frame. The resulting confusion, a bane to the translator, is part of the work's texture. Midrash HaNe'elam on the Torah spans the first half of the book of Bereshit, No, Liklik Ha, V'yira, Ayesera, Toledo, V'yetz, the Torah portion Shmo from the book of, as well as a brief passage on the Torah portion Kitetz from. In standard printed editions, Midrash HaNe'elam's commentary to V'yira, Ayesera, and Toledo appears alongside the main body of the Zohar on, whereas Bereshit, No, Liklik Ha, and V'yetz appear in Zohar Adish, a misnomer, as the volume comprises some of the earliest Zoharic material. Midrash HaNe'elam on Shmo is embedded within the Zohar's commentary to this portion. 3 pericopes, which are extant only in manuscripts that were edited and published in the 20th century, 2 short and 1 extensive, all translated here as addenda, complete the Midrash HaNe'elam on the Torah in our possession. Perhaps more fragments will one day surface. Midrash HaNe'elam did not receive the same attention at the hands of later Kabbalists as did the Zohar proper, perhaps on account of its divergence from standard Kabbalistic theosophy. Nevertheless, Midrash HaNe'elam generated a canonical and creative interpretative elaboration in the years immediately following its composition. I am referring of course to the Zohar itself, which in so many respects drew from and reworked homilies and narratives found in Midrash HaNe'elam that we cannot but consider the latter the primal light or first foundation. I am grateful to Dr. Jonathan B. Narok for combing the manuscripts of the Zohar, preparing lists of variants. This precious material has enabled me to establish a critical text, upon which this translation is based. The critical text of this volume is available on the website of Stanford University Press. Rabbi Jonathan Matt has kindly and meticulously edited a user-friendly version of this text. I also wish to acknowledge the Australian Centre for Jewish Civilization, Monash University, for their support. Finally, I extend my gratitude to Rabbi Yael Palko for his guidance, and to Daniel Matt, without whom this work would not have been possible. I thank both of them for the opportunity to have contributed to this monumental project. MirashhaNe'elam. Parashat Bereshit. In the beginning, we have learned by 10 utterances was the world created. Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Natan say by a single utterance was it created. Which is it as is written by the word of Jehovah the heavens were made. Rabbi Abba said as is written, for he spoke and it was, he commanded and it endured one utterance only. Rabbi Elazar said neither this nor that, rather, by a single letter was the world created without speech. As it has been taught, Rabbi Eliezer said the Blessed Holy One took one letter from his name, and with that letter it was created. This accords with what Rabbi Elazar said. What is the significance of the verse, who is Kamoka, like you, among the Elim, gods, O Yehovah, that he is able to create the world? Now this implies that by he the world was created, with one letter literally. How then shall we establish, for he spoke and it was, and by the word of Yehovah the heavens were made? Well, Rabbi Elazar said to be manifest in the world, for although created, it was not revealed, and every single creation had to be revealed, bringing forth its actions and powers fittingly. Rabbi Elazar said the entire world and all its generations were created at a single moment, in a single hour, on a single day, as is written, these are the generations of heaven and earth when they were created, on the day that Yehovah God made earth and heaven, on that very day, in that very hour, at that very moment. It has been taught. Rabbi Abba said in the name of Rabbi Yonan, before the blessed Holy One created the world, he and his name were one. It arose in his mind to create the world, and he created first 1,000 worlds, as is said, the 1,000 are yours. Solomon's Song of Songs. Afterward he created other worlds to show that all is as naught before him. This corresponds with what Rabbi Ea said. Why is Aleph first among the letters? Because at first he created Aleph, 1,000 worlds preceding the other worlds after that, Bet Binyan, the edifice of heaven and earth. Rav Huna said, at first the throne of glory, of which is written Eleph Alphin, thousands upon thousands, served him Daniel, and afterward the other angels, and the earth, constituting be it, the house of the world. After that, Shemel Gan Eden, the Garden of Eden, which is Gemal, the reward for the righteous, and after that day lay the human being comprised of 4 winds. Rabbi Yitzhak said in the name of Rabbi Zraka, green seeping streaks of chaos were surrounding the abyss, and the abyss was ascending and descending. One letter expanded along its 3 radii upon the abyss, and the abyss was subdued, as is written, the wind of God hovering over the face of the waters. Rabbi Elazar said this is not implied from there but from here, as is written, the waters saw you, O God, the waters saw you, they trembled, even the abyss shuddered, as we have learned. 1,000 worlds preceded the creation of the world. His radiant glory expanded, and he created worlds and destroyed them, until it arose in will before him to create this world. At that time, 2 letters from his name expanded, he established them enduringly. 2 other letters were engraved above and below, one within the other. He engraved one, it became 3. He engraved another, and it became 2, until they amounted to 10. These 10 divided, becoming 32, they are the 32 paths of wisdom. These divided by their engravings into 10, becoming 42. From here on, whoever contemplates must contemplate with a trembling heart, concealing, not opening. Of this is written, I am Yehovah, that is my name. I will not yield my glory to another, nor my praise to carved images, and similarly you shall not make for yourself a carved image or any form. Rabbi Elazar said the abyss was set in 4 pedestals sunken below on a single stone, the pillar upon which the world stands. As is written, do you know on what were its pedestals sunk, or who laid its cornerstone? Rabbi Zerah said this is the stone from which the world was founded, and upon which the world and the Holy of Holies rests. It is the omphalos of the world. From it emerged the stones sunk in the abyss, from which water issues. Rabbi A, son of Yaakov, said by 3 letters is the abyss submerged and divided into 3 segments. They are the pillars of the earth. Once every 300 years they loosen from their place, as is said, who shakes the earth from her place, and her pillars tremble. Rabbi Shimon taught the earth rests on 7 pillars, as is said, she has hewn her 7 pillars, they are suspended upon the waters, and corresponding to them, King David, peace be upon him, uttered 7 voices, as is written, the voice of Yehovah is upon the waters. Everything depends upon 7. The pillars of heaven are 7 firmaments, 7 the planets, 7 degrees, 7 nations above, 7 nations below, 7 days of creation, 7 lands, 7 seas, 7 rivers, and the 7th a Sabbath to Yehovah, a day entirely Sabbath. We have learned there. Rabbi Yehuda son of Ilai says his 7 unfurled royal cloaks were engraved by 35,000 segments. He spread out among them a single measure of the world, until he stretched it in 4 directions, establishing it on its support, as is written, I, Yehovah, made everything, stretched out the heavens alone, spread out the earth, who was with me. Rabbi Shimon said, what is the meaning of the verse, I summon Eliam, them they stand together well. Rabbi Shimon said when it arose in his thought to create the worlds, at that very moment above and below were created and all that is in them, as is said I summon Eliam, them they stand together. Do not read Eliam, them, but rather Elohim, God teaching that by he created them. As is written who is Kamoka, like you, among the Elim, gods, O Jehovah like the treasure trove brimming with all the needs of the house, and then they know that all that they require is there. Rabbi Yehuda said the Blessed Holy One created his world with three things Bisfar ve Sfar ve Sipar. And corresponding to them with Okma, wisdom Tavuna, understanding and the At, knowledge. By wisdom, as is written Jehovah founded the earth by wisdom by understanding, as is written he establishes the heavens by understanding by knowledge, as is written by his knowledge the depths were split. Rabbi Nunia says by wisdom alone were all the worlds created, as is written Bereshit, with beginning, God created and Reshit, beginning, is wisdom. This accords with the one who says by he created them the three of them comprised therein. Passage. Rav Yehuda said in the name of Rav it is written Jehovah founded the earth by wisdom he establishes the heavens by understanding, and it goes on to say by his knowledge the depths were split, by these three things the world was created, and on two of them it stands on understanding and knowledge. Yet we have learned three. Rabbi Yitzhak said the Blessed Holy One removed wisdom above it is his name to convey to his righteous servants, and two remained in the world they are its existence. Rabbi Abba said all three are hinted in the small mirror, and they are the three movements of the mouth upper, intermediate, and lower by which the mouth's movements are conducted. Rabbi Abba explained they are wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. What does it mean that by these two namely understanding and knowledge the world is maintained as we have learned these conduct the world the heavens were created by understanding, and the deep by knowledge but wisdom is the name of the omnipresent he is called wisdom. And we have learned he and wisdom are one. As Rabbi Yehoshua said what is the meaning of the verse I am Jehovah that is my name it teaches that he and his name are one. Rabbi Abayu said he bequeathed all, but his great name he did not bestow, nor did he loan it to another, as is written I am Jehovah alone, teaching that he did not bequeath this name to any creation. Rabbi Abayu also said how concerned the Blessed Holy One was for the honor of his blessed name. Know that when the temple stood, whoever presented an offering and his sacrifice was to this name designated as Elohim was liable to death, as is said whoever sacrifices to Elohim, a god, except to Jehovah alone shall be put under the ban, teaching that one must invoke the unique name alone. Therefore, so that people would not err, he commanded concerning the sacrifices, saying should a person among you bring forward to Jehovah an offering when you sacrifice a thanksgiving sacrifice to Jehovah when you sacrifice a well-being sacrifice to Jehovah should a person bring forward a grain offering to Jehovah all to Jehovah Elohim is not mentioned. Why so? Rabbi Abayu said this name is polysemous for angels are called Elohim, human beings are called Elohim, the dignitaries of the generation are called Elohim, judges are called Elohim and we cannot determine to which of them he is sacrificing. Rather, one must invoke the unique name alone. Rabbi Iya said concerning one who curses the name, it is written should anyone curse Elohav, his God, he shall bear his offense for look, if he cursed this name by itself he does not incur the death penalty nor is he ostracized, for he can claim that he was referring to one of the judges or to the leader of the generation. Rabbi Abayu said he does not incur the death penalty, but he does incur ostracism on account of a Torah prohibition, as is written you shall not curse Elohim in general. However, if he cursed the unique name, he incurs the death penalty, as is written he who reviles the name Jehovah shall be doomed to die, teaching that he is not liable to death until he invokes his unique name. A certain man consecrated his son, saying this child who was born shall be consecrated to Elohim. Rabbi Iya heard and placed him under a ban. He said to him because I dedicated my son to the Blessed Holy One I should be placed under a ban. He replied not because of that did I act, but rather because you consecrated him to the name designated Elohim, and Torah said whoever sacrifices to Elohim shall be put under the ban. He asked what should I have said? He replied this child who was born shall be consecrated to Jehovah not to another name. From where do we learn this? From Hannah, as is written I will dedicate him to Jehovah. Samuel she did not say to Elohim. Rabbi Shalom said look, we have established that the world was created by the name Elohim. If so, one can argue similarly that they were angels, the dignitaries of the generation, or judges. Rabbi Abayu replied, but the world was created before people appeared, before the judges of the generation or the nobles of the generation appeared. Therefore, there can be no mistake, as Rabbi Elazar, the precious and beloved, said. It is written, who is Kamoka, like you, among the Elim, gods, O Yehovah, that is able to create the world, indicating that Elim, gods, could not create the world, until the Blessed Holy One took one letter from his name, the letter He, and with it the world was created. This letter expanded into Elohim, and his name Elohim was inscribed. Concerning this we have learned with He created them. Rabbi Yos said, look, we see that there is no crown or kingdom aside from his holy name that he has not lent to another. It is Yehovah, Yod, He, Vov, He. As Rabbi Yos said, in it are comprised above and below, heaven and earth and all their array, the throne of glory, and the holy living beings. All are as naught before him, accounted as nothing. He was, he is, he will be. May he be blessed, and may his name be blessed, forever and ever. Amen. Rabbi Yehuda said, may the name of the Supreme King of Kings, the Blessed Holy One, be praised and exalted, for he is the first, and he is the last, and aside from him there is no God. He created the world through the mystery of three great and magnificent things: knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. As is said, Yehovah founded the earth by wisdom, he establishes the heavens by understanding, and it goes on to say, by his knowledge the depths were split. Why did the Blessed Holy One create the earth, the lowly world, by the mystery of wisdom, and the heavens, a more sublime world, by understanding, which is a lesser quality than wisdom? We have already learned, when is a person called wise in wisdom, when he is asked about anything and he duly answers and replies, grasping all, then he is called wise in wisdom, which is greater than understanding or knowledge. Therefore, may he be praised, ought to have made the heavens by wisdom, and the earth, which is lower than them, by understanding. You should know that wisdom is the greatest of them all, and that is why a person is called wise, because he is wise in all the wisdoms. Understanding, however, is lesser than wisdom, and that is why a person is called understanding. That is to say, he can deduce one thing from another, by himself and in his mind, inferring one thing from another. In other words, when he sees the foundation principle, he is able to build upon it. Similarly, the one who understands, when he sees a certain thing or an aspect of it, he is able to add to it. The Blessed Holy One, may his name be praised, created the heavens by the mystery of understanding, for it pertains to Binah, derived from a foundation. In the beginning of all the creations, he created the form of the holy angels. The first of all creations emanated from the radiance of his majestic light. In their mystery they are called by 10 names, and among their names they are called Elohim. Therefore Scripture comes to teach Bereshit bara Elohim, in the beginning he created Elohim, that is to say, he, may his name be praised, created the form of the angels called Elohim, and they are the foundation of all the other creations. From this foundation, the heavens were created afterward through the mystery of understanding. Just as understanding signifies deducing one thing from another, so the heavens were created one thing from another from the mystery of the light of the angelic form, that is to say, they are binyan, a construction, from a foundation. Therefore he establishes the heavens by tvuna, by understanding. The earth, however, came into being from a different foundation, because it is suspended over the waters, and the Blessed Holy One established a foundation for it made by wisdom. Therefore it is said, Yehovah founded the earth by wisdom, he establishes the heavens by understanding one thing from another. The heavens were created from the same light emanated to Elohim, and he fashioned them one thing from another. By these three things the dwelling was made, as is said, I have filled him with the Spirit of God in wisdom, and in understanding, and in knowledge. These three are by supernal gift, and he bestows them to whomever he desires, as is said, for Yehovah grants wisdom, knowledge, and understanding by his decree. Rabbi Abba opened, saying, on that day Yehovah made a covenant with Abram, saying concerning 5 things covenant is mentioned. The first is the covenant of circumcision, as is said, my covenant in your flesh shall be an everlasting covenant. The second is the covenant of the rainbow, as is said, my bow I have set in the clouds to be a sign of the covenant. The third is the covenant of salt, as is said, a perpetual covenant of salt. The fourth is the covenant of retribution, as is said, these are the words of the covenant. The fifth is the covenant of priesthood, as is said, it shall be for him and for his seed after him a covenant of perpetual priesthood. Before these 5 covenants were given, the only covenant was fire, as is said, and, look, a smoking brazier with a fiery torch. And similarly on that day Jehovah made a covenant with Abram, saying, initially the covenant was of fire. This is Bereshit, in the beginning remove ish, fire, and Brit, covenant, remains. In other words, British, covenant of fire. Rabbi Yonan said the Blessed Holy One made a sealed covenant with the world on condition that Abraham would arise and the world endure by his merit, as is said, these are the generations of heaven and earth Behiberim, when they were created by Avraham, through Abraham, and at the moment that he established the covenant of fire with him, the world stood enduringly. This is the meaning of Bereshit, in the beginning British, covenant of fire. God created heaven and earth that it would endure by virtue of that covenant of fire. Bereshit, in the beginning, God created. Wisdom asks, why did the Blessed Holy One bring a flood of water upon the world, rather than something else as his first judgment? Well, the Blessed Holy One saw that the world was created through a covenant of fire, and he saw that were he to judge the world with a different punishment, the wicked might be able to endure in the world by virtue of that covenant of fire when the world had been created. So what did he do? He punished the world with the appropriate substance to extinguish the fire, in order to remove the wicked who were compared to fire from the world. As is said, from fire they emerged, but fire shall consume them, Ezekiel, implying that they emerged from the fire at the beginning of the world when it was created. At first he said, I will wipe out the human race I created with water, as is said, the wicked are like the tossing sea. Afterward is said, from fire they emerged, but fire shall consume them. The Blessed Holy One said, until now they perished in water. From here on from fire they emerged, but fire shall consume them. When they sinned afterward, he judged them by fire, as is said, and Jehovah rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah. When was the world rendered firm and fragrant? When they stood upon Mount Sinai, and it was entirely covered in smoke, as is said, and the mountain was ablaze with fire to the heart of heaven. Rabbi Yitzchak said Torah became a covenant between the name and the world, analogized to fire, as is said, behold, my word is like fire. This is British, covenant of fire. Bereshit, in the beginning. Rabbi Yonan opened by wisdom. A house is built. A man must do 3 worldly things: build a house in which to live, plant a vineyard to support himself, and afterward take a wife, have children, and support them. Not like the way of the fools who first take a wife, and then plant a vineyard, and afterward build a house. As Rabbi Simon said, whoever takes for himself a wife without first being able to provide for her, such a person is free of the commandments, like the dead who are called free, as is said, free among the dead. Why is he called free? Because he is free of the commandments, unable to strive in the service of his Creator, but rather in the service of his wife. Rabbi Yehuda says he is as though he marries an idol. As Rabbi Yehuda said, in the past, the sages and the pious used to take a wife without having adequate means to support them, and they would kill themselves with hunger and thirst, forsaking all the life of this world, engaging in Torah and commandments, serving their Creator. But nowadays, when the world is obsessed with livelihood, one must first establish a house and prepare his sustenance, and afterward take a wife, so that one will be able to serve his Creator and engage in Torah. As our rabbis of blessed memory said, where there is no meal, there is no Torah. Rabbi Yehuda also said, only once a man has married a woman is he called a servant of Jehovah, because his heart is free from contemplating transgression and gazing upon women from following his heart and eyes. As is said, you shall not stray after your heart and after your eyes. Therefore one should strive to establish a house first and then settle the home. From whom do you learn this? From the Blessed Holy One, for first he built a house and established it, preparing all the sustenance and provisions before the human being came into the world. How so? First of all he created the world, the house, and prepared all the sustenance. How? He created the animals and the beasts, the birds and the fish, the plants and trees, the preparation of all the sustenance. After he prepared the house and the sustenance, he brought forth the human being and created him and his wife, and they engendered children and settled the home. That is why it says Bereshit, in the beginning Beit Rosh, a house first. When you understand the letters you find Beit Rosh, house first. And so Torah begins with Bereshit, in the beginning, implying Bet Reshit, a house is the beginning, and it is all a single matter. Even so, a person must pursue a worldly occupation and make time for Torah. His toil in both these paths for exertion in both banishes sin. Now, should a person say, "Look, I am of distinguished ancestry, from an important family, it is not fitting that I should work and demean myself," say to him, "Fool, your Creator has preceded you. As is said in the beginning God created heaven and earth, he worked before you came into the world. How do we know? As is said, he rested from all his work that he had made. Scripture calls it work. Similarly, he ceased on the seventh day from all the work he had done. As Rabbi Yonan said, why did the Blessed Holy One create the human being, the last of all the creations, in order to teach you that on every single day he performed his work, creating the world and its entire array, and on the sixth day, the last of his work, he created humankind. He said to the human being, "Until now I was engaged in the work. From here on, you will engage in it." This is in the beginning God created before humankind came into the world. Rabbi Yonan also said, why was the human being created in the image of God? As is said, God created the human in his image. This may be compared to a king who ruled over a city and built palaces and amenities for the city, and all the city's inhabitants were subject to him. One day he summoned all the people of the city and appointed one of his princes over them. He said, "Until now I was concerned with all the needs of the city, building citadels and palaces. From here on, this one shall be like me. Similarly, look, I have commanded the entire city and everything in it. Just as I ruled over it, building it according to my desire, so you shall build and perform the work of the world. From here on, everything is handed over to you, and all will be under your dominion in awe of you, just as they were in awe of me. As is said, fear and dread of you shall be upon all the beasts of the earth." Therefore in the image of God did he make him. God created the human in his image to tend to all the world's needs and amenities as he did at first. It is written, Yehovah created me Reshit, in the beginning. At the beginning of his way, before his works of old. This verse applies to the entire Torah, the beginning of God's ways, for Torah was created 2,000 years before the creation of the world. As Rabbi Elazar said, 7 things were created before the world was created: Torah, the Garden of Eden, hell, the throne of glory, the temple, the name of the Messiah, and Teshuvah. With Torah he created the world, for Torah is called Reshit, beginning, as is said, Yehovah created me Reshit, at the beginning of his way, and with this beginning which is Torah he created the world. This is Bereshit, with beginning, God created heaven and earth. Rabbi Yehuda said, how great is the difference between Torah and the world. The world was created in 6 days, and Torah in 40 days and 40 nights. Rabbi Yonan was traveling from Caesarea to Lyra, and Rabbi Ea son of Abba was walking with him. When they reached a certain field, Rabbi Yonan said, "This used to be mine, but I sold it to attain Torah." Rabbi Ea son of Abba wept. He asked him, "Why are you crying?" He replied, "Because you haven't left anything for your old age." He said to him, "Ea, my son, is what I have done a light matter in your eyes? For I have forfeited something created in 6 days for something created in 40 days. As is said, he was there with Yehovah 40 days and 40 nights, and I have acquired magnificent and beautiful things not of the world, and they are counsel, sound judgment, wisdom, and might. As is said, counsel and sound judgment are mine, I have understanding and might." Whenever Rabbi Yonan would engage in Torah, his face shone like the radiance of the sun. One day Rabbi Yos met him. He said to him, "I see your face is shining like the radiance of the sun." He replied, "It is only the teaching that illuminates me." He proclaimed for him, "His lovers are as the sun rising in its might." Judges Rabbi Yitzhak said, "At first the Torah is called Tashii, sound judgment, and afterward might. Know that at first she is called Tashii because she marchet, enfeebles, a person's strength, for he must battle the evil impulse, pulverizing his entire body in the house of study until it is accustomed to Torah." Once he is accustomed to engage in Torah, then he possesses joy and might, as is said, I have understanding and might, meaning when a person is accustomed to Torah and wisdom, then he possesses Tiferet, splendor. What is meant by might? Fighting the battles of Jehovah, as is said, therefore it is said in the book of the wars of Jehovah, the war and might should be there with Torah. The blessed Holy One created his world, as is said, I was with him as a nursling. Do not read Ammon, nursling, but rather Amman, artisan. This is Bereshit, in the beginning, God created with Reshit, beginning, God created heaven and earth, namely Torah. Rabbi Yehuda says the world was created solely for all which is called Reshit, beginning, as is said, the Or of Jehovah is Reshit, the beginning of knowledge. How do we know that the world was created for Or? As is said, God Asa acted, that they be in awe of him. Asa, he made the world that they be in awe of him. For the sake of Or, which is Reshit, God created heaven and earth. Rabbi Elazar opened Shur HaMa'alat, Bereshit, in the beginning. A Song of Degrees. In my distress I cried to Jehovah, and he answered me. The blessed Holy One created songs of desire at the creation of heaven and earth, so as to praise and glorify him as the creator of all. The heavens utter song in his presence, as is said, the heavens declare the glory of God, and the earth utters song, as is said, sing to Jehovah all the earth. Furthermore, the entire world desires and delights to glorify their Creator, when they gaze upon his wonders in the heavens and on the earth. This is Bereshit, in the beginning. Contemplate the letters and you will see Shur Ta'ev, a song of desire. In other words, for a song of desire, God created heaven and earth, that every person will desire to utter song about his wonders in the heavens and the earth. What are those degrees that King David, peace be upon him, used to recite? They are the songs of those degrees comprising the heavens, as is said, who constructs his degrees in heaven? Amos, David desired them and uttered them, and this is Shur Ta'ev, he desired song. Rabbi Elazar also said, it is written, when the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of God shouted for joy. Who are the sons of God? They are the angels who every night chant song in the presence of the Creator of the beginning, corresponding to the 3 watches of the night. In every single watch, each of the companies chants song. In the last watch, at night's end just before morning, all the stars and constellations, and the angels called sons of God utter a song, as is said, when the morning stars sang together, each company according to its degree, teaching that height upon height keeps guard, for they are arranged by degrees, one above the other. Therefore it is said, a song of the degrees of the angels who utter song. This is Bereshit, in the beginning, Shur Ta'ev, for a song of desire, God created heaven and earth. Rabbi Izkiah was walking on the way, and Rabbi Yo's son of Elafta was with him. They arose to walk on after midnight. While they were walking, Rabbi Yo said to Rabbi Izkiah, what have we done? For look, we have learned a person should always set out by daylight and enter by daylight. He replied, Rabbi Yo's my son, come and hear the arrangement of the sweet melody of the spheres of the living beings extolling song before their God. As he was inclining his ear, he heard voices of melodious praise and heard that they were uttering Jehovah abides forever. Rabbi Izkiah asked him, my son, did you hear something? He replied, melodious voices. And from the melodious exaltation of the verse I just heard I now know its meaning, as is written, Jehovah abides forever. He has established his throne for judgment, for whenever judgment is executed, the Shekinah of the blessed Holy One, his throne of glory, is there arrayed, as implied by what is said, he has established his throne for judgment. He asked him, do you know which watch of ministering angels utters this? He replied, no. He said to him, it is the watch of the angels called Elohim. As it has been taught, there are 10 watches of ministering angels in the firmament, and they are divided among the 3 watches of the night. You should know how they are arranged. When Israel complete their prayers at night, those called Ishim take up singing after them, uttering song. What song do they chant? What is a human that you are mindful of him? You have made him a little less than God, and adorned him with glory and majesty. Jehovah our Lord, how majestic is your name throughout the earth. In the second watch, those called Malachim, Ashmalim, and Elim take up song. What do they chant? Ascribe to Jehovah, O sons of God, at precisely midnight, as the second watch is finishing, which is the hour when the blessed Holy One actually gazes upon Eden, which he has concealed for the righteous in the time to come. Zohar Kodesh, holy living beings, open and After them, seraphim, Ophanim, and cherubim, uttering how abundant is your goodness that you have hidden away for those in awe of you. Exalt him who rides upon the clouds. Yah is his name. At the beginning of the third watch, those called Elohim take up song, uttering, Yehovah abides forever. When morning appears, the heavens open, uttering, the heavens declare the glory of God. The morning stars chant, he reckoned the number of stars. Great is our Lord and full of power. The angels called B'nai Elohim, sons of God, open, uttering ascribe to Yehovah, O B'nai Elim, sons of God, ascribe to Yehovah glory and strength. While they were walking, they saw the dawn darken and afterward the light illuminated. Rabbi Izkiah said to Rabbi Yos, come, and I will show you that so is the redemption of Israel in the era when the sun of redemption will shine upon them. Affliction upon affliction and darkness upon darkness will befall them. Trapped within, the light of the blessed Holy One will shine upon them, as is said, his appearance as sure as the dawn. Hosea. And similarly for you who revere my name, the sun of victory will rise, with healing in its wings. Malachi. At that time, wars will be aroused in the world, nation against nation, city against city, and countless new afflictions will come upon Israel, until their faces will be blackened like the bottom of a pot. Afterward, their redemption will be revealed upon them from within the groan of their distress and oppression. This is as David said for the leader on Eilat HaShah, the doe of the dawn. My God, why have you abandoned me? Eilat HaShah, the doe of the dawn. He should have said, the doe of the morning. Well, this refers to the power and potency of Israel's Sharuta, darkness, as is said, I am a man without Yil. Power. At that time, in pain, the people of Israel will cry out, saying, my God, why have you abandoned me? Afterward, what is written, you have opened my sackcloth and girded me with joy. Rabbi says the Shittim, hollows, were created during the 6 days of creation. The blessed Holy One Barashit created the hollow, and this is Bereshit, in the beginning, meaning Barashit, he created the hollow. The ram of Isaac. There is a question whether it was created during the 6 days of creation. The blessed Holy One Barashit Taish, billy goat, when the letters are rearranged. Praised be the name of the Supreme King of Bereshit, in the beginning. Kings, the blessed Holy One, who created the entire world, establishing it by wisdom, understanding, and knowledge corresponding to them. He created 3 worlds, the supernal world, the intermediate world, and the lower world, and he placed in the small lower world the form of all 3, the vegetative form, the speaking form, and the intellectual form. You should know that the lower world is sustained by the ether, just as you see that the body is sustained by the soul, and the soul is sustained by the ether, and the ether by the Creator. May he be praised. Know that the Creator, may he be blessed, created the human being. He created him in image and form, arraying him from 4 distinct substances, from fire, air, water, and earth. As is said, the earth was chaos and void, with darkness over the face of the abyss, and the wind of God. These are the 4 substances previously mentioned. As is said, there is a place among the coastal towns where they call fire Tohu, chaos. This is the first element, Vahuva Oshek, void and darkness. They are water and earth. How do we know that darkness implies earth? As is said, its name is covered with darkness, and they have explained that this refers to a clod of earth, and Ruah, wind, is air itself. Indeed, God, may he be praised, created the human being who is called the lower world, corresponding to the great supernal world, and he placed within him the existence of the soul, animating the entire body, thereby distinguishing him from all the other creatures alongside him below. How is the human being distinguished from the other creatures? By virtue of that soul. Which soul is that? The speaking soul. Rabbi Yehuda asked Rabbi Dustai, the soul in the human being that is called intellectual, what kind of soul is it, and what is its place? He replied, do you not know that the Omnipresent created the human being, and when he grows up and gazes upon the ways of the world and considers its vanities, he acquires that soul by himself? For when he gazes upon and perceives the wonders of the Creator, the creation of the world, the shining of the luminaries evening and morning, and how the entire world is suspended by his power, may he be praised, he strives by himself to investigate and acquire a holy and pure apprehension. Then he possesses that nefesh ha-siklit, intellectual soul, because he is maskil, enlightened, to know and investigate wisdom. Rabbi Azariah says, the abode of the soul is in the heart. It animates the entire body and is placed in the center of the body, illuminating the entire body, just as the sun is in the middle of the sky. The body is sustained by the soul by the ether, and the ether by the Creator. May He be praised, and the Creator bears all the worlds by His power. As is said, I have made, I will carry, and I will bear. Rabbi Yehuda says, why did the Blessed Holy One mention the creation of heaven and earth first? Weren't the angels and the throne of glory created first? Well, it was in order that a person not ponder matters concealed from the eye, which he did not divulge at the beginning. Rabbi says it is in order to demonstrate to the human being that he does not possess wisdom, and that it is not fitting to reveal to him mysteries of Torah. As Rabbi Yitzhak said, one does not divulge mysteries of Torah except to one who is wise, learned in scripture and Mishnah, retains his learning, fears God, and is expert in every matter. One who is not so, yet inquires about mysteries and concealed matters above, tell him, what are you asking? Raise your eyes and see that in the beginning God created heaven and earth. Know that the Torah did not divulge any more. Now, you might say there are no mysteries in the Torah. You should know that concerning every single word there are heaps and heaps of mysteries, laws, and explanations, as is said, Kevat Sotav Taltalim, his locks are wavy. Song of Songs, on every kotz vakats. Jot and tittle, there are tilir tilim, mounds and mounds. Just like Rabban Yonan son of Zakkai, who concerning the verse his wife's name was Mehetabel once rendered 300 legal decisions, but he did not wish to divulge them except to his students Rabbi Elazar son of Arika and Rabbi Eliezer son of Hyrcanus, who engaged in the account of the chariot with him. Rabbi said, what is written concerning Solomon? He spoke 3,000, and his songs numbered 1,005 kings. About every single statement in the Torah he would provide 1,005 reasons. Now, if Solomon, who was but the servant of the Blessed Holy One, could provide 3,000 and 1,005 reasons for every single statement, how much more so the Blessed Holy One, who reveals the deep and hidden Daniel, and who bestows wisdom and understanding, as is said, for Jehovah grants wisdom, knowledge, and understanding by his decree. Rabbi Levi said, it is written, how great are your works, O Jehovah, how very profound your thoughts, how great are your works, O Jehovah, the work of creation, for they are the works of the Blessed Holy One. How very profound your thoughts, mysteries of Torah. Rabbi Eliezer the Great says, it is written, Jehovah gave Solomon wisdom as he promised him kings, teaching that he grasped the fine points of Torah, but he did not fathom her depths. When he sought to fathom her, he said, I will be wise, but she is beyond me. Rabbi Dustai asked Rabbi Eliezer the Great, saying, Rabbi, establish for me the mystery of this verse, a perpetual burnt offering Harajui, instituted, on Mount Sinai as a fragrant odor, a fire offering to Jehovah. He said to him, my son, by your life it seems to me that you are not yet worthy to grasp it. No one has asked me about this except for Akiva my disciple, and the root of balsam is still in my hand. Rabbi Akiva heard. He said, since the flowers have blossomed, I have eaten the roots. He said to him, Akiva, you will be prepared as a fragrant odor to Jehovah, and still the sweet savor shall remain. One day they were walking on the way. He asked him, how then did you eat the roots as you said? He replied, Rabbi, once you told me the mystery, I fathomed its essence. He told him how. He said to him, you fathomed and ate, but still the sweet savor remains. At that time he revealed to him 40 mysteries of Torah. While they were walking they saw a spring of water. They sat there. Rabbi Eliezer said to him, Akiva, come and I will show you a fountain of water, and when the waters issue they are clear and flowing, as is written, a well of living waters, flowing from Lebanon. Songs of Songs. Concerning that verse, he revealed to him the speech of ministering angels, the speech of the stars and constellations, knowledge of the windows of the sun in its seasons and times, the speech of palm trees and birds, the speech of spirits, and knowledge of calendric calculations and intercalations. At that moment Rabbi Akiva wept. He asked, why are you crying? He replied, woe to the generation that will remain orphaned of you. He said, do not say that, but rather woe to the generation that will be orphaned without a father, with neither guiding sage nor contemplative student. Days shall arrive when the entire generation will be brazen and barefaced, and Torah will be forgotten, with none to ask and none to inquire, while he who arouses his heart in Torah will be despised and shunned by men. Woe to that generation! When it arises, he said to him, that generation endures solely through the breath of children, and only when they are young, because when they are older, Torah is forgotten from among them. As Rabbi Yehuda said, what is the meaning of the verse, for this youth I prayed? Samuel, she should have said, for this son I prayed well. Hannah said, may it be your will that when he grows up, he will devote himself to the service of the Omnipresent, like now when he is a youth. Everyone who merits in his old age to be as in his youth attains the degree of Samuel the prophet, as is written, a little robe would his mother make him, Vehar alter lo, and bring it up to him, year after year. Now, do you really believe it was so? Rather, his righteousness and merit continually grew with him by virtue of his mother's prayer. According to Rabbi Yehuda, it was an actual robe. Rabbi said, what is the meaning of the verse, before a grey head you shall rise, Vehar data penny Zakan, and you shall show deference to the old? Rabbi explained, herein is moral guidance for the young. Namely, before a grey head you shall rise, before you become a grey head and ascend to old age, you shall rise to be good, and when you strive to be good in your youth, eventually Vehar data penny Zakan, you will be adorned in old age. The end of the verse proves that it is referring to this, as indicated by what is written, you shall fear your God. Rabbi Yitzhak said the beginning of the entire world and its formation were solely for the sake of awe, that a person will possess awe of heaven, and awe for creatures. As is written, Bereshit, in the beginning, God created heaven to be in awe of heaven and earth to be in awe of the creatures. Additionally, it teaches that the entire world was created solely on account of awe, called Reshit, beginning, as is said, Reshit, the beginning of wisdom is awe of Yehovah, and that is why it is written Bereshit, on account of awe. Rabbi Ear opened, light is sown for the God said, let there be light. Righteous, joy for thee, and there was light. Upright in heart, the blessed Holy One gazed and foresaw that the world could not endure without the foundation. What is the foundation upon which the world stands? It is the righteous one, as is said, V'Isadik Yisod Olam. The righteous one is the foundation of the world. This is the first foundation that the blessed Holy One created in his world, for it is called light, as is said, light is sown for the righteous, and similarly as is written, God saw the light, that it was good. Here it says Kitov, that it was good, and later it says, say of the righteous one Kitov, that he is good. Rabbi says, this light is the light of the angels, created first before the whole world. Now, you might say, but look, we see that heaven and earth were created first. This poses no difficulty. For that which was said above until now merely introduces the story, and this let there be is the first. From here began all the creations. Rabbi Yehuda says this is the light of the throne itself, and from this light all the other creations were created. From it the heavens were created, but the throne was created previously, as is said, throne of glory, set on high from the first. Rabbi Eliezer the Great says the light of the angels was created first, as is written, God saw that the light was good, and God separated the light from the darkness. Namely, the blessed Holy One established a separation between this light and the darkness, which is this world, and it is the heavens that separate between this world and the light of the angels, separating between the light and the darkness. Rabban Yonan son of Zakkai says the blessed Holy One gave dominion to the angels over the heavens, and the heavens over the earth, but they are all dependent on his throne. May his name be praised, teaching that height above height keeps guard. Rabbi Alexandre says, one who sees the stars, let there be light. In their course is required to make a blessing. What does he bless? Blessed is he who arranges the stars in the firmament. If he sees one star, he does not bless two, he blesses. When night falls, they bless. Blessed is he who brings on evenings. Rabbi says those small hamlets whose custom is to flee while it is still day out of fear of animals, bless who guards his people Israel forever, and accordingly they established it for every evening prayer. Rabbi Elazar son of Rabbi Shimon was traveling to see Rabbi Yo son of Rabbi Shimon son of Lekania, his father-in-law. Near the village, night dusked. He said to Rabbi Yos, who was traveling with him, do you see those shining stars? He replied, I do see. It is a comet. I have been gazing at it for a long time, but in all my days I have never been told anything about it. He said to him, I have heard two matters. 1. That everything the Blessed Holy One made among the heavens, the stars and constellations, possesses knowledge and intelligence, and they all perform the mission of the Blessed Holy One, and that star to which you referred, do not say, or for a moment think, that it's unique. Rather, there are many, for you can see one on this side and one on the other, and sometimes are all of them at once. I heard from my father that there are 7, and when the time arrives for each of them to utter song, from the immense joy they possess they radiate their splendor, soaring and uttering song. The other matter that these 7 stars do not travel or journey from their place except at the moment that the Master of the universe summons one of them to illuminate in the place that he desires. As is written, he calls them each by name, and as they soar, they radiate their splendor that travels with them. When they reached his father-in-law's house, he was not there. When he arrived, he said, "You are here, and I have just come from observing a certain star that was soaring, fulfilling the will of its master." He asked him which one. He replied, "A comet. And I saw one of them soaring according to the command of its master." They sat there for 30 days. Afterward, when the light appeared, they rose early to leave, and his father-in-law accompanied him for half a mile. His father-in-law blessed him, saying, "This is the hour when the blessing of the righteous is fulfilled." How do we know? As is written, God saw the light, that it was good. Here is written that it was good, and there is written that it was good in the eyes of Jehovah to bless Israel. He said to him, "Even the blessing of an ordinary person is fulfilled at this hour, for the heavens, stars, and angels utter song." I also heard from my father that an extra blessing is added to him, namely delight, because at that hour the heavens utter, "He is like a groom coming forth from his canopy." Just as a groom coming forth rejoices, so one who sets forth on a journey at that hour rejoices. We have learned there. Rabbi Yos said, "What is the meaning of the God said, 'Let there be light'?" Verse. An oracle of Duma. One calls to me from So, "Watchman, what of the night? Watchman, what of the night?" This word accords with what Rabbi Yonan said. All the exiles in which Israel were exiled from their land were revealed to all. But the 4th exile has never been revealed. Which is the 4th exile? That of So, which is Esau. As is written, Esau settled in Mount Seir. Rabbi said, "Why was his name Seir?" On account of the severity and intensity of the heavy yoke they place upon Israel. Seir is numerically equivalent to Tokath, severity. This exile in which Israel dwells is Masa Duma, a burden of silence, that is, in secrecy, something undisclosed from heart to mouth. As is said, "For the day of vengeance is in my heart." Rabbi Yitzhak opened, he buried him in the valley in the land of Moab, opposite Beth Peor. It is also written, "No one knows his burial place to this day." The Blessed Holy One said, "Those who calculate messianic ends are fools." It is something I have never divulged, as is said, "For the day of vengeance is in my heart, undisclosed from heart to mouth." Yet they endeavor to calculate end times concerning the burial place of my servant Moses. I have written and indicated 3 signs to the world's generations in the valley in the land of Moab opposite Beth Peor, yet still they do not know his burial place. As is written, "No one knows his burial place." How then can they utter such lies and nonsense before me about something I have neither divulged nor indicated? As is written, an oracle of Duma. One calls to me because of Seir. This is Israel, who call out to the Blessed Holy One because of the heavy yoke of the children of Seir. What do they say? "Watchman, what of the night?" Namely, Master of the world, you, O Jehovah, are the watchman of Israel. We remain in this exile which is like night. Tell us what of the night? What shall become of this night? When will you bring us out? What is written afterward? The watchman said, "Morning came, and also night." The Blessed Holy One, who is the watchman of Israel, said, "Morning came, I have brought and led you out from exile, but you were not worthy to abide in mourning. And also night, I brought you the night and darkened you in the pit of this exile, which is night. If you would inquire, inquire if you seek to know when the time of your redemption shall be, and when you will return to your land. Shuv you, return, come, return in Teshuvah, and immediately you will come." As Rabbi Yehuda said, the end of exile depends solely on Teshuvah. As is said today, if you would heed his voice since the world was created. This sublime hint was intimated in concealed mystery. As is said, God said, "Let there be light." And there was light, namely, let there be Raz. Mystery, for Raz and or light are a single matter. God saw this mystery that it was good to abide in mystery and secrecy, so that it not be revealed to anyone, for should it be revealed, many worthless folk from among our people would meet their ruin. And because it was to be in mystery and secrecy, God separated the light from the darkness, his nation which is the light from the nations which are the darkness, as is said the wicked are like darkness Samuel, and similarly they go about in darkness. Rabbi said this is the day of redemption, as is. God called the light day. Said lo, a day of Jehovah is coming, Zechariah the day of the end. Rabbi Yo son of Elaphtha was sitting in the presence of Rabbi Yitzhak. He asked him, has my master heard something about why the day of the Messiah has been prolonged from this exile? He replied, it has been prolonged solely because of neglect of Torah. For so I have heard from Rav Hamnun Asava, Israel were exiled with 3 exiles, and they returned by the merit of the 3 patriarchs. But from the 4th exile they will return by the merit of Moses. Come, and I will show you that Israel were exiled solely because of neglect of Torah, as is said. Jehovah said, because they have forsaken my Torah. The blessed Holy One said, in the first exiles, they returned by the merit of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Now they have sinned with the Torah that I gave to Moses, which is called by his name, as is said, remember the Torah of my servant Moses. Malachi, when they repent and engage in his Torah, by Moses' merit I shall redeem them. Therefore it is said in the Torah did Moses command us to observe her and engage in her. If not Marashah for the assembly of Jacob, Marashah poverty, as is said. Jehovah Moish, makes poor, and makes rich. Samuel, teaching that poverty comes upon the children of Jacob only because they do not engage in the commandments of Torah. Rabbi Izkiah said, I was in the regions of the Arabs and I saw men who used to conceal themselves among cliffs in caves among the mountains, but every Sabbath eve they would return to their homes. I inquired of them, what is this that you do? They replied, we are hermits, and we engage in Torah every single day. Sometimes we eat only wild herbs. I asked them, with what are you nourished at other times? They replied, in the desert we find trees sprouting acorns and we eat them. When the teaching illuminates us, in great joy some of us slip away, cook them, and we eat. Such a day is reckoned by us as especially good. When the trees do not sprout, we eat whatever herbs we can find, we cook them and we eat. I said to them, may my share be with you in the world that is coming. Happy are you in this world, and it will be well with you in the world to come. Now I know that you will not be ashamed when Moses comes to demand justice for Torah. I said to them, my children, by your life, what new insight did you innovate today? They replied, concerning this verse God said, let there be light. And there was light. Rabbi Kruspedi taught, great was the additional light, unlike any other, a light without peer. This is the light of the great intellect, formed from the light of his resplendent splendor, and this is who resides beyond the curtain. As we have learned what is the meaning of the verse, he wraps in light as in a garment. It teaches that the blessed Holy One made the other angels just like that primordial light, from that very light itself. Now, do you really believe that they are just like him? Rather, just as he is a separate, intelligible entity, so the other angels are separate, intelligible entities, though their apprehension is not like his apprehension. As Rabbi Kruspedi taught, the apprehension of the angels is a sublime apprehension, not so below them. The second apprehension is the apprehension of the heavens, which attain an apprehension that those below them do not attain. The third apprehension is the apprehension of the lowest rung, whose foundation is dust, the apprehension of human beings which are all the other creatures do not attain. Corresponding to these 3 degrees, the human being possesses 3 forms of souls. The first form is the intellectual soul, the second is the speaking soul, the third is the animal soul that desires. It is the soul that commits iniquity. You might say as follows: the first soul is the animal soul, corresponding to the lowest rung we mentioned. The speaking soul corresponds to the heavens, which is an additional degree above the first. The intellectual soul corresponds to the rung of the angels, the highest degree above them all. Rabbi Elazar opened, God, you are my God. God said, let there be a will search for you firmament in the midst of the come waters, that it may separate and see. There is no from water to water place in the world devoid of water, because the earth is suspended upon the waters, as is said, he founded it upon seas, and established it upon rivers. Now, can you even entertain the notion that the waters which are beneath the earth, and the earth is the heaviest of all the elements, poised above the waters, that the waters ascended above to the sky. Ravizda said to him, but look at what is written, the waters above the firmament. He replied, this is to be understood only in accordance with its translation, in the middle of the waters, for the firmament separates between them. The waters were one, but because the firmament interposed in the middle, they were considered as two. The firmament is spherical and splits the waters of the ocean, separating between the waters. Thus waters above and waters below. Rabbi Yehuda said the firmaments revolve, sometimes from east to west, and sometimes from west to east. They enter the middle of the sea, separating midway between. This is the meaning of it separated the waters. Why is sea water salty? It is because of the firmament's scorching heat. A pot resting on the flame, the longer it cooks on the flame, the saltier the dish, on account of the fire's intensity. Rabbi Yehuda also said, were the firmament to rest between the waters, all the waters would congeal like salt. But it moves and revolves, never resting between the waters. Rabbi Yitzhak said, why doesn't he say that it was good on the second day? Because this matter pertains to Yudo, his unity, illustrating that there is no second alongside him, and that good does not apply to the second. That is why on the first day it says Yomid, one day, as Rabbi Yitzhak taught. Why doesn't he say first instead of one, to show that had it said first then second would necessarily follow, for first is followed by second whereas one is not followed by second. Rabbi Yehuda said, but look, it is said, I, Yehovah, am the first. He replied, the continuation of the verse supports the previous explanation. As is written, and with Oranim, the last ones, I am he, even though there are Erim, others, after the first, I am he. But are there really others after the first? Indeed, his explicit name is primary and unique. The others are Aleph, Dele, Nun, Yoda, Denei, Elohim, Shaddai, El, Sivaot. They are epithets for his uniqueness. But he himself is exalted, as is written, and with Oranim, the last ones, I am he. Rabbi Yo son of Elafta, Rabbi Yehuda son of Pazi, and Rabbi Yitzhak were eating at the celebration banquet for Rabbi Elazar son of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Ea the Great, who was then a child, was sitting there. Rabbi Yos asked Rabbi Shimon, why doesn't he say that it was good on the second day? He replied, because the work of the waters was not complete on the second day, but when it was completed on the third day, it says that it was good twice. They said, let us ask this child, for since the temple was destroyed, prophecy is found in the mouths of children. Perhaps we will find a word in his mouth. They said to him, Ea, my child, tell us why it doesn't he say that it was good on the second day? He replied, because good pertains only to one. Rabbi Shimon came and kissed him. He proclaimed for him, behold, I have put my words in your mouth. They said, it is a propitious time for him, let us inquire. They asked him, what is the meaning of the verse, his lovers are as the sun rising in its might? Judges, what kind of praise is this for the righteous? He replied, just as when the sun rises in its might there are some who are gladdened by it and some who are not, so with the righteous like them will rejoice, whereas the wicked will not rejoice. Just as there are some for whom the sun bestows healing whereas for others it does not, so the righteous will be a healing for the good and a blow for the wicked. They asked him, Ea, my child, why is the unique name not mentioned in the account of creation? He replied, it is not becoming for the King of Glory to associate his name with the dead or with any perishable thing, that it will not be said that just as all the creations he created are liable to destruction and decay, so too his name he did not mention his unique name until all the creations liable to destruction and decay were created. Afterward he associated his name with something abiding eternally, for all time, as is said, on the day Yehovah Elohim made earth and heaven, of all the creations he created, only that which abides eternally is mentioned here. It does not say on the day Yehovah Elohim made earth and heaven and humankind and animals and beasts and birds which are perishable things, but only something existing eternally, earth and heaven. They asked him, what is the meaning of the verse, God fashioned the firmament and separated the waters? What need did the blessed Holy One have to fashion a firmament to separate the waters? He replied, it is already written, Yehovah made everything for a purpose. The blessed Holy One did not create anything unnecessarily. He created the firmament, and when it revolves solely at set times. A stream of water flows from the depths, and a stream of water flows from hell, descending along a channel to the stream of the deep, as is written, deep calls to deep at the sound of your channels. The firmament interposes between the two of them, and were it not to interpose in between, they the waters would slay those who imbibe them. This is the meaning of it separated the waters that were below the firmament from the waters above the firmament. Rabbi Yos said, this child has spoken with the Holy Spirit, for so it is indeed as is written, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, in the midst, precisely in the middle of the waters. When the firmament interposes in the middle, it drives the evil waters flowing from hell back to their place. Of those waters, only one log, in the days of Elisha, has flowed into the world. Of them is said, the water is bad and the land causes bereavement. Kings, that is to say, because the waters are bad, the land is bereft of human beings who perish on their account. Rabbi Yehuda said the entire verse attests to this interpretation. As Rabbi Yehuda said, of all that the Blessed Holy One made, he did not make anything in vain. Since it was revealed before him that those waters flowing from hell would mingle with other waters, injuring his creatures, he fashioned the firmament to interpose in the middle of the two of them, separating between them. This is the meaning of that it may separate from water to water, from the bad waters and the good waters. At that precise moment, when the waters flow forth to mingle with the good waters, then the firmament revolves and interposes between them, driving them back. Come and hear. Rabbi Elazar said, those waters that are the life of the world and for the welfare of creatures, what are they called? Rabbi Berechiah said, the waters above the heavens, which are good waters. Rabbi Ea son of Abba was walking on the way. Weary from the intensity of the sun, he thirsted for water. He came upon a desert and found a solitary tree. He sat beneath it. As he raised his eyes, he noticed a spring of water. He delighted to drink some. He drank from the waters, but they were bitter. He said to his servant, this corresponds with Rabbi Elazar's explanation, for Rabbi Elazar said, there is nowhere in the world that does not contain residue from the stream of hell, except for in the land of Israel. Were the entire world not to drink from the drippings of the land of Israel, they would not be able to drink from them the waters of the world. Rav Huna said, the expanse of which is written, God made the expanse, is the known expanse above over the heads of the living beings, as is written, an image over the heads of the living being, an expanse like awesome eyes. Ezekiel. Rabbi Yitzhak said concerning these living beings, it is written living being one. Why then does it say Rashi, heads of? Rav Huna replied, there is one great living being ruling over all the other holy living beings. Its radiances are mighty and many, with numerous branches of splendor. Therefore it is written Rashi Ha'aya, the branches of the living being. This is the living being Ezekiel beheld in his prophetic vision. Now, should you think that this refers to the living beings, come and hear what is written. I gazed on the living beings, he saw this one, and he saw the living beings. This expanse, what is it for? Rabbi Izkiah said, to distinguish between the holy angels beneath that expanse and the holy angels who merited that they be above, as is written, God fashioned the expanse and separated the waters below the expanse from the waters above the expanse, the waters below the expanse, the angels who are beneath the expanse, the waters above the expanse, the angels above. Rabbi Yitzhak said, conclude from this that it is the curtain dividing between. Rabbi Eliezer inquired of Rabban Yonan son of Zakkai. He asked him, the expanse created on the second day, what is it? He replied, it is a supernal mystery. The Blessed Holy One created an archon beneath him, and chose him, granting him dominion over all the hosts of heaven. Because of this matter, it was good is not said of the second day, even though he possesses additional dominion over all in his charge, to show the entire world that there is no goodness, glory, salvation, or grandeur except in the Blessed Holy One alone. Rabban Yonan son of Zakkai said further, what is the meaning of the verse, I descended to the nut garden to see the verdure of the valley? Songs of Songs. This refers to what Ezekiel beheld in that expanse created on the second day, which the Blessed Holy One created, and which he concealed from all his myriads of holy ones. But as for those worlds that the Blessed Holy One desires, he concealed them from him. He concealed his majestic glory from those worlds, and above he concealed, hiding them from all. All inquire and respond, where is his glorious majesty? Blessed be the glory of Jehovah from his place. Ezekiel, what was said, I descended to the nut garden. Songs of Songs. It is not written into the nut garden, but rather to the nut garden, like one who descends and approaches the garden but does not enter within. Surely he did not draw near to the nut, but rather to the garden, and certainly he did not gaze upon what is within the nut, so much the more so since he said to see, and did not say I saw, in other words to the garden that is without, I approached and descended to see. He say that he saw even the garden that is without. Rabban Yonan son of Zakkai said further, how pained was that man, of whom it is written, not so my servant Moses, he is trusted throughout my house, to behold a certain servant ministering before him, yet permission was not granted him, as is written, oh, show me your glory. Rabban Yonan son of Zakkai explained, he of whom is written the glory of God Metatron. How could Moses request to behold this? Well, Moses reasoned that since he saw himself go 40 days and 40 nights without eating or drinking, and was nourished by the speculum above, he thought that he was worthy to request this. How did he answer him? You cannot see my face, this is the prince of the countenance. Permission was not granted him until his soul departed, fulfilling what is said, no human can see me and live. Permission is granted to every soul of the righteous to fathom and apprehend what it cannot in this world. Our rabbis have taught every single day, the blessed Holy One fashions holy angels, and these are the souls of the righteous, as is written, he makes spirits his angels, his servants glowing fire. It does not say he made, but rather he makes, implying that he does so every day. Rabbi Abayu said, let this not trouble you. For look, there are angels that are created from the throne of glory, and they are messengers appointed on a mission of the blessed Holy One. If it is so concerning the other angels that are formed from the throne of glory, how much more so concerning the souls of the righteous who hail from there and who fulfilled the Torah, that the blessed Holy One makes them supernal, holy angels. Rabbi Penas said the blessed Holy One comprised 4 things in the human being: fire, air, water, and earth. Rabbi Yehuda said, look, in Torah they are inverted. Rabbi Penas said to him, are they even mentioned in Torah? He replied, indeed, and they are air, fire, water, and earth. 2 of them were hewn from ministers above, and 2 were hewn from below. How do we know? As is written, he makes his angels ruot, winds ruah, air, his servants glowing fire, fire. He established the earth on its foundations, according to its obvious meaning with the deep, you covered it like a garment over mountains, the waters stood, water. All of them fuse, one with another, air, fire, earth, and water. Rabbi Penas said even though they are inverted, it does not matter, and Rabbi Yehuda spoke well. Rabbi Yehuda also said the blessed Holy One comprised them all in the human being. The blessed Holy One said to him, I created you supernal and crowned you above all my creatures. I placed in you power from the angels, and power from the servants above, the power of the deep, and the power of the earth. I placed in you a pure intellect hewn from my throne, yet still you sin before me. Rabbi Yitzhak said the blessed Holy One desired to make the human being supernal above all his creations, that he would be unique in this world as he is unique above. When he sinned, the blessed Holy One said, here, the human was Kaid, like one of us. I intended to make him Kaid, unique, but now, lest he send forth his hand. Rabbi Yehuda said the blessed Holy One fashioned one expanse, and from it the heavens were formed, as is said God called the expanse heavens. Rabbi Yehuda said not only this, but also regarding everything that the blessed Holy One made during the work of creation, he only ever made one instantiation of all, and that entity generated all its operations according to its kind. For example, the heavens he made one, the most sublime of all, and he made one earth. Come and hear. Rabbi Yehuda said he made one of all, the most sublime of all, and this is the expanse like awesome Ezekiel, from which the heavens were formed. This is the meaning of what is written. God called the expanse heavens, as for the Eres, earth, which is more sublime than all. This is Eres Yisrael, the land of Israel, from which the others lands were formed, as is written, he had not yet made Eres Vuzo, land and outsides Eres, land Eres Yisrael, land of Israel V'Utso, and outsides the other lands outside of the land. Similarly, one human from which the others came into being, as is written, the world's first clumps of clay, and so on, in a like manner. Rabbi Yitzhak said, how do we know? From the verse David uttered, praise Yehovah from heaven, from that one out of which the heavens were made. Our rabbis have taught once Rabbi Yonan was traveling to see Rabbi Shimon, and Rabbi Yos was walking with him. Rabbi Yos asked him, "Where are you going?" He replied, "To see Rabbi Shimon." He said, "You are going to see your master of dissension." He replied, "Conclude from this that Rabbi Shimon dissents for the sake of heaven. Since it is so, the love of my heart abides with him." They rose to walk on. It was night. They said, "Let us sit here until light appears and engage in Torah." They sat down. Rabbi Yonan said, "The firmament created on the second day is the supernal firmament, and it has been taught it is the curtain that divides between, as is written, an image over the heads of the living being, a firmament like awesome ice. Ezekiel, from this firmament all the other firmaments were made, those that revolve, and those that do not, all of them connected to that firmament. He called it firmament and he called it heavens, as is written, God called the firmament heavens, because from it they were formed." While they were sitting, Rabbi Yos' son approached his father. He said to him concerning what Solomon said, "Ve'atatishma ha-shemayim, oh, hear heaven, your dwelling place, kings." It should have said from heaven. Rabbi Yonan heard. He said to him, "Speak, my child, speak, for the word in your mouth is holy." Rabbi Yos said, he asked about this verse, "Oh, hear heaven, your dwelling place, kings." It should have said from heaven. Rabbi Yonan said the verse is deficient. Like Shavat Aniyim, cry of the poor, it should have said from the poor, and similarly Sa'akat Anavim, cry of the lowly, and so in many places. He approached his father and said to him, "I have heard something about this." Rabbi Yonan said to him, "Speak, my child, speak." He said, "I have heard that when Israel offer their prayers and supplications in their houses of prayer, Metatron, the prince of the countenance, gathers all the prayers of Israel and raises them aloft, depositing them in that firmament. When the blessed Holy One desires to call to mind the merits of Israel, he gazes upon that firmament called heaven, where the prayers of Israel abide, and has compassion upon them. As is written, "Oh, hear heaven, kings, heaven." Precisely similarly David said, "Praise Yehovah from heaven, for there reside the praises of Israel." Rabbi Yonan came, kissed him on his head and blessed him, saying, "A pearl was in your hand, a pearl shall you be in your generation." Rabbi Yitzhak said, "The blessed Holy One created this firmament, and from it he fashioned heavens, ordained beneath. Firmament above, heavens below. Beneath these, he made another heaven, called the firmament of the heavens, in which are appointed all the luminous lights. Between this firmament, called the firmament of the heavens, and the firmament spread above the living beings, there are other firmaments and component parts, resting on two other luminaries. From these lights the blessed Holy One drew, placing them in this firmament of the heavens, to shine upon the earth." Section Rabbi Bo opened with this verse, "Not like God said, let the earth bring these is the share of fourth Nefesh Aiah, living Jacob, for he is the one beings, according to their kind, who forms all." When the blessed Holy One created the world, he gazed and foresaw that in the future Israel would rise and receive his Torah. So he hewed from his throne all the souls destined to be placed within them, and he fashioned above a certain storehouse, where all the souls hewn from his throne reside, and he called it body of souls. Why is it called body of souls? Rabbi Bo explained, because when all the souls depart this world, the blessed Holy One prepares for them the form of bodies just as they were in this world, and places them in this storehouse. This storehouse, where is it? Rabbi Yonan said, "In the name of Rabbi Yitzhak, in the place where are the treasuries of the dead and the treasuries of good life, it is called Aravo. In Aravo there are many treasuries, and the treasuries of souls are there." But look, Rabbi Bo said that there is one storehouse, yet here we have learned treasuries. Rabbi Yonan said, "Let this not trouble you. There are two storehouses. The storehouse of souls destined to be placed within human beings, as we have learned, in precisely the same form and image as one will appear in this world, so is one in that form there. It is called body of souls because he fashions for them a body, just as they are destined to become. There is another storehouse corresponding to this one, for those souls that were in this world and fulfilled the Torah, and it is called the treasuries of eternal life. This is as Rabbi Shimon used to say, may so-and-so who has departed this world abide in the treasuries of eternal life. Our rabbis have taught every single day. A herald proclaims, awaken children of the supernal Holy One, and perform the service of your Lord who has distinguished you from the other nations and placed within you a holy soul hewn from his throne of glory. Rabbi Yehuda said, if so, from which site do the souls of the other nations derive? He encountered Rabbi Elazar. He said to him, what is written? He blew into his nostrils Nishmatayim, the breath of life. This is Nishmetak Thisha, the holy soul, hewn from the supernal King's throne of glory. What is written about him? The human became Nefesh Ayah, a creaturely soul. Rabbi Elazar explained, this is the power given to animals, beasts, and fish, created from the earth, as is written, let the earth bring forth Nefesh Ayah, a creaturely soul, according to its kind. Rabbi Yitzhak said, Torah cries out over the human being saying, the blessed Holy One created the human being, and placed within him a holy soul that he might attain life in the world to come. But through his sin, he reverted to that Nefesh Ayah, creaturely soul, hewn from the earth for animals and beasts. Rabbi Yehuda said, this is implied from what is written, the human became Nefesh Ayah, a creaturely soul. The verse does not say he made him a creaturely soul, but rather the human became, teaching that he brought this on himself, reverting to that soul hewn from the earth. Rabbi Yonan said, the blessed Holy One said, Adam, I created you supernal above all my creatures, and I breathed into you Nishmatayim, the soul of life, hewn from my throne, bestowing life to those who possess it. Yet you reverted to that creaturely soul I created from the earth for animals by your life. Henceforth, whoever engages in my Torah and observes it, I will bequeath him that soul hewn from my throne, bestowing life to those who possess it. As for all those who do not engage in my Torah, their portion will be that creaturely soul they have chosen, that they might be annihilated with it. Rabbi Yitzhak said, what is written? Who knows if the spirit of the sons of men ascends on high and the spirit of the beast descends below into earth? The spirit of the sons of men ascends on high, the holy soul of the righteous. The spirit of the beast, the creaturely soul hewn from the earth for beasts, which will be annihilated, and which descends to be obliterated from the world. Rabbi Yehuda said, if so, do non-Jews not possess a neshama but only that creaturely soul? Rabbi Yonan said, that is correct. Rabbi Elazar said, and Israel who bestows? Rabbi Yehuda was astonished. Rabbi Elazar said, what we have learned, if one comes to purify himself, he is given assistance. What assistance is he given? It is none other than the Holy Soul, to be a boost for him. It is bequeathed him to assist him in this world and in the world to come. Rabbi Elazar said, until 13 years a person's striving is with that creaturely soul. From 13 years and upward, if he wishes to be righteous, the holy supernal soul hewn from the King's throne of glory is bequeathed him. Rabbi Yehuda said, this accords with the explanation we have learned in the 13 attributes of mercy, in the Mishnah of Rabbi Elazar. Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari invited the masters of Mishnah to eat at a great feast he prepared for them, and he decorated his entire house with precious adornments. He seated the rabbis on one side and himself on the other, and he was exceedingly joyous. They said to him, why is the joy of our master greater today than other days? He replied, today the holy, supernal soul is descending via the four wings of the creatures upon Rabbi Elazar, my son. At this celebration I will attain consummate joy. He seated Rabbi Elazar next to himself. He said, be seated, my son, be seated, for on this day you are holy among the share of the holy ones. Rabbi Shimon said a certain word and fire surrounded the house. The rabbis went out and saw smoke ascending from the house the entire day. Rabbi Yo son of Rabbi Shimon son of Lekanya arrived. He found the rabbis astonished, standing in the street. He said to them, what's going on? They replied, look at this smoke from the celestial fire. It is because today Rabbi Elazar is being crowned with a holy crown. The rabbis saw four wings of an eagle descending in fire, surrounding him and Rabbi Shimon, his father. Rabbi Yo sat there until the fire abated. He entered in his presence and said, crowning and secrecy, most sublime exaltation. May this celebration attain consummation. Rabbi Shimon asked, what do you mean? Rabbi Yo's replied, look, my daughter for Rabbi Elazar, your son. He said, certainly. They summoned the rabbis and he gave him his daughter. They sat there for 3 days, delving in Torah in his presence, and there was not a single mystery of Mishnah that Rabbi Shimon didn't he teach them. It was said about Rabbi Shimon that the rainbow was not seen in his days, for he was a sign in the world. Rabbi Yitzhak said the soul abides enduringly forever. Just as the blessed Holy One abides, so it abides. However, concerning that creaturely soul, Scripture said that soul shall surely be cut off, its iniquity is upon it. Rabbi Yos said what prompted Onkelos to translate the human became Nefesh Aya, a living being, as the human became a speaking spirit. If this refers to the animal soul, why then do they not speak? Rabbi Yitzhak replied, because they were kneaded from coarser clods of earth than human beings, and because they do not raise their heads, nor gaze up at the expanse as humans do. Had they been kneaded from finer dust like human beings, and were they able to raise their heads and gaze up at the expanse, they would speak. Rabbi Yos said, granted kneading and raising their heads, but why gazing up at the expanse? He replied, it is a great help to human beings. When Nebuchadnezzar was banished, a beast among the mountains, he found no help until he gazed upon the expanse, as is written, I, Nebuchadnezzar, raised my eyes to heaven, and my reason returned to me. Daniel, until he contemplated the expanse, his reason was not restored. Rabbi Kruspedai said the non-Jews and the ignorant who neither believe in the blessed Holy One nor engage in Torah possess only that creaturely soul that came forth from the earth, therefore they do not have faith. But concerning Israel, who believe in the blessed Holy One and engage in Torah and observe his commandments, the blessed Holy One said, not like these is the share of Jacob, they will not have a creaturely soul. What will they have, for he is the one who forms all his Shekinah. The holy soul is hewn from her, to be the share of Jacob. What is it, namely, all the soul, since it is hewn from her? Rabbi Yehuda said, if it is true that non-Jews do not possess faith, look, we see that when they are lame and blind and struck by all kinds of afflictions and illnesses, they visit their idols and are healed. He replied, so as to cause them to perish in the world to come, as is written, he makes nations great and destroys them. Furthermore, we have learned malignant and any emanim, relentless, illness is what is meant by any emanim. They act mehaimanuta, faithfully, for when the time comes, they depart from that person, and sometimes they are in the proximity of those idols, because they visit their idols when they are sick, and they are healed, and they say that it was the idol that caused this. Rabbi Yonan said, once a certain Jew told me that he was afflicted with many illnesses and he could not be healed. He saw how the Arabs used to visit their idols when they were sick and would be healed. He said, I will go there even though it is forbidden. There is no problem with having a look. He went there, entered among them, and spent the night there with the plagued and diseased people. They all fell asleep, but he did not sleep. He saw a certain demon walking among them, with healing objects in his hand, placing them on everyone, whereupon they were healed. He passed by him, but he did not place them upon him. He said to him, my master, look, I am also sick, place them upon me. He said to him, not like these is the share of Jacob, for they have been handed to me to make them perish in the world to come, but the children of Jacob are not like these. How so? Because he is the one who forms all, just as one who forms destroys and builds, so the blessed Holy One afflicts and heals, destroys and builds. The man left and told me the incident. I said, blessed be the compassionate one, who sent you there to behold this and hear from his mouth. And Yos the sorcerer told me something similar. Rabbi Yitzhak said, in the name of Rabbi Aa, what is the meaning of the verse, the soul of Shaddai gives them understanding? Well, it is the soul that leads a person to recognize his Creator, bringing him into Torah and good deeds. Happy are they who enter the path of Torah and the path of the soul, thereby attaining life of the world to come and the rank of the holy ones. Rabbi Yitzhak said, in the name of Rabbi Aa, whoever engages in Torah acquires the neshama by himself. As we have learned, one who comes to purify himself is given assistance. Woe to the wicked who cleave to the power of the earth, called the creaturely soul created from the earth, and because of which they will be annihilated forever and ever. Rabbi Dustai asked Rabbi Eliezer, saying, that creaturely soul, what becomes of it in the world to come? He replied, do not speak thus, but rather ask what becomes of it in any event come. And here Rabbi Bo said, What is the meaning of the verse that soul shall surely be cut off? Well, it is like the breath that emerges out of a person's mouth, unable to rise even up to his eyes but immediately disappears. So the creaturely soul is like that breath which is immediately cut off from the mouth and disappears, never seen, as though it never was. Rabbi Yo said, but we have learned the souls of the wicked are the harmful spirits in the world. Rabbi Yitzhak replied, you have spoken well insofar as they harm their owners, displacing the power of the neshama and the service of their creator. The only malevolent force that harms a human being is that nefesh, insofar as it is obliterated and annihilated with the body. Rabbi A said, we have not learned it thus, but rather, that the souls of the wicked become harmful spirits in the world after they have departed the body. Rabbi said, we have learned the souls of the wicked in the world. How does the nefesh harm the body? All are astounded how those nefashot are the malevolent forces in the world, insofar as human beings cleave to them. Our rabbis have taught. Rabbi Yehuda son of Yaakov said, I wonder about the people of this generation, whether most of them were conceived fittingly. What is the meaning of the verse, sanctify yourselves and be holy? This teaches that a person must sanctify himself during intercourse. What is the relevance of sanctity here? Rabbi Yehuda son of Yaakov said that one not carry on licentiously and impudently, or with lewd intentions like animals, for animals behave solely in this fashion. For look at what we have learned, whoever has sex with lewd intentions or in the way we have just mentioned, and is not on guard against the essential matters that we have learned in the Mishnah, then the child that will be born to him will be licentious and impudent, promiscuous and wicked, and will not be reckoned among the seed of truth. But whoever has sex to fulfill the commandment, sanctifies himself, and attunes his heart to heaven, he will have virtuous children, righteous and pious, God-fearing and holy, as is written, sanctify yourselves and you will be holy. Rabbi Yehuda said, because the non-Jews procreate solely with lewd intentions, impudently and obscenely, they possess only that creaturely soul given to animals, for their conduct is just like animals. However, concerning Israel who know how to sanctify themselves, it is written, I planted you as a noble vine, entirely zera imit, seed of truth. What is meant by imit, truth? Rabbi A said, true in all that he does not fantasize about another woman but is true to his wife. Rav Huna said that he sanctifies himself and attunes himself to heaven, as is said, unless Yehovah builds the house, its builders labor in vain. In other words, unless one's intention is directed to heaven when building the house and producing children, its builders labor in vain, for one introduces in that child a labor of vanity. What is this labor of vanity? It is the creaturely soul, which will be annihilated and cut off, like the breath that comes out of the mouth, which is vanity. Since he introduces it in that child, his labor is in vain. Rabbi Yitzhak said, imit, truth, is an acronym. Imit, truth meretz, from the earth, tisma, will spring. That is, truth will spring from the earth. What does this imply? Rabbi Yitzhak said that at the moment of conception there must be truth and integrity. At the moment when the embryo comes into being from the earth and nuttiest, is formed, and not when it is already well kneaded. This corresponds with what Rav Huna said, any building without yesod, a foundation, cannot endure. What is the foundation that a person requires at the moment of union, as we have just explained? Rabbi Zera said, once, I was walking in the desert and I came upon a certain Arab who was lugging a load of 10 seahs on his shoulders even though he was elderly. I said to him, such strength ought to be for plying Torah. He replied, not for that did my mother and father make me, but for this toil, for I heard from my father that at the moment that he conceived me, his desire was for a strapping son, who would bring in the produce from the field, and he focused on that thought at that moment. And look, I am old. What can I do? Rabbi Yehuda said, happy are those whose fathers contemplated noble matters. How do we know from Bathsheba, Solomon's mother? For the verse attests that she was the perfect mother for Solomon, for he was founded from her conduct, from her contemplation, and from her striving, as is said, what, my son and what, son of my womb. Granted that this applies to his mother, but concerning his father, how do we know, as is written, a song of ascents of Solomon? Unless Yehovah builds the house, its builders labor in vain. But didn't he, Solomon, utter this song? Rabbi Yitzhak said, heaven forbid. Rather, David uttered it about Solomon with the Holy Spirit when the prophet told David, behold, a son shall be born to you, his name shall be Solomon. Chronicles. David said, I had a son from Bathsheba but he died. Now another will be born to me, he comes from heaven. And so he uttered this song, and through it attuned himself to heaven, as is written, a song of ascents. Li Shlomo, of Solomon, for Solomon's sake. He said, unless Jehovah builds the house, if his aid does not complement my consummate attunement, its builders labor in vain shall we labor, as at first when we labored in vain, and it was because of that sin he died. As for me, I must be banished from Jerusalem, and while I am away, unless Jehovah watches over the city from everyone, the watchman guards in vain. Rabbi Pinhas said he left 10 concubines to watch the house, and still what happened, therefore the watchman guards in vain. Rabbi Yehuda said this song was uttered for Solomon. For his sake he recited, attuning himself to heaven, and his mother attuned herself to heaven, and from them Solomon came forth, of whom is written, Solomon sat upon the throne of Jehovah as king. Chronicles. Rabbi Yitzhak said that is why he was called Lemuel. What is the meaning of Lemuel? Lemuel, it is like Lemo, upon, my mouth, teaching that both of them concentrated Lemuel, in other words, upon God. Hence we have learned whoever is attuned to heaven at that moment engenders a virtuous child. How do we know? From Samuel, for whose sake his mother continually attuned herself to heaven, as is written, I will dedicate him to Jehovah. Samuel. And similarly for this lad I prayed, in the same way David said, if I now have a son he shall be designated Lemuel, given to God. Our rabbis have taught. Rabbi Yos son of Pazi said, I was once walking on the way and I came upon the mountain of Kadu village. The inhabitants were happy in their share. And I slept there on Sabbath eve and on Saturday night. I saw that my innkeeper wanted to lie with his wife. He stood on one side and prayed, and she stood on the other and prayed. I asked them, what is your prayer at this moment? They answered, our timing is to couple every Sabbath, and we offer prayer before the blessed Holy One that we will have a son who will perform his service, a sin-fearing son, a son who will observe his commandments, not straying from Torah to the right or left. I said to them, may it be his will that your request be fulfilled, for you have acted for the sake of heaven. Rabbi Yos said, I will behold the face of Shekinah. For some time later, I happened to be there and I saw the son who was born to them, and he was 7 years old. He saw me in the house but did not wish to speak with me. His father said to him, approach him, for he is a great man. He said, I am afraid to converse with him or approach him because I don't know whether he possesses a holy soul or not, for so my teacher taught me this day it is forbidden to converse with or approach anyone who does not possess a holy soul. He said to him, heaven forbid, he is a great man and a dignitary of the generation. He approached me, and immediately upon speaking with me said, I see in you that you possess a new soul for only a short while, and that it was not infused within you when you came into the world. I was astounded. I said, so it is, for I was a bachelor when I engaged Torah and a soul was bequeathed me. He asked me, do you know about Nefesh Aya, the creaturely soul, that scripture said was from the earth? Now look, it implies a living soul. Why, I replied, speak, my son. He said, so my teacher taught me this is the soul that the earth brought forth, it was hewn from the earth. Even so it is alive, moving here and there, the way animals and creeping things and all creatures do. But it does not possess insight or wisdom of the worship of the blessed Holy One. It was created solely for animals and creatures to move about with, lacking insight to be obliterated when it departs, like the breath of the mouth. I said to him, my son, who is your teacher? He replied, Rabbi Alexandre. I asked him, what did you learn today? He answered me, this verse as is written, Reshit, the beginning of wisdom is fear of Jehovah, good insight to all who practice them. So said Rabbi Alexandre, what is wisdom? It is the name of the blessed Holy One. He is wisdom. He never revealed it to anyone, nor will he reveal it in the future aside from a fraction to Moses alone. He did not fathom in its entirety, but comprehended what no person had fathomed about that Reshit, beginning, which is wisdom. As is written of Moses, he saw Reshit for himself. This refers to wisdom. Now, you might say, look, it is written Jehovah gave Solomon wisdom. Kings, it is not written Jehovah gave Solomon the wisdom, but rather wisdom he fathomed a part of its truth. the Messiah is also destined to know a part of it, as is written of him, the Spirit of Jehovah will alight upon him, a spirit of wisdom and understanding. Wisdom is the beginning of all and precedes all, but fear of Jehovah is good insight, that is to say, fear abides in one's insight and understanding in order to know and investigate the awe of Jehovah. To all who practice them, to one who first practices the commandments in fear, until he accustoms himself to practice out of love. I asked him, "What is your name?" He replied, "Love." I said to him, "Sir Love," and proclaimed for him, "I have loved you with eternal love." And I was privileged to see his son, Ravada, and told him about this. Rabbi Yaakov, son of Idi, said Adam was wise because he could recognize and perceive all who possessed the creaturely soul and who possessed the holy neshama. When they came before him, he recognized them all. As is written, whatever Adam called him nefesh ayah, creaturely soul, to whoever does not perceive and recognize the service of his creator, and neshama to whoever perceived and recognized the service of his creator. So it is until this very day, whoever does not perceive and recognize the service of his creator, and does not engage in Torah, possesses a creaturely soul and not the neshama. Rabbi Yehuda said, even though beasts, animals, and their kind possess that creaturely soul and they have been permitted to human beings, the Blessed Holy One has compassion upon them in their death, that pain not be afflicted upon those possessing the creaturely soul. For there is no one who does not possess the creaturely soul until he turns to worship his Creator, distinguishing himself from other people, in order to engage in Torah and commandments, thereby acquiring the holy neshama. That is why a slaughterer from whose hand has emerged Nevela or Teref the first time, he is to be removed the second time, he is to be placed under the ban the third time. It is proclaimed about him in the market that everything he slaughtered is Teref, and he is never appointed as a slaughterer again. Rabbi Yitzhak said, for the first offense, is he not punished? Aside from this, look at what we have learned. A slaughterer who does not present a knife to a sage is to be placed under the ban, is to be removed, and it is to be proclaimed that his meat is Teref. If this is the case concerning a knife that is not satisfactory, how much more so concerning one from whose hand has emerged Nevela or Teref, that he is to be placed under the ban and removed, and that it is to be proclaimed that his meat is Teref. Rabbi Yos said, I saw Rabbi Yehuda who had invited Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Agai. There was a certain slaughterer who was called Rabbi Abba, who slaughtered a chicken, intending to cut 2 marks. They examined and found that he cut 1 mark, but the other he did not cut. Rabbi Yehuda said to him, "What was your intention?" He replied, 2 marks. He said, "But I found only 1 was cut." Nevertheless, the meat is kosher, and even though intention is not essential in slaughtering, henceforth you shall not be a slaughterer. Rabbi Yos said to him, intention does not refer to this, but rather intention to the Blessed Holy One, that one slaughter for the sake of his name, and not for any other purpose. If he intended 2 marks yet cut only 1, it is permitted after the fact. As we have learned, if a person cut 1 mark in the case of a bird after the fact, it is valid; in the first instance it is prohibited. Rabbi Yaakov said, everything that was created with the creaturely soul was permitted by the Blessed Holy One to human beings, because they do not possess a neshama to perceive and recognize. If they had a neshama, they would not have been permitted. Rabbi Abba inquired of Rabbi Iya. He said to him, you have said that neshama enters a person only when he contemplates the worship of the Blessed Holy One, whereupon he possesses neshama. And you have said that neshama is holy, supremely sublime. If so, what is implied by the verse, all that had nishmat ruah hayim, the breath of the spirit of life, in its nostrils of all that was on dry land died? Why did they die? Since they possessed neshama, they should have been saved. He could not answer. They went and asked Rabbi Elazar, son of Rabbi Shimon. He said to them, certainly it is so, and this verse helps us. For so did my father say when the flood arrived, there was no one for whom the Blessed Holy One could act, aside from Noah and his sons. But their merit was sufficient to shield only themselves and their wives. Their merit was inadequate to shield the entire generation. As for those who were righteous beforehand, like Enoch and Jared, who possessed holy neshama and deserved that the Blessed Holy One should act for their sake, they had died. As the verse says, all that had the breath of the spirit of life in its nostrils, referring to those who possessed the holy neshama. That you will not think the verse is referring to those who were in the flood. The verse goes on to say all that was on dry land died. They were no longer alive at that time, in the days of the flood. Rather, on dry land they died, namely they had already departed from the world, and there did not remain in the world a righteous person to shield his generation. Then judgment was executed upon the wicked. Rabbi Iya said to Rabbi Abba, didn't I tell you that this golden head from the masters of Mishnah would be able to answer? Happy are you, O masters of Mishnah, your share in the world to come is greater than all. Rabbi Elazar said further, what is the meaning of the verse? Praise him with the blast of the shofar, praise him with the lute and lyre, praise him with timbrel and dance, praise him with strings and flute. Does the blessed Holy One require any of this? Rather, David said, all your praise with these instruments before the blessed Holy One. Isn't he worth a thing, like a person who says to his fellow, now do this and do that, yet all that you do? Isn't he worth a thing until you do this specific thing? So did David say, praise him with sounding cymbals, praise him with crashing cymbals. This does not constitute praise. What then is praise? Let every neshama praise Yah. Hallelujah. The others are not worth anything, only the praise of the neshama, as is written, let every neshama praise Yah. Hallelujah. Our rabbis opened with this verse, go, gaze. God said, let the waters be upon the works of God, gathered how he has brought shamet, desolation, on earth. Rabbi Elazar said how human nature differs from the nature of the blessed Holy One. It is the nature of human beings that their deeds outlive them, but the blessed Holy One outlives his deeds. As Hannah said, there is none holy like Jehovah, for there is none Bilteker beside you. Samuel, what is the meaning of for there is none Bilteker beside you? Do not read Bilteker beside you, but rather Bilteker, who outlives you. So it is written, go, gaze upon the works of God. Rabbi Elazar said King David was astounded by the works the blessed Holy One performs in this world. He said, go, gaze upon the works of God. He should have said, come rather. David said, all the inhabitants of the earth in this world, go from one end of the world to the other, and you will discover the works of the blessed Holy One. As are his works at one end of the world, so are his works at the other end of the world. He establishes inhabitants in the world. If they are worthy, he settles them, their children, and their children's children, until the end of the world. If they are not worthy, he obliterates them from there, and that place and that city are never built again, demonstrating to humanity that that place was the abode of the wicked, and that the blessed Holy One has executed judgment upon it, as is written how he has brought desolation on earth. Alternatively, go, gaze upon the works of Elohim, God. Rabbi Pinus said, what prompted David to say the works of Elohim, rather than the works of Jehovah? Well, Rabbi Pinus said because the entire work of creation was founded with the name Elohim. When the blessed Holy One created the world, the waters were advancing and descending. When he saw the earth below, he thrust it between the waters. It was concealed and congealed between the waters. The blessed Holy One performed a miracle within a miracle. It is the nature and way of the world that water is light and earth is heavy, and that which is heavy sinks below, while that which is light rises above. But the blessed Holy One, to display his miracles and deeds to humanity, cast down and lowered the light below, while the heavy he raised above, over the light, as is written, to the one who spread the earth above the waters, that is to say, water which is light below, and earth which is heavy above. Furthermore, from between the waters he brought forth and revealed dry land, for it is not the way of the earth to bring forth dry land from between the waters, but rather moisture. When he brought forth the dry land from between the waters, he called it earth. As is written, God called the dry land earth. It has been taught he called it by 7 names: Erez, Adamah, Gai, Neshie, See, Arka, and Tivl. Tivl is the greatest of them all, as is written, he will judge Tivl, the world, with righteousness. This is the meaning of what is written, how he has bestowed Shmo, names, upon the earth. Rabbi Yehuda said the blessed Holy One created 7 firmaments, and corresponding to them 7 earths. It has been taught the waters brought forth one veritable earth from which the 7 earths were formed, as we have said. Rabbi Yo said the foundation of all was water. For we find that the essence of all the works of creation derived from water. It has been taught initially the waters were dispersed beneath the heavens until the Blessed Holy One rebuked them, and gathered and assembled them to one place, and the dry land appeared afterward. They dispersed as at first, and he spread the earth upon them, as is written, who spread the earth above the waters, for his love is forever. Allah said, what is the relevance of love here? Rabbi Yos said, the Blessed Holy One acted with great love for his world, for were the earth not above, the whole world would be erased at once. Rav Izda said, were it not so, human beings would not be able to plant and sow. Now that the earth is above, they plant and sow, and the earth abides enduringly in its power and vitality because of the moisture of the waters beneath the earth. From below countless rivers, springs, and pools flow forth, invigorating the entire world, causing all to flourish. This is the love that the Blessed Holy One rendered his creatures and the entire world. Our rabbis have taught, one day, Rabbi Shimon was sitting by the portal of the gate of Lyre, and Rabbi Yos, Rabbi Agai, and Rabbi Elazar his son were there. Rabbi Pinaz arrived. He said to him, look, the luminary of Mishnah is seated. Rabbi Shimon arose and sat him next to himself. He said to him, why is this day different from other days that you are silent and your mouth is not dripping with the sweetness of the honey of wisdom? He replied, I was contemplating in my heart that which Ezekiel said, as is written, I heard the sound of their wings like the sound of mighty waters, like the sound of Shaddai. Ezekiel did he measure mighty waters and measure the voice of Shaddai and conclude that the sound of mighty waters is like the voice of Shaddai. He said to him, that is why I was astonished by you, that your lips were not murmuring supernal mysteries. He said to him, this is a mystery of the account of the holy chariot. What we have learned in our Mishnah, 4 holy angels travel with the king's throne of glory as it journeys. Who are these angels? They that are called the holy living being. These 4 are more precious and exalted than all the other angels, except for one. Some say that this one is of those 4, but it is not so, for so we have found in the Book of Wisdom of King Solomon. When these 4 assemble together on their travels, the sound of their journeys is heard throughout the entire firmament, like the sound of innumerable, supernal angels referred to by thousand upon thousands served him, myriads upon myriads attended him, Daniel, and like the sound of that one minister ministering before the supernal king. The assembly in which they gather is at the time when he comes to infuse them with the glorious bounty of their king. Rabbi Pinaz wept, saying, with the key of the engraved keys that sprays profusely when they ascend, you were there if it pleases you, complete the verse. He said, a sound of tumult like the sound of a camp. Ezekiel, what is meant by the sound of a camp? So have we learned when they praise the Blessed Holy One, the sound of the word they praise in his presence is like the word of the praises of the camp of Israel when they praise him below. Beyond when they stood still, they let down their wings. What is meant by when they stood still? It is like because a Maju, they ceased, and answered no more. For when the camp of Israel do not praise the Blessed Holy One below, immediately they let down their wings. Ezekiel, the power of that holy assembly wanes, and they do not have strength to offer consummate praise in his presence. Further, another verse supports this interpretation, as is written, there was a voice from above the expanse over their heads, there was a voice, the voice of Jacob. When they abound in prayer, where does it ascend? Above the expanse over the heads of the living beings, where the prayers of the righteous are deposited. When they desist from raising their voice, from prayer and from reading Torah, what is written? When they stood still, that is to say, because of their silence in Torah and prayer, the wings of the living beings let down, as we have said. He said to him, that is why I came to hear from your mouth the spirit of wisdom, harmony, and supernal peace that have been bestowed upon you. Rabbi Yehuda said, Yikavu Hamayim, let the waters be gathered like the calf, plumb line, that the craftsman lays down to construct a building, that it not deviate in any direction. So the Blessed Holy One established a line for the waters, that they not escape their boundary in any direction, as is written, and I said, until here you may come, but no farther. It has been taught the Blessed Holy One established a boundary for the sea. What is this boundary? Rabbi Abba said, it is the sand, as is written, I made the sand a boundary for the sea. When the waters see the sand, they turn back and do not breach the line the Blessed Holy One established for them. Rabbi Yitzhak said, how profoundly the essence of the world is water, for the heavens derived their name from their mayim, water shemayim, heavens. The Blessed Holy One added fire to water, creating from them ha shemayim, the heavens namely Ish, fire, and Mayim, water. Rabbi Yehudai said this cannot be, for the heavens were created from the love that is before the Blessed Holy One. Rabbi Elazar said Rabbi Yitzhak has spoken well, and it does not contradict what Rabbi Yehudai said. For when you comprehend what water signifies, you will fathom the essence of the matter. When Rabbi Bo arrived, Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Ea entered in his presence. They said to him, "May our master tell us the essence of a certain matter from those supernal mysteries." He said, "I shall tell you one matter, beneficial for whoever possesses a comprehending heart." The masters of the mystery of Mishnah say that whoever desires to comprehend and to contemplate in his heart from the wisdom of the supernal king, should first understand what water signifies. And whoever desires to know the meaning of the congealment of his throne, should contemplate the covenant of salt, as is written, "It is a perpetual covenant of salt, from these two he will contemplate holy wisdom on high." Rabbi Abba said whoever desires to comprehend the nature of the existence of this world, should understand the matter of salt administered by the minister appointed beneath his master. He must know what it signifies and how it is dissolved in water, then he will contemplate wisdom. Rabbi Yitzhak said in the name of Rav, those soothsayers who set up their occult cups with water and salt, this pertains to light, to flame, to contemplate wisdom. Alternatively, God said, "Let the waters under heaven be gathered to one place." Rabbi opened, saying, "More than the sound of many waters, the sea's majestic breakers, majestic on high is Jehovah, more than the sound of many waters." When the Blessed Holy One commanded the waters to gather in one place, they dashed to and fro, exalting themselves on high. Rabbi Yitzhak said at that time the waters surged over the earth, which was immersed within them, covering it over. The Blessed Holy One said to them, "Not like this, rather, gather yourselves together to one place and let the dry land appear," implying that the earth existed previously as dry land without moisture amidst the waters. It is not written dry land, but rather the dry land. The waters were advancing, rising and descending, raising their voices to the ends of heaven, until the Blessed Holy One rebuked them, dispatching them to the abyss, the gathering place of the waters. Still their voices did not subside, and he called them seas. When they rise up there, in that place, their power is broken, and they descend not gushing out, for fear of their master's power, as is written, "More than the sea's majestic breakers, majestic on high is Jehovah." Rabbi Yos said, "If so, what is the meaning of that which is written afterward? Your testimonies are very faithful, holiness befits your house." What is the connection between this verse and the previous one? Rabbi Yitzhak replied, David said, "Master of the world, the testimonies you established through the work of creation are the truth that one must attest every day. As we have learned, whoever testifies every day concerning the work of creation is assured of being a scion of the world to come." David said further, "You are the one who made the entire world, and you made the waters. In their great abundance the waters engulfed the whole world, but you decreed that they assemble, entirely contracted, to one place. So may it be your will before you that your Shekinah that fills the entire world be contracted in your house, for it is more fitting that she abide there, as is written, holiness befits your house, and not for a short while, but rather, for all time." Alternatively, God said, "Let the waters under heaven be gathered to one place and let the dry land appear." Rabbi Tanam opened with this verse, "The righteous one perishes and no one takes it to heart. Devout people are taken away, while no one understands that because of evil the righteous one was taken away." We have learned there, when the Blessed Holy One examines the world and finds that there are no righteous people, and that many wicked people are flourishing in the world, it is then that he executes judgment upon the world. Rabbi Tanam said, like the conduct of the body with the soul, so the Blessed Holy One deals with the generation. Rabbi Yitzhak asked how so. He replied, "It follows this pattern: the righteous are the soul, and the wicked are the body. When the Blessed Holy One examines the world, he seizes the soul, while the body is left behind and the flesh decays. What does he seize? He seizes the soul, the righteous, while the body, the wicked, is left behind." Rabbi Tanam said, as is written, God said, "Let the waters be gathered." These are the righteous gathered to their eternal rest, which is one place designated for them in accordance with their rank. When they are gathered to the world to come, what is written, "Let the dry land appear," referring to the wicked, without deeds, without anyone to shield and protect them. As is said, the entire community of the Yiru saw that Aaron had expired. Do not read the Yiru saw, but rather the Yiru, they were seen. Look at what we have learned. Rabbi Yitzhak said in the name of Rav, though according to others it was Rav Yehuda in the name of Rav. As long as the righteous abide in the generation, the attribute of judgment cannot prevail upon them. As is written, he said that he would annihilate them had not Moses, his chosen one, stood in the breach before him to turn away his wrath from destroying. When the blessed Holy One desires to execute judgment upon the wicked, he removes the righteous from among them, then he executes judgment upon the wicked. A parable. To what can the matter be compared to a king who had an orchard? One day he entered his garden and noticed that it was completely overgrown with many thistles. He said, "I wish to eradicate them from here." He raised his eyes and saw beautiful and pleasing roses. He said, "For the sake of these roses, I will permit all the thistles." When the roses wafted fragrance, he took them and plucked them from the garden. Once he had plucked them, he said, "Now is the time to uproot the thistles of the garden, to eradicate them from here." Similarly with the blessed Holy One, as long as the righteous abide in the generation, judgment is not executed upon the wicked. When the righteous depart from among them, then judgment is executed upon the wicked. Rabbi Yitzhak asked Rabbi Elazar while they were traveling in the desert, saying, "I wish to ask a certain question if it is not a sin." He replied, "You may inquire of Torah whatever you desire." Ask, he said, concerning the verse, "God saw that it was good." Were this before the work, it would be fine and well, but since it is said after the work, it implies that beforehand he did not know the essence of the work, neither its perfection nor its beauty. When the work was complete, it seems he examined just how it turned out and only then declared that it was good. As is written, he saw, and afterward he said that it was good. He replied, "It is not a sin, and you are required to ask this." It serves as a warning to human beings. As Rabbi Yehuda said, when a person studies the account of creation and the works of every single day, let him not inquire concerning that which he has not been commanded, saying, "Why was this work act done in this form?" and that one in that form answer him, "You should know why God saw that it was good to make it so, therefore do not ask any more." Furthermore, so as to set an example to human beings and teach them the proper path, that even though the work was revealed and known to him before it was performed, he did not wish to pronounce that it was good until the work had been completed. Similarly, it is not fitting for a person to praise something until it is finished, lest he find in it a deficiency and he be proven false and trapped in his words. Rabbi Berechiah said, "So we have seen in numerous places that the blessed Holy One set an example to human beings to which to pay heed even though he had no need for it was perfectly well known to him. However, in order to set an example for human beings, it was necessary to act in this way. It is written, 'Let me go down and see whether as the outcry that has come to me they have dealt destruction.' Was it not perfectly well known to him that he needed to examine and investigate well?" Rabbi Berechiah said, "From here a warning to the court that they not rely on their own opinion but rather must examine, investigate, and scrutinize the matter thoroughly. As is written, you are to scrutinize, investigate, and inquire well. You are not permitted to rely on your own opinion." While they were sitting, they saw Rabbi Abba arriving. They said, "Look, one of the masters of Mishnah is coming." They approached him and asked this question. He said, "So have the masters of Mishnah decreed everything the blessed Holy One did, he did by his commands through an intermediary. He commanded the earth, do this, and she did as she was commanded, without deviating. He commanded the waters, do this, and the waters performed their work as they were commanded, without deviating. And similarly to the firmament, following the same pattern. When each of them had performed its work as commanded, the blessed Holy One saw that it had acted in the way he commanded, and he praised that specific work. As is written, God saw that it was good, that is, he saw that particular work, that they performed it as he commanded, and then said that it was good, namely that it was good that it had done as commanded. This is the meaning of God saw that it was good. Rabbi Yitzhak said, "They have all spoken well, but this word is the finest of all." Rabbi Berechiah said to Rabbi Yitzhak, "If that is the case, this word poses more problems than everything that was said, for if so, the verse should have said God saw all that they had made, and look, it was very good." Why does it say all that he had made? Rabbi Yitzhak replied, you raise a good point. They walked after Rabbi Abba. They told him this word. He said to them, it is a good point, but this helps us. It is written all that he had made in general, and it does not say all that they had made, implying the intermediaries he had made, who brought forth all they had been commanded, and look, it was good. Therefore it is written all that he had made. Rabbi Yehuda said God saw all that he had made, and look, it was very good that they abide forever in the precise existence and manner he made them, never altering from this form. Rav Huna said, in the name of Rav upon three the Blessed Holy One bestowed names at the work of creation. They are the heavens, the earth, and the waters. The heavens, how do we know? As is written, God called the expanse heavens. The earth, how do we know? As is written, God called the dry land earth. The waters, how do we know? As is written, the gathering of waters he called seas. Why? To perform through them all his work. But that which emerged from them, he granted to Adam to bestow upon them names. Rabbi Berechiah said, everything that heaven and earth brought forth, Adam bestowed upon them names, as is said, Adam called names to all the cattle and to the fowl of the heavens and to all the beasts of the field. Section Rabbi Yitzhak opened, awake, north wind sprout, come, south wind plants, blow upon my garden, kind, let its spices flow. Let my beloved come into luscious fruits. Song of Songs. God said, let the earth vegetation, seed-bearing fruit trees of every his garden, and eat its. Rabbi Abayu said, how assiduous must a person be in his actions, scrutinizing them every day, for the Blessed Holy One placed within him a pure soul to perceive and recognize his Creator, to contemplate the wonders he performs each day. It has been taught, Rabbi Yitzhak said, every day 4 winds blow from the 4 directions of the world. The east wind blows from the morning until the middle of the day, flowing forth from the beloved treasury. As we have learned, there is a treasury above among the gates of the east named Beloved, and it contains healing breezes for the world. This corresponds with what we have learned in the Mishnah of Rabbi Eliezer, as is written, morning without clouds Samuel, namely, when it is morning, whoever is beset by afflictions and illness is not seized by clouds. Correspondingly, Rabban Yonan son of Zakkai said, in that wind that stirs from the east, an angel is empowered from the morning until the middle of the day, named Michael. He is appointed over the east. Rabban Yonan son of Zakkai also said, Michael, about whom is written, look, Malachi, my angel, shall go before you. When you contemplate closely you find Mikhail, Malachi. This is what the Blessed Holy One said to Moses, look, my angel shall go before you, that is, look, Michael shall go before you. It has been taught, when the east wind rouses to flow into the world, whoever is walking on the way and attunes his spirit to this matter at that hour, all the blessings with which he is blessed are fulfilled, and he will rejoice the entire day. The west wind blows from the middle of the day until the night, and with it breezes flow forth from the fountain treasury, causing plants, trees, and crops to thrive. It has been taught, an angel is empowered from the middle of the day until the night, named Raphael. He is appointed over the west. Rabbi Yo son of Pazi said, if so, there is a difficulty here, for look, we have learned the angel empowered over healing is called Raphael. Yet you have said that healing comes from the east, over which Michael is appointed. Come and hear. Rabban Yonan son of Zakkai said, the Blessed Holy One's conduct toward human beings is entirely in order that they will acknowledge him, that he afflicts and that he heals, that human beings will not set their minds either to an angel or a prince. For this reason he switches the seasons and times, so that they will not say such and such an angel did this for me, but rather all is in his power. That is why he alternates the winds, so that they will pray before him and repent, whereupon he commands healing to alight upon him, and the angel empowered over healing acts as commanded according to the will of his master. The compassion of the Blessed Holy One, for he does not afflict a person until his deeds are weighed on the scale in the court above, and the one appointed over judgment is Michael. The compassion of the Blessed Holy One is such that even though he is deserving of judgment, every day he arouses for him a healing wind, until the person mends his deeds, repenting of them before his master. Then he sends him healing by the hand of the messenger so appointed. The south wind blows from the beginning of the night until midnight, and with it breezes flow forth from that beloved treasury, invigorating the earth and warming the cold. An angel is empowered over it, named Uriel. He is appointed over the south, in that wind. That wind is difficult for the sick, and they are oppressed thereby, though it is beneficial for the world. It has been taught at that time, the wicked are judged in the fire of hell. The entire world lies down, dreaming in sleep, and there is no one to pray on their behalf. The north wind blows from midnight until morning. It has been taught, currents and whirlwinds accompany it, and it is the most violent of all for everyone. It is, however, beneficial for the sick on account of its extreme cold for the excess heat they possess. It has been taught Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari said at that moment, the blessed Holy One ventures forth from those innumerable worlds that he desires, coming to delight with the righteous in the Garden of Eden. The voice of a herald proclaims before him, saying, Awake, north wind come, south wind song of songs namely awake north wind and rouse to flow through the world, to blow upon the spices of the garden, as is written blow upon my garden, let its spices flow as it has been taught when the north wind blows at midnight, and the blessed Holy One enters, all the spices and all the trees in the Garden of Eden emit their fragrance singing in his presence, as is written then all the trees of Hayah, the forest, will sing before Jehovah. Chronicles Rabbi Shimon said this forest is like that of which is said I have eaten your ari, my honeycomb, and my honey song of songs. All the righteous delight from the splendor of the speculum above, they are nourished by it and sing in the presence of their Creator in the Garden of Eden, as is written let my beloved come into his garden and eat Peri Megadeth, its luscious fruits. Rabbi Menim said what is implied by eat now? Could you possibly think that the blessed Holy One eats this? Cannot be. Rather, it is like one who says let the master of the house come, so that the guests may eat. So it is written let my beloved come into his garden, namely when my beloved comes to his garden, those who are waiting for him shall eat. Who is this Peri Megadeth? His luscious fruits the righteous, who are the luscious fruits of the blessed Holy One. Our rabbis have taught when the north wind begins to blow, all the heavens and all the firmaments, the holy living beings and the Ophanim, and the entire host of heaven, all of them tremble and quiver, bursting forth in song and praise to the one who spoke and the world was, until he enters with the righteous in the Garden of Eden. This is at midnight. Rav Yehuda said in the name of Rav, whoever possesses a holy soul hears the voice of the rooster calling at midnight. For Rav Yehuda said in the name of Rav at midnight, when the blessed Holy One enters the Garden of Eden, a spark of fire flashes from between the wheels of the living beings, soaring throughout the world, striking beneath the wings of the rooster. At that moment in fear it beats its wings against one another and calls out. This is at midnight. Whoever possesses intelligence in his heart, and rouses and rises to engage in Torah, his voice soars and is heard in the Garden of Eden, and the blessed Holy One listens. The righteous ask him, Master of the world, who is this? He replies, saying, it is so and so, and the holy soul within him is plying Torah. Pay heed, all of you, for this is more pleasing to me than all the songs and praises uttered above. As is written, you who dwell Ganim, in the garden's song of songs, namely, O holy soul, you dwell in that world amidst neuter, muck, and mire, yet you engage in Torah at this moment. Companions, listen for your voice, for the righteous like you are listening for your voice, which is sweet. Since it is so, let me hear, raise your voice in my Torah, and I will bestow upon you a reward of love in the world to come. Rabbi Tanam said David knew this moment. For we have learned a harp was suspended above David's bed, and when it was midnight, the north wind would stir and blow upon it. Immediately he would rise and invigorate himself in song and praise, as is written, awake, my glory, awake, harp and lyre, I will awaken dawn. Rabbi Zerah said, how do we know that the north wind blows upon the harp? Rabbi Yitzhak replied, from here is written, awake, my glory, and there is written, awake, north wind, song of songs. Just as there it refers to the north, so here it refers to the north, and every night, the blessed Holy One and the righteous would listen to him in the Garden of Eden. Our rabbis have taught the blessed Holy One made a Garden of Eden on earth below, and it is aligned corresponding to the throne of glory and the awesome curtain. It has been taught there is a certain place above it. Eden is its name that no prophet's eye has been empowered to see, neither in a vision nor apparition, as is written, no eye has seen, O God, but you. Rabbi Shimon said, from that Eden above, the garden below is nourished. From there all the trees, all the plants, and all the produce in the garden are invigorated. Rabbi Shimon also said 3 times every day, The supernal Eden above the garden exudes all manner of beautiful aromas, supernal radiances, pleasures, and delights. From that aroma, delight, and pleasure trickling down upon it, the entire world is nourished. It has been taught. Rabbi Shimon said, when the Blessed Holy One said, "Let the earth sprout vegetation," immediately the earth sprouted all the produce, verdure, and trees in the Garden of Eden first. Afterward she sprouted for the entire world. Rabbi Yehuda said the earth sprouted for the entire world, while the Blessed Holy One sprouted for the Garden of Eden, as is written, Jehovah God planted a garden in Eden Mekedim. At first Rabbi Shimon said the earth brought forth everything, but the Blessed Holy One selected all the choicest among them and planted them in the Garden of Eden. From that which trickles down from Eden, all are nourished, as is written, the trees of Jehovah are sated, cedars of Lebanon that he planted where the birds build their nest. Who are these birds? They are the righteous. For the Blessed Holy One fashions them wings like birds, to fly above with knowledge and insight, raising them aloft to the sight concealed for them, about which is written, no eye has seen, O God. But you, Rabbi Yehuda said, the earth bore vegetation that continued to sprout afterward, plants for the utility of the world, and all the medicinal herbs for the creatures to be healed. The earth bore and sprouted all of them at once. Rabbi Yehuda son of Shalom said, on the same day that heaven and earth were created, on that very day they engendered all their generations, nothing was lacking from them, as implied by the verse, these are the generations of heaven and earth. When were these generations made? On the day Jehovah God made earth and heaven. Precisely all the world's requirements were made on the same day. Afterward, he revealed them, each day in turn, elaborating each and everything on the day it was revealed. In a similar vein, Rabbi Yitzhak said, in the name of Rabbi Yonan, on the same day that the earth was created, on that very day she bore and sprouted all her offspring. They were all concealed beneath her until the Blessed Holy One commanded her to bring them forth, as is written, let the earth bring forth. It does not say let the earth create, but rather let the earth bring forth something concealed within her. She then brought forth each thing in its appropriate natural form, to propagate and seed itself, as is written, according to its kind. Rabbi Yehuda said, so did the Blessed Holy One act with regard to the earth like a pregnant female, subsequently bringing forth her fetus from within. Similarly the earth, when she was created, she was pregnant with all the elements that had been implanted within her. They brought forth all her generations. Rabbi Yitzhak said, like the vessels of a mother's uterus filled with a man's sperm containing all the elements, so the earth on the day she was created, on that very day she was impregnated with all that she engendered, as is written, in the beginning God created the heavens and the earth, and immediately the earth was chaos and void, and darkness and wind. Look, here are the four elements: fire, water, darkness, and wind. These generated all her generations. From these all of them were established. All the generations came into being from these forces. Rabbi Abba said, the swamps of the earth are filled with sperm like a female from the waters above. She is pregnant with them like a female impregnated by a male. Rabbi Agai asked Rabbi Dustai, saying, look at what is written, the earth brought forth vegetation, plants yielding seed, fruit trees bearing fruit of each kind. If the earth brought forth trees and fruits, why is it written afterward, no bush of the field was tem on earth, and no plant of the field had tem sprouted? If the meaning of tem follows its translation, he replied, so it is. But at that time they did not possess their powers to engender. Why? Because Jehovah God had not rained upon the earth, and there was no flow to well up from the earth, for had it been so, all their powers would have been primed to generate and germinate. But because of this, the earth did not possess the generative power. Rabbi Yitzhak went to visit Rabbi Zerah. He entered his house and found him strolling in the garden. He opened, saying, the sons of Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, went up from the city of date palms. Judges, what prompted the sons of Jethro to go up from there? For Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav, Jericho was the equal of all the land of Israel, on account of the abundant delights it possessed. As Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav, why was it called Jericho, in reference to the Riyah, fragrance? The sons of Jethro said, we must engage in Torah, and Torah does not require delights. Let us ascend from here to the mountain and engage in Torah. Rabbi Zerah said, I know what you are implying. It is only because the sons of Jethro did not yet know Torah and required the mountain, whereas I already know Torah and require thirsting clarity to fathom the teaching. He asked him what is the meaning of the verse the earth brought forth vegetation. He replied the earth brought forth all the generations hidden within her without, but they did not possess their powers until the blessed Holy One reigned upon the earth, whereupon all the generations endured in their consummate power, as is written God saw that it was good. A section we have learned there. Rabbi Yitzhak son of God said let there be lights in Yaakov said what is the firmament of the heavens, the meaning of the to shine upon the earth verse. You are entirely beautiful, my darling, there is no blemish in you. Song of Songs. When the blessed Holy One created his world, he fashioned it out of the light emanated from above, and he created the heavens from that first firmament that the blessed Holy One prepared and created at first. That firmament generated all the other heavens that were formed thereby. Rav Yehuda said in the name of Rav that firmament generated all the lights from the light it receives from above. When the blessed Holy One created the firmament of the heavens, he took the lights and placed them in the firmament called the firmament of the heavens, for that firmament was formed from the heavens. Rav Yehuda said in the name of Rav the supernal firmament generated the heavens beneath, and the heavens generated this firmament called the firmament of the heavens. The blessed Holy One took the two lights and placed them within, as is written God placed them in the firmament of the heavens. Rabbi Yitzhak said the blessed Holy One fashioned two lights and placed them in this firmament to have dominion over the earth, and so that the creatures might benefit from them. When he created them, they both emitted their light equally. The moon said, Master of the universe, you cannot conduct equally with two crowns. What did the blessed Holy One do? He diminished her. This is the significance of the monthly goat of atonement, of which is said a sin offering for Yehovah. Rabbi Yaakov said we have learned this in numerous places, but the matter is not settled in my heart. When Rav Naaman arrived, they went and asked him about this. He said according to its literal meaning. Rabbi Yehuda said to Rabbi Yaakov, do you wish to overstep your companion's words? He was silent. Rabbi Yo son of Rabbi Shimon son of Lekaniah went to see his son-in-law, Rabbi Elazar son of Rabbi Shimon. His daughter came out and took hold of his hands to kiss them. He said to her, go and Marati, humble yourself before your husband, for he is holy. Rabbi Elazar heard. He said, I have now remembered a certain word, a precious pearl uttered about the moon. As we have learned, the blessed Holy One said to the moon, go and Marati, diminish yourself, for the moon thought that dominion had been bequeathed to her. His father-in-law said to him, I have also heard thus, and so is it arrayed in my mind, such that I will not overstep the opinion of the companions. Rabbi Elazar opened his mouth, saying, happy are you, O Israel, who is like you, a people saved by Yehovah, your protecting shield, who is your majestic sword. But is the majesty of Israel the sword? Surely not, for look, the sword was bequeathed to Esau, as is written, you will live by your sword. Not so for Israel, rather, so have I heard from my father. These are the disciples of the wise. For when they hear a word that is not settled in their hearts, they battle with one another like warriors with the sword, seeking to kill one another. This word that our companion uttered is in this vein, and so have we decreed in the mystery of our Mishnah. When the blessed Holy One created the sun and the moon, he decreed upon the sun that it transpose to become the dominion of Esau, and he decreed upon the moon that, in this world, it be the dominion of Jacob. He appointed over them mighty princes until these two nations would appear. The prince appointed over the moon for the nation of Jacob requested of the blessed Holy One that dominion be bestowed upon the moon in this world, that is to say, upon the nation of Jacob. The blessed Holy One said, what does the nation of Jacob require aside from the world to come, where they will be granted dominion over all the nations? However, in this world, go and diminish yourself, subjugate yourself in exile to attain the world to come. When the nation of Jacob appeared, they protested before the blessed Holy One that dominion had been seized from them and granted to Esau. The blessed Holy One said to them, why do you require dominion in this world? For look, I pledge to grant you dominion over all the nations in the world to come. On this account, offer for me an atonement, that is, over that promise for which I am guarantor. Offer atonement and engage in Torah, and it will be for me to bestow upon you a good reward, and it will be for me to grant you dominion over all the nations, for that is why I diminished the moon in this world. Rabbi Yos, his father-in-law, came and kissed him on his head. He summoned his daughter and said to her, a shooting ray of light and a spark bountifully refracted is by you. Happy are you and happy is your share. Happy is my share in this world that I merited to behold this. Rabbi Yonan said, if Israel are worthy, the blessed Holy One illuminates them and they do not require another lamp. As is written, Jehovah shall be your eternal light. Rabbi Abayu said, since dominion was switched for them, Israel calculate their calendar according to the moon. According to her, Israel Menahazin, conduct their counting. As is written, you are beautiful Rayati, my darling song of songs Manigati, my guide. It is derived from Giviroe, O shepherd of Israel Naheg, who guides Joseph like a flock. There is no blemish in you, song of songs, you lack neither seasons nor appointed times. Alternatively, you are beautiful my darling, there is no blemish in you, song of songs. Our rabbis have taught at 4 periods in the year, the world is judged. Rabbi Alexandre said, but is a person really judged only at these times? For look at what is written, you inspect him each morning and examine him every moment. And Rabbi Yitzhak said, there is not a single moment when the blessed Holy One does not scrutinize the human being and all that he does. Yet we have learned here at 4 periods in the year. Rabbi Alexandre said, I retract, for the word of Torah applies to a different matter and not to the subject of the word of our rabbis. The verse says inspection and examination, while our rabbis say judgment, implying that the blessed Holy One scrutinizes the world every single day, but executes judgment only at these 4 times, to judge the entire world. For the sake of human beings, the blessed Holy One executes judgment in the world through all these judgments on Pesach for the produce. What does this imply? Rabbi Yitzhak said, for the produce, precisely as Rabbi Yitzhak said in the previous year, the blessed Holy One gave them produce ample for the world. If people did not tithe, nor give from it to feed the poor, orphans, or widows, then when the new year comes, he judges the entire world concerning the produce of the year that passed. On Atzeret, he judges the world for sin pertaining to the fruit of the tree, because they did not weight their foreskin, nor set them aside in the sabbatical year for the poor and the stranger. On Rosh Hashanah, he judges the entire world, the bodies of human beings as well as souls, inspecting them and judging them for everything they did throughout the entire year. It has been taught even the steps of a human being are reckoned and come under judgment on that day, as is written, surely he sees my ways and counts all my steps. Rabbi Yos taught 3 companies enter judgment: a company of the completely righteous, a company of the completely wicked, and a company of the intermediate. Corresponding to them are 3 powers in a human being: the power of the holy neshama, the desiring power, and the motive power. What is the motive power? Rabbi Yehuda said, the power that makes the body grow and moves it in accordance with all its needs. Rabbi Yos son of Pazi says, the compassion of the blessed Holy One, even though the court above convenes, standing in judgment to judge the creatures. Instructing before the blessed Holy One concerning the innocence and guilt of human beings, as Rabbi Yos son of Pazi taught, 3 companies of ministering angels preside in judgment at Rosh Hashanah. Some plead innocence for good, and some plead guilt for evil. The compassion of the blessed Holy One who proffered advice that they might be delivered from judgment, for it has been taught what is the significance of a commemoration by horn blast. We have not found a teaching about remembrance by horn blast, aside from what Rabbi Yos said. It is written, when you enter into battle in your land against the foe who assails you, you shall sound a blast with the trumpets, and you will be remembered before Jehovah your God, and you will be delivered from your enemies. It is a remembrance of this blast. The blessed Holy One said, sound before me this blast, which is a commemoration of that blast. Immediately you will be delivered from your enemies in the same way. From your enemies, who are they? Those who plead a person's guilt. As it has been taught, Rabbi Abayu said, in the name of Rabbi Yonan, there are angels who plead a person's guilt, and there are angels who plead their innocence. Even if one among 1,000 pleads in his favor, they withdraw from him, as is written, if he has an angel over him, an advocate, one among 1,000 to vouch for his uprightness. Afterward is written, then he is gracious to him and says, deliver him from descending to the pit. But is there really an angel who speaks against a person's favor? Rabbi Shimon said, heaven forbid that an angel speaks against favor. Rather, there are angels appointed to examine and report on a person's guilt whenever he transgresses, and they report that matter as they were commanded. In a similar vein, with all the host of heaven standing Aleph, by him kings. What is meant by Aleph? By him Aleph, over, Ahab, for they were deliberating over his judgment. On his right and on his left those inclining to the right to acquittal, and those inclining to the left to condemnation. Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav, why is the judgment of the body and soul on Rosh Hashanah? Because on that day, Adam was born. On that day, the body was made and the soul infused within. On that day, he was judged and judgment was ordained for the generations. On the festival, they are judged for water because they scorn the washing of hands, and slight mikveh and purification, which all involve water. That is why they are judged for water concerning the subject of water. Rabbi A said a person is likewise judged at 4 intervals on the very day he contemplates transgression, at the time he performs the deed on Rosh Hashanah day, and in the world to come. Rabbi Abayu said at the moment he performs the transgression when he is ill. As Rabbi Abayu said, when a person is ill, he is weighed in judgment when he dies and his soul departs, and in the world to come. Rabbi Yehuda said, the faith and joy of the righteous, that when they depart this world brimming with good deeds, and they convene to examine the soul, she is not held back. What do they say to her? You are entirely beautiful, my darling. Song of Songs. Rabbi Abayu said, the righteous person says this about the soul within him: you are entirely beautiful, Rayati, my darling, my guide, for I did not corrupt you with evil deeds, as is written, there is no blemish in you. Alternatively, God said, let there be meorit, lights. Why is it missing the vovs? Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi said, this is the prayer of the righteous who have departed this world, that their reward not be delayed in the world to come. As Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi said, what is the meaning of the verse? An image like the appearance of a man, upon it Mala, above Ezekiel. This is Ma'alatan, the degree of the righteous, Lamala, ascendant, beyond all degrees. What is the significance of Aleph? Upon it Rabbi Yehuda said, that of which is written upon it, the appearance of the image of the glory of Yehovah. When I beheld it, I flung myself down on my face. Rabbi Yitzhak said, this is Jacob, whose rung is above, as is written, like the appearance of a man. How is this implied? Here is written Aleph, upon it, and there is written God ascended me Aleph, from upon him. Rabbi A son of Yaakov said, there is not a single night when the herald does not go forth, proclaiming, ascend, O devout ones, come and bless your Creator, as is written, your devoted ones bless you. The glory of your kingship they say, and of your might they speak. Why? To make known to humankind his mighty acts. Our rabbis have taught. Once, Rabbi Yos was walking on the way. Rabbi Ea met him, and they walked on together. They encountered a certain mountain, and the mountain terrified them. Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Ea, let us say a word of Torah, and walk on. Rabbi Ea said, certainly. Concerning that which the wise scholars of Mishnah have said about the sun that shone for Jacob, how long till it is so again? Rabbi Yos said, I shall tell you a word that my father once said, that the sun and great light that shone for Jacob is concealed for the righteous in the time to come. It is not the sun utilized by the children of Esau. It was decreed that the children of Jacob be subjugated beneath him. At that time Jacob was saddened. He said, Master of the world, look, my light has been given to Esau. A heavenly voice issued, saying, do not fear, my servant Jacob, your light has been concealed for you and your children. He said, show me. At that moment the blessed Holy One revealed that sun which Jacob saw, and no one else, as is written, the sun rose upon him, the same sun that was concealed as he passed Penuel. Rabbi Yos said, when he prevailed upon the prince of Esau. Upon him, implying not for anyone else. Even though Jacob delighted to behold, and even though he had prevailed upon the prince of Esau, what is written about him, and he was limping on his hip. Rabbi A said, the light illuminated, but his heart was dark concerning the fruit of his loins, who would be subjugated beneath Esau. While they were walking, they heard the voice of a child in the mountain. He was wandering and weeping. Rabbi Yos said, let us approach him, for I am not afraid. For we have learned, to one person he shows himself and causes harm, to two he shows himself but does not cause harm. They approached him, and the child was weeping. When they reached him, Rabbi Yos said, children of the Master of the world, are we of the one whose name is designated 1 above 2 in letters 3, inscribed in the mystery of 4, 2 engraved above 1 applied to the holy living being? Why did Rabbi Yos say this? He was afraid lest he be a demon, and they are greatly terrified by the name of the Master of the world. When the child heard this word, he answered, saying, I am a Jew. I am the grandson of Rabbi Ea the Great. My father used to teach me verses of the Song of Songs and the portion of Bereshit. My father died and bandits kidnapped me. I just escaped them and fled to this mountain. Rabbi Yos wept and said, woe that the grandson of Rabbi Ea should wander, so he took him by the hand and they walked on. Rabbi Yos said to him, tell me, my son, what you learned with your father. He replied, I was engaged in the passage, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven. He asked him, what did your father say about this passage? The child opened his mouth, saying, well dug by princes, delved by the people's nobles, with scepter, with their staves it has been taught. The blessed Holy One bestowed 3 fine gifts upon Israel, through 3 shepherd siblings, Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. By the merit of Moses, the manna descended upon Israel. By the merit of Aaron, the clouds of glory accompanied Israel. By the merit of Miriam, the well traveled with them. Miriam died, the well ceased. Aaron died, the clouds of glory were withdrawn. As is written, the entire community Vyiru saw that Aaron had expired. Do not read Vyiru saw, but rather Vyiru, they were seen. The well ceased. How do we know? As is written, the people stayed in Kadesh and Miriam died there, and it is written afterward, there was no water for the community. By the merit of Moses, the 3 of them were restored. My father used to say that the images of the 3 of them are engraved in the expanse, that their merit might illuminate upon Israel. As is written, God placed them in the firmament of heaven to shine upon earth. How do we know that the 3 of them are engraved in the firmament? For look at what we have learned concerning all of them is written by the mouth of Jehovah, though concerning Miriam it is not written by the mouth of Jehovah, because it is not the custom of the world. However, my father said concerning all of them is written there, Miriam died there, Aaron died there, Moses died there. Here is written there, and elsewhere is written there. He was there with Jehovah, just as in that case he was with Jehovah, so in this case as well with Jehovah. As we have learned, why did Moses die outside the land? To teach that through his merit, the dead of the desert would rise. My father said, Moses said before the blessed Holy One, Master of the world, I would enter the land to fulfill your commandments, as is written, when you come into the land now, when you come to the land therein heres fulfillment of your commandments. He said to him, that which you have enjoined completes you, that which Israel will perform in the Holy Land your portion will be with them, as is written, therefore I will give him a portion among the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the mighty. Therefore I will give him a portion among the great, the righteous of Israel, and he shall divide the spoil with the mighty, the patriarchs. Why? Because he poured out his soul unto death. As Rabbi Ea the elder said, we have not found a shepherd who surrendered his soul for his flock like Moses, who said, now, if only you would bear their sin, if not, please obliterate me from your book. What is the meaning of please obliterate me from this world and the world to come? Fulfilling the verse, because he poured out his soul unto death and was numbered among sinners, for he was buried with the dead of the desert, who were wicked before the blessed Holy One. Whereas he bore the guilt of the many, for he did not budge from there until the blessed Holy One absolved them, and made intercession for sinners, for he multiplied his prayer on their behalf. Consequently the 3 of them are engraved above. Rabbi Yos came and kissed him and carried him on his shoulders for 3 miles. He proclaimed for him, all your children will be taught by Jehovah. Rabbi Shimon taught the blessed Holy One made the sun solely for the use of humankind. The sun travels through places in the inhabited world. It ascends and descends and has known levels and ma'alat, degrees, corresponding to what is written, I will cause the shadow of ma'alat, the dial of degrees, which has descended on the dial of Ahaz to recede 10 degrees. Rabbi Yos said, how does it ascend? Rabbi said, we have already learned from the masters of the academy that the world is round like a ball. When the sun ventures from the east, it travels in a circle until it goes down, and then evening falls. At that time it travels and descends in a circular way through certain levels, descending and circumnavigating the whole inhabited world. When it descends and is concealed from us, it is night for us, but it illuminates those dwelling beneath us, in accordance with the habitation and spherical nature of the earth. Then it continues on and descends, separating the waters beneath the ocean from the waters above. It makes a division in the middle of the waters to prevent the stream of water gushing from hell from inundating and injuring humankind. Therefore it is called Shimshah, sun, solely because it Shamsha, serves humankind. That is why it is called Shims Ha Shamashadi Meshemsh, the servant serving all. Rabbi Elazar said, if the sun did not dip into the ocean, it would burn and incinerate the entire world. It ascends from beneath the inhabited world and reaches the level called Carbosa in Greek. From that level it begins to ascend above, and the sound of its revolutions is heard throughout all the firmaments as it journeys, singing as it goes. No one has ever heard it other than Moses, the faithful servant of the king, and Joshua, who ministered to him. When Joshua needed it, and he heard the roaring, melodious sound of the sun, he could not bear it. What is written, he said in the presence of the Israelites, O sun at Gibon, Dom, be still. Joshua, what is meant by Dom? Cease uttering song, cease your roaring, melodious sound. For he could hear the sound of its journeys as it traveled. Rabbi Bo said the sun makes journeys between day and night, the numerical value of Shemesh, sun circumnavigating the entire world in its orbit. Why is this necessary? To soften and warm the soil, ripening herbs and crops, to make the fruit and trees grow. Rabbi Yehuda said, corresponding to the pattern above, the blessed Holy One fashions below. Just as above there is heaven, so below there is heaven. Why is it called Shemayim, heaven? Rav Huna said Ish, fire, and Mayim, water. Rabbi Yitzhak said this is derived from here, he makes peace in his heights. It is not written among his angels, but in his heights, for they are comprised of fire and water, and he makes peace between them. Correspondingly below fire and water, the firmament returns from below, warming the soil from the heat of the fire and the sun, while the blessed Holy One rains down water upon the earth, cooling the soil, complementing the warmth from below. Both of these regenerate the earth, causing it to flourish. The blessed Holy One created them all for the benefit of human beings. Rabbi Abayu, Rabbi Ea, and Rabbi Nathan were walking on the way. Rabbi Nathan said, are you not astounded by those masters of Mishnah? For the decree of their mouth is like the decree of the holy angels, and I have recalled what they have said. The sun's light is emanated from the splendor of the speculum above, and its light is not its own. As implied by what is written, let there be meorit, lights. The verse should have said, let there be orit, lights. What is the significance of meorit? Rabbi Zera said, minorit, the word is in fact orit, lights. The mem functions as an addition, in other words, minorit, from the lights. Rabbi Ea said, do not be surprised by it, for Torah was emanated from supernal wisdom, and the heavens were emanated from the supernal firmament that is above the heads of the living beings. Similarly, when you contemplate with wisdom, all that is above and below was emanated, this from that, and one from another, and the blessed Holy One is above all. From the throne of glory they began to emanate, one from another, and the throne of glory from him. All of them are as naught compared to him, as is written, all the inhabitants of the earth are considered as nothing, he does as he wishes with the host of heaven. Daniel. Rabbi Abayu said, let this not trouble you, for with all due deference our leader begins at first by teaching Torah to the translator, and the translator to those near him, and those near him to those near them. So we find that when the teaching is completed, all is dependent on the leader. Likewise we find above and in all worlds. Rabbi Abayu also said Moses was illuminated from the supernal splendor. Joshua was illuminated from Moses, the elders illuminated from Joshua, the prophets illuminated from the elders, the chiefs and the leaders of the people were illuminated from the prophets, all of them, one from another. While they were walking, they met Rabbi Elazar. They said, look, one of the masters of the Mishnah has arrived. They said to him, is it true that you have said that the sun's light is illuminated from the splendor of the speculum above? He replied, it is so. He opened, saying, a spring in the garden, a well of living waters, a flowing stream from Lebanon. Song of Songs. Scripture calls her a spring, afterward a well, afterward a flowing stream. Here one should contemplate the spring extends from the well, and the well from the flowing stream, and the flowing stream from Lebanon, to convey that they were all emanated, this from that, and one from another. So it is with the sun. Its light is not its own, but rather one thread of splendor extends, illumining the sun. Look at what we have learned in our Mishnah. With the light that the blessed Holy One created at first, one could gaze and see from the beginning of the world to its end. The light of the sun is a 60,075th of the light of the speculum of the concealed light. If even at this light of the sun a person cannot gaze, how much more so at that light? Yet we have said that a person could see with it from the beginning of the world to the end of the world. Well, so have we decreed in our Mishnah, with that light, a person could know and see with the radiance of wisdom all that was and all that will be, from the beginning of the world to the end of the world, and it has been concealed for the righteous in the world to come. What is meant by in the world to come? When the holy soul leaves this world and enters the world to come. It is written, he was there with Jehovah 40 days and 40 nights. He ate no bread and drank no water. How come? Because he delighted in that splendor, and even though he descended from there and that light did not descend with him, they were unable to gaze upon Moses' face, on account of what he had seen previously when he was there, and his face remained radiant like the sun. Rabbi Elazar turned to go on his way, and they walked after him to accompany him on his journey for 3 miles. They said to Rabbi Elazar, happy are you, O masters of Mishnah, for you were right behind Moses when the Torah was given by him. Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Natan walked on, while Rabbi Abayu did not wish to part from him. He walked with him on his way. Rabbi Elazar opened, saying, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven. Come and hear. The blessed Holy One made 18 firmaments that travel on their journeys, orbiting the entire world. Each one is delayed the measure bestowed upon it by its master. When a particular firmament completes its measure, many magnificent events are innovated in the world. Now, the fool-hearted imagine in their minds that this is on account of the orbiting of the firmament. But it is not so. For every single day from morning to evening the blessed Holy One originates supernal, magnificent, and mighty events. Sometimes, when a particular firmament completes its journey, a decree of the supernal king transpires in the world, and the fool-hearted imagine that this was on account of that firmament, yet their hearts are in foolishness. The blessed Holy One fashioned the 4th firmament and placed within it this sun which orbits the entire world according to the seasons and times, for the benefit of the world and to serve human beings. It has been taught in our Mishnah, the sun moves through windows, ascending and descending according to the seasons and times. It rises and begins from the window of the east, from the window called Noga, gleam, traveling in a circular fashion until it reaches the window called Carbosa. Then it travels 6 months to the extremity of the north, until it reaches the window of Zohar, radiance, traveling 6 months to complete the year for the benefit of the creatures for sowing and harvesting. As is written, so long as the earth endures, seed time and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter shall not cease. 3 in its travels to the extremity of the south, and 3 when it travels to the extremity of the north. Sea time, cold, and winter in its travels to the extremity of the south, in accordance with the habitation of the earth. Harvest, heat, and summer in its travels to the extremity of the north. All is according to habitation of the earth, as we have said. In the same way, just as people use the light of this firmament, so all the hosts of heaven use the light of the firmament that is above the heads of the living beings. Rabbi Abayu said, why is it lacking the dwarfs? He replied, it is as we have said previously, because its light is not complete. For its light is only that which it receives from the light above, like a single ray from beyond the wall. That is why it is not called complete light. The only light worthy of being called complete is that referred to by light dwells with him. Daniel, the light that was concealed for the righteous is a 60,070. Fifth of the light that dwells with the blessed Holy One, and the light of the sun is 160,075th of the light that was concealed for the righteous in the world to come. Consequently, the light of the sun is not called complete light, nor is it fitting that it be called so. Therefore the blessed Holy One said, let it not trouble you that it is written Me'irat, curse, and that it is not complete, for I did not make it except for that which is written to shine upon the earth, to serve the people of the earth. And let it be enough for you, O people of the earth, that this luminary will serve you. Rabbi Elazar said, if at this small light people cannot gaze, how much more so at the light concealed for the righteous? Rabbi Abayu said, how much more so at the light of the luminary dwelling before the supernal king? He came to kiss Rabbi Elazar's hands. He said, now I know that it is truly appropriate that this Me'orat, lights, be deficient, and it is fitting that it be even more deficient than this. He said, woe to the world when you will depart from it, for until today I have asked this question yet did not find the essence of the matter. Until now the way on which you set forth will be for me a sign of blessing, in that I encountered you. He sat with him for 3 days and he taught him every doubt and difficulty he had. He taught him 60 insights concerning the chapter of creation. He walked on his way. He found Rabbi Iya. He said to him, "May it please you, Rabbi Abayu, that I might taste of the sweetness of the honey that you sucked from the instruction of the supernal holy ones." He said to him, "Palm excrement and intoxication of honey do not go together." Nevertheless he taught him. Rabbi Iya wept, saying, "I hereby swear that until I learn before the masters of the supernal Mishnah I will not return here." He sat there for 12 years. When he came, they called him Rabbi Iya the Great. Rabbi Yitzhak said, "Light is concealed for the righteous in the time to come, that which was concealed, as is written, light is sown for the righteous, joy for the upright in heart." Rabbi Penas opened with this verse, "O God said, let there be lights, daughters of Zion, come out and gaze upon King Solomon, upon the crown with which his mother crowned him." Song of Songs. Rabbi Penas said, "We have gone over the entire Torah and have not found that Bathsheba made a crown for Solomon here." One should cite what Rabbi Yitzhak said. What is the meaning of come out and gaze? It should have been written, why come out? Well, Rabbi Yitzhak said, this verse was uttered concerning the righteous who have departed this world and were buried in the holy land of Israel. Rabbi Elazar said, and whose soul departed there. In the future, a heavenly voice will arouse over every single tombstone in the cemeteries and say, come out and gaze, come out from beneath the putrefied earth, and awaken from your sleep, O daughters of Zion. Zion, as is said, what is this Zion? Tombstone I see kings. Rabbi Penas said, happy are you, O righteous, to behold the supernal, glorious splendor of the holy king who possesses all peace. By what right? By virtue of the crown with which his mother crowned him. Song of Songs. Because of the crown with which the righteous crowned him through words of Torah in this world. Rabbi Abayu said, in the name of Rabbi Yitzhak Imo, his mother, as in people, in other words, Amo, his people. Who are the people of the blessed Holy One? These are the righteous who are the people known by him. On the day of his wedding, whose wedding is this? Rabbi Penas said, of that people, the wedding of that people of his. What is meant by his wedding? The day they become fit to perform commandments of Torah, which is the joy of the righteous. When are they rendered fit? Rabbi Yitzhak said, from 13 years and up, for on that day the righteous are required to celebrate, delighting their heart, like the day one enters the wedding canopy. By virtue of this merit, in the future the blessed Holy One will rouse them, summoning a herald to pass before them. Enjoy, O daughters of Zion, come out and gaze. Rabbi Yitzhak said, come and hear, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven when the blessed Holy One revives the dead, summoning a herald to pass over every single tombstone. At that time the neshama will descend like a luminous spark, radiating the brilliance of the firmament of heaven upon the body awakening from the earth, as is written, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven. Why? To shine upon the earth, upon the body emerging from the earth. Rabbi Abayu said, this is Zohar Harua, the radiance of the Spirit, hovering over the body to revive it, illuminating its darkness, as is written, let there be lights in the firmament of heaven. Why? To shine upon the earth, upon that emerging from the earth, as we have said. Rabbi Yehuda son of Pazi encountered Rav Naaman. He asked him, that spirit with which the blessed Holy One is destined to revive the dead, what is it? He replied, it is the spirit of the speculum above, whereby people will attain true knowledge. How do we know? From what is written, I will place my spirit in you and you will live. Ezekiel, the verse does not say I will place spirit in you, but rather my spirit, the one emanated from my speculum, and similarly I will place my spirit in your midst. Afterward they will be a manifest sign in the world, as is written, they will be for signs and for appointed times, for days and years. A Rabbi Abayu opened, what is a human? That God said, let us make a human. You are mindful of him, being in our image, a human being, that you take note of him. You made him little less than God. Rabbi Tanam said, when the blessed Holy One sought to create the human being, he consulted with the angels surrounding his throne. He said to them, let us make a human being. They replied, Master of the universe, what is the nature of this human being? What is a human that you are mindful of him? Rabbi Buta said, we have gone over the entire Torah and have not found that the blessed Holy One ever consulted with the angels about anything concerning all that he needed to do. Furthermore, we have found that there is nothing above and below that apprehends the Blessed Holy One's mind. When they run to apprehend, immediately they return back from their apprehension, like canary cannabis that flies and returns to its place of origin. So with them, until they return, saying, "Blessed be the glory of Jehovah from his place." Ezekiel. Rabbi Buta said further, we have seen that the Blessed Holy One created the primal light, and from this light created his other servants. If he did not consult with the primal light created at first when he wished to bring forth his other hosts, how much more so concerning the human being who is like unto breath. Rabbi Yitzhak said, "Let Rabbi Buta be, for he has set his abode with the masters of Mishnah." Rabbi Buta replied, "I have not merited that my abode be with them. But the question was theirs, and I have heard the solution." As Rabbi Bo said, like a king ruling over all, who wished to demonstrate that all are comprised within him, and that he is all, and thus referred to himself in the plural. So with the Blessed Holy One, in order to demonstrate that the entire world is his, and all is comprised in his hand, he spoke in the plural, demonstrating that he is all. Rabbi Yitzhak said, "Only if from a voice on high you had heard this, would I say that it is fine, because this solution does not sit well in my heart." Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari came to Tiberias to purify all the streets of Tiberias. Rabbi Pinaz, Rabbi Bo, and Rabbi Yitzhak saw him. They said, "How long must we sit on a single pillar unable to proceed?" They said, "Look, a master of Mishnah is here, let us inquire in his presence." Rabbi Abayu arrived there. They said to him, "If we do not hear about this matter, then look, this verse provides an opening for the heretics." He said to him, "May the master tell us the essence of the verse." He asked him which one. He replied, "This one, let us make a human being in our image, by our likeness." Rabbi Shimon said, "It is written, O deaf ones, listen, O blind ones, look and see." Now, did the Torah really say this to the blind and the deaf? Rather, blind ones. Blind in Torah, for though the straight path is before them, they stumble round about like the blind, not comprehending the essence of the matter. This verse has been decreed in our Mishnah, and so have we ordained. When the Blessed Holy One created the world, the fundamental element of all was water. From water the entire world disseminated. The Blessed Holy One made 3 artisans to perform his handiwork in this world: heaven, earth, and water. Through them everything that exists in this world was created. He summoned these 3, each one of them, to produce the creations necessary for the world. He summoned the waters. He said to them, "You, bring forth the earth beneath you, you, go and assemble in a single place." The waters did so, as is written, "Let the waters be gathered." He summoned the earth. He said to her, "You, bring forth creatures from within you, beasts and animals and the like." Immediately she did so, as is written, God said, "Let the earth bring forth living beings according to their kind." He summoned the heavens. He said to them, "You, separate between water and water." They did so, as is written, God made the expanse and separated the waters. He summoned the earth and said to her, "Bring forth grasses, vegetation, crops, and trees of the field." What is written immediately after the earth brought forth vegetation, plants yielding seed? He likewise summoned the heavens. He said to them, "Let there be in you lights and luminaries to illuminate the earth," as is written, "Let there be lights in the expanse of heaven." He likewise summoned the waters. He said to them, "You, bring forth swarms of fish and fowl and the like," as is written, "Let the waters swarm with a swarm of living beings, and let fowl fly above the earth." Through these 3, all the work of creation was performed, each one in its own way. When the 6th day arrived, all of them were ready to create just like the other days. The Blessed Holy One said to them, "None of you can create this creation alone, as was the case with all the other creations until now. Rather, all of you must join in unison, and I with you, and we will make the human being, for you are unable to make him by yourselves. Indeed, the body will be yours from the 3 of you, but the soul will be mine." Therefore the Blessed Holy One summoned them and said to them, "Let us make a human being, me and you, me the soul, and you the body." So it was, for the body came from the 3 of them, the artisans of the work of creation, while the Blessed Holy One bestowed the soul, through which he partnered with them in our image, by our likeness, that is to say, befitting us through the body taken from you, to know you and be similar to you through that taken from me, namely the soul, to withdraw from worldly affairs, that his yearning and desire be for sublimely holy matters, further, in our image, by our likeness the body taken from you will not abide enduringly like you. What is meant by like you? Like the creations you engendered, because it is dust like all the other creations. But the holy soul that I have placed within him will exist eternally, for it is incorporeal, similar in its existence to me. Rabbi Abahu said, this is indeed the lucidity of the matter, for we find that these three, heaven, earth, and water, were present at creation. Rabbi Elazar, son of Rabbi Shimon, said, this is fine, but the earth alone absorbed the power of the three of them, so that the four foundations inhered in her from the heavens, 2 from the waters, 1 and 1 from within herself. She produced the lifeless matter of the human being and the blessed Holy One, the soul, as is written, Jehovah God formed the human of dust from the soil and blew into his nostrils the soul of life. Look, the two of them, the earth and the blessed Holy One, partnered as one to create him. That is why he said, let us make a human being. The blessed Holy One said to her, you make the body, and I the soul. Rabbi Yitzhak said, at last, this doubt has been entirely resolved for us. Rabbi Elazar said further, the blessed Holy One always takes part in the creation of human beings in the same way. For look at what we have learned, there are 3 partners in the creation of a human being, a man, and his wife, and the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Yehoshua said similarly, heaven, earth, and the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Shimon said, heaven corresponding to the man, earth corresponding to his wife, and the blessed Holy One always partnered with them. That is why it says, let us make a human being, employing an expression of partnership. The blessed Holy One, however, is not partnered with any other creature aside from the human being. Rabbi Yos said, and the other creatures, who is partnered with them? Rabbi Shimon replied, the power of the earth, as we have said, namely the creaturely soul. The blessed Holy One, however, partners only with the human being alone. Rabbi Yehuda said, woe to the wicked, who do not desire to cleave to the partnership of the blessed Holy One. How so? Rabbi Yitzhak said, to the neshama he bestowed cleaving instead to the power of the beasts, as is written, the human does not abide in glory, he is like the beasts that perish, does not abide, for he did not wish to remain in the glory and splendor of the neshama. But what sin then did he commit that he is like the beasts in respect of their power, which is quickly destroyed and perishes, not ascending above? Rabbi Shimon son of Pazi said, this accords with what Rabbi Yaakov son of Idi said. What is the meaning of the verse, his eye beholds every glorious thing? These are the souls of the righteous, who are glory and splendor forever and ever. Rabbi Abahu said, in the name of Rabbi Yonatan, the sublimity of the human being, for the blessed Holy One distinguished him from all the other creations. How so? Rabbi Abahu explained, whatever that the blessed Holy One created, he instructed those workers to do on their own, without joining with them. Concerning the creatures of the earth he said, let the earth bring forth living beings. He said to the waters, let the waters swarm, but he did not join with them. But when he created the human being, the blessed Holy One joined with them in his creation and said, let us make a human being. He bestowed upon him countenance, sight, the sense of smell, the ability to get up, walk, feel, speak, and make. And he gave him dominion over the work of his hands, as is written, you make him rule over the work of your hands. All things you set under his feet. When he infused the neshama within him, he rose to his feet and resembled the lower and upper realms. His body resembled the earth, and his neshama the upper worlds in appearance, majesty, glory, fear, and awe, as is written, you adorned him with glory and majesty. Rabbi Yonatan said, the beginning of this verse raises doubts in my heart, as is written, you made him little less than God. Rabbi Abahu said, by virtue of his neshama, which is holy and similar to him. What then constitutes his deficiency, because he is corporeal, taken from the earth? Now, you might say, by virtue of knowledge and wisdom, but this is impossible, for the human being is far indeed from the supernal realms. As Rabbi Elazar said, in the name of Rabbi Tanam, the angels that are nearest are first to receive the power of the influx of the speculum above. From them, it descends to those that are not so near, and from them it descends to the heavens and all their array, and from them to the human being. Rabbi Yos said, the throne of glory receives first from it to the supernal angels, and from them to those not as exalted or supernal as they, and from them to the heavens, and from them to the human being. How then does the human being resemble him? Rabbi Abahu said, by virtue of the neshama that is holy, never to be annihilated, for it derives from him, from his power and his might, unlike the body derived from the ground, which will be annihilated and return to dust as it once was. Rabbi Yitzhak said, in the name of Rav Adam and his partner with him were created together, as is written, male and female he created them. He removed her from his back, and brought her to the man, as is written, he took one of his sides. Rabbi Yehoshua said this was the original Eve. He took her from him, she is wounds wreaked upon creatures. As is written, he took one of his sides, the first one taken from him, because she is a malignant spirit. And he closed the flesh in its place, for he raised another in her place. Rava said this one was flesh, while the other was not flesh. What was she? Rabbi Yitzhak said, slime and dregs of the earth. Rabbi Tanam said, when the Blessed Holy One created the human being, he bestowed upon him a radiant visage illuminating the entire world. As soon as he sinned, what is written about him, the splendor of his visage has changed. Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Akiva were walking on the way. Rabbi Akiva said to him, Rabbi, tell me, concerning what is written, let us make a human being. Why doesn't he it immediately say it was so, as is the case with all the other days? For whenever the Blessed Holy One commanded a particular thing, immediately it says it was so. Here, however, it is not stated. Rather, after he said let us make a human being, it is written God created the human being. The verse should have said it was so. He replied, Akiva, was that the only instance in the account of creation? Look at what is written. God said, let there be an expanse amid the waters, and the verse says only God made the expanse. Similarly, let there be lights in the expanse of heaven to shine upon the earth. The verse should have immediately stated it was so. However, it is written God made the two great lights. Now I will tell you concerning every entity not possessing the power emanated from above, it is immediately stated it was so. For the earth brought them forth with all their works complete, not needing to wait for the supernal power to consummate that work. However, every single entity that the earth brought forth where the consummate existence of the work did not inhere within her needed to wait for the arrival of the power from above, engendering the consummate existence of the work. So here, concerning the human being, the earth produced what she was able to do, and stood aside until power was conferred from the one able to bestow. That is why it does not immediately say it was so until the Blessed Holy One came, imbuing him with the power from above, engendering vital existence. Rabbi Akiva asked him, Rabbi, what was the reason the Blessed Holy One created the human being specifically on the sixth day? He replied that there not be an opening for the human to say that he assisted with anything of all that was created. They walked on. While they were walking, Rabbi Eliezer rose, lowered his head, and placed his hands over his mouth and wept. Rabbi Akiva asked him, Rabbi, why are you weeping? He replied, about that which you asked, I have envisioned a vision and the matter is distressing. O Akiva, Akiva, who will merit to endure this prolonged exile? For the person destined to reach the clouds of heaven, Daniel, will not rise until the sixth day, the sixth millennium, and not before its end, without profound repentance, for the dominion of that person is only in the sixth. In the seventh, the world will remain fallow and desolate. In the eighth, the world will be renewed as before, and what shall be about this is written, whoever is left in Zion, who remains in Jerusalem, will be called holy for their sake is said. May the glory of Yehovah endure forever, may Yehovah rejoice in his works. Rabbi Abba said, in the name of Rabbi, these are the generations of Berechiah after heaven, recounting all the generations engendered by heaven and earth. Scriptures comes to clarify, lest you say that all of them were created in 6 days, this one on this day, and that one on that day. Rather, all the generations that came into being from heaven and earth. When did they come into being? You must know when. On the day that Yehovah God made earth and heaven, namely, on the very same day precisely, all the generations that came into being from heaven and earth inhered within them, as is written, on the day that Yehovah God made earth and heaven. Rabbi Yisa said, look at what is written, this is the book of the generations of Adam on the day God created the human being. If so, on the very same day precisely all the generations came into being. Rabbi Berechiah said, it is so, they came into being on the same day, for the Blessed Holy One showed him on that very day all his generations, passing their souls in their image before him, saying, this is so and so, and this is so and so, this is the sage of the generation, this is the judge of the generation, and so on, for all the generations and their leaders. Rabbi Yitzhak said, in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, why is it written before this subject the heavens and the earth were completed, with all their array, since it said God saw all that he had done and look, it was very good. What is the meaning of it? All that he had done it all amplifying the meaning to include the angels, who are very good. Concerning all the creations it says only that it was good, while here that it was very good, teaching that the angels were created, and that very was uttered about them. Rabbi Yitzhak also said scripture added further, saying Vilhalu, were completed. Rabbi Berechiah said it is an expression of longing. With all their array in general, referring to the angels, who are called the array of heaven, as is written, with all the array of heaven standing over him. Kings, when he finished the work, longing and yearning were aroused in all who beheld it. Rav Naaman said, were completed in thought, completed in deed. The blessed Holy One made the Sabbath the paradigm of the world to come, for in the future, the blessed Holy One will rest on the seventh. What is implied by on the seventh millennium? A Rav Naaman also said an additional soul is added to a person on the Sabbath. Rabbi said, what is this additional soul? He replied, the Holy Spirit dwelling upon him, adorning the human being with a holy crown, with the crowns of the angels. It derives from the same Spirit destined to dwell upon the righteous in the time to come. Consequently, a person is obligated to honor the Sabbath, on account of the holy guest dwelling with him. Rav Naaman said, what is this Spirit called? It is called honored, and it is called holy, as is written, call the Sabbath delight. According to its literal meaning, the holy of Yehovah honored the additional Spirit called the holy of Yehovah, and called honored. Rabbi Yitzhak said, when they had completed all the works, the blessed Holy One blessed them and arrayed them in the world. He commanded every single one that it not alter its form from the manner in which he made it, and that henceforth and forevermore each and every one would generate offspring befitting it, as is written that God had created to make. What is implied by to make? To generate and engender everything like itself. Rabbi Yehuda says this refers to the body of the demons, for their work was not completed. Rabbi Yo, son of Naaman, said, as soon as Sabbath entered, all the entities created during the work of creation ceased and were at ease, each one according to its nature. As we have learned, the artisans that brought forth their generations on every single day were at ease and rested. They saw that all were consummate, that all their generations abided with them in enduring vitality and actuality, as is written, these are the generations of heaven and earth when they were created. Rav Naaman said, like a person lauding praise who says, these are the things that have no peer behiberim, when they were created. Rabbi Yitzhak said, behiberim, with he created them. Rabbi Yehuda says, when they were created precisely in their form and consummation. Rav Naaman said, do not read behiberim, when they were created, but rather Avraham, through Abraham, who received his Torah and the covenant he placed within him. Were it not for Abraham, who received the Torah and covenant of the blessed Holy One, heaven and earth would not endure, as is said, were it not for my covenant, I would not have established day and night, nor the laws of heaven and earth. Now, do not be surprised by this. For look at what we have learned. It is written, the high mountains for the gazelles, the crags a shelter for badgers. If the high mountains were created solely for gazelles, and the crags created solely for badgers, do not be surprised that the world should be created for Abraham, who fulfilled the entire Torah and all he was commanded by the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Yitzhak said, in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, with he created them, as is written, because my name is within it. Rabbi Yitzhak said further, in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, the name of the blessed Holy One did not unite with any of the creations aside from these, as is written, on the day that Yehovah God made earth and heaven, as we have said. Neither animals and creatures, nor any creation among those that perish and decay are mentioned, only with those enduring forever did he mention his name. Rav Huna said, the day when the creation of heaven and earth pined for the blessed Holy One, he saw the Sabbath repose and holiness and established it for the generations. It has been taught there is not a single Sabbath when the blessed Holy One does not venture to dance with the righteous in the Garden of Eden, and they are nourished by the splendor of the resplendent speculum, as is written, before the day breathes song of songs, the Sabbath day I will hasten to the mountain of myrrh and to the hill of frankincense, the world to come. Rav Huna said, do not be surprised by this. If in this world the blessed Holy One bestows a Holy Spirit upon everyone on the Sabbath through which they are adorned, How much more so that in the world to come he should adorn the righteous on the Sabbath with a crown. Rav Huna said even the wicked in hell are crowned on the Sabbath, and are at rest and at ease. As Rav Huna said, you cannot find a wicked person among Israel who does not possess good deeds benefiting him in the world to come. When do they benefit him? On the Sabbath, that all might be adorned with the Sabbath crown. Rabbi Yo said, but do the wicked who profaned the Sabbath in public gain the Sabbath crown? He replied, yes, for look at what we have learned on the sixth day. They gathered double bread. Correspondingly the wicked are judged doubly on the sixth day, so that they might enjoy relief on the Sabbath, for the Sabbath is called consummate, undiminished. Therefore it does not diminish its bounty and delight, whether for the righteous or the wicked, demonstrating that not in vain did the Torah say you shall keep the Sabbath and caution about the Sabbath even more than the whole Torah. It has been taught whoever fulfills the Sabbath is as though he has fulfilled the entire Torah. Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav, the Blessed Holy One did not sit upon his throne of glory until the Sabbath arrived, whereupon he ascended upon his throne. Rabbi Yo said to him, but surely before the world was created he sat, he will be. Rav Yehuda said, does this imply upon his actual throne of glory? No, rather, so have we learned, until the world was created, there was no one to exalt or acknowledge the Blessed Holy One. When he created his world, he created the angels, the holy living beings, the heavens and all their array, and he created the human being. All of them were prepared to praise their Creator and glorify him. But still there was no exaltation or praise before him, until the Sabbath entered and all were at ease, and above and below burst forth in song and praise, whereupon he sat upon his throne of glory. In other words, then there was someone to acknowledge his glory and praise his glory. Rav Yehuda said, there is no praise or exaltation before the Blessed Holy One like the praise of the Sabbath. Above and below all praise him as one. Even the Sabbath day itself praises him, as is written a psalm, a song for the Sabbath day. Rabbi Tanam opened, thus says God, Yehovah God formed the human who creates the heavens and stretches them out. When the Blessed Holy One created his world, he created them from nothing, bringing them into actuality, imbuing them with substance. Wherever you find bo, create, it refers to something he created from nothing and brought into actuality. Rav Izda asked, but were the heavens really created from nothing? Weren't they created from the light above? Rabbi Tanam replied, it is so. The matter of the heavens came from nothing, but their form from an entity of substance, similarly with the human being. Concerning the heavens you will find Beria, creating, and afterward Ace, making. Creating, who creates the heavens, in other words, from nothing. Making, who makes the heavens, from an entity of substance, from the light above. Rabbi Tanam also said Ace, making, refers to the enhancement of something in terms of its size and stature compared to how it was before, as is said David via as, enhanced, his name Samuel. Rabbi Anali said this verse appears only that it might be expounded v'yitza, he formed with 2 yods while all the others you find are with 1 yod. The explanation is that of everything that the Blessed Holy One created in his world, only the human being alone was created with the excellence of insight. For he placed within him power from the upper realms to perceive and cognize and to distinguish between good and evil, and he is adorned with glory and majesty, as is said, you adorned him with glory and majesty. He rules over all the work of his hands, as is written, you make him rule over the work of your hands. After all this praise, when he remembers that he is dust and that to dust he shall return, everything seems futile and pointless to him, and he says, where Rabbi Yonan said, divide the word vayitza, woe that Yehovah God formed the human being of dust from the soil, and that he will return to the dust just as he was. Alternatively, Yehovah God vayitza, formed, the human being of dust from the soil. Rabbi Shalom said he formed him with 2 yetsarim, impulses, the good impulse and the evil impulse, which was not the case with the other creatures, with which to test the human being, so that there might be an opening for the righteous, and so that there might not be an opening for the wicked. Rabbi Abba said, why is it written Yehovah and afterward Elohim? The reason is that the name, which is his actual name, the fully existent name, is said about the soul abiding enduringly in the human being. Elohim Shem Meshutaf, the polysemous name, is said of the body, for it involves shutafut, partnership. Rabbi Abayu said the fully existent name ordains and presides, like driven leaves underfoot it is not lent to another. Consequently only a single letter from his name is mentioned in the account of creation, in accordance with the one who says, Bihi Biram, with he created them. We have learned in the book of great wisdom of Solomon the detached name darkened burden-rent garment of the king. Imbued with dominion by the minor seal to rule beneath him, as is said who is Kamoka, like you, among the Elim, gods, O Yehovah it Har Adam, the human being amplifying the meaning to include all the powers within him. Dust from the soil. Rabbi Abayu said, how can a person abide in this world, since Torah attests that he is dust? Rabbi Yitzhak said, dust and not clay. Were he from clay he would abide more enduringly, for look, a building constructed of clay endures, while dust by itself does not endure, as is written, for dust you are, and to dust shall you return. It does not say for clay you are. Rabbi Anin said, but look at what is written, how much less those who dwell in houses of clay, whose foundation is dust. Rabbi Abayu said, this verse helps us. It was uttered about this world, about that which does not endure. For this verse applies to people whose abode is in this world, whose buildings are from clay. Since the building is from clay and is intended to abide enduringly, what would be a suitable foundation? As is said, huge blocks of precious stone to lay the foundations of the house kings, but if of clay, and its foundations of dust, it is not a mighty building, and consequently it does not abide enduringly. As is written, how much less those who dwell in houses of clay, whose foundation is dust, that it does not endure. He blew into his nostrils the breath of life. Torah cries out over the human being, look what this person did. The blessed Holy One placed within him Nishmetak Thisha, a holy soul, to bestow upon him life in the world to come. But through his sins, he reverted to that creaturely soul, the beastly soul that the earth brought forth for beasts and animals, as is written, let the earth bring forth Nefesh Ayah, a creaturely soul, according to its kind, who are its kind beasts, creeping things, and animals of the earth. Rabbi Iya said, it does not say Yehovah made him into a creaturely soul, but rather the human became Nefesh Ayah, a creaturely soul. He himself reverted to the beastly power hewn from the soil, forsaking the power of the Neshama hewn from above, bestowing life to those possessing her. Rabbi Tanam said, let us return to what we began earlier. Thus says God, Yehovah, who creates the heavens and stretches them out. He created their matter from nothing and afterward spread them like a tent, as is written, he spreads them out like a tent to dwell in. Rav Huna said, this is derived from here, who stretches out the heavens like a canopy, who spreads out the earth and what emerges from it. Rabbi Yitzhak said, all the forms and powers inhering within her expanded within. Who gives neshama to the people upon her? Once she made the body, I gave the soul upon her. What is implied by upon her? Upon the body she made. Rabbi Iya said, upon her, to those prevailing upon her powers, to them I have given the neshama and ruah, spirit, to those who walk with her, to those who become associated with her powers, for they possess only the creaturely soul, called the spirit of the beast that descends below into earth. That is why it says, who gives neshama to the people upon her, to those who prevail over her powers, they possess a holy neshama hewn from above. But to those who walk with her, who become associated with her powers, they possess only the spirit of the beast that descends below into earth, as is written, and ruah, spirit, to those who walk with her. Section Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Iya both say, it is Yehovah God planted a garden in written, I descended to Eden to the east, the nut garden, to see the verdure of the valley. Songs of Songs. Look how assiduously a person must contemplate and examine his heart every single day, scrutinizing his deeds, examining all his affairs. Let him ponder in his heart that the blessed Holy One created him, placing within him a supernal soul and rank above his other creations, solely that he contemplate his service, cleaving to him, not pursuing vanity. As Rabbi Yos said in the name of Rabbi Iya, when the blessed Holy One created the human being, he raised him aloft before him in the form in which he would abide. He warned him and said to him, I made you for my sake, so you would be ruler and king over all, like me above and you below. Furthermore, I am placing within you a soul to comprehend intelligence and wisdom, unlike the other creatures. Be careful to contemplate my glory, be careful to perform my commandments. Aside from me, none will possess glorious dominion like you. How do we know that he cautioned and warned him about this? As is written, he said to Adam, see, awe of Yehovah is wisdom, to shun evil is understanding. Namely, when my awe rests upon you, then you will attain wisdom that is ascendant above all. When Adam saw that he possessed glorious dominion over all, he forgot the commandments of his master and did not do what he was commanded. Rabbi Tanam said, in the name of Rabbi Anali, the Blessed Holy One made the human being solely so he would engage in the glory of his Maker, as is written, everyone who is called by my name, whom I created for my glory. What is meant by for my glory? Striving to know my glory, repenting of his deeds, so I might give him a good share in the world to come. Rav Yehuda said, every single day a heavenly voice issues from above. When at the moment the sun rises, it proclaims, woe to the creatures who do not behold my glory, who do not contemplate to know and seek out my glory. As we have learned, Rabbi Elazar son of Rabbi Shimon said, when the sun inclines its wings to soar by the force of its wheels, they tread with their hooves on the leaves of the trees of the Garden of Eden. All the supernal angels and holy living beings, the King's throne of glory, the fragrant spices of the Garden of Eden, and the trees, heaven and earth and all their array, tremble and praise the Master of all. They rise and see the letters of the holy explicit name engraved upon the sun in its journeys, and Lord praise to the Master of worlds. That voice issues forth, proclaiming woe to the creatures who are not attentive to the glory of supernal King, like the other creatures who do pay heed, lauding praises to his name accordingly. Rabbi Elazar said, it is forbidden for a person to utter praises of his prayer unaccompanied by the twilight of the sun, as is written, may they revere you with the sun. Rabbi Elazar said, similarly the prayer and praise of the night is from the setting of the sun until when the moon appears, as is written, may they revere you with the sun. Morning prayer before the moon, nighttime prayer. Rabbi Yehuda said, this is derived from here, from the rising of the sun to when it sets. My name is magnified. Malachi, in which place among the nations, among those of whom is written a great nation. Why, as we have learned, Rabbi Yehoshua said, in the name of Rabbi Yonan, in the name of Rav, the Blessed Holy One made ministering angels above to praise and exalt him, and they chant song and hymn before him every single night. Corresponding to them, he made Israel below to praise and exalt him, to recite song and praise before him every single day. It has been taught the night has 3 watches. In these 3 watches, 3 companies of ministering angels alternate praising their Creator in every single watch. Corresponding to them are 3 prayers in the day, when Israel assemble to praise their Creator in every single prayer. Come and hear, Rabbi Yehoshua said, in the name of Rabbi Yonan, in the name of Rav, in the morning when the sun rises, it is the time for Israel's prayer and supplication. From 6 hours until 9 hours is the time for the minor prayer. From when the sun sets until it is dark is the final prayer. As Rabbi Yehoshua said, in the name Rabbi Yonan, in the name of Rav, from when the sun sets until 2 stars are visible is the time for the final prayer. Afore so have we learned, from when 2 stars are visible is the beginning of the first watch, when the first company of ministering angels arrives, waiting for Israel until that hour, whereupon they begin uttering song. All the gates are sealed from praises below, and the gates are opened solely for the ministering angels chanting song. But did Rabbi Yehoshua really say this? For look at what we have learned. Whoever studies by night, the Blessed Holy One extends upon him a thread of love by day, as is said, by day Jehovah directs his love. Why? Because at night his song is with me. Yet here you have said that all the gates below are sealed. Rabbi Yehoshua said, in that instance, what are they referring to when one completed all the praises by day? But from midnight on, one engages in Torah. Why? Because at that hour the Blessed Holy One ventures from those worlds that he desires, proceeding to delight with the righteous in the Garden of Eden. This accords with what David said, at midnight I rise to praise you. As we have learned, when the Blessed Holy One enters with the righteous in the Garden of Eden, all the gates of heaven above are opened, those beyond the creatures and those beneath them, and it is a propitious time to engage in Torah. Those companies of ministering angels and all the fragrant aromas of the Garden of Eden, as well as the righteous, all burst forth in song in the presence of he who spoke and the world was, as is written, surely the righteous will praise your name. When will the righteous praise your name? When the upright dwell in your presence, in the hour when they dwell in his presence in the Garden of Eden. The third company of ministering angels chants song in his presence until the dawn splits. When the pillar of dawn ascends, Israel are obliged to rise and fortify themselves with song and praise before the Blessed Holy One. Why? Because they take up song after the ministering angels, and the Blessed Holy One is found with them below, as is written, those who seek me early will find me. Rabbi Yehuda said, only on condition that he not cease once he began, until he prays when the sun rises. Rabbi Yonan said, when the Blessed Holy One ventures from those worlds that he desires, coming to enter with the righteous in the Garden of Eden, he waits seeing whether he hears a voice engaging in Torah. For we have learned that voice is more pleasing before him than all the songs and praises uttered by the ministering angels above. As is written, I descended to the nut garden to see songs of songs. What is implied by to see those engaging in Torah? Rabbi Yitzhak asked, but is the Garden of Eden really called the nut garden? Rabbi Yonan replied, yes. It is called Jinnat Egoz, the nut garden, that is to say Jinnat Eden, the Garden of Eden. Just as the nut is concealed on all sides and is enveloped by numerous husks, similarly Eden is concealed on all sides and is guarded by numerous watchers who are not empowered to see, neither angel, nor seraph, nor ashmal, nor prophetic eye, nor visionary, as is written, no eye has seen, O God. But you, Rabbi Shimon said, I was in the presence of Rabbi Baruch, who used to say, then I will attain the degree of the nut garden with the pious of Israel, but I did not know what it was until I heard what Rabban Yonan son of Zakkai said. The Blessed Holy One called the Garden of Eden the nut garden. Just as the nut has husk upon husk and its kernel lies within, so Eden has world after world and it is within. Rabbi Shimon taught this garden. Whence did the Blessed Holy One plant it? He planted it beneath Eden. Now, should you say that they are equal, this is impossible. Rather, the garden is on earth and Eden is above it on high. Whence derive the drippings of the garden from Eden? Rabbi Yehuda asked him, in accordance with your opinion, why then is it written, a river issues from Eden to water the garden? The verse should have said, a river descends from Eden to water the garden, implying that it descends from above to the garden below. Well, Rabbi Shimon said, there is Eden above and Eden below, garden above and garden below. The two of them are aligned corresponding to one another. The Blessed Holy One planted one beneath the other. Now, did he really plant it himself? Yes, as Rabbi Yehuda said, since its plantings are not like other plantings, but are superior to other plantings, it was a planting of Yehovah, as is said, a planting of Yehovah, so he may be glorified, namely for praise, and this is the meaning of so he may be glorified, as if to say, this is none other than a planting of Yehovah and no one else's. Rabbi Yaakov son of Idi said, by all counts it was a planting of Yehovah, for he planted there every tree lovely to look at. How did he plant? Well, when the earth produced her trees and fruits, she first brought them forth in the Garden of Eden, and afterward throughout the entire world. The Blessed Holy One selected that place and arrayed them to abide there forever. He tends it, graciously watering it from the bounty flowing from Eden above, as is written, the trees of Yehovah are sated, the cedars of Lebanon that he planted. The trees of Yehovah are sated, the trees in the Garden of Eden. Rabbi Agai asked Rabbi Yehuda, saying that the Garden of Eden is on earth, why is it necessary? He replied, for the pleasure of the soul receiving from that Eden above. Now, should you think that it is for all the souls, look at what we have learned. Those not granted permission to ascend above enjoy pleasure and delight in the one below, from that which it receives from above. Rabbi Yehuda said, on every single new moon, they ascend to the supernal academy on high, as is written, from new moon to new moon and from Sabbath to Sabbath all flesh shall come to bow down before me. In this Garden of Eden below did Adam reside. The Blessed Holy One placed him there so his abode would be within, as is written, he placed there the human he had fashioned. Rabbi Ea and Rabbi Yos were walking on the way. Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Ea, we have learned in our Mishnah, everything that the Blessed Holy One made, whether above or below, yearns assiduously to pursue its kind. The body goes after its kind to the earth from which it was taken, while the soul's only desire is for the sight from which it was taken, for everything that he made yearns after its kind, as is written, my soul yearns, even pines for the courts of Yehovah, not for this world like the body. Rabbi Ea said to him, I shall tell you something that is a mystery which people do not know. He lowered his head, wept, and laughed. Rabbi Yos was silent. After some time, Rabbi Ea said to him, happy are the righteous, woe to the wicked. Happy are the righteous who are called living in the world to come. Now, is it because of the soul that abides enduringly that they are alive? For the body rots in the ground even though he was perfectly righteous, and we have learned the soul always abides enduringly. Rather, so has been decreed, when a righteous person departs this world, the Blessed Holy One prepares for him another body, pure and good without the contamination and filth of this body, and inserts the holy soul within. He establishes him enduringly in that body in the Garden of Eden below. It will be for them another world, the world to come. Every single new moon, they venture forth and gaze upon the wicked tormented in hell. As is written, they will go out and stare at the corpses of the people who rebelled against me. From which place do they go out? Rabbi Abba taught from the Garden of Eden below. Why to gaze upon the wicked? Every single Sabbath and every single new moon, the Blessed Holy One raises them aloft to the academy of the firmament, as is written, from new moon to new moon, and from Sabbath to Sabbath, all flesh shall come to bow down before me. Rabbi Yehoshua of Saknin said, every single night when morning arrives, he renews their souls for them, as is written, new every morning. Immense is your faithfulness. Rabbi Yitzhak said, even for all human beings as well in this world, every night when a person sleeps, he ascends above and is found to possess numerous sins before the Blessed Holy One. Through the Blessed Holy One's great faithfulness, he restores her the soul to the body, renewing her within. Why immense is your faithfulness? Because your faithfulness is immense. Hence, Rabbi Yitzhak said, if one owes money to his companion and his companion offers him a pledge as a surety, it is forbidden him to hold on to it until his companion returns it the loan to him, even if the court gives it to him, as is written, if you should indeed take in pledge your fellow's cloak. Rabbi Yehuda son of Rabbi Simon said he placed there the human he had fashioned in general. Rabbi Shimon said he placed him in the Garden of Eden Le'ofda al-Shomra, to cultivate her and tend her. What kind of cultivation is implied here? It means the cultivation of the soul, consummating her perfections unaccomplished in this world. Rabbi Yehoshua said the Blessed Holy One placed Adam in the Garden of Eden and gave him his Torah La'avidba, to toil in her, and to tend to her commandments, as is written, the tree of life in the midst of the garden, and a tree of life to those who grasp her. The Blessed Holy One said, when Adam enjoys pleasure in this garden, he will engage in her and fulfill her. But because of the Ijunin, delights, and pleasures Adam enjoyed there, he did not fulfill his Torah, so that he banished him from there. Rabbi Abba said, in the name of Rabbi Ea, it was an actual tree. There were two, one bestowing life upon the human being, the other whoever ate of it would know good and evil, knowing the good path by which a person becomes righteous, as well as the evil path by which a person is corrupted. That is why the Blessed Holy One commanded him not to eat from it, lest he reject the good and cling to evil. Therefore he said, from every tree of the garden you are free to eat. This refers to the tree of life, from which Adam was supposed to eat. He sinned only with the tree of knowledge of good and evil, for he was commanded not to eat from it, as is written, but as for the tree of knowledge of good and evil, do not eat from it, for on the day you eat from it, you will surely die. Hence Rabbi Shimon said a decree was ordained beforehand that Adam should die, since he was taken from the ground. As implied by what is written, on the day you eat from it you will surely die, teaching that had he not sinned, he would have had a long life. As soon as he sinned, the punishment was that his days be shortened and that he die on that very day. After he repented, the Blessed Holy One granted him his day, which is 1,000 years. This proves that the decree that he die was prior. For were it not so, when he repented he should have rescinded the decree. Rabbi Shimon explained, he repented and he rescinded the decree ordained for him on the day you eat from it. He lengthened his days, granting him his day. Rabbi Baruch said he was commanded about the name and he sinned with the name. He was commanded about the name, the unique name, as is written, the tree of life. He sinned with the name, the polysemous name, as is written, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Rabbi Abayu said, if concerning one who offers a sacrifice to this name, the Torah said, whoever sacrifices to Elohim shall be prescribed, all the more so one who exchanges his unique name for it. How do we know that he sinned with the name? Rabbi Baruch said, as is written, she took of its fruit and ate the name derived from it, paradigm of the fruit derived from the tree. Rabbi Abayu said that is why the entire matter was ascribed to those trees of the Garden of Eden. Rabbi Yitzhak said, we see that 4 of the companions were punished for this. Rabbi Yehuda said concerning what Rabbi Baruch said, one must not ponder this portion further. For I have heard something similar from my father and now recall. From here on, conventional interpretation is required. The serpent was slyer than any creature of the field. Rabbi Yost taught this is the evil impulse, the serpent that entices human beings. Why is it called serpent? Just as the serpent writhes and does not move in a straightforward manner, so the evil impulse leads a person astray along the evil path, and not along the straight path. Rabbi Yost taught what is the meaning of slyer than any Ait ha-Seder, creature of the field. It was slyer and cleverer than Nefesh ha-Ayah, the creaturely soul, in the body. It enticed Adam until he was banished from the delight of the Garden of Eden. We have learned there. Rabbi Yehuda, son of Rabbi Simon, said, I have pondered the word that Rabbi Baruch spoke and inquired of him, and I found that he possessed the essence of the Kabbalah, tradition, and that thus was decreed in the first book of the Mishnah of Rabbi Elazar, son of Arik. Rabbi Shimon said, when the serpent beguiled the woman, what is written? The woman saw that it was good. What is indicated by that it was good? Rabbi Elazar, son of Shalom, said, she agreed in her mind that it was good, as is said, for Jehovah is good. Praise Jehovah, for he is good, and a delight to the eyes, that it is the delight which above and below desire to know and apprehend. Immediately, she took of its fruit and ate. Rabbi Shimon said she exchanged dominion for service. Rabbi Elazar said, as is said, do not tamer, defy him. Rabbi Yehuda said, didn't he I say that one should not ponder this portion further? For look, that which Rabbi Baruch said explains the entire portion. No more is needed, only conventional interpretation. Rabbi Yitzhak said, what is the significance of they sowed fig leaves? Rav Naaman translates as follows, they composed false accusations. They heard the sound of Yehovah Elohim moving or walking about in the garden in the breeze of day. Rabbi Penas said, why does the unfathomable cosmocrat require the daytime breeze? We have learned. Rabbi Elazar said, cloud within brilliance. For this one, as we have said, to what can a human being be likened in this world? To a bird stumbling about when it goes forth from its nest, not finding anyone to bring it in. So the human being, as soon as the soul departs, once again he does not know or understand without that body of brilliant light awaiting him to delight in the Garden of Eden. Rabbi Abba said, Mithalik, moving about. The verse should have said Meholek, moving. What is indicated by Mithalik? Rabbi Abba said, do people think that it was the blessed Holy One come? And here it is written, it call, the voice, the one about which is written Elohim answered him with voice, and similarly there was a voice from above the expanse over their heads. Ezekiel Rav Izda said, in the name of Rabbi Yonan it is written voice Mithalik Lurua, moving about in the wind, as is written, and as I prophesied, there was a voice, and behold a shaking. Ezekiel. Rabbi Yoari said, look, our companion Rabbi Yehuda said that conventional interpretation is required here, yet you are expounding the account of the chariot. Rabbi Alexandri replied, it is even greater than the account of the chariot, for I see that supernal mysteries were revealed here. Our rabbis have taught when Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari fell ill, Rabbi Penas, Rabbi Ea, and Rabbi Abayu entered in his presence. They said to him, will he who is the pillar of the world lie down? He replied, it is not the court above that is examining my case, for I see that I have not been handed over to the angels and judges above, for I am not like other people. Rather, the blessed Holy One is judging my case, not his court. This is the significance of what David said in his prayer before him, judge me, O God, and plead my cause. And similarly Solomon said to execute judgment for his servant kings, he alone and not another. For look at what we have learned, when a person lies ill, the court above examines his case. Some of them incline to innocence, pointing out the person's merits, while others incline to guilt, pointing out the person's sins, and such a person does not emerge from the case as he would wish. However, one who is judged by the supernal king ruling over all is fortunate, and such a person emerges from judgment only well. Why, as we have learned, the attributes of the supernal king always incline to innocence, and he is entirely the facet of compassion. He has the capacity to absolve sins and iniquities, as is written, with you there is forgiveness but not with another. That is why I have pleaded before him that he judge my case, that I will enter 13 portals to the world that is coming, traversed only by the patriarchs. No one will hinder me. What's more, I will not seek their permission. Rabbi Shimon said a word and they noticed that he was not in his sickbed. They were astonished. None of them was able to speak because of the great terror that had seized them. While they were sitting, aromas of numerous fragrances wafted around them, and each one of them regained his composure, whereupon they saw Rabbi Shimon, who was uttering words, but they did not see anyone else other than him. After a while Rabbi Shimon asked them, "Did you see something?" Rabbi Penas replied, "No. But we are all astounded that we did not see you in your sickbed for a long time. And when we did see you, aromas of the fragrances of the Garden of Eden wafted around us, and we heard your voice speaking, but we didn't know who was speaking with you." He said to them, "And you didn't hear any other words except mine?" They replied, "No." He said to them, "You are not worthy to behold the countenance of days." He said to them, "I will tell you something. I am surprised that Rabbi Penas didn't see, for just now I saw him in that world, beneath my son Rabbi Elazar. Just now they sent for me from above and showed me the place of the righteous in the world to come, and the only place that pleased me was with Ahijah the Shilonite. I selected my place and left. 300 souls of the righteous accompanied me, and above them was Adam, who was sitting next to me, speaking with me. He pleaded that his sin not be revealed to the whole world, beyond what the Torah had recounted concealed in that tree in the Garden of Eden. I told him, 'Look, the companions have revealed,' he replied, 'that which the companions have revealed among themselves is fine, but not so to the rest of the world.' Why? Because the Blessed Holy One is concerned for his glory and does not wish to publicize his sin beyond mentioning that tree from which he ate. The Blessed Holy One revealed it to me through the Holy Spirit, and to the companions that they will discuss it among themselves, but not among the novices of the companions, or those who will yet come to the world, for it is a subject that not all people comprehend, and in which they are, not because of the sin that he sinned, but because of the glory of the supernal name, with which people are not careful. It is written, 'This is my name La'alam, to conceal, for they will come to ask what they ought not.' This accords with what is written, 'Lest they break through to Jehovah to see V'nefal Mimenu Rav,' and many of them fall. What is V'nefal Mimenu Rav, and many of them fall? So have we decreed that companion who teaches the holy name to anyone, he falls and is seized in that sin more than them, as is written, V'nefal Mimenu Rav, the teacher falls more than them, the Rav, teacher, falls and is seized by that iniquity." Rabbi Elazar his son approached him. He asked him, "Father, what am I?" There he replied, "Happy is your share, my son. For a long time you will not be buried next to me, but I have selected my place and yours in that world. Happy are the righteous, destined to praise the Master of the universe like the angels ministering in his presence, as is written, 'Surely the righteous will acclaim your name, the upright will dwell in your presence.'" Rabbi Bo said, in the name of Rav Huna, when Adam sinned and those decrees were ordained upon him, the Blessed Holy One banished him from the delights he enjoyed in Eden, and appointed guardians to the gates of the Garden of Eden. Who are they? The cherubim, as is written, he placed east of the Garden of Eden the cherubim and the flame of the whirling sword in order to guard the way and the opening. For then it was decreed that henceforth human beings would not be permitted to enter there, aside from the souls first clarified by the cherubim. For if they see that she is worthy to enter, she enters; if not, they thrust her aside and she is burned by that flame and then receives her punishment. It has been taught, corresponding to them, there were cherubim in the temple when the priest entered within. For it has been taught, Rabbi Abba said, in the name of Rav Huna, within is the paradigm of the Garden of Eden. When the priest entered there, he entered in soul and not in body, with fear, or trembling, quaking, and with innocence and purity, and the cherubim would stand guard. If the priest was worthy, he entered in peace and emerged in peace. If he was not worthy, a flame shot forth from between the cherubim and he was burned within, patterned on those cherubim stationed at the gates of the Garden of Eden. Rabbi Yehuda said, "Happy is the one who merits to pass them in peace." Rabbi Perez said, "There is nothing in the world that does not have its counterpart. The serpent that deceived Eve is an instance of a verbal correspondence." Rabbi Yisa said, "How so?" He replied, as implied by its translation, Nash Ivia, serpent, is masculine while Ava, Eve, is feminine. A verbal correspondence, just like Nishnios Het, a serpent of bronze, is a verbal correspondence. Rabbi Yisa said, "But look at what is written, the human named his wife Ava, Eve, for she was the mother of all Ari, living." Rabbi Perea replied, he named her in reference to the future. He should have named her Aiah, referring to Ari, the living, but she was named Ava, Eve, in reference to the future, for Ivia, the serpent, was about to seduce Ava, Eve. Rabbi Yehuda said, so is the way of the serpent the human, he will strike you at the head being strikes it solely at the head, whereas the serpent bites the human being solely at the heel. Rabbi Yitzhak son of Rabbi Yos said, what will the one who says that it was the evil impulse say about this verse? Rabbi Yos replied, it teaches that this serpent can be killed only by the head. Who is the head? The head of the academy. Furthermore, this serpent kills a human being solely when he performs sins with contempt, trampling on them with the heel, as is written, the iniquity of my heels encompassing me. Rabbi Yitzhak said this is derived from, hear woe unto them who haul iniquity with evlei hashav, flimsy cords, and sinners with cart ropes, that is, he performs transgressions and tramples on them with the heel, for he considers them as nothing, like evlei hashav, cords of nothingness, spun by a spider. Afterward they are as with cart ropes, strong and firm, until they are all entwined and kill the human being. Similarly he says, and you will strike him at the heel. Through that iniquity of the heel, the evil impulse kills the human being. Rabbi Yitzhak said, as they were corrupted, so were they judged, at first the serpent, afterward the woman, and afterward the man, as is written to Adam he said, because you listened to the voice of your wife. Rabbi Yaakov son of Idi said, if the human being sinned, how did the ground sin? Well, Rabbi Yaakov son of Idi said, when the world was created, heaven and earth were witnesses, teaching that the blessed Holy One appointed them witnesses to everything the human being would do, so he would not say, who can see me? Those witnesses publicize his sins, as is written, heaven will expose his sin, and earth will rise up against him. It has been taught on the very day that Adam transgressed, the heavens darkened their light, but the earth didn't he know what to do. Whereupon the blessed Holy One came and cursed her for withholding her testimony, so that she would no longer bestow her power for sowing and harvesting, as at first. She abided in her curses until Abraham appeared, whereby the world was rendered fragrantly firm. Rav Naaman said, until Noah appeared, as is written, this one will provide us relief from our work and from the painful toil of our hands. That is why she was called by his name, as is written, man of the earth, for she was liberated from her curse because of him. Rav Naaman son of Yitzhak said, when Adam was banished from the Garden of Eden, he thought that he would die immediately. He began weeping and beseeching and returning in Teshuvah, until the blessed Holy One accepted him in Teshuvah and extended his days, fulfilling his word, as is written, on the day you eat from it you will surely die, granting him his day which is 1,000 years, demonstrating to the entire world that the blessed Holy One is compassionate and gracious, receiving penitents in Teshuvah, desiring only that they will live, as is written, return and live, why should you die, O house of Israel? Ezekiel. Rabbi Yitzhak said, happy are the children whose father tells them thus, woe to the children who do not hear from him. Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav, we do not find compassion like the compassion of the blessed Holy One. In every instance, you find that when Israel sinned and they returned to him, he extended his hand and received them, absolving them immediately, as is written, who is a God like you, who forgives iniquity and passes over transgression. Micah section. Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi said, we should, the man knew Eve his wife, assiduously contemplate this section, and all the more so this verse uttered by Eve, I have created a male at Yehovah, along with Yehovah. Rabbi Yitzhak said, I understand it according to its simple meaning. As we have learned, Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav, this refers to one to whom a son has been born. When he begins to talk, it is incumbent upon him to teach him verses of Torah, which arouse awe before Yehovah, so that when he grows he will recall those scriptures, to be in awe before his master. Rabbi Akiva was sitting in the presence of Rabbi Eliezer. He said to him, what is the meaning of this section and this verse that says she bore Cain, saying, I have created a male at Yehovah, along with Yehovah? He replied, Akiva, Akiva, I shall tell you. The day that Rabbi Baruch and the other companions revealed that sin that Adam committed, though it ought not have been to those who do not fathom the deep and the hidden, on that day that it was revealed, all was divulged from this verse. He was commanded about the name and he sinned with the name. He was commanded about the name, the unique name, as is written, the tree of life. He sinned with the name, the polysemous name, as is written, the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Eve was first in this, as is written, she took of its fruit after they sinned and comprehended their iniquity concerning what they had transgressed. They were aggrieved about what they had sinned, she the more so, for she was first in transgression, transgressing against his great name. As soon as a son was born to her, She perceived the matter and said, I have created a male at Yehovah, along with Yehovah the unique name. That is why she did not mention the polysemous name. Rabbi Akiva said this explanation accords with what Rabbi Abayu said, whoever sacrifices to Elohim shall be prescribed. Rabbi Eliezer said Eve repented, confessing the sin she transgressed, saying, this one will not be like us, bestowing honor upon another aside from him. Rather, this one will be at Yehovah, to Yehovah, precisely not to another. Rabbi Yitzhak said Rabbi Akiva spoke well, that the matter accords with what Rabbi Abayu said. Consequently Eve said, it Yehovah, to Yehovah and not another name. Similarly Hannah said, I will dedicate him to Yehovah all the days of his life. Samuel not to another name. Concerning this Torah said, for you shall not bow down to another God, for Yehovah, jealous one is his name, a jealous God is he. Rabbi Yehuda said, for how long will the companions amble among the supernal mysteries of the king? Rabbi Alexandre said, we have learned secrets of Torah are divulged to the disciples who are worthy like us and the companions like us. Rabbi Eliezer asked Rabbi Akiva, what have you heard about this? She continued, bearing his brother, Abel. He replied, that is why I sit before you. He said to him, close your mouth, open your ears, and listen. This intimates a hint about that minor name emanated from the holy name that you and I know. Many people sin with this name. It is a hint of faith for one who contemplates wisdom. Rabbi Eliezer said further, Akiva, the hint that Abel was slain intimates faith in the precious, supernal name of the king. As is written, Yehovah alone will be exalted. Rabbi Akiva said, woe to the world when you depart from it. Now I contemplate great wisdom. He replied, that is why I told you to close your mouth, for I see that you and I are sufficient for the world. Rabbi Yehuda said, Cain became a tiller of the soil and Abel a herder of sheep. This one brought a sacrifice and that one brought a sacrifice. Rabbi Yehuda said, Cain approached haughtily and Abel humbly. As is written, the sacrifices of God are a broken spirit. What is written, Yehovah gazed upon Abel and his offering with favor, but upon Cain and his offering he gazed not. Rabbi Yehuda said, why did his face fall? Because his offering was not accepted. It has been taught, Rabbi Yehuda said, that day was Rosh Hashanah, the day that judgment of all souls passes before the Omnipresent. He said to him, why are you upset? If you do right, is there not it? Rabbi Yehuda explained, in other words, if you do right, you will attain superiority and greatness over your brother. But if you do not do right, sin crouches at the opening, namely at those openings of the Garden of Eden. That the souls traverse, sin crouches. The sin you will perform lies there in waiting, there you will receive your punishment. Its desire is toward you, that is to say, if you mend your deeds and that sin craves for you to perform transgressions, you will rule over it, it will not be able to incite you. It has been taught, Rabbi Yo said, I saw Rabbi Akiva who asked Rabbi Eliezer about this matter. He said to him, Akiva, raise your eyes on high and sit next to me, for all is explained through what I have said. He raised his eyes and afterward he lowered his head. He said, look, I have enacted the posture of the serpent, yet I do not know. Rabbi Eliezer approached him and whispered to him. Rabbi Akiva approached, kissed his hands, wept, and said, all is as you said at first. Those who raise are exalted, those who lower are debased, for the blessed Holy One cannot abide associates. Rabbi Shimon said, Eve said that she created a male at Yehovah, to Yehovah the unique name. But he corrupted his deeds, not wishing to maintain the upright path. As is written, Cain went out from the presence of Yehovah, departing from that principle his mother proclaimed. Consequently, what is written, he dwelled in the land of Nod, wandering, the earth. He too repented when he acknowledged his sin, and he accepted his punishment. As we have learned, whoever confesses his sins and is ashamed of them is immediately absolved of all his transgressions. As is written, whoever confesses and renounces them finds mercy. Rabbi Iya said this is derived from here and confesses his sin, and it is said it shall be forgiven him. Rabbi Yisa said there is nothing in the world that stands in the way of repentance. It was decreed upon Cain, wavering and wandering will you be on earth. When he repented, half was voided. As is written, he dwelled in the land of Nod, or wandering. Wavering is not mentioned. Our rabbis have taught concerning everything the blessed Holy One absolves, but he does not absolve concerning the glory of his name. Is it really true that he does not absolve? For look, Manus, king of Judah, exchanged the glory of the omnipresent for idle vanities. Manus was different because he personally knew that it was vanity, and did not take the essence to heart. These are the words of Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Shimon says there is nothing at all in the world that stands in the way of repentance. Rabbi Yitzhak said, why is it written, and the sister of Tubal-Cain was Naamah? Naamah, well, Rabbi Yitzhak said she was a righteous woman and Ne'emah, pleasing, in her deeds. Rabbi Abayu said the simple sense of scripture indicates that she was learned in metalworking, like her brother Tubal-Cain, as implied by what is written, he was the progenitor of every implement of bronze and iron, and the sister of Tubal-Cain, Naamah, he invented this craft, and his sister with him, as is written, and the sister of Tubal-Cain, Naamah, she was skilled like him. The and the sister joins the preceding statement. Rabbi Bo said she was the mother of demons, she bore them. For look, the mother of Ashmedai, king of the demons, is named Naamah. Rabbi Yitzhak said in the name of Rabbi Yonan she was so called on account of her beauty. From her emerged those of whom is written that they were attractive in appearance and beauty. Rabbi Yo said, why is it said of Seth he engendered in his likeness, according to his image, but of Cain and Abel it is not said? Rabbi Ea replied, Cain and Abel existed solely to manifest a supernal hint and a precious mystery, and did not arise that the world be populated through them. Seth, however, came to the world solely so it would unfurl through him, therefore it said in his likeness, according to his image. It has been taught Enoch son of Jared was righteous, but he decided to be wicked. The blessed Holy One seized him before his time, dealing kindly with him, so he might grant him a good reward in the world to come. Rabbi Abayu said, we have learned, for God has heard the voice of the boy there where he is, some say there where he is implies that at that time, he was righteous, and that is why the blessed Holy One heard his voice. But we have not decreed so in the Mishnah. For Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Rabbi Yitzhak, why was Ishmael banished from Abraham's house, and what did Sarah see that she said, cast out this maid servant and her son? Well, here is written, Sarah saw the son of Hagar the Egyptian, whom she had borne to Abraham, Metzuk, playing. Rabbi Yitzhak said, Metzuk, playing, refers solely to idolatry. Here is written Metzuk, playing, and there is written they rose Letzuk, to play, just as there it refers to idolatry, so here idolatry, and at that time, he was wicked. If so, how then shall we establish there where he is? The explanation derives from what we have decreed in our Mishnah. Rabbi Yehuda said, the higher court does not judge a person until he is 20 years old, and the lower court from 13 years and higher. At that time Ishmael was not yet 20 years old, and therefore he wasn't judged, for even though he was culpable, on account of his days he wasn't found guilty. This is the meaning of what is written there where he is according to the days he was there. Rabbi Ishmael said, but we have seen a child not yet 20, who was good, learned in Torah and Mishnah, yet has died. What removed him from the world now? Should you say it is on account of his father's sins he is from 13 and higher? Should you say on account of his own sins he is not yet 20 years old? Rabbi Yehuda said, a parable. To what can the matter be compared to a king who had an orchard? One day, he entered to stroll in that orchard and noticed young roses flowering within, their fragrance wafting before him, unlike any other in the world. The king said, if so now when they are young, how much more so when they are fully grown? Some time later he entered that same orchard, expecting to find those same roses which had emitted fragrance at first when they were fresh and beautiful and had wafted aroma, now fully grown and beautiful, in which to delight. When he examined them, he found them withered, lacking fragrance. He grew angry and said, had I plucked them before when they were fresh and beautiful, wafting fragrance, I could have delighted in them. Now, in what shall I delight? Look, they are withered. The following year, the king entered the orchard and found young roses wafting fragrance. The king said, pluck them now, I will delight in them before they wither as they did previously. Similarly, the blessed Holy One sees young people wafting fragrance. All is revealed before him, and he sees that in the future they will become wicked, worthless as withered straw. He extends them kindness to delight in them in the Garden of Eden, and now, while they are still good, he removes them from this world, granting them a good reward in the world to come. As is written, I am my beloved's and my beloved is mine, he grazes among the roses. Song of Songs, who conducts his world in accordance with the roses. Rabbi Abahu said, I can support what Rabbi Yehuda said. For look, we have seen that the Blessed Holy One acted in the same manner toward Jeroboam son of Nebat, for when he was a youth, he was righteous and good. As we have learned what is the meaning of the two of them were alone in the field kings, it teaches that at that time, they were more righteous and worthy than the whole of Israel. Rabbi Berechiah said, the Blessed Holy One said to the retinue above, the aroma of Jeroboam is wafting before me. I wish to remove him from the world now, while he is still fragrant. They replied, Master of the world, you are a true judge. If now he is thus, how much more so when he grows up? The Blessed Holy One said to them, it is revealed and known before me that he will do evil in my sight. They replied, Master of the world, while it may be revealed before you, is it revealed before us and the rest of the world? The Blessed Holy left him alone. What is written, the king took counsel and he made 2 golden calves. He sinned and led astray. At that time, the Blessed Holy One said to them, didn't I tell you that I wanted to remove him from the world before this? What a pity I acted this way. Abijah his son arose, and while he was young, he did what was good. What was the good that he did? Rabbi Yo said, in the name of Rabbi Anina, the pilgrims would ascend with his help, without his father's knowledge. The Blessed Holy One saw that he was good and removed him from the world before his days, in order to deal kindly with him, to bequeath him the world to come before his fragrance putrefied. Such is the kindness that the Blessed Holy One administers his creatures. Similarly Enoch, while he was still righteous and the entire generation wicked, the Blessed Holy One saw that if he left him alone, he would learn from their deeds, and so he removed him from the world before his time, before his aroma putrefied. As is written, he was no more, for God took him, that is to say, he was no more in this world to fulfill his days, for God took him before his time, dealing kindly with him, bequeathing him the life of the world to come. Who are these sons of Elohim? God. The sons of God saw the Rabbi Yemuel said, daughters of humankind, the dignitaries of the generation, whose fathers had been the dignitaries of the generation, but they did not restrain them. Rabbi Anina said to Rav Huna concerning what is said, sons of Elohim, it is because they were created from this name, as is written, Elohim created the human one day. The sons of Elohim. Rabbi Shimon son of Lachish said, Satan, the evil impulse, and the angel of death are one and the same. Rabbi Yehuda said that day was Rosh Hashanah, the day when everyone must return to the right path. Thus you find it is the way of the evil impulse to provoke solely when a person wishes to return to the right path. It has been taught an old man in the house is a good omen for the house, a righteous person in the generation is good for the world. As we have learned, the Blessed Holy One casts fear of the judge and ruler upon human beings. As long as the fear of the judge is upon the generation, it is apparent that he is righteous and they are righteous. If his fear is withdrawn from human beings, he is wicked, and they more so than him. Scripture comes to teach Hanephilim, the fallen beings, were on earth. These are Adam and his wife, for they are the ones who fell to earth without a father and mother. Why were they called fallen beings? For they fell from the rank they possessed. In other words, fallen from how they were previously fallen, because they were banished from the Garden of Eden and did not return there. That is why the Torah reiterates these ones were on earth. Their fear was upon all the creatures. They were still alive, but they did not prevent the people of the generation from performing transgressions. Who are the ones who performed transgressions? The dignitaries of the generation, the men of renown, the greatest in the generation. Rabbi Pinus said, hence the interpretation of the verse as is written, the fallen beings were on earth B'ayamim Hahem, in those days Lahem, it was incumbent upon them, to have restraint and restrain themselves from transgressions for their sake. But they did not hold back, and in front of their very eyes they came into the daughters of humankind whorishly, and they bore them children who were those fallen beings extant in the generation, those mighty men, without peer in the generation, the men of name, the known name that the Blessed Holy One called them, as is written, he called their name Adam, human. Parashat Noah. Rabbi opened with this verse, the watchmen patrolling the city found me, they beat me, they bruised me. They stripped me of my shawl. The watchman of the wall. Song of Songs, how beloved is the soul, bestowed from beneath the throne of glory, from a holy site, from the lands of the living, as is said, I will walk before Jehovah in the lands of the living. Why did David call it art so? The lands of the living are their lands on high. Rabbi Yitzhak said, this does not refer to actual lands, and David did not have lands in mind. Rather, it is an expression of right sway, desire, as is said I will desire, you Ezekiel. In other words, David said I will walk before Jehovah in the sight desired unceasingly by the righteous who are called living, whose desire and yearning is to go there. From a pure sight the soul descends, illuminating the dim body so as to guide it along the straight path to perform the service and will of its Creator to reach the morrow and take its reward. Rabbi Yehuda said it would be better for us had we never come into the world, and not have to give an account to the bookkeeper afterward. He said, I recant what is written concerning the human being. It is not good for the human to be alone. I will make him a fitting helper. Rabbi said this refers to the soul, a helper by his side to lead him along the paths of his Maker. As we have learned, if one comes to purify himself, he is given assistance. Our rabbis have taught when a person follows the paths of his Maker, many assist him, his soul assists him, the ministering angels assist him, the Shekinah of the Omnipresent assists him. All of them proclaim before him, saying, when you walk, your stride will be unconstricted. If you run, you will not stumble. Rabbi Natan says the souls of the righteous assist him. Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yos, his father-in-law, were traveling from Usher to Lyre. Rabbi Yos said to Rabbi Elazar, did you happen to hear from your father the meaning of the verse, Jacob went on his way, and angels of God encountered him? He replied, so have I heard from my father. They were the angels that accompanied him previously from the land of Israel. He said to him, who are they? He replied, I do not know. He said to him, that befits you, O righteous ones. The word of your mouth is like a royal crown upon the king's head. While they were walking, they reached the cave of Lyre. They heard a certain voice saying, 2 fawns of the doe fulfilled my pleasurable desire before me. They were the holy camp that Jacob encountered before him. Rabbi Elazar was excited but pained in his soul. He said, Master of the world is its nature, thus it would have been better had we not heard. We heard but do not understand. A miracle happened for him, and he heard that voice say they were Abraham and Isaac. He fell on his face and saw the image of his father. He said to him, Father, I asked and was answered that it was Abraham and Isaac who manifested to Jacob when he was saved from Laban. He said to him, take out your note and heed the voice of your old man, for a mouth speaking grandly it was, and not only in this instance, but also for every righteous person. The souls of the righteous manifest before them to save them. They are supernal, holy angels. Isaac was still alive at this time, but when he had been bound upon the altar, his holy soul had been taken to his master's throne of glory, whereupon his eyes had been sealed from seeing. This is the significance of what is written, had not the fear of Isaac been with me. He asked him, what am I? There he replied, you and I are supernal angels, delighting with King David, the Messiah. He arose. As he was rising, his father-in-law noticed that his face was radiant like the sun. His father-in-law asked him, did you hear some new word, or were you contemplating the glorious radiance of the splendor of Moses? He replied, no. But happy are the righteous, for supernal, holy camps protect them, as is said, for he will command his angels to guard you in all your ways. Rabbi Yehuda said, the blessed Holy One fashioned Jerusalem above corresponding to Jerusalem below, and he swore that he would not enter therein until Israel enters Jerusalem below, as is said, the Holy One is in your midst, and I will not enter the city. Hosea 7 companies of ministering angels guard it round about. At every single opening are companies of ministering angels. They are the openings called righteousness, and they are the openings arrayed for the souls of the righteous to enter therein. King David, peace upon him, yearned for them, as is said, open for me the gates of righteousness, I would enter them and acclaim Yah. This is the gate to Jehovah, the righteous shall enter through it. Above them ministering angels stand guard by the gates of the city, as is said, upon your walls, O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, above I have set watchmen ministering angels. It has been taught there are 7 openings for the souls of the righteous through which to assume their rightful rung. At every single opening there are watchmen. The first opening, the soul enters through the cave of Machpelah, which is adjacent to the Garden of Eden, over which Adam keeps watch. If she is worthy, he proclaims, saying, make room, may your coming be in peace, whereupon she goes forth from the first opening. The second opening is at the gates of the Garden of Eden, where she encounters the cherubim and the flame of the whirling sword. If she is worthy, she enters in peace. If not, there she receives her punishment, and is judged by the flame of the cherubim. Corresponding to them were the cherubim in the temple, when the priest entered on Yom Kippur. If he was worthy, he entered in peace. If he was not worthy, a flame would shoot forth from between the two cherubim, and he was burned within and died. They were aligned corresponding to those at the gate of the Garden of Eden, to clarify souls. If the soul is worthy, she is given a registration token to enter, and she enters the earthly Garden of Eden. There stands a single column of cloud and glow commingled with smoke round about, as is said Jehovah will create over the whole foundation of Mount Zion and over her assemblies a cloud by day and smoke with a glow of flaming fire. It is firmly planted, from below to above to the gates of heaven. If she is worthy of ascending on high, she ascends by that column. If she is not worthy of ascending any farther, she remains there, delighting in the bounty from above. As Rabbi Yos said, I saw the Garden of Eden, and it is aligned corresponding to the curtain of awesome ice above. She enjoys the splendor of Shekinah but is not nourished by it. If she is worthy of ascending, she ascends by that column, until she reaches the third opening, corresponding to the firmament called Zohar. She reaches Jerusalem, which is located within. There preside the watchmen. If she is worthy, they open the openings for her and she enters. If she is not worthy, they lock the gates, thrust her aside, and seize her registration from her. The soul says, the watchman patrolling the city found me. Song of Songs. The ministering angels watching the celestial temple and Jerusalem, they stripped me of my shawl, her registration token. The watchman of the walls, as is said, upon your walls, O Jerusalem, I have set watchmen. If she is worthy of ascending, she enters there through those gates and praises the blessed Holy One in the celestial temple, and Michael, the great prince, offers her as an offering. Rabbi Yitzhak said to Rabbi Yehuda, what kind of korban offering is this? Is it like any other offering? Rabbi Yehuda said, the hakravat offering referred to here is like a person presenting a gift before the king. Michael accompanies her to the fourth, fifth, and sixth openings. He says before the blessed Holy One, Master of the world, happy are your children, the children of those who love you, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Happy are the noble righteous who merit this. Eventually, they reach the seventh gate, Aravo, where the treasuries of good life are found, as well as all the souls of the righteous. All of them are there. They are transformed into ministering angels, Lord praise before the blessed Holy One, and are nourished by the splendor of the resplendent. Speculum. There abides Harmenur, the serenity, Harnala, the inheritance, and Harno, the comfort, of the life of the world to come, which no eye has seen, O God, but you. This is the meaning of these are the offspring of Noah. Noah was a righteous man who is deserving of abiding in such delight, serenity, and tranquility. A righteous, blameless man. Rav Papai said this menure, serenity, above is the meaning of Noah walked with God above, not below. Rabbi Alexandre I opened, there shall be these are the offspring of Noah, no alien god among you, and you shall not bow to a foreign god. There shall be no alien god within you, the evil impulse, and you shall not bow to a foreign god. Do not have intercourse with an Aramean woman. Rabbi Elazar says there shall be no alien god within you. Do not be easily angered. For whoever is angry is as though he worships idols. As Rabbi Akiva said, such is the way of the evil impulse. Today it tells you do such, and tomorrow it tells you worship idols, and one goes and worships. He used to say the anger of the disciples of the wise is the greatest of all, in which instances in the case of actions against the blessed Holy One, as the Torah said, no wisdom, no prudence, and no counsel can prevail against Jehovah, but in other instances, he is forbidden from getting angry. As for the teacher toward the student, it is permitted in order that one respect and fear him, and toward the rest of the people it is permitted in order that his awe be upon them for the sake of heaven. Other people, however, are forbidden, for their anger is not for the fear of heaven. Rabbi Shimon said the temperament of the righteous person difficult to anger and easily appeased. This is the greatest temperament of all. Scripture comes to teach these are the offspring of Noah, at ease, in his mind, calm, in his speech, pleasant, in his manner. Who acts like this? A righteous person. When he dies, they say of him, where is the humble one? Where is the pious one? He was perfect in his generation. What will he merit? Noah walked with God beyond all degrees. Rabbi Kruspedi taught these are the three Noah engendered three sons Hanago, dispositions, in a human being the disposition of the soul, to be a helper for him in the service of his Creator. It is called Shem, the disposition of desire and the evil impulse, Harmanig, goading, and Mimem, riling, the body to sin. It is called Ham, and the disposition of the good impulse, Harmanig, guiding, a person to all that is good, Uliapot, to beautify his deeds through Torah and fear of God. It is called Yephet. This disposition guides a person, leading him to the way of life. Who inhibits and vanquishes him? The earth was corrupt before God, the lifeless clump, vanquishing and corrupting all. About this, Solomon said in his wisdom, one who would corrupt his soul, who Yasana, does so. What is meant by who Yasana? Rabbi Kruspedi said the lifeless clump Yasana makes her corrupt. Alternatively, these are the offspring of Noah. What is written before this subject? V'Yunim Yehovah was sorry that he had made humankind on earth, and his heart was saddened. Rabbi Eliezer says how human nature differs from the nature of the Blessed Holy One. It is the nature of a human being that he does what he does and afterward expresses regret and is saddened. Might the same be true for the Blessed Holy One? Come and hear. As is written, see, I have set before you today life and good, and death and evil. And he cautioned the human being and said, choose life, so that you may live. If he follows the evil path, by his own iniquity he will die. As is said, his own iniquities will ensnare the wicked. So is written, Jehovah saw that human evil was immense. The Blessed Holy One said, I see that they are all guilty. If they perish in their wickedness, then look, my world will be laid waste. As soon as he saw Noah and his sons who were righteous, and realized that a remnant would remain in the world, he was comforted and rejoiced. Rabbi Eliezer said this V'Yunim is an expression of comfort. Similarly, every V'Yunim in the Torah is an expression of comfort. He sees the evil and he sees the good and takes comfort in the good. Rabbi Akiva said to him, according to your view, what is the meaning then of and his heart was saddened? He replied, the quality of the compassion of the Blessed Holy One, for even though he was comforted, he was saddened by the loss of the wicked, for even though they were wicked, he derived no pleasure from their death, and there was no rejoicing in his presence. Rabbi Yehuda said, what is the meaning of the verse? Noah found favor in the eyes of Yehovah, his name was the cause. Noah is the reverse of favor. Yehovah. Why did the verse open with his offspring first? In order to demonstrate to the world that just as he was righteous, so they were righteous and deserving that the world be populated through them. How do we know? As soon as they entered the ark, they perceived the pain of the world and were saddened, and they refrained from cohabitation. Even when they emerged they did likewise, until the Blessed Holy One saw their deeds and said, I did not create my world to be a wasteland. Cohabit and procreate, couple with your wives and be fruitful and multiply. At that hour he blessed them, as is said, God blessed Noah and his sons. Rabbi Penas opened, the sons of God saw these are Toledo, the daughters of generations of Noah humankind, that they were beautiful. Who are these sons of God? The children of the dignitaries of the generation. Scripture teaches that they, the daughters of humankind, were of beautiful appearance. Here is written that they were beautiful, and there is written very beautiful appearance. They used to walk around naked, and the men used to walk around naked. They would see one another's nakedness and fornicate with each other. Why then were they called sons of God? Because they were heroes, the sons of giants. Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi said, once I happened upon the mountain of the rock of Etam, where I found two people on either side of the rock who seemed to have two mouths, one above the other. They were speaking with one another, come let us dispatch him from the world. The chief minion of Agrat, daughter of Malat, appeared Joseph the demon. He said to them, surely this is the great and eminent rabbi of the generation, by whose decree I was dispatched from the settled regions of the earth. This is the one about whom they proclaim in the firmament. While we were walking, I found the mother of those people. She said to her little daughter, they are tiny grasshoppers, whose strength is in their mouths. Bring them to me. We will make of them a gourmet dish for your brother. Before she arrived, a miracle befell us and a mighty river appeared before her. I heard her say, Mommy, Mommy, the yummy snack I was hoping for has gone, and we fled from them and were saved. Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi also said, in the days of the generation of the flood, the Blessed Holy One made the stalks of wheat like the trunks of the cedars of Lebanon. They did not sow or reap, but rather the wind would blow, shedding the wheat below, whereupon they would gather them. So it was every single year. When they sinned, he said, so long as the earth endures, seedtime and harvest, cold and heat, summer and winter, day and night shall not cease. Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi also said the decree of punishment for the generation of the flood was not sealed until they stretched out their hands to rob, as is said, and the earth was filled with violence in the days of the generation of the flood, procreation was rife. As soon as a woman gave birth, they could walk, and they would send them forth like their sheep, as is said, they send forth their young like sheep, and their children dance. Following all this, what is written of them, they said to God, leave us alone, we have no desire to know your ways, until he decreed their sentence and removed them from the world. Our rabbis have taught Noah warned them beforehand, but they paid him no heed. He lingered in constructing the ark, that they might see and repent, but they mocked him until the deep inundated them. For the waters welled forth boiling like fire, as well as the waters from above, and they were blotted out from the world. Rabbi Yitzhak said, what is the meaning of the verse Yehovah sat enthroned at the flood? Did David really need to say such a thing? The whole world knows that he is the first and the last, then and before. Well, Rabbi Yitzhak said, in all cases you find that Elohim designates the attribute of judgment and Yehovah, the attribute of compassion. Now, even though it was the attribute of judgment, compassion was included, for were it not so, the world would have been destroyed. On account of that attribute of compassion, the world was resettled. Similarly, you find this remedy accompanying every judgment he executes. Hence Yehovah rained upon Sodom, a remnant remained. Yehovah sent a plague, a remnant remained, and so in all cases. Rabbi Yehuda said the generation of the flood was exceedingly wise, for they knew what was about to happen. But their knowledge went to their heads. They said, if the blessed Holy One brings a flood, well, we are of high stature and will cruise above the waters and be saved. If he brings up the waters from the deep, well, we will set our feet on the font of the waters, so the waters won't be able to flow out, and we will be saved. When the flood arrived, the blessed Holy One boiled the waters of the deep, and when they placed their feet on the font of the waters, their skin peeled off and they fell. Waters from above surged along with the waters of the deep, and they rolled and descended, dissolved by the boiling of the deep, to Babylon. Rabbi Yonan opened, happy is the one you choose and draw near to dwell in your courts. Command. See how scrupulous a person must be, scrutinizing himself. And they came to Noah into the ark, his deeds every single day. How so? When he rises in the morning, let him say, may it be your will before you, O Yehovah my God and the God of my fathers, that my heart will be steadfast and devoted, so that I will not forget you. When he stretches out his legs to walk, let him examine the steps of his feet, so that they will not deviate to evil. If he en route to perform a commandment, let him run, as is said, they shall follow Yehovah, roaring like a lion. Hosea, even on the Sabbath it is a commandment to run. When the day has completely passed, he must scrutinize himself and what he has done that day, and should the need arise, immediately perform teshuvah before going to sleep. Our rabbis have taught what is the meaning of the verse Solomon had a vineyard in Baal Hamon. He gave the vineyard to keepers, and each would obtain for its fruit 1,000 pieces of silver. Song of Songs. Rabbi Yehuda said, Li Shalomah, Solomon had a vineyard, the king who possesses Shalom, peace, in Baal Hamon. These are the angels of peace. He gave the vineyard to keepers. These are the keepers of the guard on earth. Each would obtain for its fruit 1,000 kasef, pieces of silver, the 1,000 delights for which the soul kosfe, pines. Alternatively, Solomon had a vineyard. This refers to the Torah in Baal Hamon. From heaven he gave the vineyard to keepers Israel, who are the keepers of her guard. Each would obtain for its fruit 1,000 pieces of silver as reward for her. Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Ea were walking on the way. Rabbi Ea said, tell us some of those sublime matters that your father used to say about the delights of the soul. He said to him, let's get out of here, for these Cappadocians are lacking good deeds. He replied, if so, it behooves us to apply Torah, and we will be saved from them. He said to him, our rabbis did not instruct us with regard to a place of danger. As they left and continued on the way, Rabbi Yos said, I shall tell you a word, concealed among my father's hidden riches in his treasury. This is it. It is written, Solomon had a vineyard. This vineyard is the holy soul, planted above, beneath the throne of glory Solomon the king who possesses all peace in Balhaman the throne of glory presiding over all the hosts of heaven and earth the master of all the hosts. It bestowed this soul. To whom to keep as those who keep his commandments. The blessed Holy One has countless worlds on high above all the hosts of heaven, and 1200 other worlds that he enters within, to delight with the righteous in the Garden of Eden. Each would obtain for its fruit 1,000 kasef, pieces of silver the 1,000 worlds that the blessed Holy One Kasif desires. Rabbi Yitzhak said I can support Rabbi Yos's word. As follows, from what is written afterward my own vineyard is before me the 1,000 are yours, Solomon, and 200 for those who guard its fruit the throne of glory proclaims, saying, Master of the universe, that soul was taken from me she is before me. The 1,000 are yours, Solomon those 1,000 worlds belong to you they are not fitting for another. 200 for those who guard its fruit this refers to Eden, containing 200 worlds of pleasure and delight for the souls of the righteous. As we have learned Rabbi said every single night, the blessed Holy One enters all those worlds, while at midnight he enters the 200 worlds of the Garden of Eden to delight with the righteous, as is said new as well as old, my love, I have stored away for you when David peace be upon him contemplated the rank of the righteous, his heart pined. He said, Master of the universe happy is the one you choose and draw near to dwell in your courts Rabbi Abayu said how attentive a person must be, since the divine soul is in his nostrils, to purify himself of his iniquities, scrutinize his deeds, and not sin before his Maker so that his rank might be with the other righteous, when he ascends to behold the countenance of Jehovah, with no one to hold him back. From whom do you learn this? From the ark. What is written? They came to Noah into the ark without permission. As Rabbi Yitzhak said, all the birds, beasts, and animals that had not sinned came and the ark received them, but those that had sinned the ark repelled them without. If so with the ark which is but dry wood, how much more so the openings of heaven, the keepers of the God, and the throne of glory, who possess real power, so that they can receive those who have not sinned, and repel those who have. Rabbi Ea said Noah was of the little of faith, for he believe that the flood would really come. He did not enter the ark until the waters forced him, as is said Noah entered because of the waters of the flood. Rabbi Yitzhak said when the blessed Holy One brought down the waters, initially he brought them down compassionately, in order to demonstrate to the world that should they repent, he would accept them. As implied by what is written, at first the rain was, whereas afterward it says the flood was, that if they were to repent, they would become rains of blessing. They did not repent and hence there was a flood. Rabbi Yitzhak also said the blessed Holy One swore an oath that he does not desire the death of the wicked, as is said, as I live declares Yehovah Elohim, I do not desire the death of the wicked, but that the wicked turn from his way. V'iyah, and live Ezekiel in 2 worlds, this world and the world to come. Rabbi Yitzhak also said happy are the children to whom is said thus return and live Ezekiel, for why should you die, O house of Israel? Turn back, for he does not desire the death of the wicked, but only that they return in Teshuvah, in order that they might live. Alternatively, Rabbi Yonan opened the eyes of the wicked will fail, escape is lost to them, their hope may parnafsh, an expiring breath. This can be compared to a king and a gang of bandits who were pillaging in the mountains. The king heard and sent his troops after them, who caught them and placed them in a high tower. There were some prudent men among them who said, we know binafshatana, in our hearts, that we have done evil things and that we cannot be saved. What did they do? They dug a hole in the tower, went out, and fled to the mountains. There was a dullard among them, he saw the hole but did not wish to flee and escape. The following day, the king came to inspect the tower and the bandits. He saw the hole they made and that they had fled and escaped. He said to the one remaining, fool, your companions fled through this hole and escaped my judgment. What more can I do to them? But as for you who saw the hole with your own eyes but did not want to be saved, your eyes shall be gouged, and afterward you will be hanged on a tree. So, the bandits are the wicked who walk about in darkness. The wicked who are prudent, what do? They say, we have sinned against the king. How can we escape his judgment? Rather, let us open a path of Teshuvah. Beseech mercy, escape, and be saved. This is what they did. As for the dullards, what do? They see the path of Teshuvah open before them, which the others opened and through which they escaped heavenly judgment, but they do not wish to be saved. The Blessed Holy One says to them, "Fools, your brothers fled and escaped through that path of Teshuvah they opened. What more can I do to them? But as for you, your eyes beheld the path of Teshuvah open before you, yet you did not wish to enter within to escape and be saved. What is written about them? The eyes of the wicked will fail, for they saw an open path. Escape is lost to them, for they did not wish to escape and be saved. Their hope may parnafsh, an expiring soul in the world to come." Similarly with the generation of the flood, they saw Noah making the ark and forewarning them every day. They saw him enter the ark, but they did not wish to repent. The Blessed Holy One said, "The eyes of the wicked will fail, escape is lost to them because they did not wish to repent and escape my judgment. Their hope an expiring soul, for they will not rise at the day of judgment. As is said, the shades tremble beneath the waters and their denizens." Rabbi Yos said, "Why was he called man of the earth? Because the earth was settled through him in other. Noah, man of the earth, was the first to plant a vineyard." Words master of the earth. Our rabbis say man of the soil because on his account the earth abided in her power and nature. As is said, this one will provide us relief from our labor and from the painful toil of our hands caused by the soil that Jehovah cursed. Know that as soon as Adam sinned, the soil was cursed, as is said, "Cursed be the soil because of you," and she abided in her curses until Noah arose and annulled the curse. As it has been taught, Rabbi Ea the Great said, in the hour when the Blessed Holy One said to Noah, "Go out of the ark," he said before him, "Master of the universe, whither should I come out? Shall I come out to an earth that has been cursed because she was cursed? Her inhabitants were destroyed, all of them were cursed and dwindled." The Blessed Holy One replied, "Not so for you, rather, pullulate across the earth and multiply upon her. The others were destroyed upon her, but as for you, be fruitful and multiply and abound upon her." Even so his heart was not at ease, and so he offered up offerings. As is said, he offered ascent offerings on the altar upon which Adam sacrificed. The Blessed Holy One said to him, "Here is what you have requested. I will never again curse the earth because of humankind." Whereupon his heart was at ease. That is why he was called man of the earth, because he gave his heart and soul for her, to extract her from the curse. Some say, because he engaged in the business of the soil. He found a banished vine, banished from he planted a vineyard, Garden of Eden. On the very day he planted it, it flourished. As is said, on the day of your planting, you make it grow. Rabbi says the vine was banished from the Garden of Eden, along with its grapes. He squeezed them, drank from the wine, and exposed himself. Rabbi Avon opened. Jehovah spoke to Aaron, saying, "Wine and beer, do not drink, you and your sons with you, when you enter the tent of meeting, lest you die a perpetual statute throughout your generations." As Rabbi Avon said, there is nothing in the whole world that causes a person's heart to become proud like wine. This was the cause of Nadab and Abihu's punishment, because they ate and drank and their hearts grew proud. This is the meaning of the strange fire that he had not enjoined upon them. This had been decreed against them previously, and the attribute of justice arrived to send forth a hand against them. As is said, yet against the nobles of Israel, he did not send forth his hand, even though their sentence to send forth a hand against them had been decreed. Why were they punished? Because they beheld God, and they ate and drank. They entered when they ate and drank, and at that moment their punishment was decreed. Afterward, seeing that he did not send forth a hand the first time, they did so again, and a flame shot forth from between the two cherubim, and they were burned. For so were they aligned, corresponding to the cherubim in the Garden of Eden. After they died, he commanded Aaron and the priests who would succeed him to abstain from wine when they enter the tent of meeting, lest they enter and their hearts be found to be proud and haughty. Rabbi said there are two things that do not go together: wine and the service of heaven. As we have learned there, one who is tipsy must not pray, and similarly, one who is drunk must not pray, and if he did pray, his prayer is an abomination. Rabbi Yos said one who is drunk and prays is as though he worships idols. How do we know from Hannah? It is written, Eli thought she was drunk, Samuel, to which she replied and said, "Do not take your maidservant for a worthless woman." Rabbi Yos continued, here is written worthless women, and there is written worthless men have come out. Just as the latter indicates idolatry, so here idolatry. Rabbi Yitzhak said the only people termed holy are those who abstain from wine, as is written, all the days of his setting apart for Jehovah, he shall be holy. Rabbi Yitzhak also said, there is no wine worthy of the name fine wine like the wine of the land of Israel. And the finest of all is the wine of the Upper Galilee, for one cannot imbibe even half a log. Rabbi Elazar son of Rabbi Shimon went to see his father-in-law, Rabbi Yo son of Rabbi Shimon son of Lekaniah. He was served a tender 3-year-old calf, and he opened for him a cask of wine. His father-in-law mixed and he drank, he mixed again and he drank. He said to him, perhaps you have heard from your father how many to 1 cup. He replied, whatever size it is, one of hot wine, one of cold. But the rabbis did not take into account the size of your cup, which is tiny, your wine which is outstanding, or my belly which is huge. Rabbi Yehuda said, when Noah came out of the ark, descending from the beasts, and creeping and swarming things, he was confused in his mind. Even though he drank only a little wine, he got drunk and exposed himself. Rabbi Yehuda also said, Canaan came and castrated him. He awoke from his wine and found himself emasculated. As is written, Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his youngest son had done to him. The verse does not say what he had seen, but rather what he had done to him, that he had castrated him. That is why he cursed him. As is said, he said, cursed be Canaan, the lowliest slave shall he be to his brothers. Rabbi opened, Jehovah smelled the pleasing aroma and said, never again will I curse the earth because of humankind. When Noah came out of the ark, he opened his eyes and saw the whole world completely destroyed. He began weeping for the world. He said, Master of the world, if you destroyed your world because of human sin or because of fools, why did you create it? One or the other you should do. Either do not create the human being, or do not destroy the world. He offered up offerings, arose, and prayed before him, and the aroma ascended before the blessed Holy One and was sweet. Rabbi continued, 3 aromas ascended before him: the aroma of his offering, the aroma of his prayer, and the aroma of his deeds. No aroma in the world was as pleasing to him as that aroma. Therefore he commanded, saying, Re'aniah, my pleasing aroma, take care to offer me at its appointed time, that is, take care to offer me the aroma that Noah offered up to me, the aroma of offering, prayer, and right action. Rabbi Avu said Noah was wise and could understand the chatter and chirps of the creatures and their significations. When he was in the ark, he said, I know that there is none so clever among the birds as the raven, through which I might ascertain a sign in the world. Immediately he sent out the raven. Rabbi Ea said, how could he do this? For Rabbi Bo said, it is forbidden to gaze upon those who augur through fowl of the sky. And surely this is in the category of you shall not augur or interpret omens encompassing any form of divination in the world. Well, Rabbi Ea said Noah was extremely distressed by the destruction of the world. He said, Master of the world, I thought that you were compassionate, but you did not have compassion upon your world. Your compassion turned into cruelty. You did not have compassion upon your children. May this one who does not have compassion upon its children, and who turns cruelly against them, go forth. That is why he sent out the raven, intimating an intimation. Rabbi Yos said, but is it not written concerning him, a righteous person? He was blameless. How could he cast aspersions above? Rabbi Ea replied, he spoke out of his great distress. For we have learned. How do we know that we do not judge a person on account of his distress? As is said, Job speaks without knowledge, his words lack understanding. Even though he cast aspersions above, his judgment is not as an intentional transgressor, but as someone without knowledge, on account of his distress. The raven did not wish to go on its mission, because it was designated for a different mission to sustain Elijah. As is said, the ravens brought him bread and meat. Kings, it did not wish to carry out its mission until the drying of the waters from upon the earth, which was by Elijah's command. As soon as Noah realized that he did not act appropriately, he sent out the dove. Rabbi Bo said he intimated 2 matters thereby. 1. As is written, Ke'ionafota ein lev, like a foolish dove with no mind. Hosea, that is, because of my great distress, ein libi imi, my mind was not clear, v'nifta, and was fooled. The other, Noah said, among all the birds, there is none who can endure death without protest like the dove. That is why Israel were compared to a dove. Noah said, similarly it befits us to endure death without protest. Therefore he sent out the dove. Rabbi Yonan son of Nuri said, the Blessed Holy One took Shem son of Noah, and set him aside as priest most high to minister to him. He ensconced his Shekinah with him and called him Melchizedek, priest most high, king of Salem. His brother Japheth used to learn Torah from him in his house of study, until Abraham arrived and learned Torah in Shem's house of study, whereupon the Blessed Holy One became occupied with Abraham and all the others were forgotten. Abraham came and prayed before the Blessed Holy One that he would permanently ensconce his Shekinah in the house of Shem, and he consented, as is said, you are a priest forever. By my word, Melchizedek, my righteous king. Rabbi Yonan said, surely Japheth was the eldest. Why then did Shem receive the priesthood? Because he was always engaged in Torah, forsaking the ways of the world. From whence did he have Torah? Well, Adam knew the Torah and he transmitted it to his son Seth. Afterward it reached Enoch, until it reached Shem, who was constantly engaged in it. Rabbi Yos said to him, if the Torah was in Shem's study house, why did the Blessed Holy One need to instruct the sons of Noah about the 7 commandments with which they were enjoined? For look, they were already written in the Torah before. Well, Rabbi Yitzhak said, when the flood came upon the world and they entered the ark, owing to their great distress it was forgotten by Shem, until the Blessed Holy One came and renewed for them those 7 commandments. Rabbi Yos said, heaven forbid, the Torah was not forgotten by him. Rather, the Blessed Holy One said, if I tell them that they must keep the entirety of my Torah, they will cast off every yoke, like the others who said, we have no desire to know your ways. Rather, I will give them a few matters, and they will keep them, until the one who will keep all arrives, Abraham, as is said, because Abraham has listened to my voice and has kept my charge, my commandments, my statutes, and my teachings. As soon as he learned Torah from Shem, he took upon himself to keep the Torah in its entirety. That is why the Blessed Holy One selected 7 items from the Torah in order that they might keep them. Our rabbis have taught, how did the Blessed Holy One answer Noah when he came out of the ark and saw the world destroyed, whereupon he began weeping for it, saying, Master of the world, you are called compassionate, you should have shown compassion for your creatures. The Blessed Holy One replied, foolish shepherd, now you say this, but not when I spoke to you tenderly, as is written, for you alone have I found righteous before me in this generation. As for me, I am about to bring the flood waters upon the earth, to destroy all flesh. Make yourself an ark of gopher wood. I lingered with you and Bala bored you with all this, so that you might seek compassion for the world. But as soon as you heard that you would be saved in the ark, the evil of the world did not touch your heart. You built the ark and saved yourself. Now that the world has been destroyed, you open your mouth muttering questions and pleas before me. As soon as Noah realized this, he presented sacrifices and offerings, as is written, Noah built an altar to Jehovah, and took of every pure animal and of every pure bird, and offered ascent offerings on the altar. Rabbi Yonan said, the difference between Noah and the righteous heroes that arose for Israel afterward: Noah did not shield his generation and did not pray for them like Abraham. For as soon as the Blessed Holy One said to Abraham, the outcry of Sodom and Gomorrah is so great, immediately Abraham came forward and said, he countered the Blessed Holy One with more and more words until he implored that should just 10 righteous people be found there, he would grant atonement to the entire generation for their sake. Abraham thought that there were 10 in the city, counting Lot and his wife, his daughters and sons-in-law. That is why he beseeched no further. Moses arrived and shielded the entire generation. As soon as the Blessed Holy One said, Moses, Israel has sinned, quickly they have turned from the way, what is written of him? V'yilmosh, Moses implored. What is meant by implored? This teaches that he prayed until he was seized by Alala, trembling. Our rabbis say Moses did not leave the Blessed Holy One until he pledged his life for them from this world and from the world to come, as is written, and now if only you would forgive their sin, if not, erase me from your book that you have written. Rabbi Yos said this is derived from here. He said that he would annihilate them had not Moses, his chosen one, stood in the breach before him. So all the righteous shielded their generations and did not allow the attribute of judgment to have dominion over them. And Noah the Blessed Holy One lingered with him, speaking many words to him, that perhaps he might seek compassion for them. but he just built the ark and the whole world was destroyed. Rabbi Eliezer and Rabbi Yehoshua were sitting by the outskirts of Tiberias. Rabbi Yehoshua said, Rabbi, what was Noah thinking by not beseeching compassion for his generation? He replied, didn't he think to himself that even he would be saved? This can be compared to one who finds a cluster of unripe grapes among sour grapes. Were they among ripe grapes, they wouldn't he be worth anything. As implied by what is written, for you alone have I found righteous before me in this generation. He should have said righteous before me. What is the significance of in this generation, namely, relative to the generation? That is why he did not beseech compassion. He said to himself, would that I could beseech compassion for myself and be saved, and all the more so for others afterward. Rabbi Eliezer said, nevertheless, he ought to have implored compassion for the world before the blessed Holy One, for whoever speaks kindly of his children pleases him. How do we know from Gideon son of Joash, who was neither a righteous person nor the son of a righteous person, and yet because he spoke well of Israel, what is written about him? Jehovah said to him, go with this strength of yours and deliver Israel from the Midianites. Judges. What is the meaning of this strength of yours? This kindness you spoke about my children. May you have great strength to deliver them from the hands of the Midianites. Rabbi Eliezer said further, even if one is the most righteous person in the entire world, should one speak evil or slanderously of Israel before the blessed Holy One, his punishment is most severe of all. For we have not found in any generation a more noble and righteous person than Elijah, and yet because he spoke slanderously of Israel, as is written, for the children of Israel have forsaken your covenant, torn down your altars, and have put your prophets to the sword. Kings, he was greatly befooled before him at that time. What is written about him? He found beside his head a cake baked on hot coals. What is the significance of hot coals? The blessed Holy One said, whosoever speaks slanderously of my children deserves to eat in this manner. Rabbi Eliezer said, what is the meaning of the verse? He arose and ate and drank, and with the strength from that meal, he walked 40 days and 40 nights until the mountain of God at Horeb. Could he really walk that far from the strength gained by eating a cake baked on hot coals? Well, Rabbi Eliezer said, the blessed Holy One cast a deep slumber upon Elijah, and he showed him the case of Moses, who sat in his presence 40 days and 40 nights, and how while he was there, Israel worshipped the calf. Even though he went 40 days and 40 nights without eating bread or drinking water, he did not budge until the blessed Holy One absolved them. He said to Elijah, this is what you should have done. What's more, you should have realized that they are my children, my beloved children, who accepted my Torah at Mount Horeb. This is the meaning of the verse, and with the strength from that meal he walked 40 days and 40 nights. He saw the case of Moses, who lingered with him 40 days and 40 nights, and the case of Israel, who accepted the Torah at Mount Horeb. This is the meaning of what is written, until the mountain of God at Horeb. Rabbi Yitzhak said, Elijah didn't he depart from there until he swore before the blessed Holy One that he would always advocate the merits of Israel whenever someone performs a meritorious act. He is the first to say before the blessed Holy One, so and so just did such and such. He does not budge until that person's merit is recorded, as is written, and it was written in a book of remembrance in his presence. Malachi. Rabbi Yehuda son of Pazi said, what was Noah's punishment? That he emerged from the ark lame. He lay down and was disgraced. His son shamed him and did what he did. Rabbi Elazar said, how assiduously a person must walk the straight path because Jacob seized the blessings from Esau dishonestly. Know that permission has not been granted to any nation in the world to subjugate Israel, aside from the nation of Esau. Rabbi Penas opened the verses as referring to the assembly of Israel in relation to the blessed Holy One. He sent out the raven, as Rabbi Penas said, it is written, David said to all the courtiers who were with him in Jerusalem, rise and let us flee, or none of us will escape from Absalom. Samuel, even though he fled, what is written about him? A psalm of David, when he fled from his son Absalom, even though he was fleeing and was banished from his kingdom, he did not refrain from uttering song before the blessed Holy One and pleading before him. He sent out the raven. This is David, who called out unceasingly like the raven. Alternatively, the raven, for he hailed from Judah, who is called Oev, raven, as is said, I myself you, will be his pledge. Oev, raven spelled Oev, lacking the Vov. Rabbi Penas said, why was he called raven? Because he used to roam about the mountains like a raven. corresponding with what he said to Saul as he would chase a partridge in the mountains. Samuel, he said to him, "You have made me as one who calls out in the mountains." Here is written caw, a partridge, and there is written to the ravens young who yikra you, call out. Rabbi Penas also said the difference between the kings of Judah and the kings of Israel. The blessed Holy One sent David out and banished him from his kingdom, and immediately he returned in Teshuvah before the blessed Holy One. Now, do not be surprised by this, for even Manase king of Judah, who was wicked, immediately returned in Teshuvah before the blessed Holy One. He seized the art of his ancestors, and returned to his kingdom. This is what scripture comes to teach. He sent out the raven David, who would call out ceaselessly. Like the raven, the blessed Holy One sent him out from his kingdom, and took him out of his home. What is written about him? It went forth Yatsovashaf, going out and returning as is written. David was going up the slope of Olives, going up weeping, his head covered. Samuel, he was Yosveishav, going out and returning, in Teshuvah, confessing his sins and seeking compassion for them. He knew that it was his sins that caused him to be sent from his kingdom and banished. Every single thing brought about by sin in his kingdom or in Israel, he attributed to himself, and he knew that he was the cause. Until the drying of the waters, when he was informed that it was not on his account, but rather on account of Saul and on account of the house of blood guilt, because he put the Gibeonites to death. Samuel, what is written? There was a famine in the days of David 3 years, year after year, and David sought out the presence of Jehovah because he thought that he was the cause. The blessed Holy One said to him, "This is not on your account, but on Saul's." Until the drying of the waters he attributed everything to himself and immediately returned in Teshuvah. But then he didn't need to return in Teshuvah because the matter did not arise because of him. This is the meaning of the verse, he went forth, going out and returning as far as the drying of the waters, because then the matter was not dependent on him. Rabbi Penas said the blessed Holy One wished to test Israel, so he sent them to Babylon, as is said he sent out the dove from himself, the assembly of Israel. Look at what is written about her. But the dove found no resting place for the sole of her foot, because the king of Babylon burdened her yoke with famine and thirst, and by slaying countless righteous saints, and because of the weight of her yoke, Vatashaf, she returned to him into the ark. She returned by Teshuvah, in Teshuvah, and he received her. The assembly of Israel sinned as at first, and he exiled her once again, as is said. Once again he sent out the dove from the ark, to another exile, the exile of Greece. As Rabbi Yehuda said, the exile of Greece darkened the faces of Israel like the bottom of the pot, owing to her great pain and distress. What is written of her? The dove came back to him toward Erev, evening. What is the significance of toward evening? Because the time of relief did not illuminate them as it had at first. The righteous were slain, the day darkened, and the sun of Ariv grew dim for them, and they could not endure because of the great duress that was upon them, as is said, woe to us, for the day is fading, shadows of evening spread, for the day is fading. The righteous who illuminate the world like the sun, shadows of evening spread, for they remained like gleanings of the vintage Mika. This is the significance of toward evening, and not as when the righteous illuminate them like the sun. Look, a plucked olive leaf was in her bill. Had the blessed Holy One not aroused the spirit of the priests who kindled lamps with olive oil, then the remnant of Judah would have disappeared from the world. Each time, she returned in Teshuvah and was received. Rabbi Penas said, aside from the fourth exile, for she has not yet returned. All depends on Teshuvah. Rabbi Penas also said you cannot find a single instance where the blessed Holy One did not suspend the sentence of the assembly of Israel by 7 sabbaticals and 7 jubilees. Perchance she return in Teshuvah, as is written, he waited still another 7 days, aside from the former. He sent out the dove in the exile of Edom, but she returned to him again no more, for until today, she has not returned in Teshuvah, nor aroused her spirit. As Rabbi Penas said, had she returned in Teshuvah, she would have remained in exile for only 1 day. Rabbi Eliezer said, in all the exiles suffered by the assembly of Israel, the blessed Holy One established for her a time and termination. She always aroused to Teshuvah. The last exile, however, has no termination or fixed time. All depends on Teshuvah, as is said, you shall return to Jehovah your God and heed his voice. And it is written, if your banished lie at the ends of heaven, from there Jehovah your God will gather you in, and from there he will take you. Rabbi Akiva said to him, if so, how can it be that they will all arouse to teshuvah as one? How can they who are at the end of heaven and they who are at the end of the earth join in unison to perform teshuvah? Rabbi Eliezer replied, by your life, if the heads of the community return in teshuvah, or even one congregation, by their merit all the exiles will be gathered in. For the blessed Holy One constantly looks forward to when they will return, that he might bestow goodness upon them, as is written, truly Jehovah is waiting to show you grace, truly he will arise to pardon you, constantly waiting for when they will do teshuvah. Rabbi Yos said this corresponds with what Rabbi Pinhas said, as is written, but she returned to him again no more. The verse does not say he did not return to her again, but rather she did not return to him again. Hence, he is poised and waiting for when she will return. One day, Rabbi was sitting contemplating this matter, as is written, when you are in distress and all these things befall you in distant days, V'ishavta, and you shall return to Jehovah your God and heed his voice. He said concerning what Moses said will be at the end of days, all these troubles have already come, yet teshuvah, repentance, has not yet been effectuated. While he was sitting, Elijah, may his memory be a blessing, appeared. He said to him, Rabbi, with what are you occupied? He replied, with how the Torah said that when troubles befall Israel at the end of days, immediately they will do teshuvah, as is written, in distant days, and you shall return. But they have not yet returned in teshuvah. He said to him, by your life, Rabbi, the blessed Holy One was occupied with this matter this very day. Michael, their supreme guardian, arrived and inquired when his beloved children would come out from beneath the exile of Edom. He said, you wrote in your Torah that it will be when they endure these punishments for what they have done. What is written, for Jehovah your God is a compassionate God? He replied, let Samael, the guardian of Edom, come and argue with him in my presence. Michael came and pleaded the case as before. Samael said, Master of the world, you are the one who said that the assembly of Israel would be under the dominion of Edom until they will be worthy before you. But look, all of them are guilty until this very day. At that moment, the blessed Holy One rebuked him for having spoken slanderously about his children, and he fled 3,000 miles. He said to Michael, Michael, you ought to have looked at the beginning of the verse, as is written, and you shall return to Jehovah your God and heed his voice, and afterward, for Jehovah your God is a compassionate God. Michael said, Master of the world, you ought to have shown them compassion. You are compassionate, so are you styled. He replied, I swore an oath on the day the sentence was decreed before me until they return. But if the assembly of Israel opens teshuvah like the eye of a needle, I will open for them immense gates. Rabbi Yehuda said, what is written about Jacob? Jacob was left alone and a man wrestled with him until the rising of dawn. At that time, authority was bestowed upon all the hosts of heaven, to the princes empowered over kingdoms, these allocated to preside over those, and authority and dominion was bestowed upon the prince of Edom to rule over the nations. What is written, at that moment Jacob was left alone because he did not yet have Benjamin and did not possess a celestial guardian, and a man wrestled with him, Samael, the chief of Edom, who desired that Jacob be placed under the subjugation of Edom. By virtue of Jacob's great merit, however, he was not handed over to him. Rabbi Yehuda said, at that moment, all the hosts of heaven assembled, wishing to argue with Samael on Jacob's behalf. The blessed Holy One said, Jacob does not need any of you, his merit shall contend with him. Immediately a man wrestled with him, he contended with him. A Rabbi Yehuda said, what is written about him? He saw that he could not prevail against him, for his merit was great, and he could not make his case that Jacob be subjugated beneath Edom. Immediately he touched the socket of his thigh, his children, the offspring of his thigh. At that moment, Jacob weakened and was unable to contend with him, as is written, the socket of Jacob's thigh was wrenched as he wrestled with him, as he contended with him, and authority was given to Samael to subjugate the children of Jacob under the hand of Edom whenever they transgress the Torah. Parashat Liklekha. Go you forth. Go you forth. Rabbi Yehuda opened, the blossoms have appeared on the earth, the time of singing has arrived, the voice of the turtle dove is heard in our land. Song of Songs. Rabbi Yehuda said how vigorously a person must array his deeds before his Creator, and engage in his Torah day and night, for the sublimity of Torah transcends all degree. As Rabbi Yehuda said, Torah possesses two superlative boons, life and wealth, as is written, length of days in her right hand, in her left, riches and honor. Rav Papa said, these are three. Rabbi Yehuda replied, honor is included within riches, for whoever possesses wealth possesses honor. How does a person merit all this? By virtue of Torah. When Rav Kahana went up there, he attained much Torah until his face shone like the sun. When he arrived, they would come before him to merit Torah, and whenever a person came before him, he would say to him, what do you desire, wealth and honor, or length of days in the world to come? One day, a certain person from his neighborhood came before him. He said to him, Rabbi, I desire to attain Torah that I might possess wealth. He said to him as follows, my son, I pledge by the Torah that if it is wealth that you desire, it shall be yours until you will tire from saying enough. He sat and studied Torah. He said to him, what is your name? He replied, Yos. He said to his students, call him Yosef, possessor of wealth and honor. When he would enter the house of study, they would rise before him and he would teach Torah. After some days, he asked him, where is the wealth? He said, conclude from this that he does not act for the sake of heaven. Rav Kahana bent down and heard a voice saying, leave that man alone, and do not punish him, for he will be a great man. He said to him, sit, my son, sit, for great wealth will be yours. While they were sitting, a person arrived, carrying a precious golden vessel. As he displayed it, light descended upon the house. He said, Rabbi, I desire to possess my share in the compensation of Torah. He said to him, what are your deeds? He replied, my father left me much gold and silver, and whenever I sit at the table, I set upon it 13 similarly precious vessels. I have not merited a son to toil in Torah through whom I might obtain the world to come, so I have come to find someone who desires silver and gold, that he will labor in Torah, and that my merit will be reckoned as though I had engaged in Torah. He said to him, look, Rabbi Yos, possessor of wealth, can toil in Torah on your behalf. He gave him the precious golden vessel. Rav Kahana replied to him, the verse, gold and glass cannot equal her, nor can she be exchanged for objects of pure gold. He sat and plied Torah for the sake of that wealth, until he knew Sifra and Sifri and Tosafot and Agado, and they called him Rabbi Yos, son of Pazi. After he became wise, he looked closely at Torah and realized that his deeds were shameful because he had abandoned the life of the world to come for the sake of gold and silver. He said, conclude from this that the slender scorpion, too, needs to grow up in order to improve its sting. He came before Rav Kahana weeping. He said, have you heard the voices flow out of me like water? I do not desire the left on account of the right. Of the left hand is written riches and honor, while of her right length of days. His teacher arranged for that man to give his wealth to orphans and widows, and that his compensation be through those engaging in Torah. Rabbi Yos returned all the gold and silver and the precious golden vessel he gave him, and until this very day, the name son of Pazi has not departed from him and his children. Rabbi Yehuda said, there is no night in which Metatron, the prince of the countenance, does not grasp all the souls of the disciples of the wise who engage in Torah for its own sake, displaying them before the blessed Holy One. The ministering angels wait and desist from reciting song, until the souls of the righteous assemble with them and they sing together to God Most High. As is said, the blossoms have appeared on the earth. Song of Songs. Those who engage in Torah for its own sake, the time of singing has arrived. Then is the time to sing to their Creator together. The voice of the turtle dove is heard in our land. Metatron, who comes to assemble the souls of the righteous, to sing to their Creator every single night. As is said, let the pious exalt Bikavod, in glory, let them sing upon their beds. What is meant by Bikavod, with glory? Rabbi Yehuda said, this is Metatron. Rabbi Yaakov son of Idi said, all the souls of the righteous have been hewn from beneath the throne of glory, to conduct the body like a father guiding a son. For without the soul, the body could not conduct itself nor be aware to realize the will of its creator. As Rabbi Abayu said, the soul guides and trains the human being, initiating him into every straight path. When the blessed Holy One sends her forth to the body from the sight of holiness, he blesses her with 7 blessings, as is written. Yehovah said to Avram, Abram the soul, who is a father, to teach the body, and Ram, exalted, above him, for she has come from an exalted and lofty sight. What does he say to her? Go you forth, from your land, from your birthplace, from your father's house, from your abode, from your place, and from your bliss. from your father's house. Rabbi Yaakov said, this is the resplendent speculum. To the land that I will show you, namely to such and such a body, a holy body, an upright body. Even so, I will bless those who bless you, those who treat you correctly and virtuously, those who bless me because of you, saying, as long as the soul is within me, I shall acknowledge you, Yehovah my God. Kalelekha, whoever curses you, I will curse those who curse you, Kelim, corrupting their deeds and paths. Abram went forth as Yehovah had directed him. Once she was blessed with these 7 blessings, what is written, Abram went forth the soul, which is a father, to the body, and Ram, exalted, from the highest sight. As Yehovah had directed him to enter that body, she had been commanded to guide and instruct. Rabbi Yaakov said, look at what is written about her. Once she came to enter the body, Lot went with him, the deviser of evil, destined to enter along with the soul as soon as a human is born. How do we know that the deviser of evil is called thus? As is said, the devisings of the human heart are evil from youth. This is Lot, who was cursed in the world. And this corresponds with what Rabbi Yitzhak said, the serpent who seduced Eve was the deviser of evil. We have seen that he was cursed, as is said, cursed are you above all animals, therefore he is called Lut, cursed. When the soul enters the body, immediately Lot went with him, for he is destined to enter with him, to mislead the human being, to challenge the soul. Rabbi Yaakov son of Ravidi said concerning what we have said, how do we know that it is an allegory for the soul? From what is written, afterward Abram took Sarai his wife, the body, and Lot his brother's son, the deviser of evil, which is his brother's son, associated and connected with the body and all the possessions they had accumulated, their deeds, and they set out for the land of Canaan, all of them fixated upon the vanities of the world, pursuing their designs and avarice. Abram passed through the land as far as the site of Shechem. Every place that this one desires, the soul follows. The Canaanite was then in the land desire, clinging to the body. When the blessed Holy One requites their deeds, withdrawing the soul from the body, the soul wishes to ascend on high. Look at what is written about her. He went on his journeys from the Negev as far as Bethel, wishing to return to the place where Oholot, his tent, had been at the beginning. Rabbi Yaakov said, Oholot spelled with he, then she is poised between Bethel and Ari, between ascending on high and descending below. If she is worthy, she ascends to the site of the altar he had made there at first, the site where Michael, the great prince, offers up the souls of the righteous. There Abram called out the name of Yehovah. The soul offers praise and thanksgiving in Jerusalem above, that she merited that degree. If she is not worthy, what is written, Abram journeyed, continually journeying toward the Negev. She is thrust aside and journeys on, until she has traversed the entire world and received her punishment. Rabbi Yehuda said, what the righteous do if one comes to purify himself, even though the deviser of evil comes to challenge him, his soul assists him, as is said. Abram said to Lot, the soul says to the deviser of evil, let there be no strife between you and me. What does this righteous person do? He goes to the house of study, studies scripture and Mishnah, and challenges the deviser of evil. He says to him, is not all the land before you? Please, separate yourself from me. There are many in the world upon whom you can prevail, since they have corrupted their deeds. If to the left, then I to the right. If you seek to drive me to the left, I to the right. I will go to the right side, so that my feet not stray to the right or left. If to the right, then I to left. Even though I might consider your advice sound, I will do the opposite of your will and desire. Rabbi Avu said, what does the deviser of evil do at that moment, when he discovers that his advice has not been heeded? What is written about him? Lot chose for himself the whole plain of the Jordan, the wicked, who would not challenge him. Accordingly they parted from one another. What is written then about the soul? Abram was very heavily laden with all good and upright deeds, with Torah and commandments. Rabbi Tanam opened, I rose to open for my beloved, but my beloved had slipped away, my soul departed. Abram heard that his kinsman had been captured. As he spoke Song of Songs, Rabbi Tanam said, how assiduously a person must purify himself from his sins while the paths of Teshuvah are still open before him, before the path is sealed, as is said, seek Yehovah while he may be found, call upon him while he is near. Now, can you possibly conceive that there are times when he is near and times when he is far? How did Rabbi Tanam say this? For the verse says Yehovah is near to all who call him, To all who call him in truth he said this. Verse supports him, as implied by what is written, to all who call him in truth even so, what is written, he performs the will of those in awe of him. This may be compared to a king who was seated, before whom a person arrived and shouted in his presence. The king listened to everything he said but did not reply. He shouted but the king just listened and remained silent. The man departed. The servants said before the king, "Our master, why didn't you respond to that pauper at all?" He replied, "I heard everything he said, I listened to him. But he is sinful before me, and it is not seemly to perform his request. For he and his companions had been cautioned numerous times in my name not to be wicked, and to appear before me so I might treat them kindly. But they did not heed me. Now I will not heed them, so is the blessed Holy One. Jehovah is near to all who call him, to all who call him in truth, he hears them. But of the one who performs his will is written, he performs the will of those in awe of him, he hears their cry and delivers them." Rabbi Elbo said, "In the name of Rav Huna, from whom do you learn this?" "From Moses our teacher, peace be upon him. As is written, how then will it be known that I have found favor in your eyes, I and your people?" Moses said, "Master of the world, we do not require an angel, neither a seraph nor a princely power. For how then will we differ from the nations? They have a princely power, and we have a princely power. Rather may we be distinguished, I and your people, from every people that is on the face of the earth. How then will it be known that I have found favor in your eyes? Is it not by your going with us, you and not a princely power?" Rabbi Yehuda said, "What was Moses thinking in not accepting the angel?" Well, Moses reasoned, "I know these Israelites, that they are sinful and stiff-necked. If they are handed over to an angel, especially to one who is the attribute of judgment, no remnant and vestige of Israel will remain." As Rabbi Yehuda said, in every instance, Jehovah signifies the attribute of compassion. Moses said, "Master of the world, you said that I have found favor in your eyes. Now, if I have found favor in your eyes, may Jehovah go in our midst," the attribute of compassion. He asked him, why? He replied, "Because it is a stiff-necked people, so forgive Israel are stubborn and troublesome. As soon as they sin, the angel will be empowered to execute judgment, though not to administer forgiveness and absolution. But you are compassionate and gracious, the capacity and power reside with you, your compassion is immense. Forgive our iniquity and our sin, and make us your inheritance, which an angel is not authorized to do." Rabbi Simon said, "The blessed Holy One's compassion toward the assembly of Israel, as is written, open to me, Song of Songs, an opening of Teshuvah, that you might attain all the good in the world. Shiroshi, for my head, is drenched with dew. Rosh, beginning, of the world. Kvut Sotei, my locks, with the drops of night. Cats, edge, of the world. In other words, from the beginning of the world to its end, I have filled all good for you." But the assembly of Israel did not open at that time. What is written afterward? "When he pressed her, I rose to open for my beloved, but my beloved had slipped away, my soul departed." As he spoke, Song of Songs. Alternatively, I rose to open for my beloved. This is the soul in the possession of the body. As long as the soul is in the body, they do not seek to arouse paths of Teshuvah. Rabbi Pinus said, when the soul wishes to leave the body, she regrets not returning in Teshuvah before departing the body, when the body is left behind like an unwanted vessel. Rabbi Pinus also said, all 7 days his soul mourns him, saying, I rose to open for my beloved. Know that superior Teshuvah is while the soul is in the body, when the body abides in its vitality, not at a time when it is incapacitated. As Rabbi Pinus said, a parable. To what can the matter be compared to a person standing by his table who was ravenous and desperate to eat? While he was eating, a beggar stood at the door. He asked for food, but he didn't even alter his gaze. The beggar left disconsolate. Some time later, he was served yet more to eat, but his belly was stuffed full. When he realized he couldn't eat any more, he said, give it to that beggar. A wise person standing by him said to him, Fool, while you were able to eat, you didn't give to him. Now that you don't have the capacity to eat anymore, you give to the beggar. So is the human being in this world. He pursues his vain pleasures, ravenous to consume and acquire mammon. The beggar, the good impulse appears and implores him to return in Teshuvah, but he does not alter his gaze, because he is so ravenous to acquire wealth. After some time, he is seized by a neck iron. When he realizes that he is not able to acquire any more, he says, I will return in Teshuvah. Perhaps I will be granted some time, perhaps not. The Blessed Holy One says to him, Fool, now that you are not able anymore, were you able, you would not have returned while in this state. His soul departs him. Rabbi Zrika said Elisha son of Avui was the greatest among the companions, but he was not permitted to return in Teshuvah. For that voice issued forth, and when he was dying, it proclaimed, Let all roads and paths above and below be sealed to that man, that he not reach the world to come. Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi said, Why do we need all this? Remember your Creator in the days of your youth, before the days of sorrow come. Rabbi Abba opened the verse as referring to the Abram heard that his kinsman evil impulse, as stated, had been captured above. Look at what we have learned. Once the evil impulse departs from the body of the righteous, where does it go? To the abode of the wicked, that they will not challenge him. How is this implied? As is written, Lot dwelled in the cities of the plain, pitching his tent as far as Sodom. The people of Sodom were wicked and sinful against Jehovah. To an abode of wicked sinners, there did he establish his tent to dwell. What does the evil impulse do? He sins with them and leads them astray, until he is captured and seized for his iniquities. As for the soul of the righteous, what does he do? Abram heard the soul that his kinsman had been captured, the evil impulse. He marshaled Anakhav, his retainers, natives of his household, the righteous Harmonach initiated, into the commandments and the good path. As Rabbi Abayu said, as soon as the righteous person sees that the wicked person has been forsaken and seized for his iniquities, he goes to take hold of him. Perchance he might restore him to the right way. He draws him close and teaches him, as is written, he pursued as far as Dan, to the root of Dino, his judgment, pursuing him to save him from the judgment of hell. So is the way of the righteous to pursue the wicked, in order to restore them to the right way. What is written about them? He deployed against them by night, the soul of the righteous, who plead and entreat them, so that they will not continue along the path of their wickedness, he and his servants, and he struck them. The soul and the righteous pursue them, rebuking and admonishing them. Pursuing them as far as Hobah, they inform them of their evil, pursuing them until they reveal to them their evil and wickedness, so that they will be ashamed of their deeds. This is the meaning of pursuing them as far as over, guilt. So does the soul do, informing them of their wicked path. This is the significance of as far as Hobah, how they incline to the left and not the right. What is written afterward? He recovered all the possessions, and also Lot. Rabbi Abayu said they return in Teshuvah against their will, as is written, and also brought back his kinsman Lot and his possessions. Even the evil impulse returns in Teshuvah against his will. Rabbi Abayu also said, how great is the reward of the person who leads others to return in Teshuvah. How do we know from what is written afterward? Melchizedek, king of Salem, Rabbi Ea the Great, taught in the hour when the soul of the righteous person who turns others to Teshuvah departs from the body. Michael, the great prince, who offers the souls of the righteous before his Creator, goes forth and is first to greet the soul of that righteous person, as is said, Melchizedek. Michael, head of the guardians of the gates of Sedek, righteousness, king of Salem, Jerusalem above, brought out bread and wine, for he advances and goes forth to meet him, saying, May you enter in peace. Rabbi Ea said, hence we have learned, whoever advances and goes forth to meet someone coming from a journey, offering him greetings, Scripture accounts it to him as though he gives him food and drink. How do we know from this verse? As is written, because they did not greet you with food and water. Now, were Israel in need of food and water, didn't he, the manna which was better and finer than all the food in the world, descend for them? Well, since they didn't, he come to extend them greetings. Scripture accounts it to them as though they withheld their sustenance. Whoever extends greetings to his fellow and goes forth to meet him on the way, Scripture accounts it to him as though he gives him food and drink. Rabbi Ea the Great also said, Michael and the ministering angels who guard the gates of righteousness go forth to meet him and extend him greetings. He was priest of God Most High, as Rav Yosef taught, just as there is a high priest below, so Michael the great prince is priest above. He greets and blesses the soul first, and afterward blesses the Blessed Holy One. Were the verse not written, it would be impossible to conceive of it, as is said, he blessed him, saying, Blessed be Abram of God Most High, possessor of heaven and earth, happy are you that you attained this afterward. Blessed be God Most High, who has delivered your foes into your hand, the wicked whom you vindicated through Teshuvah, and whose souls you made. He gave him a tenth of everything. Rabbi Yitzhak said in this verse, we don't know who gave a tenth to whom. Well, the Blessed Holy One gives him a tenth. He takes a single letter from beneath the throne of glory and bestows it as a crown upon the soul, which is Abraham. Which is this single letter he, through which the world was created, to be bound in the bundle of life and consummate in his perfections, as is written, no longer will your name be called Abram, your name will be Abraham. This is the tenth that the Blessed Holy One gave him. Rabbi Yehuda said this is the Shekinah of the Omnipresent. For look at what we have learned. Rabbi Berechiah said, what is meaning of the verse Jehovah blessed Abraham with everything that he ensconced his Shekinah with him? Rav Izda said the Blessed Holy One does not execute justice upon the wicked in the world to come before conferring with the souls of the righteous, as is said by the soul of God, they perish when they perish solely on account of the soul's judgment of the wicked. It has been taught Arsiel, the prince of hell, confronts the souls of the righteous, so that they will not pray for the wicked before the Blessed Holy One, and so that they will hand them over to his dominion to bring them down to the pit of destruction, as is written, the king of Sodom said to Abram, give me the soul. King of Sodom, the prince of hell presiding over the wicked. What does he say to the neshama, which is Abram? Give me the nefesh that sins, as is said, the nefesh that sins, she shall die. Ezekiel, in other words, give me the nefesh that craves sins, that she might be judged according to her wickedness, and not spared through your supplications. But the property take for yourself those who with their nefashot, souls, returned in Teshuvah from their wicked path, take for yourself and save them from the judgment of hell. Rabbi Yehuda said at that time, what does the neshama say? Abram said to the king of Sodom, I raise my hand to Jehovah, God Most High, in oath, that I will neither pray for nor take those wicked ones before whom I used to proclaim in that world, whom I admonished to return in Teshuvah, and to whom I elucidated all the judgments of hell, but who did not listen to me. If I should take from anything that is yours, they are yours and are in your dominion. As Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi said, once I was gazing, and I found myself by the gate of hell. I heard the sound of the wicked being tormented in hell with the excruciating punishments with which the wicked are judged in the world to come. They said, our verdict is executed. We heard but did not incline our ears. Woe to us, we did not heed the words of the righteous. I wept. I heard a voice saying, son of Levi, ascend your ascent and seal your mouth. You are not permitted, for of you and your companions is written, you will trample the wicked, for they will be ashes under the soles of your feet. Malachi. Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi also said, hell has 7 habitations where the wicked are judged in the time to come, and hell has 7 entrances corresponding to the 7 entrances through which the soul of the righteous passes. Corresponding to them there are 7 entrances through which the nefesh of the wicked passes. They are Ufal, Tsalmavet, Sha'ayomavit, Beershait, Tit HaYavan, Sheol, punished there for 12 months. And Avedon they are. As Rabbi Shimon said, the sentence of the wicked in hell lasts 12 months. There they squeal Teshuvah, and the souls of the righteous entreat the Blessed Holy One, and they are raised up from Sheol. The 6th habitation, as is said, brings down to Sheol and raises up Samuel, but whoever enters the 7th habitation, Avedon, does not rise again. As it has been taught, Rabbi Yehuda said, even though one has entered Sheol, he may rise through Teshuvah, as is said, from the belly of Sheol I cried out, you heard my voice. Jonah. Alternatively, I raise my hand to Jehovah, God Most High. If from a thread, Rabbi Elazar said, those befitting you, who are completely wicked, who never returned in Teshuvah, I swear that I will never take them. Nothing for me, only what the lads have eaten. Rabbi Tanam said, how beloved is the Torah before the Blessed Holy One, for on account of her, a person attains life of the world to come, and whoever teaches Torah to others more so than the rest. What is written here, if I should take from anything that is yours, those evildoers befitting you. Nothing for me, only what the lads have eaten, aside from those who teach Torah to others and little children, whose reward is double. As Rabbi Yitzhak said, one who teaches Torah to little children, his abode is with Shekinah. And this is as Rabbi Shimon said when he would go to see the kids at school and would say, I am going to behold the face of Shekinah. He says, only what the lads have eaten, aside from those who taught Torah to the young and the share of the men who went with me in that world. Know that I will hold on to them and will not hand them over to you, even though they deserve to be punished. So vigorously must the soul of the righteous plead with the king of Sodom, the prince of hell, who rules over the wicked. He says to him further, I will not hold on to these ones by myself. Rather, Anah, Eshcol, and Mamre, who are the patriarchs, shall take their share. Rabbi Elazar son of Rabbi Shimon encountered Elijah in the form of a certain old man, and a small child was with him. He was traversing a raging river, to cross to the other side. He said to him, old man, hoist this child upon my shoulder and you upon the other, and I will carry you across the ford. He said, are you not a master of the generation? You will not be able to carry us. He replied, old man, if I take hold of you and him with both of my hands, I can hurl you to the other side in half a word. He said to him, do you toil in Torah? He replied, yes. He said to him, is she not called Tushii, she Martshet, because she enfeebles a person's strength? He replied, is she not called healing and refreshment, as is said, she will be a healing for your flesh, refreshment for your bones? I too have imbibed deeply from Torah, like one imbibing a healing brew, and my strength has been steeled. He carried them across. He said to him, old man, who is this child with you? He replied, I am teaching him Torah. He said to him, old man, my power is great in this world and in the world to come. By virtue of this child, I will not permit the angel of hell to touch you. By force of my power there, I will escort you into the world to come. He said to him, Rabbi, your power is indeed mighty in the world to come, like one of the servants of the Blessed Holy One ministering in his presence. As he was looking at him, he disappeared. He said, conclude from this that he was Elijah. He was happy with the deeds he performed for him. From that day on, whenever he saw the image of his father, he would say to him, Father, tell that old man, there has been much laziness in Torah. He said to him, tell him, old man of the ancients, old man of destiny, and immediately your strength will be steeled. Rabbi Azariah opened with this verse, draw after these things. The word of me after you, let us run. Jehovah came to Abram, Song of Songs. Rabbi Yitzhak said, whoever recites the Shema upon his bed, fittingly his soul ascends, soaring through the land of life. Rabbi Bo said, what is meant by fittingly? Come and listen. There are 60 known letters in the nighttime Shema, through which one must focus to know those surrounding the throne of glory, totaling 60, as is written, 60 warriors surrounding her. Of the warriors of Israel our rabbis have taught once, Rabbi Dustai I went to see Rabbi Elazar son of Arak, and he encountered Rabbi Agai. He said to him, may my master tell me the way that is arrayed before him. To whom is he going? He replied, to behold the countenance of days. He asked him, who is that? He replied, the one before whom the supernal princes of the blessed king descend. He asked him, does it please my master that I will go with him on the way? He replied, if you will be able to grasp the reasoning of what you will hear, come. If not, be on your way so that you will not be punished. He said to him, let my master be not concerned about this, for I have heard a word of supernal mystery, and have contemplated it and grasped the reasoning. He said to him, what is it? He replied, I have heard the mystery of this verse, behold the bed Shili Shalomah, of Solomon, this is the throne of glory of the king who possesses all Shalama, peace. 60 warriors surrounding her, these are the 60 princes, supernal holy ministers, ministering before the throne of glory of the supernal king of the warriors of Israel, for they are appointed under the authority of the holy prince, Michael, guardian of Israel. Since they are beneath him, they are all guardian princes of Israel, as is written of the warriors of Israel. Rabbi Dustai I said to him, you are more worthy than I to go and behold the countenance of days. They walked on. When they reached him and he saw them, he said to his servant, go and tell them, a throne with 3 supports, lacking one. What is it? Rabbi Dustai I heard, pondered the matter within himself, and said to the servant, go and tell the master that not for nothing did David say, the stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. This is King David, who is the 4th. The servant went and told him this word. He said, a fine word has been spoken. Nevertheless, go and ask him, Where did they reject David such that he said the stone the builders rejected? He said to Rabbi Agai, have you heard something about this? He replied, I have heard 3 matters, one of which is conventional interpretation. He said to him, I have not come here for conventional interpretation, for I have already heard the incident of Jesse and his sons. But, if you have heard the essence of the word, speak. He said, the essence of the word comprises 2 matters that I have heard. One is that which my father said on the day that the temple was built, the blessed Holy One performed great kindness to King David. For after that sin befell him, even though the blessed Holy One absolved him, when he departed this world the supernal angels did not allow him to pass through the gates of Jerusalem above, and he sat outside. On the day that the temple was built, the blessed Holy One summoned Michael, the Holy Prince, and appointed him and the 60 supernal holy beings to be guardians for Israel. They are the ones surrounding his throne of glory. He charged Michael to escort David the Messiah through the gates of Jerusalem above, to array him with the patriarchs a supernal, holy chariot, as is written over all the goodness that Jehovah had shown to his servant David and his people Israel kings. The other matter is regarding what is written about Judah his ancestor, whose brothers rejected him, as is written, Judah went down from his brothers, for they removed him from his greatness. But of all the sons of Jacob, it did not please the blessed Holy One to bestow the dominion of eternal kingship on any except Judah, as is written, the scepter shall not depart from Judah, he alone, and not the other sons of Jacob. This is the word my father said. I heard further what prompted the blessed Holy One to bestow rulership on Judah among all his brothers. Well, the blessed Holy One looked upon his great name that was inscribed in the name of Judah, and because of this, made him rule over all. His rule shall not be withdrawn. Rabbi Dustai came and kissed him on his head. Rabbi Elazar heard and went out toward them. He said, you are masters of the supernal academy, bring me half and whole, and you will see and live what has never been revealed, as is written, for no human can see me and live, but you will live. They sat in his presence. He was silent, and they were silent. He entered into a chamber and heard a voice saying, tell them whatever they desire, for they are worthy. Before he descended, night dusked. They ate. While they were eating, he was silent, and they were silent. After they ate, they arose to lie down. He said to them, if one of you has heard a word, tell me. Rabbi Dustai opened, saying, we shall grasp the reasoning, but what is good to know, you will tell us. He said to them, have you heard the word that Rabbi Yitzhak said, whoever recites the Shema upon his bed, fittingly his soul ascends, soaring through the land of life, as is written, 60 warriors surrounding her. Of the warriors of Israel, Song of Songs, they replied, let our master say. He said to them, in the recitation of the Shema, there are 60 letters until and in your gates, and on every single letter there is a precious mystery of holy kingship, of the supernal ruler. The worship of a human being before him should be such until he draws his mind near to the throne of glory of holy kingship, because at that time, the Prince of the Countenance, whose name is like his master's, takes them from his mouth, for every night he goes forth to raise the souls of the righteous and deposits them on high before the precious altar above. 60 angels surrounding the throne of glory receive them, each one a single letter, and they sing with them the entire night. This is the meaning of the verse, the priest shall take the basket from your hand and set it down before the altar of Jehovah your God. The priest shall take Metatron Ha. The basket, the 60 letters of the nighttime recitation of the Shema. He taught them. Their souls departed from them, and they saw what they saw and awoke. They said to one another, let us not sit here, we are not worthy of this. He who is a supernal angel can abide this glory. What were they thinking? They saw that the angels were thrusting them aside, and they were saddened, until they saw what they saw, and Rabbi Elazar's soul brought them through, and they were saved. They saw the high priest coming to receive the teaching of Rabbi Elazar, saying, Holy Rabbi, ascend, ascend. He said to him, draw me after you, let us run. Song of Songs. He said to him, who are those with you? He replied, they are the dignitaries of the generation. He said to him, I do not have permission, for the blessed Holy One told me to receive your countenance, and I will enter in his presence, as is written, the king has brought me to his chambers by your life, O Holy One. All the hosts of heaven delight and rejoice in you. Rabbi Yitzhak said, so does Metatron, the Prince of the Countenance, for all the righteous when he raises their soul on high. He says, ascend, ascend, and the soul replies, draw me after you, let us run. The king has brought me to his chambers, since it is his will that I ascend to supernal chambers. Let us delight and rejoice with you, as is written, let the pious exult with glory. This is Metatron. Rabbi Yitzhak said, in the hour when the soul of the righteous ascends before the blessed Holy One, he makes him a promise and blesses him, as is written, after these things the word of Yehovah came to Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am a shield to you, your reward is very great. To Abram the soul in a vision when 10. He lies upon his bed. What does he say to him? Fear not, Abram, I am a shield to you, your reward is very great. Alternatively, in a vision, as is said, the vision of the glory of Yehovah as a consuming fire on the top of the mountain. This is Metatron, who leads him to his Creator. Alternatively, Rabbi Tanam said, what is written before this topic, only what the lads have eaten afterward is written after these things. The word of Yehovah came to Abram at the time when the soul sits, nourished and garbed by the light above. As Rabbi Tanam said, the garment of the soul in the world to come is a radiant light from beyond the throne of glory, as is said, light is sown for the righteous, joy for the upright in heart. And similarly, Yehovah shall be for you an everlasting light, not an angel and not the throne of glory. David also said, Yehovah is my light and my salvation, whom should I fear? This accords with what Rabbi Yehuda said, the soul of the righteous absorbed from the light of the throne of glory and entered this world. If she is worthy and ascends above, is it not fitting that she accrues more light than what she received at first to enter this world? From whom does she receive this light? Rabbi Yehuda said, were the verse not written, it would be impossible to conceive of it, as is written, Fear not, Abram, I am a shield to you, no other. Why? Because your reward is very great. Alternatively, your reward is very great. You have a reward greater than what you had at first. She is garbed from that light, and the blessed Holy One takes a single letter from his name and sets it upon her head. As we have learned in the world to come, the blessed Holy One is destined to be a crown upon the head of all the righteous. Which one? The letter He, through which He created heaven and earth. This is the significance of the verse, no longer will your name be called Abram, your name will be Abraham, so that the soul will be complete with consummate perfection and the ultimate good, as is written, no eye has seen, O God, but you, what you will do for the one who awaits you. Rabbi Yehuda son of Pazi had a certain tenant laborer who used to torment him. Rabbi Zerah and Rabbi Abba came before him. They said to him, how is the master dealing with his tenant? He replied, when a thief steals, the Lord of the sun radiates radiance upon him. They said to him, let the master pay no heed to his actions. He replied, what can I do, since he torments me? They said to him, let the master separate from him, and you will enjoy respite. While they were sitting, they said to him, not for this did we come to you. Rather, may the master tell us the tribes, the sons of Jacob, what are they in the world to come? He replied, the blessed Holy One raised them to the academy of the firmament, and for every soul of the righteous that ascends, they testify about his deeds. As is written, Jerusalem built up, Jerusalem above their tribes ascend, the tribes of Yah, a testimony to Israel, in order to offer testimony on behalf of each and every righteous person from Israel. Why? That they will all praise and bless his name, as is written, testimony to Israel, to praise the name of Yehovah. Each and every one recognizes its own and boasts, saying, Master of the world, look at what I have left on earth. This is the meaning of to praise the name of Yehovah. This corresponds with what we have learned. Every righteous person has a habitation in accordance with his honor, and in accordance with what he deserves. Whoever hails from Reuben, his habitation is with the righteous from Reuben, and so for each and every tribe. Whoever is a convert, converted from the nations of the world, his habitation is with the converts. The tribes stand poised as witnesses for every righteous person, as is written, their tribes ascend, the tribes of Yah, a testimony to Israel, to praise the name of Yehovah. Rabbi Yehuda said, in the world to come, the soul of the righteous fathoms and comprehends what a ministering angel does not fathom and comprehend, as is written, say of the righteous one Kitov, that he is good. What is meant by Kitov? Tov, better than the ministering angels. And it is written, light is sown for the righteous, joy for the upright in heart. Section alternatively, when Abram was 99 years old, Yehovah appeared to Abram. Rabbi Yitzhak opened like an apple tree among the trees of the forest, so is my beloved among the young men. In his shade I delighted to sit, and his fruit is sweet to my mouth. Song of Songs. Rabbi Yitzhak said Abraham was 3 years old when he recognized his Creator, as is said Akev, because Abraham listened to my voice. Akev 172 years. The days of his life spanned 175. Hence Akev 172, Abraham listened to my voice, while for 3 he did not listen to him. Rabbi Yitzhak also said the entire world was created solely for Abraham's sake, as is said these are the generations of heaven and earth Behiberim, when they were created by Avraham, through Abraham. Now, do not be surprised by this. What is written? The high mountains for the gazelles, the crags a shelter for badgers. The blessed Holy One created the high mountains solely to be a shelter for badgers. If he created the high mountains solely for the gazelles, and the crags for badgers, do not be surprised that the world should be created for Abraham. Rabbi Yehuda said at the moment that Abraham was born, the blessed Holy One called heaven and earth and said to them, until today you were not worthy of enduring, on account of the wicked. But henceforth you will abide forever and ever, as is said I call them they endure together. Here is written I call and there is written I called him. Here is written Yadeth, together and there is written need. 1 Why was he called one? For until that day from Noah to Abraham there was no one who believed in the blessed Holy One. Aside from him all of them were idolaters. Abraham arrived and became one. Why wasn't he called first? Rabbi A said, just as the blessed Holy One is one as in and there is no second alongside him, so Abraham was one, with no second in his generation. Rabbi Yonan said when Abraham was created, the blessed Holy One wished to demonstrate and make manifest his nature to the world, so he tested him so that there would not be a pretext for all the inhabitants of the world to say, he is a righteous person only because the blessed Holy One has not tested him. Were he to test him, he would be like all other people who sin and do not withstand the trial. In fact, the blessed Holy One said, it is revealed before me that Abraham will withstand all the trials with which I will test him, but nevertheless I will test him so that there will not be a pretext for the inhabitants of the world to say that I did not test him and that is why he was righteous. Therefore he tested him and he withstood them all. Rabbi Yitzhak said like an apple tree among the trees of the forest. Song of Songs. This refers to Isaac, who was established in the covenant of the blessed Holy One, as is written, but my covenant I will establish with Isaac. Prior to being born, he was sanctified in his mother's womb before the blessed Holy One, and his name Isaac was bestowed. Rabbi said, how do we know from this verse Achim, I will establish? It is an acronym Aleph, Asher, Hu Kof, Chiddish, sanctified Yod, Yedid, the beloved one Mem, me beaten, from the womb. This is Isaac. As Rabbi Yonan said, what is the meaning of the verse? Who would have said to Abraham, Sarah will suckle children at that feast that Abraham prepared for all the dignitaries of the generation? Everyone brought their children and Sarah suckled them all, so that they would believe. When they picked up Isaac, he would not suck from their breasts, all of them seeming to him as an ape compared to a human. This is the meaning of the verse, like an apple tree among the trees of the forest, so is my beloved among the young men. Song of Songs of the nations of the world. In his shade I delighted and I sat. Rabbi Yitzhak said, since it said I delighted, what is the significance of I sat? This refers to Mount Moriah, where he was bound. And his fruit is sweet to my mouth. This refers to Jacob, who is the fruit. As we have learned, the tree signifies Abraham, about whom is written, recline under the tree. The shade signifies Isaac and the fruit signifies Jacob, after whom Israel were named, and from whom emerged the 12 tribes, called seed of truth. The fruit. Alternatively, like an apple tree among the trees of the forest, this refers to circumcision bestowed upon Abraham. As Rabbi said, what was Abraham like when he was circumcised among the uncircumcised nations? To an apple tree standing among the trees of the forest that are suitable only for burning. In his shade I delighted and I sat. This refers to Abraham. And this corresponds with what Rabbi Tanam said when the blessed Holy One commanded Abraham about circumcision. He was saddened. He said to him, Abraham, at 8 days old every male among you shall be circumcised. By your life you will preside over all the babies that will be circumcised at 8, as testimony that they received my covenant, and that they will not be consigned to hell. Elijah presides on one side, on the chair of the covenant, and Abraham above him, as is written, in his shade I delighted and I sat, namely in the shade of Abraham. And his fruit is sweet to my mouth concerning what we say to bring him into the covenant of Abraham our father. Parashat Vayera. He appeared. Oh! Your rabbis opened with this verse as for scent, your oils are fragrant, your name is oil poured. Song of Songs. Our rabbis have taught when the soul of the human being ascends to the firmament, abiding in that supernal radiance that we have mentioned, the Blessed Holy One pays her a visit. Come and hear. Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari said, as soon as each soul of the righteous abides in the sight of the glorious Shekinah, dwelling fittingly, the Blessed Holy One summons the patriarchs and says to them, go and visit so and so the righteous, who is arriving, and extend him peace in my name. They reply, Master of the world, it is not fitting for a father to go to see the son. It is fitting for the son to search and seek and see his father. He summons Jacob and says to him, you who endured the sorrow of children, go and receive the teaching of so and so the righteous who is arriving here, and I will go with you. As is written, who search out your countenance, Jacob. Selah. The verse does not say who searches out, but rather who search out. Rabbi Iya said this is implied by the beginning of the verse, as is written, this is the generation of his seekers. Rabbi Yaakov said, in the name of Rabbi Iya, Jacob our father himself is the throne, and similarly it has been taught in the school of Elijah, Jacob our father is a throne in his own right, as is written, I will remember my covenant with Jacob. The Blessed Holy One established a covenant with Jacob alone, exceeding all the patriarchs, to become a throne of glory, aside from the first. Rabbi Eliezer was sitting and toiling in Torah. Rabbi Akiva came to him. He said to him, in what is my master engaged? He replied, in this verse, as is written, a throne of honor he bequeaths them. Samuel. What is meant by a throne of honor he bequeaths them? This is Jacob our father, for he transformed him by himself into a throne of glory, to receive the teaching of the souls of the righteous. Every new moon, the Blessed Holy One ventures forth with him, and when the soul beholds the glorious speculum her master's Shekinah, she offers blessings and bows down before him, as is written, bless Yehovah, O my soul. Rabbi Akiva said the soul utters this entire passage of praise before the Blessed Holy One. Rabbi Akiva said the Blessed Holy One stands poised above him, and the soul opens, saying, Yehovah, my God, you are very great, declaiming the entire chapter until the end, as is said, let sinners vanish. Rabbi Akiva said further, not only this, but she praises him for the body left behind in this world, saying, bless Yehovah, O my soul, and all my innermost parts. The Blessed Holy One ventures forth with Jacob. How do we know this? From this verse, as is written, Yehovah appeared to him Beloni Mamre, by the oaks of Mamre. This is Jacob. Why Mamre? Because he inherits 200 worlds from Eden, and because he is the throne. Rabbi Yitzhak explained the numerical value of Mamre. Mamre is 281, 200 from Eden, as is written, 200 for those who guard its fruit. Song of Songs. And 81 equaling kiss, throne. Consequently the verse says Yehovah appeared to him Beloni Mamre, with the oaks of Mamre, and that is why he is called Mamre. Rabbi Yehuda said, what is the meaning of Beloni? By the oaks it means to convey his potency, as is written, the mighty one of Jacob, as he was sitting at the opening of the tent, as is written, Yehovah, who can abide in your tent or in the heat of the day, as is written, for you, in awe of my name, the Son of Righteousness will rise, with healing in its wings. Malachi. Rabban Yonan son of Zakkai said, at that time, the Blessed Holy One ventures forth, and because the patriarchs Abraham and Isaac hear that the Blessed Holy One is going toward him, the soul, they ask Jacob if they can go with them and extend him peace, and they stand over him, as is written, he raised his eyes and saw here 3 men standing over him. The 3 men standing, these are the patriarchs Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, standing over him, contemplating the good deeds that he has performed. When he saw, he ran from the opening of the tent to meet them and bowed to the earth, because he sees the glorious Shekinah with them. This is the significance of the verse, therefore maidens love you. Song of Songs. These are the patriarchs. Alternatively, Yehovah appeared to him by the oaks of Mamre. Our rabbis opened this verse as referring to the time of a person's departure. For it has been taught, Rabbi Yehuda said, the time of a person's departure is the day of great judgment, for the soul is separated from the body. A person does not depart the world. until he sees the Shekinah, as is written, no human can see me and live. 3 Ministering angels accompany the Shekinah to receive the soul of the righteous, as is written, Jehovah appeared to him in the heat of day, the day of judgment, burning like a furnace to separate the soul from the body. He raised his eyes and saw here 3 men standing over him, inspecting his deeds, what he has done, and he acknowledges them with his mouth. As soon as the soul sees this, she leaves the body to the opening of the throat and remains there until she confesses everything that the body did with her in this world. Then the soul of the righteous rejoices in her deeds and rejoices concerning her pledge. As it has been taught, Rabbi Yitzhak said, the soul of the righteous yearns for when she will leave this world, which is vanity, in order to delight in the world to come. Our rabbis have taught when Rabbi Eliezer the Great fell ill, that day was Sabbath Eve. He sat his son Hyrcanus at his right and revealed to him profundities and mysteries, but he was unable to receive his words, because he thought that his mind was deranged. As soon as he realized that his father's mind was clear, he received from him 189 supernal secrets. When he reached the marble stones mingled with supernal water, Rabbi Eliezer wept and ceased speaking. He said, "Stand there, my son." He said to him, "Why, father?" He replied, "I see that my spirit will pass from the world." He said to him, "Go and tell your mother to remove my tefillin to a lofty site, and that after I depart the world and come here to see them, she shall not weep, for they are near to the higher, not the lower realms, but the human mind perceives nothing of them." As they were sitting, the sages of the generation entered to visit him. He cursed them for not coming to minister to him. As we have learned, greater is the ministry of her than the study of her. Meanwhile, Rabbi Akiva arrived. He said to him, Akiva, why didn't you come to tend to me, for the time to be purified has arrived?" He replied, "Rabbi, I did not have the time." He was furious. He said, "I will be surprised if you should die a natural death." He cursed him that his death should be the cruelest of all. Rabbi Akiva wept and said to him, "Rabbi, teach me Torah." Rabbi Eliezer opened his mouth about the account of the chariot. Fire came and enveloped the two of them. The sages said, "Conclude from this that we are not fitting or worthy for this." They went to the outside door and sat there. What happened, and the fire abated, and he taught 300 legal decisions concerning the bright spot, and he taught him mysteries of the interpretations of the verses from the Song of Songs. Rabbi Akiva's eyes streamed tears and the fire returned as at first. When he reached the verse, "Sustain me with raisin cakes, refresh me with apples, for I am faint with love," Song of Songs, Rabbi Akiva could not bear it. He raised his voice weeping and groaning and could not speak for fear of the Shekinah, who was there. He taught him all the profundities and supernal secrets contained in the Song of Songs, and he made him swear an oath not to wield a single verse from it, lest the blessed Holy One destroy the world on its account, for it is not his wish that the creatures should employ it, owing to the great holiness it possesses. Afterward Rabbi Akiva departed. He was groaning, his eyes streaming tears, saying, woe my master, that the world will remain orphaned of you." All the other sages came in to him. They inquired of him and he answered them. Time was pressing for Rabbi Eliezer. He stretched out his 2 arms and placed them on his heart. He opened, saying, "O world, the upper world has turned, to draw in and conceal all light and luminosity from the lower realm. Woe to you, 2 arms of mine, woe to you, 2 Torot, which this day will be forgotten from the world." As Rabbi Yitzhak said, all of Rabbi Eliezer's days, the teaching shone from his mouth as on the day it was given at Mount Sinai. He said, "I have fathomed Torah, grasped wisdom, and rendered service." Were all the inhabitants of the world scribes, they would not suffice to record it. My disciples carried away from my wisdom only as a dab of paint in the eye, and I from my teachers as one who drinks from the sea. This was only to accord more esteem to his teachers than himself. They were asking him about the lever's sandal, whereupon his soul departed, saying, "Pure." Rabbi Akiva was not there. When the Sabbath departed, Rabbi Akiva discovered that he had died. He tore his clothes and cut all his flesh, and blood poured down over his face. He was screaming and weeping. He went outside and said, O heavens, tell the sun and the moon that the light that shone more brilliantly than them has now darkened. Rabbi Yehuda said, when the soul of the righteous person wishes to depart, she rejoices, and the righteous person is sure in his death that he will receive his reward, as is written, he saw and ran to meet them, to greet them in joy. From which place, from the opening of the tent, as we have said. And he bowed to the earth, to the Shekinah. Rabbi Yonan opened before the day breathes and the shadows flee. Turn away, my love, be like a gazelle or a young stag. Song of Songs. Rabbi Shimon son of Pazi said, this constitutes a warning to a human being while he is still in this world, that it is like the twinkling of an eye. What is written, even if he lived 1,000 years twice over, on the day of death, all that was appears to him as but a single day. Rabbi Shimon said, a person's soul warns him, saying, before the day breathes, and it will seem to you as the twinkling of an eye while you are still in this world, and the shadows flee, as is written, for our days upon earth are a shadow. I implore you, turn away, my love, be like a gazelle. Just as the gazelle is swift of foot, so you should be swift like the gazelle or young stag to perform the will of your Creator, that you will inherit the world to come. The mountains of spices. Song of Songs. And called the mountain of Jehovah, the mountain of delight, the good mountain. Rabbi Yehuda said, in the name of Rav, if we are to contemplate this passage, then let us contemplate with wisdom. If the subject is the soul, then the end doesn't fit the beginning, or the beginning the end. If the subject is the departure of the human being from the world, well, then we must invalidate the entire portion. Whether we establish the passage this way or that way, what is the significance of let a little water be fetched and bathe your feet? Let me fetch a morsel of bread. Abraham hurried to the tent to Sarah, and he said, quickly, 3 seahs of choice flour. Knead and make cakes. Abraham ran to the herd and fetched a tender and goodly calf. He took curds and milk. When Rav Dimi arrived, he said, were it not for the intimation of sacrifices intimated here, the soul would have found no use for the body. The sacrifices were annulled, but the Torah was not annulled. Let the one who cannot engage in sacrifices engage in Torah, and he will benefit even more. As Rabbi Yonan said, when the Blessed Holy One elaborated the sacrifices, Moses said, Master of the world, granted for the time when Israel will be in their land. But once they are exiled from their land, what will they do? He replied, Moses, let them engage in Torah, and I will absolve them for her sake, more so than for all the sacrifices in the world, as is said, Zohar Torah. This is the teaching, for the burnt offering, for the meal offering, namely Zohar Torah. This Torah is for the sake of the burnt offering, for the sake of the meal offering, for the sake of the sin offering, for the sake of the guilt offering. Rabbi Kruspedai said, whoever recites with his mouth in synagogues and houses of study the passages of sacrifices and offerings, focusing intently upon them, a sealed covenant applies that those angels who recall his sin to do him harm can do him only good. What proves this? This portion proves it, since it said here, 3 men standing over him. What is meant by over him? To consider his judgment. As soon as the soul of the righteous person sees this, what is written? Abraham hurried to the tent. What is to the tent? To the house of study. What does he say? Quickly, 3 sees the passages of sacrifices. The soul focuses intently upon them, as is written, Abraham ran to the herd, whereupon they are appeased and can do him no harm. Rabbi Pinus said from this verse, as is written, look, the plague had begun among the people, and it is written, Moses said to Aaron, take the fire pan, and it is written, and the plague was halted. Here is written quickly, and there is written quickly. 3 sees, just as in that case it was a sacrifice in order to be saved, so in this case a sacrifice to be saved. Rabbi Pinus said, once I was walking on the way and I encountered Elijah. I said to him, may my master tell me a word of benefit for the creatures. He said to me, the Blessed Holy One has decreed a covenant, and all those angels in charge of recalling the sins of human beings entered in his presence, that whenever a person recites the sacrifices commanded by Moses, setting his heart and aspiration upon them, all of them will recall him for good. Furthermore, whenever a plague befalls human beings, a covenant has been decreed and a proclamation has been issued through all the legions of heaven, that if his children on earth enter synagogues and houses of study and proclaim with heartfelt and soulful devotion the passages of the aromatic incense that Israel once performed, then the plague will be abolished from among them. Rabbi Yitzhak said, what is written? Moses said to Aaron, take the fire pan and place fire upon it from the altar and put in incense. Aaron said to him, Why, he replied, for the fury has gone out from before Jehovah. What is written? He ran to the midst of the congregation, and look, the plague had begun among the people, and it is written, he stood between the dead and the living, and the plague was halted, the angel of destruction could not prevail, and the plague was thwarted. Rabbi A traveled to Clod village. He arrived at his inn. All the town's residents spoke in hushed tones about him, saying, a great man has arrived here. Let us go to him. They went to him. They said to him, is the master's heart anguished by the destruction? He said to them, what do you mean? They said to him, for 7 days, a plague has been hovering over the town. Each day it grows stronger and does not desist. He said to them, let us go to the synagogue and implore mercy from the blessed Holy One. While they were walking, some people arrived and said, so and so and so and so have died, and so and so and so and so are about to die. Rabbi A said to them, now is not the time to stand by, the hour is pressing. Rather, set aside 40 of the most righteous people, in 4 groups of 10, and I with you, 10 for one corner of the town, 10 for another corner of the town, and so on for the 4 corners of the town, and recite with soulful devotion the passages of the aromatic incense that the blessed Holy One gave Moses, accompanied by the passages of the sacrifices. They did so 3 times and passed through all 4 directions of the town, reciting accordingly. Afterward, he said to them, let us go to those verging on death. Set aside other righteous people for their houses and let them recite in a similar fashion. When you finish, recite these verses loudly 3 times. Moses said to Aaron, take the fire pan and place fire upon it. Aaron took, he stood between the dead, they did so, and the plague ceased. They heard a voice saying, secret striker, primal striker, wait on high, the judgment of heaven does not hover here, for they know how to nullify it. Rabbi A's heart was faint. He fell asleep. He heard that they were telling him, just as you accomplished that, accomplish this, go and tell them to return in Teshuvah, for they are wicked before me. He arose and returned them in complete Teshuvah, and they accepted upon themselves never to desist from Torah, and they changed the name of the city to Matameshiah. Rabbi Yehuda said, it is not enough for the righteous that they nullify the decree, but afterward they are blessed. Know that it is so, for as soon as the soul says to the body, quickly, 3 C's and so on, and the judgment is cancelled, what is written? He said, I will surely return to you when life is due, a blessing. As soon as the angels see that this one has taken counsel to heart, what do? They proceed to the wicked to consider their judgment, to administer justice, as is written, the men arose from there and gazed toward Sodom, to the lair of the wicked, to execute justice. As Rabbi Yehuda said, so is the way of the righteous person. As soon as he realizes that they are contemplating his judgment, he does not delay in repenting and praying and offering his fat and his blood unto his rock until the masters of judgment withdraw from him. For as soon as it said, he raised his eyes and saw here 3 men standing over him. What is written of the soul? Abraham hurried to the tent, to Sarah, hastily, quickly, without any delay. Immediately the soul hurries to the body to restore it to the right path, seeking how it might be atoned, until the masters of judgment withdraw from him. Rabbi Eliezer says, what is the significance of the verse? Abraham and Sarah were old, advanced in days. The way of women had ceased for Sarah. Well, when the soul abides in its rung, and the body remains on earth for many years, advanced in days, many years and days, and has ceased to be active in the way of all other people, it is told about the revival of the body. What does it? The body say, after I have withered, am I to have rejuvenation? After I have withered in the dust for many years, am I to have rejuvenation and invigoration? My husband is old, many years have passed since he left me and attended to me. The blessed Holy One says, is anything too wondrous for Jehovah? At the set time I will return to you. What is meant by at the set time? That which is known by me to revive the dead. Sarah will have a son. Rabbi Yehuda said, this teaches that it will be renewed like a son of 3 years. Rabbi Yehuda, son of Rabbi Simon, said, when the soul is nourished by the supernal splendor, the blessed Holy One says to the angel called Duma, go and inform the body belonging to so-and-so that I will one day revive him at the set time when I will revive the righteous in the time to come. He replies, after I have withered, am I to have rejuvenation? After I have withered in the dust and dwelt in the earth, my flesh consumed by maggots and a clod of earth, shall I have invigoration? The Blessed Holy One says to the soul, as is written, Jehovah said to Abraham, is anything too wondrous for Jehovah? At the set time I will return to you when life is due, at the set time known by me to revive the righteous, I will return to you that body which is holy, renewed as at first. To be holy angels. That day is designated before me for rejoicing in them, as is written, may the glory of Jehovah endure forever, may Jehovah rejoice in his works. What is written before this? The men arose, and Jehovah said, shall I hide from there? And gazed Abraham toward Sodom, to execute judgment upon the wicked. What is written after shall I hide from Abraham? It has been taught, Rav Izda said, the Blessed Holy One does not execute judgment upon the wicked before conferring with the souls of the righteous, as is written, by the soul of God they perish, and similarly shall I hide from Abraham. The Blessed Holy One said, can I execute judgment upon the wicked before conferring with the souls of the righteous? He informs them, the wicked have sinned before me, I will execute judgment upon them. As is written, Jehovah said, how great is the outcry of Sodom and Gomorrah. Rabbi Abayu said, the soul remains in her place, terrified to draw near and say anything at all in his presence, until the Blessed Holy One instructs Metatron Sheyagishena, to present her before him to say whatever she pleases, as is written, Vayigash Avraham, Abraham approached, and said, will you really sweep away the innocent along with the guilty? Far be it from you, perhaps there are 50 righteous people. The soul opens, saying, Master of the world, perhaps they have engaged in the 50 portions of the Torah, and even if they have not engaged for its own sake, they have earned a reward in the world to come and should not be consigned to hell. What is written after Jehovah said, if I find within Sodom 50 righteous people, but there are more portions? Well, Rabbi Abayu said there are 5 books in the Torah, and each one comprises the 10 commandments, the 10 utterances through which the world was created. Reckon 10 for each, totaling 50. The soul opens again, saying, Master of the world, even if they have not engaged in Torah, perhaps they have received their punishment for what they sinned in a court of law and have been pardoned, as is said, 40 is he to be struck, no more their shame before them sufficing to effect atonement, so that they should not be consigned to hell. What is written after I will not do it for the sake of the 40? She opens again, saying, perhaps 20 will be found there, perhaps they will raise children to the study of Torah, and they should be rewarded for the 10 commandments, twice every day. As Rabbi Yitzhak said, whoever rears his child to the study of Torah, taking him to and from his teacher, morning and evening, Scripture accounts it to him as though he fulfills the Torah twice each day. What is written I will not destroy for the sake of the 20? She opens again, saying, perhaps 10 will be found there. She says, Master of the world, perhaps they were of those 10 found in the synagogue, for look at what we have learned, whoever is reckoned among the first 10 in the synagogue receives a reward equal to all those who come after him. What is written? He said, I will not destroy for the sake of the 10. All this must the soul of the righteous say on behalf of the wicked, since they are found to possess nothing. What is written? Jehovah left when he had finished speaking to Abraham, and Abraham returned to his place. What is to his place? To the place of his particular rang. Rabbi said it is incumbent on a person to pray for the wicked, that they might return to the right path and not be consigned to hell, as is written, and I, when they were ill, my dress was sackcloth. Rabbi also said it is forbidden for a person to pray that the wicked be removed from the world, for had the Blessed Holy One dispatched Tra from the world when he was an idolater, Abraham our father would not have come to the world, and the tribes of Israel would never have been, nor King David or the Messiah, and the Torah would not have been given, and all the righteous and the pious and the prophets would never have been in the world. Rabbi Yehuda said, as soon as the Blessed Holy One sees that the wicked do not possess anything of all those matters, what is written? The 2 angels went to Sodom. A rabbi opened with this verse, these are the nations that Jehovah left, so that he might test Israel there by judges. Rabbi said, I was gazing upon that world, and there is no rank like those who rule over their passion, as is said a testimony. He ordained it for Joseph. Rav Yehuda said, why did Joseph merit that rank and royalty? Because he conquered his impulse. As we have learned, whoever conquers his impulse, the kingdom of heaven rests upon him. As Rabbi A said, the Blessed Holy One created the evil impulse solely so that he might test human beings thereby. Now, does the Blessed Holy really want to test human beings? Yes. As Rabbi A. said, how do we know from what is written? Should there arise in your midst a prophet, and the sign and the portent, for Jehovah your God will be testing. And why is a test required? For surely all of a person's deeds are revealed before him well, so as not to provide a pretext for human beings. Look at what is written. Lot was sitting in the gate of Sodom. He was sitting to test the creatures. Rabbi Yitzhak said, what is the meaning of the verse? The wicked are like the tossing sea. Even during the wicked person's hour of judgment, he is impudent and abides in his wickedness. Look at what is written. They had not yet lain down. Rabbi Yitzhak said, just as the Blessed Holy One created a Garden of Eden on earth, so he created hell on earth. And just as he created a Garden of Eden above, so he created hell above. A Garden of Eden on earth, as is written, Jehovah God planted a garden in Eden, to the east hell on earth, as is written, a land whose light is darkness. A Garden of Eden above, as is written, the soul of my Lord will be bound in the bundle of life with Jehovah your God. Samuel. And similarly, and the spirit will return to God who gave it. Hell above, as is written, the soul of your enemies he will sling from the hollow of a sling. Samuel. A Garden of Eden below, as we have said. A Garden of Eden above for the souls of the completely righteous, to be nourished by the great light above. Hell below for the wicked, who did not accept the covenant of circumcision, who did not believe in the Blessed Holy One and his law, and who did not observe the Sabbath. These are of the nations of the world, who are judged by fire, as is said, from fire they departed, but fire shall consume them. Ezekiel. And it is written, they will go out and stare at the corpses of the people. Hell above for the apostates of Israel, who transgressed the commandments of Torah and did not return in Teshuvah. They are thrust without until they receive their punishment, roaming and rounding the whole world, as is said, all around the wicked roam. They are judged there for 12 months. Afterward their abode is with those who received their punishment at their death, every single one in accordance with the place that is fitting. The wicked from the nations of the world are judged unceasingly in the fire of hell and do not ascend again, as is said, their fire shall not be quenched. The judgment of the wicked in hell, as is written, Jehovah rained brimstone and fire on Sodom and Gomorrah. They do not ascend again and will not rise for the day of judgment, as is said, which Jehovah overturned in his anger, and his fury in his anger in this world, and his fury in the world to come. Rabbi Yitzhak said, it follows this pattern: there is a Garden of Eden below and a Garden of Eden above. There is a hell below and a hell above. Rabbi Yaakov said, the wicked who corrupted their covenant of circumcision, desecrated the Sabbath in public, profaned the holidays, and who denied the Torah and the resurrection of the dead and their like, descend to hell below. They are judged there and do not ascend again, but they will rise for the day of judgment, and they will rise for the resurrection. Of them is said, many of those who sleep in the dust of earth will awake, these to everlasting life, those to shame and everlasting horror. Daniel. And of them is said, they shall be diraon, a horror, to all flesh. What is diraon? Enough seeing, for all will say enough when they see them. But of the righteous of Israel is said, your people, all of them righteous, will inherit the land forever. Rabbi Abayu said, what is Lot went up from Zohar written about the evil impulse? You should know that he will never be eliminated from humankind, until that time of which is written, I will remove the heart of stone. Ezekiel. For even though he sees people being judged in hell, he returns to human beings time and again, as is written, Lot went up Mesoah, from Zohar Mesa Ara, from the suffering of hell, ascending from there to entice human beings. Rabbi Yehuda said, there are 3 dispositions in a human being: the disposition of intellect and wisdom, this is the power of Ha-Neshama Ha-Kedos Ha, the holy soul; the disposition of desire, which desires all evil desires, this is the desiring power; and the disposition that governs man and strengthens the body, it is called Nefesh, the soul of the body. Rav Dimi said, this is the strengthening power. Rabbi Yehuda said, the evil impulse only ever dominates these 2 powers we have mentioned. It is the desiring soul that constantly seeks out the evil impulse, as implied by what is written, the elder said to the younger, our father is old. The desiring soul arouses the other, and she lures her along with the body to cleave to the evil impulse. She says, come, let us give our father wine to drink, and let us lie with him. What have we in the world to come? Let us go and follow the evil impulse and the craving for the delights of this world. What do? Both of them determined to cleave to him. What is written? They gave their father wine to drink, they gorged themselves to arouse the evil impulse with food and drink. The elder came and lay with her father. When a person lies on his bed at night, it is the desiring soul that arouses the evil impulse and muses upon him. The evil impulse clings to every kind of evil imagining, until she is impregnated by him, until he inserts into the person's heart that evil thought, which cleaves to him. It is still yet only in his heart, not ripe for the evil to be enacted, until that desire arouses the power of the body as at first to cleave to the evil impulse. Then the evil is consummated, as is written, the two daughters of Lot conceived by their father. Rabbi Yitzhak said the evil inclination is seduced only by food and drink, and it is through the delight in wine that it prevails upon a person. What is written of the righteous eats to satisfy his soul, but never gets drunk. As Rabbi Yehuda said to one inflamed by the rabbis who gets drunk, we apply the verse, a gold ring in the snout of a pig, and what's more, he desecrates the name of heaven. What is the way of the wicked? Look, rejoicing and merriment, killing of cattle and slaughtering of sheep, eating of meat and drinking of wine. Of them Scripture says, woe to those who rise early in the morning to chase after liquor, to arouse the evil impulse, for the evil impulse is aroused solely through wine, as is written, they gave their father wine to drink. Rabbi Abayu said, what is the meaning of the verse? He was unaware of her lying down or her rising, namely, the evil impulse never gives her a second thought what will become of her in her lying down in this world, or her rising in the world to come. Rather, he arouses together with the bodily power to serve his desire in this world. As Rabbi Abayu said, when the wicked enter hell, the evil impulse is ushered in to gaze upon them, as is written, Lot arrived so Ara, at Zor, Lasa Ara, to the suffering of hell. But he goes out from there to test the creatures, as we have said, as is written, Lot went up Misoah, from Zor, Misa Ara, from the suffering of hell. He settled in the mountains. Rabbi Yitzhak said the significance of in the mountains, it teaches that he set his abode in a mountainous area, a body that is dry like a mountain, devoid of goodness. His two daughters together with him, the two powers we mentioned. For he was afraid to dwell in Zor when he beholds the suffering of hell inflicted upon the wicked and considers that he will be judged there. Fear and trembling descend upon him. As soon as he realizes that he is not being judged there, he ventures forth to lure human beings after him. Whenever Rav Huna would preach to caution people, he would say to them, my children, be on guard against the emissary of hell. Who is that? The evil impulse, hell's emissary. Rabbi Abba said, what is the meaning of the verse? The leech has two daughters, give. These are the two daughters of Lot we have mentioned, the desiring soul and the soul associated with the body, constantly pursuing the evil impulse. Rabbi Yehoshua said, it is written here concerning Lot, for he was afraid to dwell in Zor, and it is written there, the leech, he was afraid, has the numerical value of aluka, leech. Rabbi Yitzhak said, if he was afraid, why did he proceed to lead the creatures astray? He replied, so is the way of all who do wrong. When he considers the harm, he is afraid for a moment but immediately returns to his wickedness and fears nothing. Similarly, the evil impulse, when he sees the judgment of the wicked, he is afraid, but as soon as he ventures out, he fears nothing. Rabbi Abba said, in the name of Rabbi Yonan, what is the meaning of the verse? The elder said to the younger, our father is old. What is meant by our father is old? This is the evil impulse, who is called old, as is said, an old and foolish king, old because he was born along with the human being. As we have learned, Rabbi Yehuda said, in the name of Rabbi Yosef, the desiring soul says to the other, our father is old. Let us go after him and cleave to him like all the other wicked people in the world. There is no man on earth to consort with us, there is no righteous man on earth, and there is no man who rules over his impulse. There are many wicked people on earth, we are not the only wicked people. Let us act like the way of all the earth wickedly, for until this day, so is the way of all the earth. Come, let us give our father wine to drink, let us delight in this world. Let us eat and drink and be saturated with wine and cleave to our father, to the evil impulse, and let us lie with him. The Holy Spirit cries out, saying, these also stagger from wine and stumble from beer. Rabbi Yehuda said, what is written, they gave their father wine to drink. It is the way of the wicked to stray after wine, to indulge the evil impulse and arouse him. Merry in his drunkenness, he lays upon his bed. Immediately the elder arose and lay with her father. She lies poised with him, desiring and musing upon every wicked imagining. The evil impulse unites with her and cleaves to her, and gives no thought to what will become of her at her lying down or her lying down in this world, or her rising in the time to come, her lying down in the world to come, when she gives an account and reckoning, or her rising to the day of judgment, as is written, many of those who sleep in the dust of earth will awake, some to everlasting life, some to shame and everlasting horror. Daniel. Concerning any of these matters, the evil impulse gives her no thought, rather, he cleaves to her and she to him, and afterward she arouses the other. Once the potent imagining clings to the evil impulse, the other arrives and cleaves to him. They gave their father wine to drink likewise to arouse the evil impulse, and likewise she cleaves to him. Then is consummation of wickedness to be enacted, and the two of them are impregnated by the evil impulse, as is written, the two daughters of Lot conceived by their father, until their deeds are carried out, this one bears her wickedness, and that one bears her wickedness. So is the way of the wicked with regard to the evil impulse, until he kills the person leading him to hell, ushering him in. Afterward, he ascends from there to seduce other people in the same way. But whoever recognizes him is saved from him and does not join with him. Rabbi Yitzhak said a parable. To what can the matter be compared to a gang of bandits who were laying ambush on the roads to steal and murder? They designate one from among them skilled in seduction and silver-tongued. What does he do? He goes in advance to meet them, presenting himself as their servant, until the fools believe him, trusting in his love and delighting in him, whereupon he leads them with his smooth talk along the road where the bandits wait. As soon as he arrives there with them, after handing them over to the bandits to steal their money and murder them, he is the first to kill them. They cry out, saying, "Woe, woe that we listened to this one and to his silver tongue." After they have killed these ones, he ascends from there and ventures forth to lure other people as before. As for the prudent, what do they do when they see this one going forth to meet them and seduce them? They recognize that he is stalking their soul. They challenge him and kill him and take another road. Alternatively, they separate from him and turn down another road. So is the evil impulse. He ventures forth from a gang of bandits, ascending from hell to meet human beings and seduce them with his smooth sweet talk, as is written, Lot went up from Zohar and settled in the mountains like bandits setting ambush. What does he do? He passes before them, and the foolish believe him and in his love through which he entices them. He serves them as a servant, giving them beautiful and forbidden women, and people to harm, casting off from them the yoke of Torah and the yoke of the kingdom of heaven. The foolish see this and trust in his love, until he goes with them and he leads them along the road where the bandits wait, along the road to hell, where there is no way to turn right or left. As soon as he arrives there with them, he is the first to kill them and he transforms into the angel of death. He ushers them into hell and angels of destruction lower them down. They cry out, saying, "Woe, woe that we listened to this one, but to no avail." Afterward he ascends from there, venturing forth to lure other human beings. When the prudent see him, they recognize him and overcome him until they rule over him. They turn from that road, taking another, to be saved from him. When Rav Yosef went down to Babylon, he saw unmarried men enter and emerge from among beautiful women without sinning. He said, "Do these not fear the evil impulse?" They said to him, "We do not hail from foul gluhwain, from the sanctification of a saint were we hewn." As Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav a person must sanctify himself during intercourse and he will engender holy and virtuous children who do not fear the evil impulse, as is said, "Sanctify yourselves and you will be holy." Rabbi Abba said, "What is the meaning of the verse, 'Sanctify my Sabbaths'?" Ezekiel: "Well, the time for intercourse for the disciples of the wise is from Sabbath to Sabbath." And he cautioned them, since sexual relations are a commandment, sanctify, that is to say, sanctify yourselves on my Sabbaths through the commandment of sexual relations. Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav, whoever enters a town and sees beautiful women should lower his eyes and say as follows: "Look, from the noble have I surely been hewn." Potent stumbler, begone, begone, my father is a saint of Sabbath. Why so? Because the heat of the journey is prevalent and the evil impulse might dominate him. A Rabbi Yonan opened with this verse: "Your Yehovah attended to Sarah as he head upon you is like had said Carmel, the locks of your head are like purple. A king is held captive in the tresses." Song of Songs. The blessed Holy One made rulers above, and beneath them rulers below. When the Blessed Holy One bestows preeminence upon the princes above, the kings below seize supremacy. He bestowed preeminence upon the prince of Babylon. Wicked Nebuchadnezzar seized supremacy, of whom is written, "You are the head of gold." Daniel, the entire world was subject to him, and his son's son. This is the meaning of what is written, "Your head upon you is like Carmel." This is Nebuchadnezzar, as is written beneath it. The wild animals found shelter. Daniel, the locks of your head are like purple. This is Belshazzar, who proclaimed and said, "Shall be clothed in purple." Daniel, a king is held captive in the tresses. This is evil Merodach, who was held captive until his father Nebuchadnezzar died, whereupon he ruled in his stead. Rabbi Yehuda said, "What is the purpose of this allusion in the Song of Songs?" Well, Rabbi Yehuda said 7 things were created before the world was created. They are the throne of glory, as is said, "Your throne stands firm from of old, from forever you are," and it is written, "O throne of glory set on high Mirishon, from the first, for it was Rosh, at the head, preceding all." The Blessed Holy One drew the pure soul from the throne of glory to illuminate the body, as is written, "Your head upon you is like Carmel." This is the throne of glory, at the head of all. The locks of your head are like purple. This is the soul, which is drawn from it. A king is held captive in the tresses. This is the body. Alternatively, a king is held captive in the tresses. This is the body held captive in the grave and decomposed in the dust, of which nothing remains aside from a spoonful of decayed matter, from which the whole body will be rebuilt. When the Blessed Holy One attends to the body, he will instruct the earth to disgorge it without, as is written, "And earth will bring forth shades." Rabbi Yonan said, "The dead of the land are the first to live," as is written, "Your dead will live, the dead of the land. My corpses will arise, those outside the land. Awake and shout for joy, O dwellers of the dust, these are the dead of the desert." As Rabbi Yonan said, "Why did Moses die outside the land? To demonstrate to all who come into the world that just as the Blessed Holy One is destined to revive Moses, so is he destined to revive his generation who accepted the Torah, of whom is said, I remember the devotion of your youth, your love as a bride, how you followed me in the wilderness, in a land not sown." Alternatively, awake and shout for joy, O dwellers of the dust, these are the patriarchs. As for the dead outside the land, their body will be rebuilt and they will roll under the earth until the land of Israel. There will they receive their soul, not outside the land, as is written, "Therefore, prophesy and say to them, I am going to open your graves and lift you out of the graves, O my people, and bring you to the land of Israel." Ezekiel, what is written, "Afterward I will put my spirit into you, and you shall live." Rabbi Penas said, "The soul is drawn from the throne of glory, which is the head, as said, "Your head upon you is like Carmel." Song of Songs, the locks of your head are like purple. This is the soul, the locks of the head. A king is held captive in the tresses, the body, held captive in the grave. Body Sarah king. The Blessed Holy One will attend to it at the set time he mentioned, as is written, "Jehovah attended to Sarah as he had said," attending to the body at the known time during which he will attend to the righteous. Rabbi Penas said, "The Blessed Holy One will one day beautify the bodies of the righteous in the time to come, like the beauty of Adam when he entered the Garden of Eden, as is said, Jehovah will guide you always, you will be like a well-watered garden." Rabbi Levi said, "As long as the soul abides in her rung, she is nourished by the light above, garbed within. When she enters the body in the time to come, she will enter with that very same light. Then the body will shine like the radiance of the sky, as is written, "The enlightened will shine like the radiance of the sky." Daniel, and human beings will attain perfect knowledge, as is said, "The earth will be filled with knowledge of Jehovah." How do we know this? From what is written, "Jehovah will guide you always, he will satisfy your soul with radiances." This is the lighter above and invigorate your bones. This is the attending of the body. You will be like a well-watered garden, like a spring whose waters do not fail. This is knowledge of the Creator, may he be blessed. Then the creatures will know that the soul entering within them is Nishmat Hayim, the soul of life, the soul of delights, which has received delights from on high, pleasuring the body. All will be astounded at her, saying, "How beautiful and how pleasing you are, O love, among the delights." Song of Songs, this is the soul in the time to come. Rabbi Yehuda said that it is so, from what is written, "A king is held captive in the tresses," and it is written afterward, "How beautiful and how pleasing you are." Rabbi Yehuda also said at that time, the Blessed Holy One is destined to bring joy upon his world and rejoice in his creatures, as is said, Jehovah will rejoice in his works, then laughter will prevail in the world, which is not so now, as is written, then will our mouths fill with laughter. This is the meaning of what is written. Sarah said, laughter has God made me, for then human beings are destined to recite song, for it will be a time of laughter. Rabbi Abba said, since the day the world was created, there has been no joy like the day on which the Blessed Holy One will rejoice with his creatures. The righteous remaining in Jerusalem will never again return to their dust, as is written, whoever is left in Zion, who remains in Jerusalem, will be called holy. Whoever remains in Zion and Jerusalem. Precisely, Rabbi Aa said, if so, they are few, but rather, all who remain in the Holy Land of Israel are treated like Jerusalem and Zion in every way, teaching that the whole land of Israel is comprised within Jerusalem, as implied by what is written, when you enter the land entirely comprised. Rabbi Yehuda son of Elazar inquired of Rabbi Izkiah. He said to him concerning the dead destined to be revived by the Blessed Holy One, why doesn't he bestow their souls there, in the place where they were buried, that they might come alive to the land of Israel? He replied, the Blessed Holy One swore to rebuild Jerusalem and that she would never be destroyed again. As Rabbi Yemuel said, the Blessed Holy One is destined to renew his world, to rebuild Jerusalem and lower her down, fully built from on high, an indestructible edifice. He swore that the assembly of Israel would not be exiled again, and he swore that the edifice of Jerusalem would not be destroyed, as is said, nevermore shall you be called forsaken, nevermore shall your land be called desolate, and wherever you find never, never, an oath is implied, as is written, the waters shall never again become a flood, and never again shall all flesh be cut off by the waters of a flood, and it is written, as I swore that the waters of Noah hence never, never constitutes an oath, and from the negative you derive the affirmative. In the future, the Blessed Holy One will establish his world enduringly, so that the assembly of Israel will not be exiled, and the edifice of the temple will not be destroyed. Consequently, they receive their soul only in a place of eternal endurance, so that the soul might abide in the body eternally. That is the significance of the verse, whoever is left in Zion, who remains in Jerusalem, will be called holy. Rabbi Izkiah said, from here he is holy, Jerusalem is holy, whoever remains in her is holy, he is holy, as is written, holy Jehovah of hosts, and similarly the Holy One is in your midst, Hosea, Jerusalem is holy, as is written, going from the holy site, whoever remains in her is holy, as is written, whoever is left in Zion, who remains in Jerusalem, will be called holy. Just as the first holy abides eternally, so the other holies abide eternally. Rabbi Yitzhak said, what is the meaning of the verse, there shall yet be old men and women in the gates of Jerusalem, each with staff in hand because of their great age? Zechariah, what's so good about walking like that, as is written, each with staff in hand? Well, Rabbi Yitzhak said, in the time to come, the righteous are destined to revive the dead, as did the prophet Elisha, as is written, take my staff in your hand and go, kings, and similarly place my staff on the face of the boy. The Blessed Holy One said to him, something that the righteous are destined to do in the time to come, you wish to do now what is written. He placed the staff on the boy's face, but there was no sound or response. But in the time to come, the righteous will fulfill this pledge, as is written, each with staff in hand with which to revive the dead of the converts who converted from the nations of the world, of whom is written, he who dies at 100 years shall be reckoned a youth, and he who fails to reach 100 shall be reckoned accursed. Rabbi Yitzhak said, the end of the verse proves this, as is written, because of their great age. Zechariah alternatively, Sarah said, laughter has God made me, it is written, rejoice with Jerusalem and be glad for her, all you who love her rejoice with her in joy, all you who mourn over her. Rabbi Yehuda said, since the day the world was created, there has been no joy before the Blessed Holy One like that joy. He will one day rejoice with the righteous in the time to come, when everyone will point with their finger, saying, look, this is our God, we waited for him and he saved us. This is Jehovah, for whom we have waited, let us rejoice and exult in his salvation. And it is written, sing to Jehovah, for he has done gloriously. Let this be known in all the world. Rabbi Yonan said, we have not found anyone who explicated this matter like King David, who said, when you hide your face, they are terrified, from which is derived that the Blessed Holy One does not bring harm upon a person, but rather, when he does not watch over him, he expires on his own account, as is written, when you hide your face, they are terrified you withdraw their spirit, they perish and to the dust they return send forth your spirit, they are created and afterward may the glory of Jehovah endure forever, may Jehovah rejoice in his works, then laughter will prevail in the world, as is written, then will our mouths fill with laughter, and our tongues with glad song. This is the significance of the verse. Sarah said, laughter has God made me to rejoice in his salvation. Rabbi Yehuda said, as long as the body resides in this world, it lacks perfection. After it has been righteous, having pursued paths of Yosha, righteousness, and died Beyoshro, in its integrity, it is called Sarah, Sarah, in its perfection. Upon reaching the resurrection of the dead, it is Sarah, Sarah, so that it might not be said that the blessed Holy One revived another. After it lives and rejoices with the Shekinah, and the blessed Holy One removes sorrow and sadness from the world, as is written, he will swallow up death forever. Jehovah Elohim will wipe away tears from all faces. Then it is called Yitzhak, Isaac, on account of Hasiok, the laughter and joy that will be for the righteous in the time to come. When Rabbi Yehuda arrived at the site of Kfar Anan, all the townsfolk sent him a gift. Rabbi Abba came to him and said, when is my master leaving? He replied, I shall repay what the townsfolk gave me, and then I shall leave. He said to him, let my master not think twice about that gift. It was offered for Torah, and they won't take anything from you. He asked him, will they not receive words of Torah? He replied, yes. All the townsfolk arrived. Rabbi Yehuda asked him, are they all masters of the academy? He said to him, if there is anyone who is not worthy to sit here, let him rise and go. Rabbi Abba arose and designated 10 of them to receive from him. He said to them, sit with this great man, tomorrow we shall sit with him and receive. They left. The 10 who remained with him sat down, but he didn't say a word. They said to him, if it pleases our master, we would receive the face of Shekinah. He said to them, but Rabbi Abba is not here. They sent for him and he came. He opened, saying, Jehovah attended to Sarah as he had spoken. Why the different expression here? The verse should have said Jehovah remembered Sarah, as is said God remembered Rachel, for attending applies only to something promised previously. Well, it was promised previously, as is written, I will surely return to you at this very season, and, look, your wife Sarah shall have a son. And it was about that matter that it says he now attended, as implied by what is written, as he had spoken. Had it not said as he had spoken, then it would have said remembering, but he attended to that word he had spoken, in due time I will return to you. Afterward, he said as follows, the righteous person who is worthy of ascending to the supernal glory has his image engraved in the throne of glory, and so for every righteous person his image is above, as it was below, as a guarantee for the holy soul. As Rabbi Yonan said, what is the meaning of the verse, sun and moon stand still on high? Habakkuk, that the body and soul abiding in the supernal holy chamber above shine, just like the image that existed on earth. That image is nourished by the delight of the soul and is destined to garb itself within that bone remaining in the earth, when the earth will excise and disgorge its muck without. This is what is referred to as holy. When that image abides above, every new moon it comes to prostrate before the blessed Holy King, as is written, from new moon to new moon, and he informs it, saying, in due time I will return to you, at that time when I am destined to revive the dead, when she will be attended to at that time as promised. This is the meaning of what is written, Jehovah attended to Sarah as he had spoken. This is the day when the blessed Holy One shall rejoice in his works, as is written, Jehovah will rejoice in his works. Rabbi Abba said to him, may the master speak to us of the weekly portion. Afterward he said, it befits you to open this portion. He opened, saying, it came to pass after these things that God tested Abraham. He said, take your son, your only one, whom you love. Here one must contemplate the craftsman who extracts silver from the source of the earth. What does he do? At first he inserts it within a raging fire until the slime of the earth is completely removed, leaving silver, though not unadulterated silver. What does he do afterward? He inserts it in fire as at first and extracts the dross, as is said, remove the dross from the silver, then it is pure silver without intermingling. Similarly the blessed Holy One inserts the body beneath the ground until it is entirely decomposed and all the foul slime departs, leaving the decayed matter from which the body is rebuilt, but still that body is not unadulterated. After that great day of which is written, there will be one day known to Jehovah, neither day nor night. Zechariah. All of them are concealed beneath the earth as at first, out of fear and because of the power of the blessed Holy One. As is written, they will enter hollows in the ground and clefts of the rocks from fear of Jehovah and the glory of his majesty when he rises to terrify the earth. Their souls depart them and the decayed matter is consumed, leaving the body that is rebuilt. They're entirely luminous, like the light of the sun and the radiance of the sky. As is written, the enlightened will shine like the radiance of the sky. Daniel. Then the silver is pure, the body is pure without other intermingling. As Rabbi Yaakov said, the blessed Holy One will draw down a luminous body from on high. As is written, for Tolikha, your dew, is a dew of lights, and similarly Jehovah is going metal telkha, to cast your dew. Then they will be called holy ones of the Most High. As is written, whoever is left in Zion, who remains in Jerusalem, will be called holy. This is what is referred to as the final resurrection of the dead. This is the final trial, and no more will they taste death, as is written, by my own self I swear, declares Jehovah, that because you have done this thing and have not held back your son, your only one, I will greatly bless you at that time. The righteous pray that they will not face this ordeal again. What is written? Abraham raised his eyes and saw here a ram caught behind in the thicket by its horns. These are the wicked of the other nations who are called rams. As is said, the rams of Nebaioth shall serve your needs, which we translate as the chiefs of Nebaioth. Caught behind in the thicket by its horns, as is said, all the horns of the wicked I will hack off. Abraham went and took the ram and offered it up as a burnt offering in place of his son, for they are poised to undergo all manner of horrific ordeals. But the righteous shall remain for the world to come, like supernal holy angels, to unify his name, and hence it is written, on that day, Jehovah will be one and his name one. Zechariah. He said to them, from here on, open the gate. The following day, all the townsfolk entered before him. They said to him, may our master tell us words of Torah pertaining to the portion we are reading on Sabbath. Jehovah attended to Sarah. He arose between the pillars, opened, and said, Jehovah attended to Sarah. 3 keys lie in the hand of the blessed Holy One, and he has not handed them over neither to an angel nor a seraph: the key of childbirth, of rain, and of resurrection. Elijah came and seized 2 of them, of rain and of resurrection. Rabbi Yonan said Elijah was handed only one, as Rabbi Yonan said when Elijah pleaded to revive the son of the woman of Zarephath. The blessed Holy One said to him, it is not fitting for you to hold 2 keys in your hand. Rather, give me the key of rain, and the key of resurrection shall remain with you. He replied, Master of the world, let it be so. This is the significance of what is written, go, appear before Ahab, and I will send rain. Kings. He did not say send rain, but I will send. But look, Elisha possessed them indeed to fulfill the double portion of Elijah's spirit. But the blessed Holy One has not handed over the 3 of them to a messenger. As Rabbi Simon said, the power of the blessed Holy One, simultaneously he revives the dead, casts down to Sheol and raises up Samuel, causes the luminaries to shine, sends the rain, makes the grass grow, ripens crops, attends to the barren, bestows provision, helps the poor, supports the fallen, straightens the bent, deposes kings and installs kings. Daniel. All at once, at the same time, in a single moment, something that a messenger can never do. It has been taught, Rabbi Yehuda said, everything that the blessed Holy One does, he need do only through speech. For as soon as he says from the place of his holiness, let it be so, immediately it is done. His potent might, as is written by the word of Jehovah, the heavens were made. As Rabbi Yehuda said, what is the significance of the verse, I will pass through the land of Egypt on this night, I and not an angel. I will render judgment, I, Jehovah, not a messenger. I, Jehovah, I am he, and no other. If so, this is a great honor for the Egyptians, for one who is captured by a king cannot be compared to one who is captured by a commoner. What's more, you cannot find a nation as contaminated by every impurity as the Egyptians, of whom is written, whose flesh is the flesh of donkeys, and whose emission is the emission of stallions. Ezekiel. For they are suspected of sodomy, and they hail from Ham, who did what he did to his father, who then cursed him and his son, Canaan. Did the Blessed Holy One lack for an angel or messenger to dispatch to wreak vengeance upon Egypt as he did with Ashur-Assyria the son of Shem, as is written the sons of Shem Elam and Ashur-Shem was priest to God Most High and was blessed by his father, as is written Blessed be Jehovah, the God of Shem unto them shall Canaan be a slave, and Shem attained eminence and blessings over his brothers, and of him is written an angel of Jehovah went out and struck down the Assyrian camp kings enacted by a messenger. How much more so for the Egyptians who are more contaminated and filthy than any nation. Yet he said I and not an angel. Well, Rabbi Yehuda said from here we learn of the potent might of the Blessed Holy One and of his exaltedness, transcending all. The Blessed Holy One said, this nation of Egypt is contaminated. This nation is filthy. It is not fitting to dispatch either an angel or a seraph, a holy entity among the cursedly and filthily wicked. Rather, I will do what neither angel nor seraph nor messenger can, for as soon as I say from the place of my holiness let it be so, immediately it is done, which an angel cannot do. That is why he said I and not an angel. That is, I can do this but not an angel, for until the angel gets there, he is unable to act. As for the Blessed Holy One, from the place of his holiness he says, let it be so, and immediately whatever he wishes to do is done. That is why this vengeance was not wrought by an angel or messenger on account of Egypt's disgrace, and to demonstrate the greatness of the Omnipresent, who did not wish that any holy entity would enter among them. Accordingly, it was said I and not an angel, I can do this, but not an angel. In a similar vein, Rabbi Yehuda said what is meant by the verse Jehovah spoke to the fish, and it spewed Jonah onto dry land. Jonah, if so, what is the difference between the fish and Moses our teacher? Further, there are countless righteous and pious people from Israel with whom the Blessed Holy did not speak, yet he deigned to speak with a fish, something that neither perceives nor comprehends well. Rabbi Yehuda said as soon as Jonah's prayer ascended before the Blessed Holy One, from the place of his holiness he spoke, in order that the fish would spew Jonah onto dry land. The lamed, of Ladag, to the fish, is like in order that, namely, Jehovah spoke in order that the fish would spew Jonah onto dry land. From the place of his holiness, the Blessed Holy One said let it be so, and immediately it was done, something a messenger cannot do. It has been taught, Rabbi Shimon said, the key of childbirth is in the hand of the Blessed Holy One, and while she the mother is sitting on the birthing stool, the Blessed Holy One scrutinizes the unborn child. If he is worthy of emerging into the world, he opens the doors of her womb and he emerges; if not, he closes her doors and both of them die. If so, then no wicked person would ever come forth into the world. Well, so have we learned on account of 3 transgressions do women die in childbirth, because they are not meticulous regarding menstrual purity, the dough offering, and the kindling of the Sabbath lights. Rabbi Shimon said, look, Rabbi Yitzhak said, why does a woman mapily miscarry the fruit of her womb? Well, Rabbi Yitzhak said, the Blessed Holy One determines that the fetus is not worthy of coming forth into the world, so he kills it in advance in its mother's uterus, as is said Ha-Nephilim, the fallen beings, were on earth in those days spelled Nephilim, miscarriages, without the first yod. Why? Because afterward the sons of God came into the daughters of humankind. When they will be bigger, they will come into the daughters of humankind, who will bear them children whorishly, and bastards will abound in the world. These are the mighty ones of old, men of name, for there is none as mighty, roughshod, and ruthless as the bastard. Men of the name, for all will recognize him to call him by a certain name, bastard, for as soon as they see his deeds, how he is roughshod and ruthless and mighty, all will call him by that name. Now, concerning what Rabbi Shimon said, that the Blessed Holy One scrutinizes the unborn child, you cannot find a wicked person in the world, of those who come forth into the world, whom the Blessed Holy One does not scrutinize to see if he will leave behind a worthy, righteous, and upright son, or whether he will save a Jew from death, or whether he will perform some other good deed. It is on that account that the Blessed Holy One brings him forth into the world. In Rabbi Yos's day, there were bandits who used to pillage in the mountains together with bandits from the nations of the world. Whenever they found and caught someone to murder, they would ask, what is your name? If he was a Jew, they would accompany him and lead him out of the mountains, but if he was any other person, they would kill him. Rabbi Yo said, nevertheless these are worthy of entering the world to come. Our rabbis have taught these three things come to the world solely, though voice is the voice of childbirth, as is written, in pain shall you bear children, and similarly God heard her the voice of the rains, as is written, the voice of Jehovah is over the waters, and similarly for there is a sound or voice of heavy rain, kings the voice of the resurrection of the dead, as is written, a voice calls out in the desert. What is the purpose of this voice in the desert? Well, Rabbi Zrika said, these are the voices to arouse the dead of the desert, and from here we derive that this is the case for the whole world. Rabbi Yonan said, look at what we have learned. When a person enters the grave, he enters with voices. When they arise at the resurrection of the dead, does it not stand to reason that they should arise with great voices? Rabbi Yaakov said, a divine voice is destined to burst forth in the graveyards, saying, awake and shout for joy, O dwellers in the dust, and they are destined to live by the dew of the great light above, as is written, for your dew is a dew of lights, and earth will bring forth shades. Amen, may it be your will. Parashat Ayah Sarah. Sarah's life. Oh, your rabbis opened with this verse, come, my beloved, let us go out into the fields, let us lodge in the villages. Song of Songs. Our rabbis have taught one who sets out on a journey must recite 3 prayers: the obligatory prayer of each day, a prayer for the journey upon which he is embarking, and a prayer that he will return safely to his home. He may even recite these 3 together, as we have learned. All of a person's supplications may be included in who hears prayer. Rabbi Yehuda said, all of a person's deeds, good and bad, are inscribed in a book, and one day he will give an account for all of them. As we have learned, Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav, what is the meaning of the verse, your eyes saw my formless mass in your book? They were all inscribed, those things done by the formless mass, which pays no heed to the world to come. Your eyes saw all of them, for you have scrutinized them. In your book they were all inscribed to give an account and reckoning in the world to come. Therefore, let a person always offer his prayer in advance, and it will benefit him. Rabbi Yitzhak said, a person does not perform transgressions unless he is a formless mass and not a person, namely he who does not consider his holy soul, rather all his deeds are like a beast, unaware, unknowing. Rabbi Bo said, now, is David designated a formless mass since he uttered this verse? Rabbi Yitzhak replied, Adam uttered it. He said, your eyes saw my formless mass before you infused a soul within me, your eyes saw to fashion from my image people resembling me. In your book they were all inscribed. Who are they? Days Yutztsahu, were formed like my Shora, form. Not one of them exists, for not one of them remains. Rabbi Bo said, why so? He replied, all those who resembled him, even slightly, did not die a natural death. All of them were struck by that very matter. Rabbi Yehuda said, Adam's image and beauty was like the radiance of the supernal firmament above the other firmaments, like that light concealed by the blessed Holy One for the righteous in the world to come. All of those who possessed even an intimation of Adam's image were struck through it and died. For so are the ways of the blessed Holy One. He bestows wealth upon a person. To what end? To sustain the poor and fulfill his commandments. If he did not do so but becomes conceited by that wealth, with that is he struck, as is written, wealth hoarded by its owner to his misfortune he grants him children. To what end? To teach them the ways of the blessed Holy One, to observe his commandments, as is said of Abraham, for I have known him, so that he will instruct his children and his household after him, they will keep the way of Jehovah, to do righteousness. If he did not do so but is conceited because of them, with them is he struck, as is written, he has no offspring or progeny among his people. Similarly, in this fashion, when the blessed Holy One bestowed upon them of Adam's celestial and superior beauty, to what end? That they would observe his commandments and perform his will, they did not act accordingly, but became conceited therein, and thereby were they struck with that beauty. Rav Yehuda said, when the blessed Holy One created Adam, he was an unformed mass until he infused soul within him. He summoned the angel in charge of human images and said to him, look closely and fashion from this image 6 human beings. This is the meaning of what is written, he engendered in his likeness, according to his image, and named him Shet, Seth, namely Shitta. 6. Rabbi Yitzhak said, from precisely the same dust from which Adam was created, the blessed Holy One drew to create these 6, and he called him Shet, Seth, Shitta. 6. This is the significance of what is written: he engendered in his likeness, according to his image, from the same dough from which his unformed mass was created. Therefore it says, your eyes saw my formless mass, you looked closely upon it to fashion those resembling him. In your book they were all inscribed. Who are they? All those who did not guard what the blessed Holy One bestowed upon them. They were driven from the world, and judged with that judgment. We have learned there. Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav we find that the night consists of 3 watches, and in every single one, the blessed Holy One has special interest in the human being when his soul departs from him and he remains in that unformed mass sleeping in bed, and his soul ascends every night before the blessed Holy One. Rabbi Yitzhak said, if she is worthy, they delight with her. If not, they thrust her aside. Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav, what is the meaning of the verse, I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, if you find my beloved, what will you tell him? That I am faint with love. Song of Songs. Rabbi Pinaz said, in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem. The soul says to those souls worthy of entering Jerusalem above, who are called daughters of Jerusalem because they are worthy of entering therein. Therefore the soul says to them, I adjure you, O daughters of Jerusalem, if you find my beloved, the blessed Holy One. Rav said, this is the splendor of the speculum above. What will you tell him? That I am faint with love to luxuriate in his splendor and shelter in his shade. Rav Huna said that I am faint with love, the desire and longing with which I pined in the world after vanities, therefore I am faint. Rabbi Yehuda said, this is the love with which the soul loves the body, for as soon as the termination of the body is complete, those days decreed for it, as is said, Sarah's life was what is written, Abraham rose from before his dead. Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav, what is the significance of what is written in the preceding verse? Sarah died in Kiriath Arba, that is Hebron, in the land of Canaan. Rabbi Yitzhak said, in the name of Rabbi Yonan, the blessed Holy One created the human being, and he inserted within him 4 substances that are divided in the body. Rabbi Yehuda said that are combined in the body. Rabbi Yitzhak said that are divided in the body, for when a person departs this world they divide and separate each one to its element. Rabbi Yehuda said that are combined in the body during his life, as implied by the verse, Sarah died. This is the body Bichayariat Arba, in city of 4. These are the 4 elements, that is Evron, Hebron, which were Merbarim, combined in the body during his life in the land of Canaan, in this world, in which a person roams about a little while. Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep over her. This corresponds to what we have learned all 7 days. A person's soul visits the body and mourns for it, as is written, surely his flesh feels pain for him, and his soul mourns for him. Accordingly Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep over her. Abraham came the soul to mourn for Sarah the body. Rabbi Yitzhak said, at the time when the soul is worthy and ascends to the site of Haran, the body lies in peace, resting on its couch, as is written, let him enter into peace, let them rest on their couches. Holik nekhuhu, he who walks uprightly. What is meant by holik nekhuhu? He goes uprightly. Rabbi Yitzhak said, the soul goes nekhuhu to the Edenic site concealed for her. How is this implied? Rabbi Yehuda said, from this nekhuhu is written with he, but when she is not worthy and deserves to receive her punishment, she wanders and roams about, visiting the body and the grave every day. Rabbi Yos said, the robust femur dangling hither and thither returns and visits its place. Similarly the soul deserving of punishment roams in the world without, tending her place for 12 months among the graveyards and throughout the world. Rabbi Yehuda said, what is written, Abraham rose from before his dead. Rabbi Abba son of Shalom said, but look at what we have learned, when the soul abides in supernal perfection, he is added to her and she is called Avraham, Abraham in supernal perfection. Yet here you say that when she is not so worthy, it is written Abraham rose. You have relegated one who sits upon the throne to descent among the inferior and lowly. Rather, so do I decree, Abraham rose from before his dead. As Rabbi Zrika said, in the name of Rav Kahana, when the soul is worthy of ascending to her Edenic site, she first protects the holy body from which she is departing, and afterward ascends to the site of her rang. As is written, Abraham rose from before his dead the body and spoke to Beni'it, the Hittites, the other bodies of the righteous, who are at him, terrified, and stunned in the world for fear of their master at him, terrified, because they are dwellers in the dust. What need has she of them? Rabbi Yehuda said, all are inscribed in the count. The soul speaks with them, that the body be in the count with them. What does he say to them in a respectful and conciliatory manner? I am a sojourner and settler among you, give me possession of a burial site among you, so I may bury my dead out of my sight, that this body will be in a single count with you, in a single nexus. Rabbi said, look at what is written. The Hittites replied to Abraham, similarly, in a respectful and conciliatory manner, as is written, listen to us, my Lord, you are a prince of God among us. What is the significance of you are a prince of God? Rabbi Penas said, before the righteous person departs the world, a heavenly voice rings forth every day among the righteous in the Garden of Eden, prepare a place for so and so who is coming here. Consequently they say from God on high, you are a prince of God among us. In the choicest of our burial sites count him among the choicest of the righteous, in the company of the righteous elect insert him in the tally with us. None of us will prevent the count, for all of us rejoice in him and extend him greetings. Rabbi Yo's son of Apazi said, after the soul entreats them and they inform her that she is welcome, she entreats the angel appointed over them. As we have learned, an angel is appointed over graveyards named Dumah, and every day he proclaims among them concerning the righteous who are destined to enter in their midst. Immediately she entreats him to lodge the body in tranquility, safety, rest, and delight, as is written, he spoke to Ephron. Rabbi Yisa said, this is the angel called Dumah. Why is he known as Ephron? Ephron because he is appointed over Shokni Yafa, the dwellers in dust. It has been taught all the registers of the righteous and the companies of pious who dwell in the dust are in his care. One day he will bring them out by tally. It has been taught, Rabbi Elazar said, in the time to come, when the blessed Holy One will ordain to revive the dead, he will summon the angel in charge of graveyards named Dumah and will demand from him account of all the righteous and pious dead, as well as the righteous converts who were slain for his name. He will bring them forth by tally just as he received them by tally, as is written, the one who brings forth their array by number, not one is missing. It has been taught, Rabbi Shmuel son of Rabbi Yaakov said, Nefashot, the souls, of the wicked are placed in the charge of that angel whose name is Dumah, to escort them into hell where they are judged. Once they are handed over to his charge they do not return again until they enter hell. This was what David feared when he performed that sin, as is said, were not Jehovah a help to me, my soul would soon have dwelt with Dumah. Rabbi Yisa said, the soul entreats him to admit that body with the other bodies of the righteous in their tally, as is written, he spoke to Ephron. Rabbi Tanam said, the angel addresses him first. Look at what is written, before Ephron was sitting among Beni It, the Hittites, Sheatu, who were in dread of dwelling in the dust, he addresses him first to admit that body into the tally of the righteous, as is written, and Ephron the Hittite answered Abraham in the hearing of the Hittites, all who entered the gate of his town, saying, what is meant by all who entered the gate of his town? Rav Naaman said, those inscribed in his account book. As Rav Naaman said, so has it been decreed by the account administered by Dumah, they enter the graveyards, and by the account note he will one day bring them out. He is in charge of the denizens of dust. What is the meaning of the field I grant you and the cave that is in it? Rabbi Yos said, a deposit of serenity and great tranquility. Rabbi Shalom son of Miniomi said, you cannot find a single righteous person among those who engage in Torah who does not possess 200 worlds and desirables on account of Torah, as is written, and 200 for those who guard its fruit, Song of Songs, and 200 for surrendering themselves daily, as though they were slain for the sanctification of his name, like this verse, as is written, you shall love Jehovah your God with all your heart and with all your soul. It has been taught, whoever attunes his heart to this verse in order to surrender his soul for the sanctification of his name, Scripture accords it to him as though he is slain every day for his sake, as is written, for your sake we are killed all day long. Rav Naaman said, whoever surrenders his soul through this verse inherits 400 worlds in the world to come. Rav Yosef said, but we have learned 200. Rav Naaman replied, 200 for Torah and 200 for surrendering his soul every day for the sanctification of his name, as we have said. Rabbi Yos son of Rabbi Yehuda went to see Rabbi Ea the Great. He said to him, may my master tell, if he has heard, how the masters of Mishnah expounded this passage in reference to the soul. He said, happy is the share of the righteous in the world that is coming, for Torah is in their hearts like a mighty spring of water. And by dint of the abundant water, even when blocked, the springs flow forth gushing in all directions. Come and hear, Rabbi Yos, you are beloved. I will tell you about this passage. A person's body is never admitted to the tally of the righteous by Duma until the soul displays her registration token, given her by the cherubs in the Garden of Eden. Rabbi Yos said, I have heard that when the soul enters there, she proceeds to ascend to her sight on high, not descending below, but that before she ascends and enters, she is appointed protector of the body by Duma, and she shows him that it deserves to receive a reward of 400 worlds. Rabbi Ea said, Rabbi Elazar said that Duma knows beforehand, because they issue a proclamation about her in the Garden of Eden. But I have heard as follows: when she is given the registration, she returns to the body to have it admitted to the list of the righteous by Duma. This is the meaning of the verse: if you would but hear me, let me pay kasf, the price, of the field, take it from me, and let me bury my dead there. What is meant by kasf, the price, of the field? This is kishufa, the desire, for the 400 worlds it is bequeathed to inherit. When Rav Yosef heard this passage from the masters of the academy, he would weep. He said, can one who is dust and vanity attain this? Who will be worthy? Who will rise, as is written? Who may ascend the mountain of Jehovah? Who may stand in his holy place? Rabbi Abba said, why is it written Abraham he did Ephron? What does this mean? To display the soul's worthiness, that she is consummate in her perfection, as is written, and Abraham weighed out for Ephron Harkasf, the silver, the immense kishufa, desire, for those worlds and desirables 400 shekel kasf. Silver shekels 400 worlds, delights, and kishufine, desirables. Over Lasoa, passing to Travis, Rav Naaman said, she Yahweh, passing through all the gates of heaven and Jerusalem above with no one to hold her back. What is written? Then Abraham buried his wife Sarah, reckoned with the other righteous, in their company, in the list in Duma's charge. Rabbi Yitzhak said, so have I learned, all those inscribed in Duma's list and designated by him will rise on the day when he is destined to revive the denizens of dust. Woe to the wicked not inscribed by him in his list, for they will perish eternally in hell. Of this is said, at that time your people will be rescued, all who are found inscribed in the book Daniel. Our Mishnah. Rabbi Elazar said, in any Abraham was old, coming into event it is so, for this day's Mishnah is well put, that the soul is made, that of which is written, I saw the living beings, and behold, one wheel on the ground next to the four-faced creatures Ezekiel, as stated in the first Mishnah. Rabbi Abba said to him, may the master tell us of that Mishnah. He replied, so has it been expounded in the 13 attributes of mercy, in its portion. But here, we should say he opened, saying, one is my dove, my perfect one, only one of her mother. Song of Songs. Rabbi Elazar said, why is it that here in the Song of Songs we employ the feminine, but there in the Torah the masculine? Well, Rabbi Elazar said, here in the Torah Visav is the body, it is designated by the masculine, because the body to the soul is as a woman to the male. But the soul in relation to above is like the female to the male. Each one inherits its degree. We have learned there every day, 4 times an hour, Eden trickles down upon the garden, and from those drops a mighty river emerges, dividing into 4 heads. It trickles 48 drops every day. From there the trees of the garden are sated, as is written, the trees of Jehovah are sated. Rabbi Tanam said, from here watering mountains from his lofts. What is the loft? Eden. Where is Eden located? Rabbi Yehuda said, above Aravo. Rabbi Yos says, in Aravo. For look at what we have learned, there reside Jinzia, the treasuries, of good life, blessing, and peace, and the souls of the righteous. The upper Ganaz, concealment, is Eden below, aligned correspondingly, is the garden on earth, drawing bounty from it every day. Rabbi Abayu said, 48 prophets arose for Israel, and each one took as his share the juice of 1 drop. From those Edenic drops, numbering 48. Now, if each prophet extracted but 1 drop and exceeded all others in degree of Holy Spirit, how much more so Adam, who resided in the garden and received the drops in their potency? Moreover, each prophet received but 1, whereas Adam received from 48. From here you derive the magnitude of his wisdom. Rabbi Bo said, in the name of Rav Kahana, whence did the prophets obtain those drops? Well, so have we learned, in every single drop emerging from Eden, a spirit of wisdom flows forth with it. Accordingly it has been decreed in our Mishnah, there are waters breeding the wise, and there are waters breeding fools. The waters breeding the wise derived from the drops of Eden. As Rabbi Yos said, waters in which inherit drops from all those 4 rivers. the first, as is written the name of the first Pishon. What is meant by the name Ha'id, of the first, Pishon Ha-Mewad, the most distinguished, of all is Pishon. It falls in the land of Egypt. That is why the wisdom of Egypt exceeded the entire world. But when the decree was ordained that the wisdom of Egypt be lost, the blessed Holy One seized those drops and cast them in that garden, in that river of the Garden of Eden, as is written, a river issues from Eden to water the garden. This one gave rise to 4 others, and the first and most distinguished generated from it was Pishon. When those drops which have not left the garden were seized, the wisdom of Egypt was lost. From the Ruah, spirit, that flowed forth from Eden every prophet rung, as is written, they heard the voice of Jehovah Elohim moving about in the garden Ruah, in the breeze of day. This river is concealed in the Garden of Eden for the time to come. This is the river that Ezekiel saw in his prophecy. Therefore it is written, for the earth will be filled with knowledge of Jehovah as waters cover the sea, for those waters always breed knowledge in the world. Our rabbis have taught all the souls of the righteous are above, in Eden. Now, if from that which descends from Eden wisdom flourishes in the world, how much more so for those standing within it, basking in its pleasures and delights. Rabbi Yitzhak said, as soon as the soul merits entry through the gates of Jerusalem above, Michael, the great prince, welcomes and accompanies her. Bewildered by him, the ministering angels inquire about her. Who is this rising from the desert? Song of Songs. Who is this rising among the celestials, from a desolate body resembling vapor, as is written, the human is like unto vapor? He replies, saying, one is she, my dove, my perfect one. Song of Songs. One is she, singular, only one of her mother, the throne of glory, mother of soul. She births her, for from her was she hewn. Daughters see her and call her happy. The other souls in their station above, called daughters of Jerusalem. Rabbi Yos said, look, we have returned to what we said. These are called daughters of Jerusalem, the others are called daughters of Lot. Daughters see her and call her happy. The other souls praise her and say, may your coming be in peace. Queens and concubines. Queens, the patriarchs who are queens. Concubines, righteous converts. All laud and praise her until she ascends above. Then the soul is at her station, attaining longevity, as is written, Abraham was old, coming into days, entering into length of days in the world to come. Rabbi Abba Sava rose to his feet and said, O Rabbi Shimon, son of Yoari, may your bones enjoy peace and tranquility, for you have restored the crown to its pristine state. For we have learned in the first Mishnah, once the soul abides in her perfection, in a supernal sight, she does not return to the body, rather, other souls are created from her and emanate from her, but she remains in that mode of existence. Until Rabbi Shimon arrived and expounded, if in this world which is vanity and in the body which is a putrid drop the soul enters within, in the time to come when all of them will be refined, and the body will be superior in existence and perfection, is it not fitting that the soul enter within, possessing all her perfections and sublimities? Rabbi A said, in the time to come, the blessed Holy One will establish the very same soul and the very same body enduringly in their existence. Though both of them will enjoy consummate existence, consummate knowledge to attain what they did not in this world. Abraham was old, coming into days. Rabbi Abba said, in the name of Rabbi Yonan, in that world that is days, not in this world, which is night. Rabbi Yaakov said, in those worlds that are days, in those pleasures and delights he inherits. And Jehovah blessed Abraham with everything. With the 10th the blessed Holy One bestowed upon him from his name, the letter He, through which the world was created. It has been taught, Rabbi Yonan said, Metatron, the prince of the countenance, who is a youth, the servant of his master the Lord ruling over him, is in charge of the soul, to supply her every day from that light, as commanded. He is destined to receive the talinot in the graveyards from Duma, and to display it before his master. He will then leaven that bone underground, to restore the bodies and establish them in perfected corporeality devoid of soul, for the blessed Holy One will send her forth to her place. Rabbi Yitzhak said, what is written of that time? Abraham said to his servant, elder of his household. What is implied by to his servant? If we are to contemplate this with wisdom, what is to his servant? Rabbi Yehuda said, let us reflect closely on what we have said. The servant of the Omnipresent, the one nearest his service. Who is that Metatron? In accordance with what we say, that it is he who is destined to beautify the body in the graveyards. This is the meaning of what is written. Abraham said to his servant Metatron, servant of the omnipresent, elder of his household, first of God's creations, who ruled over all that was his, for the blessed Holy One gave him dominion over all his legions. It has been taught, Rabbi Shimon said, in the name of Rabbi Yos, in the name of Rav, all the legions of that servant draw light from, and delight in, the splendor of the soul. As it has been taught, the light of the soul in the world to come is greater than the light of the throne. But the soul was drawn from the throne well, this in accordance with what is fitting, and that in accordance with what is fitting. Rav Naaman said, greater than the light of the throne, indeed, as is written upon the image of a throne, an image like the appearance of a human being upon it. Above Ezekiel, what is meant by Aleph, upon it El, exceeding its radiance. When he goes to perform his mission, all his legions and his chariot are nourished by that radiance, as is written that the soul says to him, place your hand, namely your entourage, under my thigh. This is the light that flows upon the soul. Rabbi Yehuda, son of Rabbi Shalom, said, so have we received when this one embarks on the mission of the Omnipresent, the Blessed Holy One propels all his legions above by a single letter of his name. Rav Huna said, it is as follows: Yurek, my thigh, has the numerical value of Ram, exalted. In other words, the soul says, put your hand, your entourage, under the grade of the exalted and supreme, ruling over all. Once Abraham has ordered the celestial entourage under his charge, the soul says, I will make you swear a great oath by him. Rabbi Yitzhak said, place your hand under my thigh and I will have you swear by Jehovah, the God of heaven and the God of earth. Since he said by Jehovah, who is all, why does it say God of heaven and the God of earth? Rav Yehuda said, because he is the Lord of all. Simultaneously, in a single moment, he propels all are as naught compared to him. Rabbi Yitzhak says, by two letters from his name, to demonstrate that he is all and there is no other beside him. And I will have you swear by Jehovah, the God of heaven and the God of earth. Rav Huna said, had I been with the masters of Mishnah when they revealed this mystery, I would not have separated from them in this manner. For I see great profundities in their utterances they have disclosed, though not manifestly for just anyone. The soul adjures this covenantal oath, as is written, that you shall not take a wife for my son. Rabbi Yitzhak said, from here is implied, since you are embarking on this mission, you shall not take a wife for my son, namely, do not take a body for my son to enter a different body, a foreign body, a body not fitting him. Rather, in the one that is mine precisely, in precisely the one from which I departed, as is written, but to my land and to my kindred you shall go. Rabbi Yos said, what is the significance of you shall take a wife for my son, Yitzhak? For Isaac. Rabbi Yitzhak said, the same body that suffered with me in that world, which derived no pleasure or delight therein for fear of its owner, that same body precisely you must take, Yitzhak, to laugh with it in that joy of the righteous Yitzhak, to laugh with it in the joy of the blessed Holy One, Yitzhak, to laugh with it, for now is the time of laughter in the world, as is written, then will our mouths fill with laughter. Rabbi Yehuda, son of Yitzhak, said, come and hear, one angel does not perform two missions, and it has been taught an angel only ever performs one mission at a time. It has been taught, Rabbi Abba said, a certain angel with a scribe's kit at his waist, Ezekiel, is destined to inscribe each and every one righteous person upon his forehead, and afterward the great prince will proceed to restore each one, preparing him to receive his soul, as is written, he shall send his angel before you, and you shall take a wife for my son from there. What is meant by before you, before your mission? Rabbi Elazar went to see his teacher Rabban Yonan, son of Zakkai. That day was Rosh Chodesh. When he reached him, he said to him, what does a brimming well, filled and flowing profusely on its own, seek here? He replied, a person is obliged to receive the countenance of his teacher. He said to him, that is not what I meant. Rather, I see on your face that a new word is with you, of those profundities you constantly pursue. He said to him, I see that primal light whose journeyings are 10 in 10, it sallies by the mystery of 10, it governs all, and through letters 10 it enacts its enactments. It has been taught 10 notes, 10 keys to the graveyard are in his hand, and 10 notes he receives in the Garden of Eden to prime the earth for the bodies of the righteous. He said to him, Elazar, my son, you have seen more than the holy angel, for the world was created by 10 is it governed by 10, the holy throne by 10, the Torah he by 10, his journeyings by 10, the upper worlds by 10, and one exalted above all, may he be blessed. I shall tell you a word. The masters of Mishnah pondered this. What is the meaning of the verse? The servant took 10 camels from his lord's camels and went. He said to him, Rabbi, I have attained this verse. But what is the significance of with all the bounty of his lord in his hand? He replied, this is the name of his master, which goes with him to escort him and guide him. He said, this is certainly the meaning of for my name is within him. We have learned Rabbi Abayu said, whoever knows his name clearly, knows that he and his name are one, the blessed Holy One and his name are one, as is written, Yehovah is one and his name one, Zechariah, namely the name and he are one. Rabbi Abba said one must contemplate this portion. He had the camels kneel outside the city by the well of water at evening time. Rabbi Abba said, outside the city the graveyard by the well of water, for it has been taught the first from the graves are those who traded in Torah. As we have learned, when a person enters the grave, what is he asked? Whether he set aside times for Torah, as is written, he will be the faithfulness of your times when he comes forth. Is it not fitting to raise them first? Rabbi Abba said, at evening time the 6th day, Sabbath eve, the time to raise the dead. How is this implied? For we have learned the world will exist for 6,000 years. It is the 6th millennium, culmination of all. This is the significance of at evening time, time of the culmination of all. At the time when the water drawers come out, the disciples of the wise who draw the waters of Torah, for it is the time to come out and to shake off the dust. Rabbi Abba also said one must know yet more, as we have learned, those who strive to know their Creator in this world, and whose souls abide perfected in the world to come, such that they merit to come forth by virtue of the soul's oath. He Metatron goes to find out which body is precisely hers, and to determine its nature. Here I am poised by the spring of water. Even though he is a disciple of the wise, he inquires after perfection, as is written, let it be that the young woman who comes out to draw water, to whom I say, let me drink a bit of water from your jug, tell me an intimation of what you have attained of knowledge of him, and she says to me, drink you also, you are also a servant like me. I have not confused knowledge of you with knowledge of the omnipresent, may he be blessed. You must grasp that you are a created being like me. I will also draw for your camels, namely the knowledge I have attained that your entourage has not attained. I know that there is a degree beyond you, and how you were created from the splendor bestowed upon you. If he speaks thus, then all these things will be a sign for me, and I will know that she is the wife, the body belonging to the perfect soul that adored me. He had barely finished speaking, Rabbi Yitzhak said in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, while testing the body with all these matters, what is written, look, Rebekah was coming out. This is the holy body, which engaged in words of Torah, pounding itself to know and comprehend its maker. Bat Betuel, daughter of Bethuel, Rav Yehuda said, Betoshel, the daughter of God, Ben Milcah, child of Milcah, Ben Malcah, child of the queen of the world, the wife of Nara, Abraham's brother, company of the intellect, body. Cleaving to intellect, brother of soul, with her jug on her shoulder, the weight of wisdom upon her. The servant ran toward her, Metatron, and said, please, let me sip a bit of water from your jug. Tell me a hint of the wisdom of the knowledge of your Creator with which you were engaged in the world you departed. Rabbi Abba said, as we have explained. Following all this, what is written, I put the ring on her nose and the bands on her arms. Rabbi Abba said, the bones that had scattered here and there he binds them and weighs them, one upon the other, as is said, and invigorate your bones. Rabbi Abba said, at that time, the body stands in the land of Israel, and there its soul enters within. Rabbi Yonan said, who leads the body to the land of Israel? Rabbi Zerah said, the blessed Holy One fashions subterranean tunnels and they roll, reaching the land of Israel, as is written, and earth will bring forth shades. Rabbi Yitzhak said, Gabriel leads them to the land of Israel. How do we know? For it is written, will you go with this man? And it is written there, the man Gabriel. Daniel. Rabbi Yo said, what is the significance of Rebekah had a brother named Laban? Rabbi Yitzhak said, the evil impulse is not eliminated from the world, though not present in entirety, a fraction remains. Originally, when thrust into this world, he was called Lot. In the world to come he will be eliminated from the world, but not entirely. He is called Laban, not as repulsive as at first, but rather like one who was cleansed of his disgrace. Why is Laban necessary? Rabbi Shimon said, to enable procreation. As Rabbi Shimon said, if there is no evil impulse, there is no procreation. Come and hear, once the body has been built and stands intact, what is written, they sent off Rebekah their sister and her nurse, what is the significance of and her nurse? This is the power of movement. Rabbi Yitzhak said this is the power of the body. Rabbi Abayu opened with this verse, with me from Lebanon, bride with me from Lebanon come Song of Songs. Rabbi Abayu said after the body has been built intact and is brought to the land of Israel to receive its soul, the soul awaits it and goes forth toward it, as is said Isaac went forth to stroll in the field. This is the meaning of with me from Lebanon, bride Song of Songs. This is the soul look down from the peak of a manor, as is written, and he raised his eyes and saw, and look, camels were coming. Rabbi Yehuda said if the soul, then Abraham is suitable, as we have said, but Isaac, what does that signify? Rabbi Abayu said the companions have said that now she is called Isaac on account of the great joy in the world. Rabbi Abayu said at first Abraham and the body Sarah. Now the soul is Isaac and the body Rebekah. We have learned in our Mishnah, Rabbi Shimon said for 40 years prior the vivification of the body, the soul awaits the body in the land of Israel. In which place? In the site of the temple. Rabbi Abayu said he took Rebekah as his wife, and he loved her. So Isaac was comforted after his mother. He loves that body and is comforted by it, and it is a time for laughter and joy in the world. Rabbi Yehuda said, look, this entire portion has been clarified for us, but I am unable to comprehend the meaning of once again, Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. Reason would suggest that the whole passage is contradictory. When Rav Dimi arrived, he said, I have heard about this passage, but I cannot recall. They said if the towering supernals were not inclined to disclose, what can we say? Rabbi Yehuda arose and said, in the academy of our companions, the masters of Mishnah, it is revealed. They arose and went, he, Rabbi Yisa, and Rabbi Iya. They found Rabbi Elazar son of Rabbi Shimon revealing supernal mysteries of Tefillin. They entered in his presence and said, in what is our master engaged? He replied, I was explaining the significance of Tefillin. For happy is the man who dons Tefillin and fathoms their significance. They said, if it pleases our master, tell us a word. He said, I heard from my father that it was out of the blessed Holy One's great love for Israel that he told them to make him a dwelling corresponding to the supernal chariot above, so that he would place his abode with them, as is written, have them make me a sanctuary, and I will dwell among them. I also heard from my father that the significance of Tefillin is concealed here in this verse. Corresponding to the pattern above, the sanctuary was made with holy chariots, and afterward the blessed Holy One ensconced his abode with them. In this vein, and following this pattern, the companions, the masters of Mishnah, have been aroused by the significance of Tefillin, that such a man might resemble the supernal chariot's lower chariot, upper chariot, to bring down his kingship and ensconce his abode upon him. We have learned inhering within our supernal mysteries and their counterparts 3 chariots patterned on holy supernal entities, mysteries of the 3 letters of the holy, supernal names. 3 chariots, 3 letters, 4 portions ruling over 4. Accordingly, mystery of the triple-crowned Shin and the quadruple-crowned Shin. 3 kings rule the body, Tefillin upon him, the blessed Holy One above. These are the Tefillin of the head. Tefillin of the arm, 4 portions. The heart rides, resembling the lower chariot, and the lower rides. We have learned further, this rides the arm below, and the heart rides, patterned on the one below, guiding all the heavenly legions in its charge. Similarly, the heart rides below, all the limbs of the body in its charge. Above it, 4 portions upon the brain of the head, but the blessed Holy One rides, for he is supreme ruler, king of all. This spirit of wisdom corresponds with the sanctuary, as is written, make 1 cherub at one edge, and 1 cherub at the other edge, and upon them the abode of the king, in 4 letters, 2 chariots. Accordingly, heart and brain, heart from here and brain from there, and upon them the abode of the blessed Holy One in 4 and 4 portions. Rabbi Elazar said, henceforth the mysteries of the crowns of the letters, the passages in their compartments, and their straps, tradition handed down to Moses at Sinai. Their allusions and all their significations have been revealed in the 13 attributes of mercy. Rabbi Yehuda said, had I come here only for this mystery, it would suffice. They said to him, happy is your share in the world that is coming, for you are not baffled by any mystery. They said to him, we came before our master to comprehend the mystery of this verse. Once again, Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. He replied, the meaning of this verse is as revealed by our companions, the masters of Mishnah. When the soul will enter her holy body, these words will apply to the wicked. For they will rise and mend their deeds, and he will grant them from his radiant glory that they will know and repent, and be completely worthy. When Solomon saw this, he was greatly astounded and said, So I saw the wicked buried and going from the holy site, for they will come and live from a holy site. We have learned Rabbi Abba said in the name of Rabbi Yonan, it is written, can the Cushite change his skin, or the leopard his spots? Similarly, the wicked who did not merit to repent in this world and to offer up good deeds, will never offer up in the world to come. Look at what is written once again. Abraham took a wife seeking to fashion a soul for their bodies, to draw them near in repentance, as is said, and the souls they had made in her. And Rabbi Elazar said, what is written, she bore him Zimran and Jokshan, many wicked deeds, until they are banished from the world, as is written, he sent them away from Isaac his son. Of them is said, many of those who sleep in the dust of earth will awake. Daniel, while of the others is said, the enlightened will shine like the radiance of the sky. Rabbi Yehuda said this is the meaning of the entire passage, also indicating that at that time the soul's designation Abraham is abandoned, and in its place she is called Isaac. As we have said, as is written, after the death of Abraham, God blessed Isaac his son. And Isaac dwelled by the well Lai-roi with the knowledge of Hari, the living one, who is the life of worlds, to know and comprehend what he did not in this world, as is written, for the earth will be filled with knowledge of Yehovah. Parashat Toledo. Generations. These are the generations of Isaac, son of Abraham. Abraham engendered Isaac. Rabbi Yitzhak opened the mandrakes give forth fragrant song of songs. Our rabbis have taught, in the time to come, the blessed Holy One will revive the dead and shake off their dust, that they will not be a construction of dust as they were at first, when they were created from dust, literally, a substance that does not endure, as is written, Yehovah God formed the human being of dust from the soil. At that time they will shake off the dust of that construction and abide in a durable edifice, that they will attain enduring existence, as is written, shake off the dust, arise, sit enthroned, O Jerusalem. They will abide enduringly and ascend from beneath the earth and receive their souls in the land of Israel. At that time the blessed Holy One will waft all manner of fragrances of the Garden of Eden upon them, as is written, the mandrakes give forth fragrance. Rabbi Yitzhak said, do not read Hadudarim, the mandrakes, but rather Hadodim, the companions body and soul, who are companions and friends with one another. Rav Naaman said, mandrakes, precisely just as mandrakes engender love in the world, so they engender love in the world. What is implied by give forth fragrance? Their good deeds, knowing and recognizing their Creator. At our doors, Song of Songs, these are the openings of heaven, open to draw down souls to corpses, all delicacies, the souls new as well as old, those whose souls departed long ago and those whose souls departed recently, who merited by virtue of their good deeds to enter the world to come. All of them are destined to descend at once, to enter the bodies designated for them. Rabbi A, son of Yaakov, said, a heavenly voice goes forth and proclaims, new as well as old, my love, I have stored away for you, I have stored them away in those worlds for you, for your sake, because you are a holy and untainted body. Alternatively, Hadudarim give forth fragrance, angels of peace give forth fragrance, the souls, fragrance of the world. What is meant by give forth? They allow, as is said, Sihon did not allow Israel to pass through his territory, as it has been taught. Rabbi Yehuda said, every new month and every Sabbath, 3 companies of ministering angels go forth to accompany the soul to the site of Haran. How then shall we establish at our doors all delicacies? Rabbi Yehuda said, these are the bodies, poised in the openings of the graves to receive their souls. Dumar delivers the talinot and proclaims, saying, Master of the world, new as well as old, those buried long ago and those buried recently, all of them I have stored away for you, to bring them forth according to the tally. A Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav, at that time the blessed Holy One is destined to rejoice with the righteous, to ensconce his Shekinah with them, and all will delight in that joy, as is written, Yehovah will rejoice in his works. Rabbi Yehuda said, at that time the righteous are destined to create worlds and revive the dead. Rabbi Yos said to him, but we have learned there is nothing new under the sun. Rabbi Yehuda replied, come and hear, as long as the wicked are in the world and proliferate, the entire world is not vitally existent. But when the righteous are in the world, then the world will abide vitally, and they will revive the dead. As we have said, there shall yet be old men and women in the squares of Jerusalem, each with staff in hand because of their great age, Zechariah, as written above. At that time, the righteous will attain perfect knowledge. As Rabbi Yo said, on the day when the blessed Holy One will rejoice in his works, the righteous are destined to know him in their hearts, and then understanding will abound in their hearts, as though they have beheld him with the eye. As is written, in that day they shall say, Look, this is our God. The joy of the soul in the body is greatest of all, for both of them will exist enduringly, knowing and fathoming their Creator, delighting in the splendor of Shekinah. This is the good concealed for the righteous in the time to come, as is written, These are the generations of Yitzhak, Isaac, son of Abraham. These are the generations of the joy V'Hasiok, and the laughter, that will be in the world at that time. Son of Abraham, the soul worthy of this, consummate in Haran. Abraham engendered Isaac, the soul engenders this joy and laughter in the world. Rabbi Yehuda said to Rabbi Iya concerning what we have learned, that the blessed Holy One will one day make a banquet for the righteous in the time to come. What is this? He replied, Until I went before those holy angels, the masters of Mishnah, that is what I heard. But when I heard what Rabbi Elazar said, my heart was at ease. For Rabbi Elazar said, The banquet of the righteous in the time to come is like that which is written, They beheld God, and they ate and drank, and this is as we have learned, they are nourished. Rabbi Elazar also said, In one place we have learned they delight, but in another place we have learned they are nourished. What is the difference between this and that? Well, so did my father say, the righteous who were not so worthy delight in that splendor, for they will not attain so much, but the righteous who were worthy are nourished until they attain consummate apprehension. Eating and drinking connotes only this, and this is the significance of the banquet and the eating. How do we know this? From Moses, as is written, he was there with Jehovah 40 days and 40 nights. He ate no bread and drank no water. What is the reason that he ate no bread and drank no water? Because he was nourished by a different banquet, from the splendor on high. Likewise the banquet of the righteous in the time to come. Rabbi Yehuda said, the banquet of the righteous in the time to come is to rejoice in his joy, as is written, In Jehovah do I glory, let the lowly hear it and rejoice. Rav Huna said, From here let all who take refuge in you rejoice, let them ever shout for joy. Rabbi Yitzhak said, This and that will be in the time to come. It has been taught. Rabbi Yo said, The wine preserved in its grapes since the 6 days of creation, ancient matters not revealed to anyone since the day the world was created, but destined to be revealed to the righteous in the time to come. This is the significance of the drinking and the eating. Certainly it is so. Rabbi Yehuda son of Rabbi Shalom said, If so, what is the Leviathan and what is the bull? As is written, Surely the mountains yield him food. Rabbi Yo said, But look at what is written, On that day Jehovah will punish with his fierce, great, mighty sword Leviathan the elusive snake, Leviathan the writhing snake. He will slay the serpent of the sea. Look, here are 3. This merely intimates a hint about the kingdoms. Rabbi Tanam said, One must not speak against what our rabbis have said. Certainly it is so. Rabbi Yitzhak said, I was in the presence of Rabbi Yehoshua, and I asked him about this matter. I said concerning the banquet of the righteous in the time to come, if it is so, it does not sit well in my heart. For Rabbi Elazar said, The banquet of the righteous in the time to come follows this paradigm, as is written, They beheld God, and they ate and drank. Rabbi Yehoshua said, Rabbi Elazar has spoken well, it is so. Rabbi Yehoshua said further, concerning that belief which our rabbis instructed the masses of the people, that they are invited to the banquet of Leviathan and the bull, to drink fine wine preserved since the world was created. They found a verse and expounded it, as is written, You will eat your fill of bread. As Rabbi Zerah said, the blessed Holy One enticed Israel with all manner of enticements to restore them to the right path, and this one more than all others, as he said to them, You will eat your fill of bread. And as for curses, you shall eat and not be sated. And this was most difficult of all for them. Why, as is written, If only we had died by the hand of Jehovah in the land of Egypt, when we sat by the flesh pots, when we ate our fill of bread. Rabbi Zerah explained, This teaches that it was for the sake of food that they surrendered their souls to die by his hand. As soon as the blessed Holy One saw their craving, he said to them, If you will heed the voice of the commandments, you will eat your fill, to put their minds at ease. Similarly, our rabbis saw that the exile was prolonged. They relied upon verses from Torah and said that they are destined to eat and rejoice at a great banquet that the Blessed Holy One will one day arrange for them. Consequently the masses of the people endured the exile on account of that banquet. Rabbi Yonan said we should not destroy what all believe, but rather maintain it, for the Torah attests to it. For look, we know what constitutes the faith of the righteous and their yearning, as is written, let us delight and rejoice in you. Song of Songs. Not through eating let us savor your love more than wine, as for that banquet for which they are destined, we shall have a share in which to delight the joy and the laughter. These are the generations of Yitzhak, Isaac, for the righteous Yitzhak will laugh in the time to come. Abraham engendered Isaac, the merit of the soul engenders this laughter and joy in the world. Rabbi Abba opened and said, in the name of Isaac was 40 years old Rabbi Yozo, that he would kiss me with the kisses of his mouth. Song of Songs. The world was created in numerous gradations. As we have learned, Rabbi A son of Yaakov said, everything that the Blessed Holy One created, aside from himself, was composite. Now, did Rabbi A really say such a thing? Heaven forbid, for through this word, conflict will increase in the world. For should you say so, it could be said of the angels who are created of the actual Holy Spirit that they are composite. Look, then all natures, theirs and ours, are equal. Rabbi Abba said, through this word, conflict will not increase, for we have learned in our Mishnah, everything that the Blessed Holy One made, he made patterned on body and soul. Now, you might say, angels don't he have a body? This is indeed so, but they are unable to perform any action until the Holy Soul aid from above partners with them. In the same manner, everything that he made requires that aid from above it. Rabbi Yo said, at the time when the Blessed Holy One is destined to revive the dead, all troubles will cease. At 40 a covenant has been decreed. 40 is he to be struck, no more. The end of Israel's wandering in the desert was in the 40th year. For 40 years prior to the resurrection of the body, the soul awaits it in the land of Israel. In the 40th year the bodies will rise from their dust. On the 40th the rain stopped, as is written, the rain was over the earth 40 days, and similarly at the end of 40 days, Noah opened. The time of Israel's redemption is in the 40th year. In the 50th, the settling of the world, the Jubilee. The restoration of the soul to the body is in the 40th year, that she waited for it in the land of Israel, as is written, Isaac was 40 years old, for he waited for the body when he took Rebekah, when she, the soul, was inserted in the body designated for him. At that time, when she is inserted within, their sole desire and yearning is to delight in the splendor of Shekinah and be nourished by her splendor, as is written, oh that he would kiss me with the kisses of his mouth. Song of Songs. Rabbi Abba said, oh that he would kiss me, oh that he would sustain me, for their sustenance is solely through delight in, and nourishment from, the splendor on high. Rabbi Yo said, the end of the verse proves this, as is written, for your love is better than wine. Daughter of Bethuel, Bethuel, daughter of Betoshel, the daughter of God. Rav Huna said, it is not so. I was in the coastal towns, and I heard that they called that spinal bone the one that remains in the grave of the entire body Bethuel. Bethuel the deceiver. I inquired about this, and they said that it is like the head of a serpent, which is deceitful, and that this bone is the most deceitful of all the other bones. As it has been taught, Rabbi Shimon said, why does that bone remain in existence longer than all other bones? Because it is Ramah, deceitful, and does not suffer the taste of human food like other bones. Consequently, it is stronger than all other bones and will constitute the essence from which the body is rebuilt. This is the significance of daughter of Bethuel Hararami, the Aramean. It has been taught, Rabbi Shimon said, it is Ramai, deceitful always was Ramai, and is neighbor of the evil impulse, who is Ramai. This is the significance of daughter of Bethuel Hararami, the Aramean, the deceitful bone. Me Padanaram, from a pair of Rama in, deceivers. As we have learned, Padna Datoya is a pair of oxen. Sister of Laban, sister of the evil impulse, the Aramean. As we have learned, originally when he was repulsive with sins in this world, he was called Lot. In the time to come, when he will not be repulsive, but rather like one who has bathed and cleansed himself of his filth, he will be called Laban. Even so, the evil impulse is not eliminated from the world. Come and hear, for so have we established in the Mishnah the two daughters of Lot, the two powers of the body who arouse the evil impulse. Now that he is not so repulsive and is cleansed of his muck, he is called Laban, and these two daughters are not entirely eliminated, as is written Laban had two daughters. Rabbi Yo said it is so. There is written elder and younger, and here is written bigger and smaller. Ramah. Rabbi Yo said, but they are not primed to do evil or to arouse the evil impulse as at first, as implied by what is written. The name of the bigger one was Leah she Leah, for she was sapped of her strength and wickedness, and the name of the smaller was Rachel lacking the arousing power, as is said Rael, and as a sheep, silent before her shearers. Rav Huna said the evil impulse and his two daughters are transformed from how they were at first. Originally Lot accursed, repulsive, now Laban Melaban, refined, not repulsively repugnant as at first. Originally his two daughters were powerful, each one primed. Now the name of the bigger one was Leah, sapped, lacking power, Leah, wearied, lacking strength, Leah, exhausted, from her former deeds, and the name of the smaller was Rachel, as we have said, not like they were at first. Rabbi A son of Yaakov said what is written, Isaac entreated Jehovah on behalf of his wife because she was barren. Rabbi A said, why was she barren? Because the evil impulse is not primed in the world, consequently there is no procreation save through prayer. What is written, Jehovah let himself be entreated, and his wife Rebekah conceived. When the evil impulse is aroused, there is procreation. Rabbi Yo said, if so, then what is the difference between this world and that time? And what's more, the verse says that the Blessed Holy One brings this about. Rabbi A said, so it is. For the Blessed Holy One arouses him for that matter as required for coupling, but not all the time, that he will always be with people, as is the case now, when he is constantly present and people sin thereby. Rather, solely for that coupling that arousal will be an arousal of the Blessed Holy One. This is the meaning of the verse, I will remove the heart of stone from your flesh and give you a heart of flesh. Ezekiel, what is a heart of flesh? Rabbi Yehuda said, a heart to engender flesh, and not for any other purpose. A Rabbi Yitzhak son of Rabbi Yos was traveling from Cappadocia to Lyre. Rabbi Yehuda met him. Rabbi Yitzhak said to him, is it true that our companions, the sages of Mishnah, have been aroused to this matter, that the evil impulse will be forgotten from the world notwithstanding the hour of coupling? He said to him, by your life the evil impulse is as essential to the world as rainfall is to the world. Were it not for the evil impulse there would be no joy of learning, but it will not be not contemptible as at first, through which to sin thereby, as is written in all of my holy mount, nothing evil or vile shall be done. Rabbi Shimon said, this is the heart, where the abode of the evil impulse inheres within. Rabbi Eliezer says, a good heart is the foundation of the body and the soul, consequently it is written, you shall love Jehovah your God with all your heart, for it is the essence of all. When Rav Kahana arrived, he said, in the name of the masters of Mishnah it is said as follows, the two binyani, foundations of the body, are the liver and the heart. For Rabbi Shimon said, in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, the liver and the heart rule the body through all the facets of its organs. The ruler of the head is the brain, but of the body there are two, the first is the liver, the second, the heart. This corresponds with what is written in the passage, V'yitroset Zohar banim, the children jostled each other, within her the two binyani, foundations, of the body. What is the significance of V'yitroset Zu? Because the evil impulse is absent from the heart. They jostled each other, the verse should say they were at ease. Well, Rav Huna said V'yitroset Zu, they were broken, namely, their power and strength were broken. Rabbi Yehuda said, what does the body say if so? For what am I here? Why was I created? Immediately she went to inquire of Jehovah. Jehovah said to her, two goyim, nations, are in your womb, two peoples, these are the two geim, proud ones, liver and heart. Rabbi Yo said the brain and the heart. Rabbi Yehuda said the brain is not included in this, as implied by what is written, in your womb. The brain is not in the womb, but in the head. Two peoples from your loins shall issue, one people shall be mightier than the other, the greater shall serve the lesser. This refers to the liver, which is greater and larger, and ministers to the heart. As Rabbi Yehuda said, the liver receives the blood, and with it ministers to the heart. The first came out ruddy. Rav Kahana said the liver is the first, and it is ruddy. Why is it ruddy? Because it swallows the blood first. Rabbi Eliezer says why it is called the first, because it is first to swallow the blood from every kind of food, first in blood, but not in formation. How then shall we establish the greater shall serve the lesser? Because it is greater and larger in size than the heart, but it serves the heart. Rabbi Abba said, what is the point of this section? It means to demonstrate to the people of the world that even though there will be perfection on earth, the natural way of the world will not change. Rabbi Yisa said it is the liver that hunts provisions and has a taste for hunted game, while the heart is contemplative, a dweller intense, as is written. Jacob was boiling a stew, thinking thoughts, grappling with Torah. Jacob was boiling a stew. Rabbi Bo said, in the name of Rabbi Aa, the nature of the world never changes. What is written, Vyazd Yaakov Nazid, Jacob was boiling a stew, as is said that Zadu, they schemed against them, which is translated as that they thought. In other words, the heart thinks and ponders Torah, knowledge of its creator. What is written, Esau came in from the field, exhausted the liver, whose nature is to go forth and hunt game for its mouth to swallow when it cannot find any, it is called exhausted. It says to the heart, instead of pondering these matters, words of Torah, ponder food and drink to sustain your body, as is written. Esau said to Jacob, let me gulp down some of this red stuff, for it is my custom to swallow the blood and transmit it to the other organs. For I am exhausted, lacking food and drink. The heart says, give me the prime and choice of all you swallow, give me your birthright, as is written, sell now your birthright to me, offering of desire. While the heart ponders and thinks about food, the liver swallows, for were it not for the heart's musings and cravings for food, the liver and the organs would not be able to swallow. As Rabbi Yos said, so is the way of servants, they do not eat until the master eats. Rabbi Yos said, it is written, afterward Jacob gave Esau bread and lentil stew. Just as lentils are round like a wheel and the sphere revolves eternally, never deviating from its path, so the human being at that time, notwithstanding all the goodness, glory, and perfection that will be, the way of the world to eat and drink will not alter. Our Mishnah, we have learned 4 ruot, winds, of the world blow, and one day the blessed Holy One will arouse a single ruah, comprising 4 ruot, to establish the body, as is written, from 4 ruot come, O ruah Ezekiel. It is not written in 4, but from 4 ruot of the world, comprising all 4. It has been taught this ruah is the spirit that procreates, the spirit that eats and drinks. For there is no difference between this world and the days of the Messiah, aside from the subjugation to the kingdoms alone, and there is no difference between this world and the resurrection of the dead, aside from purification and apprehension of knowledge. Rav Naaman said, and longevity. Rav Yosef said, aren't the days of the Messiah and the resurrection of the dead one and the same? He replied, no, for we have learned the sanctuary prior to the ingathering of the exiles, the ingathering of the exiles prior to the resurrection of the dead. The resurrection is the last of all. How do we know? As is written, Jehovah rebuilds Jerusalem, he gathers the banished of Israel. He heals the broken-hearted and binds up their wounds. This is the resurrection of the dead, a healing for the broken-hearted for their dead. First he rebuilds Jerusalem, afterward he gathers the banished of Israel, last of all he heals the broken-hearted. We have learned the ingathering of the exiles precedes the resurrection of the dead by 40 years, as we have said Isaac was 40 years old. What is the nature of these 40 years? Rav Kahana said, in the name of Rabbi Baruch, from the ingathering of the exiles until the resurrection of the dead, countless troubles and ever so many wars will arouse upon Israel. Happy is the one who escapes them, as is written, at that time your people will be rescued, all who are found inscribed in the book Daniel. Rabbi Yehuda said, from here many will be purified and purged and refined. Rabbi Yitzhak said, from here I will refine them as one refines silver, and test them as one tests gold. Zechariah, during those days, there shall be days of which it shall be said, I have no delight in them. From the onset of the afflictions until the resurrection of the dead there will be 40 years. Rav Huna said, for the Israelites had traveled in the wilderness for 40 years because they had not heeded the voice of Jehovah. Joshua similarly here. Rav Yosef said, all of these have spoken a single word. At the end of 40 years, when the troubles will pass and the wicked will be obliterated, the dead, the dwellers in dust, will live. Why so? On account of what is written. What do you imagine against Jehovah, that he will make an utter end? Affliction will not rise a second time. Nahum, for what they have endured suffices them. Following the resurrection of the dead, the world will be settled securely in its place, as is written, on that day Jehovah will be one and his name one. Zechariah. Rabbi Elazar son of Arak was sitting and was greatly distressed. Rabbi Yehoshua entered in his presence. He said to him, why is the countenance of the radiance of the lamp of the world darkened? He replied, great fear and trembling have overcome me. For I see what our companions the masters of Mishnah, upon whom the Holy Spirit settled, have aroused. Concerning what they have aroused, that salvation shall be in the sixth, this is fine and well. But I foresee a greater duration for the denizens of dust in the sixth millennium. In its 408th year, the denizens of dust shall rise enduringly. Accordingly our companions were aroused by the verse that referred to them as Bani It, the Hittites it, for they shall be aroused in the 408th year. This corresponds with the verse by Shnat Ha-Yovel Ha-Zot, in this year of Jubilee, you shall return, each man to his holding when Ha-Zot shall be complete, which is 5408, you shall return, each man to his holding, to his soul, his holding and inheritance. Rabbi Yehoshua said further, let this not trouble you. For look at what we have learned, there are three groups of the completely righteous, of the completely wicked, and of the intermediate. The completely righteous shall rise with the rising of the dead of the land of Israel some years earlier, proceeding at first in the 40th year of the ingathering of the exiles. As for the latter, all of them at the year of the 6th millennium, as we have said. Who will merit this duration? Who will remain steadfast in his faith until that time? That is why I was distressed. He said to him, Rabbi, look at what we have learned. Let there be or, light, let there be raz, mystery. He resumed and said, through Teshuvah, all is brought forward. Rabbi Yehoshua said, had you not said so, we would have shut the mouths of those who await salvation every day, as is written, stronghold of salvation. What is meant by salvation? Those who await salvation every day. What is Rabbi Elazar's view? As is written, many of those who sleep in the dust of earth shall awake. Daniel, as implied by what is written of those who sleep, these are the righteous whose revival precedes this. By how many years shall they precede? Rabbi Yehuda says 210 years. Rabbi Yitzhak says, 214 years, as is written, V'yed, let him rule, from Jacob by 214 years the righteous precede the remainder of humanity. Rav Naaman said, in accordance with the extent the body has withered in the dust. Rabbi Yo said to him, if so, there will be many resurrections. Rather, all will occur at the same time, as stated in the vision. The oracle was true and a great host. Daniel. Rabbi Abayu opened while the king was on. There was a famine in the land. His couch, Minard, besides the earlier famine that yielded its fragrance, had occurred in the days of Song of Songs. As Abraham we have learned, in the time to come the righteous shall experience 4 eras and 4 epochs, each different from one another. The first, at that time, wisdom will flourish in the world, and they shall attain an apprehension unattained in this world. As we have learned, Rabbi Pinas said, the apprehension of the righteous in the time to come exceeds the ministering angels, as is written, the earth will be filled with knowledge of Jehovah as waters cover the sea. The second, they shall engage. Z. Parashat Vayetz. He left. H. He knows what is in darkness. Daniel, even though light dwells with him, as is written, if one hides in secret places, do I not see him, declares Jehovah. Did Rabbi Yehuda really say this? For we have said that there is wisdom in the juxtaposition of these verses concerning all that was said. But now the plain meaning of the verses is required. Abraham was, Isaac was, Jacob was. He replied, even though they were, I have contemplated to fathom the wisdom of the verses. Rabbi Yitzhak opened a psalm of David. Jehovah, who may abide in your tent, who may dwell on your holy mountain, he who walks blamelessly and does justice and speaks the truth in his heart. What does this imply? Rabbi Yehuda, son of Rabbi Yo, said these 10 correspond to the 10 commandments that the children of Jacob were destined to fulfill at that place. Rabbi Yo said, but look, they are 11. He replied, who has no slander upon his tongue, nor does to his fellow man evil, is a single matter. For whoever slanders his companion immediately does him evil. If he does not slander with his tongue, then he does not do him evil. Now, who would ever compare these with the 10 commandments? Rabbi Yehuda said all of the 10 commandments are implied in them. He who walks blamelessly, corresponding to I am Jehovah your God, teaching that a person should accept upon himself the dread of the yoke of the kingdom of heaven, and that he is not permitted to question what he is unable to grasp. As implied by what is written, I am Jehovah your God, unqualified. Here is written, he who walks tamim, blamelessly, and there is written be tamim, wholehearted. With Jehovah your God you are not allowed to contemplate what you have not been permitted, and does justice corresponding to you shall have no other gods beside me, you shall not bow down to them or serve them. Hence, Rabbi Yehuda said nothing prevails over desecration of the name. How do we know from the enticer, as is written, let your hand be the first against him to put him to death? Why? For he sought to make you stray from Jehovah your God. If one kills him, he is called righteous, zealous, and one who does justice. This is the meaning of and does justice and speaks the truth in his heart corresponding to you shall not take the name of Jehovah your God in vain. Rabbi Yehuda said they are not in order. But even though they are not in order, it does not matter. Who has no slander upon his tongue, nor does to his fellow man evil corresponding to you shall not bear false witness against your fellow, nor bears reproach for his kin corresponding to one who desecrates Sabbaths publicly. Rabbi Yo says corresponding to you shall not steal, as is written, if the sun rises upon him. Nivzeh b'einuf nimaz, he is debased in his eyes, despised corresponding to you shall not murder. One who is debased in his own eyes does not engage in disputes that he would kill, nor is he killed. But to fearers of Jehovah he accords honor corresponding to honor your father and mother. Rabbi Yo said a person is obligated to honor his father and mother in all instances, except if they told him to transgress the words of Torah or worship idols, in which case he is not obligated to honor them therefore, but to fearers of Jehovah he accords honor. When he vows lahara, to his hurt, he does not revoke it corresponding to you shall not commit adultery, for if his impulse seeks to dominate him, let him impose an oath upon his impulse, like Boaz, who said, as Jehovah lives, lie down until morning. Ruth, his money he does not give at interest. This is corresponding to you shall not steal, for if he does not lend at interest, certainly he will not go and steal. And takes no bribe for the innocent corresponding to you shall not covet. Rabbi Yo son of Kisma said corresponding to these, 10 others were said of Jacob, as is written, he encountered a certain place and stayed there for the night, because the sun had set. He took of the stones of the place and put them at his head, and he lay down in that place. He dreamed here, a ladder set on earth, its head reaching to heaven, and here, angels of God ascending and descending on it. Behold, 10. Alternatively, he encountered a certain place. Rabbi Bo opened, do not look at me, for I am blackish, because the sun has scorched me. My mother's sons were incensed at me, they made me guardian of the vineyards. My own vineyard I did not guard. Song of Songs. This verse applies to Jacob. For at first, Jacob's domain was the sun, but that domain transposed to Esau and was withdrawn from him. Jacob said, do not look at me, for I am blackish, for the domain of the moon, which is sometimes black, has been bestowed upon me, because the sun has scorched me, for the domain of the sun was withdrawn from me. My mother's sons were incensed at me, they made me guardian of the vineyards. This is Esau, as is written, Esau seethed with resentment against Jacob. They made me guardian of the vineyards, as is written often, by day scorching heat consumed me, and cold by night. My own vineyard I did not guard, as is written, when shall I too provide for my household? Rabbi Yitzhak said, which place did he encounter? The place where the temple would. He encountered a certain place. One day stunned he prayed there. Rabbi Yehuda says the day was still long, and he wanted to keep moving but was unable. Rabbi Yo said he prayed in that place and began complaining before his master that the dominion of the sun had been transferred from him, as is written V'yalan, and he complained, there, as is said V'yalon u haram, the people grumbled against Moses, an expression of complaint. Why? Because the sun had set. Because it had been transferred from him and given to Esau. What did Jacob do? He began weeping. Immediately he took of the stones of the place and put them at his head to distress his soul. In a similar vein they took a stone and put it beneath him, and he sat upon it. He took of the stones of the place. Rabbi Yo said it was one stone, precisely, as implied by of the stones, and not the stones. As is said of the daughters of the Canaanites, he mentioned only one, as is written that you will not take a wife for my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, one of them. Rabbi Zerah entered in the presence of Rabbi Elazar son of Arak. He found him seated, his eyes streaming tears. He was muttering something with his lips and was weeping. Rabbi Zerah turned back. He said to his servant, what's going on? That the master is sitting and weeping. He replied, twice did I enter to approach him, but I was unable. While they were sitting, they saw him enter his chamber. Before he came down, his voice resounded throughout the house. He was weeping. He heard that he was saying, O stone, sacred stone, most sublime in the entire world, because of the sanctity of your master someday the children of the nations will debase you, and set impure corpses upon you, defiling your holy site. All the impure will approach you. Woe to the world! At that time he came down and sat upon his wicker stool. A Rabbi Zohar said to his servant, Go and ask the master if I may enter his presence. His servant entered and said, Rabbi Zohar is here. He paid him no heed and didn't he even raise his eyes. Afterward, he said, Rabbi Zohar may come in, but you must sit outside. Rabbi Zohar entered, kneeled down upon his knees, and sat before him. Rabbi Elazar saw and poked him with his feet. He said, Get up from there and sit as is your custom. He arose and sat as usual. Rabbi Zohar said, regarding my master's weeping, what did he see? He replied, I saw the prime of the entire world enduring great calamity, that precious, holy stone from which the world was disseminated. It was upon that stone that Jacob placed his head. Now, the stone from which the entire world was sown, and whose top was set in the great abyss, how could Jacob move it? Well, the edge of that stone was sunk in the great abyss, and its top ascended. Touching the temple, upon it stood the Holy of Holies and the precious and sublime Shekinah, as is written, from their feeds stone of Israel, the holy name of the supernal king was engraved upon it. When Jacob arrived, he pronounced that holy name and removed it from there and set it in the site where the Holy of Holies was. Rabbi Zohar said, I heard in the name of Rabbi Bo, who said the mystery of this matter, but I cannot remember. Rabbi Elazar said, O Rabbi Zohar, I have pity upon you. Perhaps this was the word you heard, and so is the lucidity of the matter. As is written, he took of the stones of the place one of the stones of the place. From which place? From the known place, the place of the abyss, where the stones that grind water for the whole world are, as is written, stones grind water. This stone was the principal of all of them, and it ascended to the place where the temple was. Jacob was not intent on any of them other than this one, for it intimated to him an intimation, just as all was disseminated from it, similarly all the world disseminated from Jacob. At that time, he took of the stones of the place, for it is the foundation of the entire world. Vyasam Mirarashototh, and he put it at his head. Sam Bilibo, he took to heart, that it is at his head. This is the paradigm of that. Immediately he lay down in that place. In other words, his mind was at ease in that place. He derived a certain sign. He said, This is my paradigm. If this one should attain some eminence, then it is apparent that I will attain eminence. That is why he set his heart upon it and vowed a vow, as is written, This stone that I have set up as a pillar shall be a house of God. In other words, if this stone that I have set up as a pillar shall be a house of God, then immediately of all that you give me, I will set aside a tithe for you. He vowed the tithe. Rabbi Zohar said, This is certainly what I heard. He said to him, For this reason it is called Stone of Israel, namely, it is so named after him, because he set his heart and eyes upon it. The Blessed Holy One made it a permanent house. There was his Shekinah. That is why I was weeping. For I saw that one day, the defilements of the nations and corpses of the dead will be placed upon this stone. Who cannot weep? Woe to the world, woe for that time, woe for that generation. He wept as at first. He sighed and was silent. Afterward, he resumed and said, Woe to those who will be present in the world when the King of the world will arouse. Rabbi Zohar wept. He said, The holy angel knows this, and it is fitting that he should weep over it. Happy are you, O righteous, for you are holy in this world and in the world to come. Section Rabbi opened with this verse, Your neck is like the Tower of David. He dreamed here, a ladder set on earth, its head reaching to heaven, and here, angels of God, ascending and descending on it. Built in terraces, 1,000 bucklers hang upon it, all the shields of the warriors. Song of Songs. Rabbi said, All things will expire, but the Torah will not expire, and there is nothing as beloved before the Blessed Holy One as the Torah and her students. As we have learned, whoever engages in Torah every day, secrets of above will be invigorated for him. The Torah says to him, I will give you to drink of the spiced wine, of my pomegranate juice. This is the wine of Torah, the wine preserved in its grapes since the 6 days of creation, the matters that will one day be revealed to the righteous in the time to come. Rabbi Bo rose to his feet and said, if so, should it not have said the wine preserved in its grapes since Mount Sinai? What is meant by since the 6 days of creation? He replied, these are the profundities of the orders of creation, which have not been revealed to anyone, but one day the righteous will know them. Likewise, those who engage in Torah constantly will know. It has been taught, Rabbi Yehuda said, the mysteries of Torah have been bequeathed to the wise, to those who engage in Torah constantly. Rabbi Yehuda taught, whoever engages in Torah to the full while he sleeps, his soul is raised on high, and he is taught of the profundities of Torah, and from her his lips murmur and stir during the day, as is written, stirring the lips of sleepers. Rabbi Yitzhak said, whoever engages in Torah for her own sake when he sleeps at night, his soul ascends and is shown those things destined to transpire in the world. Rabbi Yos was sitting and engaging in Torah, when Rabbi Abba came to visit him. Rabbi Yos said, look, the master of tradition has arrived. He arose before him. They sat and engaged in Torah. While they were sitting, night dusked. They sat and engaged in her until midnight. Rabbi Abba fell asleep and Rabbi Yos remained seated. He noticed that Rabbi Abba's face had become very red, and that he was smiling. He saw a great light in the house. Rabbi Yos said, conclude from this that Shekinah is here. He lowered his eyes and sat there until the blackness of the morning rose, while the light illuminated the house. As he raised his eyes, he saw the morning and the house darkened. Rabbi Abba awoke, his face shining and his eyes sparkling. Rabbi Yos took hold of him. Rabbi Abba said, I know what you seek. By your life I have seen supernal mysteries. When the Prince of the Countenance took hold of my soul, he raised it to magnificent, supernal chambers, and I beheld the souls of the other righteous who were ascending there. He said to them, happy are you, O righteous, because of you, I am built within the holy edifice of the glorious name, to guide the legions of the supernal King. And I saw my Torah lying there tilir tilim, mounds and mounds, like a mighty tower, and that is why I am rejoicing in my share, and my eyes are sparkling. Rabbi Yitzhak said, do not be surprised by Rabbi Abba, for the verse attests to this, as we have learned the Blessed Holy One established this ark beneath him v'itala, and hung all the other legions upon him, just like the neck upon which the entire body is hung. When the righteous engage in Torah, the Blessed Holy One builds himself, placing his name within him, to reach all, to supply the world with the bounty of the Omnipresent. When the righteous do not engage in Torah, the Blessed Holy One removes his name from within him, and then the world is lacking, and he is not primed. How do we know? As is written, like the Tower of David, your neck is built in terraces. Song of Songs. If the righteous proliferate and increase Torah like this tower, immediately your neck Benuel Talpio is built in terraces. He who is the neck of the world is built within a holy edifice, so that all Harpio Talu, mouths languish, and weary to know his providence. This is the meaning of Talpio, as is said, Vatela Ires Mitzrayim, the land of Egypt languished, then 1,000 bucklers hang upon him, all Shiltia, the shields, of the warriors. Song of Songs. Those called thousands upon thousands, Daniel, and all the other celestial beings hang upon him, and all Har-Shalatin, the rulers, and all the worlds are filled with the bounty of the Omnipresent. Rabbi Yehuda said, as is written, he dreamed here, a ladder set on earth, namely, when the righteous do not engage in Torah, the ladder is set on earth, he is not aloft. If the righteous are worthy and engage in Torah, its head reaching to heaven, then he is raised high, and all goodness is not lacking. Immediately and here, angels of God ascending and descending. Bo, on it. What is meant by Bo, on it? Rabbi Yehuda said, on the name of the Omnipresent, as is said, let us exalt and rejoice. Bo, in him. Rabbi Yitzhak said, Bo, on him, on that arkan. Why, as is written afterward, here Jehovah was standing upon him, upon that arkan, and that is why they ascend and descend on his account, because of the name of the Omnipresent standing upon him. Rabbi Tanam said, why of all the other legions is he called Melik Shalem, King of Salem? For none bears the name of the Omnipresent within like this one. Rabbi Yaakov said, Jacob received a hint and an answer regarding his complaint before the Blessed Holy One. namely, if his children will merit to engage in Torah and commandments, then assent for this one and assent for his children. If they do not merit to engage in Torah and commandments, then no assent for this one and no assent for his children, as is written. And here, angels of God ascending and descending bow on it, angels of God the children of Jacob, if they are worthy ascending, if they are not worthy descending. Bow because of him when he enjoys assent, so do they. Rabbi Yitzhak said all the princes of the nations ascend or descend because of this one. When he ascends, the princes of the nations descend. When he descends, they ascend. All depends on the children of Jacob. Rabbi Yehuda son of Shalom said good or evil comes to the world solely on account of the children of Jacob. A certain Hegman came to Rabbi Abayu and said the entire world should assemble against you as against this locust to obliterate you from the world in a single instant. For if this nation does not worship its Lord, it is written, he will shut the heavens so that there will be no rain, and the earth will not yield her fruit if she strays. The entire world is destroyed on her account. He replied, but it is you who cause her to stray and not follow the proper path. He said to him, it is your sins that rouse us. Rabbi Yehuda said the Hegman spoke well. Our rabbis have taught here, a ladder set on earth, this is the permanent house, its head reaching to heaven, as is said, Mark Han, Deus, of your throne you made, O Yehovah, which is its head Zion, where the Shekinah, the Cheruvim, and the Holy of Holies are. Rabbi Abba said Salam, a ladder, this is Sinai, Sinai, upon which the Torah was given, where the chariots of the blessed Holy One were revealed. Rabbi Bo said in the name of Rabbi Yonan, one should contemplate this verse further as before, like the Tower of David, your neck is built in terraces. Song of Songs, for we have learned. Rabbi Shimon said in the name of Rabbi Zerah, as long as Israel engaged in Torah, the temple stood, as is written, Ke Migdal, like the Tower of David, your neck is built. If Megadalim, they elevate, Torah like this tower, your neck is built. What is meant by your neck? The temple, as is written, he fell upon the neck of his brother Benjamin and wept, teaching that he wept over the first and second temples. Rabbi Yitzhak said, what is the significance of tower? Well, just as the Tower of David was Migdal Azuk, a mighty tower, so those who engage in Torah require Binyan Azuk, a mighty edifice. Rabbi Tanam said, Migdal, Tower of David, just as David was Mitgidal, exalted, through Torah more than all his generation, so those who engage in Torah must be exalted through Torah and not neglect her. Just as David would engage in Torah day and night, so must a person engage in Torah day and night, for as long as they are engaged in and exalted through her, like the Tower of David, the neck is built as a mighty and grand edifice. But if not, 1,000 bucklers, talue, hang upon it. Song of Songs, these are the 1,000 years they will be in exile. Whether they will be redeemed or not, the plight talue, depends if they are worthy through Torah. They will redeemed after 1,000 years. If they are not worthy, all the shields of the warriors. What is meant by all the shields of the warriors? Rabbi Tanam explained, all the shields of the warriors, they will be subjugated by them, and afterward they will be redeemed. Hence Rabbi Bo said here, a ladder set on earth, this is the permanent house set upon its edifice by virtue of those engaging in Torah on earth. Its head reaching to heaven, for the temple is of higher degree than the whole world. And here, angels of God ascending and descending on it, the ministering priests. Rabbi Eliezer says, because it is aligned corresponding to Jerusalem above, and those watching Jerusalem above watch Jerusalem below, as implied by ascending and descending. In what way does it possess an additional degree? Rabbi Eliezer said, as is written, behold, Yehovah was standing Aleph over it, as is said, unless Yehovah watches over the city, the watchman guards in vain, corresponding with what is written, behold, Yehovah was standing over it to be watchman over those watchmen. What is the significance of Aleph over it? Rabbi Eliezer said, for protection, as is said, set your eyes Aleph upon him, and similarly my eyes and my heart shall ever be their kings. In the time to come the blessed Holy One will one day return to Jerusalem, to be a wall protecting her, as is said, I myself declares, Yehovah will be a wall of fire around her and will be glory inside her. Zechariah. Rabbi Yitzhak said, this teaches that he rolled up the land of Israel for him. The land upon which you lie. Rabbi Yehuda said it was the temple, precisely about this was he given tidings, and upon this was he lying, as is implied by what is written, he lay down in that place. Rabbi Yehuda said, of the 3 patriarchs, none of them received tidings about the temple other than Jacob, the third of the patriarchs. Corresponding to these, the third built it Jesse, David, and Solomon who is the third built it. Rabbi Yehuda said Jacob, who is the third, received tidings Solomon, who is the third, built. This one loved women, and that one loved women. This one maintained his integrity, but that one did not maintain his integrity, as is written in Solomon's old age. His wives turned away his heart after other gods. Kings Rabbi Yos opened beautiful in loftiness, joy of all the earth, Mount Zion, summit of the north, city of the great king Yephanoth, beautiful in loftiness. This is Jerusalem, which is sweet to the soul and healing for the bones, as is said Nofi, honey, drips from your lips. Song of Songs. Rabbi Yehuda said all the beauty of the land of Egypt lay in Nof and Tahpanhes. Nof was the most praiseworthy of all, possessing 395 adornments of beauty, yet Zion exceeded Nof in beauty and majesty. As Rabbi Yehuda said, why was it called Sion? Zion, just as Har-Sion, the marker, stands as a signpost to be beheld. And Zion exceeded Nof in beauty, as is written Yephanoth, more beautiful than Nof, joy of all the earth, Mount Zion, summit of the north, for whoever beheld her rejoiced. For it has been taught, Rabbi Yos said, in the name of Rabbi Ea, never did a person enter Jerusalem and remain sad, fulfilling what is said, joy of all the earth. Rabbi Yitzhak said, as soon as Jacob lay upon her, his mind was at ease, and the Shekinah ascended upon him and spoke with him, which had not happened before. As Rabbi Yitzhak said, until Jacob stood in that place, the Shekinah had not revealed upon him. As soon as Jacob saw this, he understood that the place was the decisive factor. He awoke from his sleep terrified, lest it have been another entity, and he lay down as at first. The blessed Holy One said to him, Jacob, it is not so. I am Jehovah, the God of your father Abraham and the God of Isaac. Furthermore, the land on which you lie I will give to you and your seed, and I will not reveal myself to another nation, and revelation of Shekinah upon this land I will give to you and your seed, and not to another nation. Rabbi Yos said, what is the significance of on which you lie? Well, just as you lie on it and prophecy is with you, so prophecy will abide with your seed, and not with another nation. Rabbi Yaakov opened favor is shown to the wicked, he learns not righteousness. It has been taught. Rabbi Yaakov said, woe that the wicked should be shown favor in this world, the seed of Esau the wicked. Why then are they shown favor and compassion? Because the seed of Jacob does not learn righteousness. In a land of integrity, he acts corruptly. Jerusalem, which is the land of integrity. What is meant by he acts corruptly? Rabbi Yaakov said, the air of the land of Israel makes one wise and evokes prophecy, but the seed of Esau corrupts the air and prophecy. Why? Because the seed of Jacob ignore the majesty of Jehovah, and do not engage in Torah. Consequently, favor is shown to the wicked, and he corrupts the bounty of the land and prophecy. Rabbi Yehuda son of Rabbi Yehoshua said, favor is shown to the wicked, the nations of the world who possess dominion in this world, because Israel does not learn righteousness. Parashat Shmo. Names. These are the names. Rabbi Elazar opened a locked garden is my sister, bride a locked spring, a sealed fountain. Song of Songs, a locked garden. Assembly of Israel, who is a locked garden. As Rabbi Elazar said, just as a garden must be guarded, cultivated, watered, and pruned, so assembly of Israel must be cultivated, guarded, watered, and pruned. She is called garden and she is called vineyard. Just as a vineyard must be cultivated, watered, pruned, and excavated, so Israel, as is written, for the vineyard of Jehovah of hosts is the house of Israel, and it is written, he enclosed it, cleared it of stones. Rabbi Shimon said, when Shekinah descended to Egypt, a single living being called Israel descended in the form of that elder 42 holy attendants with him, each possessing a holy letter from the holy name. All of them descended with Jacob to Egypt, as is written, these are the names of the sons of Israel who came to Egypt with Jacob. Rabbi Yitzhak said, as implied by what is said, sons of Israel, and afterward with Jacob. It does not say with him. Rabbi Yehuda inquired of Rabbi Elazar son of Rabbi Shimon. He said to him, since you have heard from your father the passage, these are the names according to the supernal mystery, what is the meaning of each man with his house they came? He replied, the word that father used to say they were supernal angels, higher than those beneath them, as is written, each man with his house they came. So did Father say all those angels of a higher grade are called males while those of a lower grade are called females. Rabbi Yitzhak was standing before Rabbi Elazar son of Arak. He said to him, did Shekinah really descend to Egypt with Jacob? He replied, is it not so? For it is written, I myself will go down with you to Egypt. He said to him, Shekinah descended to Egypt with Jacob, and 600,000 other holy chariots, as is written about 600,000 on foot, as we have learned. 600,000 holy chariots descended with Jacob to Egypt, and all of them ascended from there when Israel went forth from Egypt, as is written, the sons of Israel journeyed from Ramses to Succos like 600,000 on foot. It does not say 600, but rather like 600. Just as these went forth, so those went forth. The mystery of the matter, when these chariots, holy camps, were leaving, Israel saw, and they knew that they were being detained because of them. All of Israel's haste was for their sake, as is written, they could not tarry. It should have said they did not want to tarry, but it is written specifically they could not. It was abundantly clear that all of them were sons of Israel, heavenly sons of Israel, as is written, the sons of Israel who came to Egypt with Jacob. That is why the verse does not say these are the names of the sons of Israel who came to Egypt with him, but rather these are the names of the sons of Israel who came to Egypt with Jacob. Who came to Egypt at first? With whom? With Jacob. Rabbi Yehuda said, an inference from minor to major. If when Jacob was saved from Laban, it is written, Jacob went on his way, and angels of God encountered him, then when he descended to go forth into exile, and the blessed Holy One said, I myself will go down with you to Egypt, is it not fitting that since the patron has descended, his attendants will descend with him, as is written, who came to Egypt with Jacob? Rabbi Yaakov of Kfar Anan said, in the name of Rabbi Abba, who are these sons of Israel mentioned here? Those called sons of Israel, literally. Rabbi Abba opened, come, gaze upon the works of Elohim, how he has brought Shamat, desolation, on earth. Do not read Shamat, desolation, but Shmo, names. This corresponds with what Rabbi Iya said corresponding to heaven, the blessed Holy One fashioned on earth. In heaven there are holy names, on earth there are holy names. Rabbi Yehuda said, on the very day that Jacob descended to Egypt, 600,000 ministering angels descended with him. Rabbi Yehuda opened, look, the bed of Solomon, 60 warriors surrounding her, of the warriors of Israel. Song of Songs, regal adornments engraved in a key, revolving in its place adornments of the 7th, engraved in the 6th, as is written, 60 warriors surrounding her. Alternatively, look, the bed of Solomon. Look, the bed Shekinah Shili Shlomo, of Solomon the king who possesses Shalom, peace. 60 warriors surrounding her, the 600,000 ministering angels of the retinue of Shekinah, who descended to Egypt with Jacob, of the warriors of Israel. Israel above, as is written, these are the names of the sons of Israel who came to Egypt with Jacob, each man with his household they came, they and their customs. Rabbi Iya was traveling from Usher to Lyre, riding on a donkey, and Rabbi Yos was with him. Rabbi Iya dismounted and grabbed Rabbi Yos with his hands. He said to him, if the people of the world knew of Jacob's great honor at the moment the blessed Holy One said to him, I myself will go down with you to Egypt, they would lick the dust within 3 parasangs of his grave. For so do our masters, the dignitaries of the world, the masters of Mishnah, explain. It is written, Moses went out to meet his father-in-law. Aaron saw that Moses went out, so he went out with him. Elazar, the chieftains, and the elders went out with him, the clan heads, the notables of the assembly, and all of Israel went out with them. So in actuality all of Israel went out to meet Jethro. Who could see Moses going out and not go out? Aaron and the dignitaries going out and not go out. Thus it was because of Moses that they all went out. Now, if this was the case for Moses' sake, how much more so for the sake of the blessed Holy One, when he said, I myself will go down with you to Egypt. While they were traveling, Rabbi Abba met them. Rabbi Yos said, look, Shekinah is here, for one of the masters of Mishnah is with us. Rabbi Abba said, what are you engaged in? Rabbi Yos replied, in this verse, as is written, I myself will go down with you to Egypt. When Jacob descended to Egypt, as is written, these are the names of the sons of Israel who came to Egypt, teaching that all of them descended with Jacob to Egypt. Rabbi Abba said to him, was that the only instance he opened and said happening? It happened. that the word of Jehovah came to Ezekiel the priest, son of Buzi, in the land of the Chaldeans by the river Kivar. Ezekiel, there are three difficulties here. 1. For we have learned the Shekinah does not dwell outside the land. 1. That he was not faithful like Moses, of whom is written throughout my house he is faithful, for he revealed and publicized all the king's treasures. 1. He appeared to be out of his mind. But so have we concluded in our Mishnah. Heaven forbid Ezekiel was a consummate prophet with the permission of the Blessed Holy One. He revealed all that he revealed. Had he revealed and publicized twice as much as he disclosed, all would have been necessary, for so have we learned one who is accustomed to endure suffering and one who is not accustomed to endure suffering. Should suffering befall both of them, whose suffering is more absolute? You must surely say the one who is not accustomed to suffering. Thus, when Israel descended to Egypt, they were accustomed to suffering all their days and consequently they bore the yoke of exile. However, there was no great suffering for Israel like the exile of Babylon, about which is written, the precious children of Zion, worth their weight in pure gold, as we have learned. Rabbi Yitzhak said, for the mountains I take up weeping and wailing. What is meant by for the mountains? These are the high mountains of the world. Who are the high mountains? You must surely say the precious children of Zion. They were coming with millstones around their necks, their hands bound tightly behind. When they entered Babylon, they thought that they would never be raised, that the Blessed Holy One had abandoned them and would never attend to them. It has been taught, Rabbi Shimon said, at that moment, the Blessed Holy One summoned his entire household, all the holy chariots, all his retinue, all his ministers and the entire host of heaven. He said to them, what are you doing here? My beloved children are in exile, in distress, and yet you remain here. Arise, all of you, descend to Babylon, and I along with you, as is written, thus says Jehovah, for your sake I was sent to Babylon. I will bring down all bars. When they descended, the heavens opened and the Holy Spirit settled upon Ezekiel. He proclaimed to Israel, behold, your Lord is here, and all the heavenly hosts and chariots that have come to dwell among you. They did not believe him until he relayed all that he had seen. And I saw. Rabbi Shimon also said, at that moment Israel rejoiced with consummate joy in the companionship of their Lord, who was with them. Every one of them possessed a willing heart, with great love, to submit their souls for the holiness of their Lord. This is why Ezekiel revealed all that he revealed, and all was as it should have been. The Blessed Holy One never abandoned Israel in exile before ensconcing his abode among them. How much more so with Jacob, who was descending into exile, that the Blessed Holy One and his Shekinah, and higher and lower holy beings and chariots all descended with Jacob, as is written, who came to Egypt with Jacob. Rabbi Abba, you opened with me from Lebanon, bride with me from Lebanon, come. Song of Songs. We have learned. Rabbi Yitzhak said, woe to creatures who do not know and do not attend to the worship of their Creator, as it has been taught. Rabbi Yitzhak said, every single day an echo reverberates from Mount Horeb, proclaiming, woe to creatures for the worship of their Creator, woe to creatures for the humiliation of Torah. As Rabbi Yehuda said, whoever strives in Torah in this world and acquires good deeds inherits a complete world. Whoever does not strive in Torah in this world and does not acquire good deeds inherits neither this nor that. Yet we have learned there are those who inherit their world in accordance with their place and in accordance with what is fitting them. Rabbi Yitzhak said, we have taught so only regarding those who do not possess any good deeds at all. Rabbi Yehuda said, were human beings to comprehend the love with which the Blessed Holy One loves Israel, they would roar like young lions to pursue them. As it has been taught, when Jacob descended to Egypt, the Blessed Holy One summoned his household. He said to them, all of you descend to Egypt and I will descend along with you. Shekinah said, Master of the world, can there be legions without a king? He said to her, with me from Lebanon, bride. Meilvanan, from Lebanon, from the site of Eden, Ham Laban, pure white, in every aspect. Bride Shekinah, for she is a bride under a canopy. This corresponds with what Rabbi Yehuda said. What is the significance of it? Happened on the day Kalot Mosh, Moses consummated. It is spelled Kalat, bride. On the day the bride entered the canopy. Shekinah is the bride. With me from Lebanon, come. Song of Songs. From the site of the sanctuary above, look down Mirosh Amana, from the peak of Amana, Miroshim Shalbini Emuna, upon the heads of the sons of faith. Who are they? Jacob and his sons. From the peak of Sinir and Hermon, for one day, they will receive my Torah from Mount Hermon, to protect them in their exile. Mimi Onat, from the dens of lions the nations, likened to lions and leopards, Hami Anim, who afflict my children with all manner of oppressive servitude. Rabbi Abba said with me from Lebanon, bride. Was she really coming from Lebanon? Was she not rather ascending to Lebanon? Rather, Rabbi Abba said, when Shekinah descended to Egypt, 600,000 ministering angels descended with her, the blessed Holy One proceeding first, as is written, their king passed before them, and Jehovah at their head. Mika Rabbi Yitzhak said with me from Lebanon, bride, Shekinah with me from Lebanon, come from the site of the sanctuary above. Look down Mirosh Amana, from the peak of Amana, from the site of the sanctuary below. As Rabbi Iya said, Shekinah never budged from the western wall of the sanctuary, as is said there, he stands behind our wall. Song of Songs, Rosh Hashanah, beginning of faith, for the entire world. From the peak of Sinir and Hermon, from the site from which Torah emerges into the world. Why? To protect Israel from the dens of lions the nations. Rabbi Yudin said, from the dens of lions the disciples of the wise who engage in Torah in study dens and synagogues, lions and leopards in Torah. Rabbi Izkiah was sitting in the presence of Rabbi Shimon. He said to him, what prompted the Torah to enumerate the sons of Jacob, first totaling 12 and afterward 70, as is said, all the souls of the house of Jacob coming to Egypt were 70. Why 70 and no more? He replied, corresponding to the 70 nations in the world, they were a unique nation equivalent to them all. He said further, luminous keys, branches seated heavily, are appointed over the 70 nations, emanating from 12 conjoined engravings revolving on their travels, weighed against the 4 directions, as is written, he set the boundaries of peoples according to the number of the children of Israel. This accords with what is written, for I have scattered you like the 4 winds of heaven's Esheria. To demonstrate that they exist by virtue of Israel. It does not say to the 4, but like the 4. Just as the world cannot endure without the 4 winds, so the world cannot exist without Israel. Alternatively, these are the names Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying, black am I but beautiful. Song of Songs, black am I, assembly of Israel, for she is black from exile, but beautiful, for she is beautiful from Torah, commandments, and good deeds, O daughters of Jerusalem, for by virtue of this they are worthy of inheriting Jerusalem above, like the tents of Kedar. Kedar, even though she is Koderet, darkened, in exile, in deeds she is like the curtains Shalomah, of Solomon, like the curtains of the king who possesses Shalom, peace. Rabbi Iya the Great traveled to visit the masters of Mishnah in order to learn from them. He went to Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari and saw a curtain dividing the house. Rabbi Iya was astonished. He sat down. He said, I shall listen to a word from his mouth from here. He heard someone saying, flee my love, be like a gazelle or a young stag. Song of Songs, all the yearning yearned by Israel before the blessed Holy One is as Rabbi Shimon said, Israel's desire is for the blessed Holy One not to depart or be distant, but rather that he should flee like a gazelle or a young stag. How so? Rabbi Shimon said, no animal in the world behaves like the gazelle or the young stag. As it flees, it goes a little way and looks back to the place from which it departed, always turning its head behind. So did Israel say, Master of the world, if we force you to depart from among us, may it be your will to flee like the gazelle or the young stag, which flees turning its head to the place it left, as is written. Yet in spite of all this, when they are in the land of their enemies, I will not reject them or spurn them so as to destroy them. Rabbi Iya heard and said, alas, supernals are deliberating within the house while I am sitting outside. He wept. Rabbi Shimon heard and said, certainly Shekinah is outside. Who will go out? Rabbi Elazar his son said, I will. He said, if I am burned, it will not be with unholy fire. For look, Shekinah is on the other side of us. Let Shekinah enter and the fire be made whole. He heard a voice saying, the pillars have not yet been erected, the gates not arrayed. He is still one of the lesser spices of Eden. Rabbi Elazar did not go out. Rabbi Iya sat down, sighed, and wept. He opened, saying, turn, my love, be like a gazelle or a young stag. Song of Songs, a gate opened in the curtain, but Rabbi Iya did not enter. Rabbi Shimon raised his eyes and said, conclude from this that permission has been granted for the one outside, yet we are inside. Rabbi Shimon arose. The fire moved from his place to the place of Rabbi Iya. Rabbi Shimon said, the radiant light of the key is without, while we are here within. Rabbi Yehuda's mouth was struck dumb. As soon as he entered within, he lowered his eyes and did not raise his head. Rabbi Shimon said to Rabbi Elazar his son, arise. Pass your hand over his mouth, for he is unaccustomed to this. Rabbi Elazar arose and passed his hand over Rabbi Yehuda's mouth. Rabbi Yehuda opened his mouth, saying, the eye has seen what I have not seen, raised beyond my imagining. It is good to die in the flaming fire of pure gold, in a place where sparks fly in every direction, every single spark ascending to 370 chariots, and every chariot dividing into thousands upon thousands and myriads upon myriads, until they reach the Ancient of Days who sits on the throne, and the throne trembles because of him, permeating 260 worlds, until it reaches the sight of the delight of the righteous, until it is heard throughout all the firmaments, and all the higher and lower beings, all of them at once are astounded and say, is this Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari, who makes all quake? Who can stand before him? This is Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari, who at the moment he opens his mouth to ply Torah, all the thrones and all the chariots, and all those who praise their master, listen to his voice. None begins and none concludes, all fall silent until not an accusing mouth is heard in all the firmaments above and below. When Rabbi Shimon finishes plying Torah, who has seen the songs, who has beheld the joy of those who praise their master, who has seen the voices soaring throughout all the firmaments, all of them come on account of Rabbi Shimon, and they bow and prostrate before their master, wafting fragrant aromas of Eden unto the Ancient of Days. All of this on account of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Shimon opened his mouth, saying, 6 levels descended with Jacob to Egypt, each one comprising 10,000 myriads. Corresponding to them 6 levels in Israel, and corresponding to them 6 levels to the throne above, and corresponding to them 6 levels to the throne below, as is written, the throne had 6 steps. Kings. This is the significance of the verse, I made you into Revava, 10,000, as the growth of the field. Ezekiel, look, 6 corresponding to them. It is written, the children of Israel were fruitful and swarmed and multiplied and grew mighty exceedingly, and the land was filled with them. Each one ascends to 10, becoming 60. These are the 60 warriors surrounding Shekinah, and these are the 60 myriads that emerged from exile with Israel, and that entered into exile with Jacob. Rabbi Yehuda said to him, but we have seen 7, ascending to 70. Rabbi Shimon replied, 70 is not relevant here. Now, should 7 occur to you, look at what is written, 3 cups shaped like almond blossoms in the one shaft. The shaft is not counted, as is written, opposite the front of the lampstand shall the 7 lights give light while they were sitting. Rabbi Elazar said to Rabbi Shimon his father, what did the Blessed Holy One have in mind by bringing Israel down to Egypt in exile? He said to him, are you asking one question or 2? He replied, 2. Why exile and why Egypt? He said to him, they are 2, though they turn out to be 1. He said to him, stand erect. Through you this word shall be established on high, in your name. Speak, my son. Speak. He opened, saying, 60 queens are they, and 80 concubines, and damsels without number. Song of Songs. 60 queens are they, supernal Gibborim, warriors, from the power of Gevurah, clinging to the husks of the holy living being of Israel, and 80 concubines empowered over the engravings beneath it, in luminosity, 1/100th. And damsels without number, as is said, is there any number to his troops? Even so, it is written, 1 she is, my dove, my perfect one. 1 she is to her mother. Song of Songs. Holy Shekinah, emerging from the 12 radiances of the radiance illuminating all, she is called mother. Correspondingly the Blessed Holy One acted on earth. He scattered all the peoples in every direction and empowered princes over them, as is written, for Jehovah your God allotted them to all the peoples, but as his own share, he took the assembly of Israel, as is written, for Jehovah's share is his people, Jacob his allotted inheritance, and he called her 1 she is, my dove, my perfect one. 1 she is to her mother. Song of Songs. Shekinah of his glory, which he ensconced among them, singular and designated for her daughters, saw her and called her happy, as is said, many daughters have done valiantly, and you transcend them all. Queens and concubines praise her. Song of Songs. The princes appointed over the nations. Furthermore, mystery of the word, as we have learned by 10 utterances was the world created, but when you contemplate, they are 3 by them was the world created, wisdom and understanding and knowledge. The world was created solely for the sake of Israel. When he wished to establish the world enduringly, he fashioned Abraham in the mystery of Okma, wisdom Isaac in the mystery of Tivuna, understanding and Jacob in the mystery of the knowledge, as is written by knowledge rooms are filled. At that moment the entire world was consummated, and when 12 tribes were born to Jacob, all was consummated, corresponding to the supernal pattern. When the blessed Holy One saw the great joy of the lower world consummated following the model above, he said, perhaps heaven forbid they will mingle with the other peoples, leaving a blemish throughout all the worlds. What did the blessed Holy One do? He made them all wander about until they descended to Egypt, setting their abode among a stiff-necked people who regarded them and their laws with contempt, not deigning to marry them or mingle with them, and who considered them as slaves. The men despised them and the women despised them, until all was consummated with holy seed. Meanwhile the guilt of the other peoples was complete, as is written, for the guilt of the Amorites is not yet complete. When they emerged holy and righteous, as is written, tribes of Yah, a testimony to Israel. Rabbi Shimon came and kissed him on the head. He said, resume your position, my son, for the hour is yours. Rabbi Shimon sat down. Rabbi Elazar his son arose and expounded words of wisdom's mysteries. His face shone like the sun, and the words were blessed and soared throughout the firmament. For 2 days they sat, not eating or drinking, not knowing whether it was day or night. When they emerged, they realized that 2 days had passed without their having tasted anything at all. About this, Rabbi Shimon applied the verse, he was there with Jehovah 40 days and 40 nights, he ate no bread and drank no water, if so for us after but a short while. For Moses, regarding whom scripture attests he was there with Jehovah 40 days, how much more so when Rabbi Ea came before Rabbi and told him what had happened, Rabbi was astonished. Rabbi Shimon son of Gamliel said, my son, Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari is a lion, and Rabbi Elazar his son is a lion. Rabbi Shimon is unlike other lions, of him is written, a lion has roared, who can but fear Amos? If worlds on high tremble before him, how much more so we? He is a man who has never decreed a fast for something he requested or sought. Rather, he decrees and the blessed Holy One fulfills, the blessed Holy One decrees and he abolishes. As we have learned what is the meaning of who rules the awe of God Samuel, the blessed Holy One rules over humanity, but who rules over the blessed Holy One? The righteous one, for he issues a decree and the righteous one abolishes it. We have learned Rabbi Yehuda said there is nothing as beloved before the blessed Holy One as the prayer of the righteous. Yet even though it pleases him, sometimes he fulfills their request and sometimes he does not. Our rabbis have taught once, the world was in need of rain. Rabbi Eliezer arrived and decreed 40 fasts, yet the rain did not come. He prayed a prayer, yet the rain did not come. Rabbi Akiva arrived, arose, and prayed. He said, he who makes the wind blow, and the wind blew. He said, he who makes the rain fall, and the rain fell. Rabbi Eliezer's spirit was depressed. Rabbi Akiva took note of his face. Rabbi Akiva stood before the people and said, I will compose for you a parable, to which the matter can be likened. Rabbi Eliezer is like the king's beloved, greatly cherished. Whenever he enters in the presence of the king, it pleases him and he does not wish to grant him his request post-haste, so that he will not leave him, for it pleases him to converse with him. I, however, am like the king's servant who has sought his request before him, whom the king does not wish to enter the gates of the palace, all the more so to converse with him. The king said, grant him his request post-haste, but let him not enter here. So Rabbi Eliezer is the king's beloved, and I the servant. The king desires to converse with him all day, and that he will not leave him. As for me, the king does not wish that I will enter the gates of the palace. Rabbi Eliezer's spirit was at ease. He said to him, Akiva, come and I will tell you something. I was shown in a dream this verse: as for you, do not pray for this people, do not raise a cry of prayer on their behalf. Do not plead with me, for I will not listen to you. He who is adorned in breastpiece and ephod entered within 12 mountains of balsam, and requested of the blessed Holy One to take pity on the world. Until this very moment, it was hanging in the balance. If so, why was Rabbi Eliezer's spirit depressed on account of people who do not know about this? Rabbi Eliezer said the souls of the righteous enter within 18 supernal mountains of balsam, and every day 49 fragrances ascend to the site called Eden. Correspondingly, Torah was given in 49 impure facets and 49 pure facets, 49 letters in the names of the tribes, 49 days to receive Torah, 49 supernal holy beings sit poised every day to receive permission from the shining stones engraved in the breastpiece. He who is adorned in the breastpiece sits upon the precious holy throne of 4 pedestals. They gaze upon the breastpiece, by his word they enter, and by his word they emerge. They raise their eyes and gaze above and behold a medallion sparkling in directions, the holy supernal name engraved upon it. They tremble and quiver, those bound to the holy right side and to the left. With his hands he takes hold of the pillars of heaven and opens them, as is written, the heavens shall be unfurled like a scroll. Rabbi Akiva said to him, what is the meaning of the verse, I descended to the nut garden, Song of Songs? He replied, the garden emerges from Eden, it is Shekinah. Nut, the holy chariot of those 4 river heads separating from the garden, just like the nut that has 4 heads within. Now, concerning what is said, I descended, this is as we have learned, so and so has descended to the chariot. Rabbi Akiva said to him, if so, it should have said, I descended to the nut. What is the significance of I descended to the nut garden? He replied, for this constitutes the praise of the nut. Just as the nut is hidden and concealed from all sides, so the chariot emerging from the garden is concealed from all sides. Just as the 4 heads in the nut are joined from one perspective yet separate from another, so the potencies of the chariot are joined in unity, joy, harmony, and perfection, though each one separates in its own direction over that which it is appointed, as is written, the one that wins through the whole land of Havilah, the one that goes to the east of Ashur, and so with all of them. Rabbi Akiva said, the filth in the husks of the nut, what does it intimate? He replied, even though Torah has not disclosed, through this it is revealed. Some are bitter, some sweet, they offer an intimation. There are masters of harsh judgment and there are masters of leniency, though we find that all intimations disclosed in Torah allude to judgment. So it was with who was shown concerning judgment, as is written, I see a branch of shaked. What is shaked? Shekedim, almonds, literally. Similarly with the swallowing of Korah and had borne almonds, the word itself implies harsh judgment, as is written, Vishkod, intent was, Yehovah on bringing evil. Daniel, and similarly shaked, watchful, am I over my word? And so with all of them. Rabbi Akiva said to him, this implies that everything the Blessed Holy One made was in order that one learn from it great wisdom, as is written, Yehovah made everything for its or his purpose. Rabbi Eliezer said, from here as is written, God saw all that he had made, and look, it was very good. What is implied by very, from which to learn supernal wisdom? Rabbi Yehuda said, what is the meaning of the verse, God made one corresponding with the other? Corresponding to the heavens, the Blessed Holy One fashioned on earth everything intimates what is above. For when Rabbi Abba saw a certain tree whose fruit transformed into a bird that flew away, he wept and said, if people were to fathom what these intimate, they would tear their clothes down to their navels on account of the wisdom that has been forgotten from them. How much more so regarding other things the Blessed Holy One made on earth, as Rabbi Yo said, the trees from which wisdom is manifest, for example, the carob, the palm, and the pistachio and their like, were all constructed according to a single combination. All those producing fruit aside from apples are of a single mystery, notwithstanding diverging paths. All those that are large and do not produce fruit aside from willows of the brook, which contain a mystery of their own, suckle from a single font. All those that are small aside from hyssop were born from a single mother. All the herbs of the earth, over which powerful princes are assigned in heaven, every single one contains its own mystery corresponding to the pattern above. Hence it is written, your field you shall not sow with different kinds, for each one enters on its own and emerges on its own. This is the significance of, do you know the law of heaven? Can you recognize its dominion on earth? And similarly he calls them each by name. Now, if everything in the world contains its own mystery and the Blessed Holy One did not wish to disclose them or confuse them, and so he called them by their names, how much more so the sons of Jacob, who constitute the holy tribes, sustenance of the world, as is written, these are the names of the sons of Israel. Rabbi Yo, son of Rabbi Yehuda, said, had it said Elishmo, these are the names, this would be the implication. But now that it is written Velishmo, and these are the names, it implies that it adds to the preceding. Just as the former were sons of Jacob, so here sons of Jacob. Rabbi Yehuda said, Heaven forbid that it should occur to you that when the Blessed Holy One said, I myself will descend with you to Egypt, Shekinah descended with him at that very moment. He said to him, but it is written, I myself will descend with you to Egypt. Literally he replied, the instant there was descent for his children, Shekinah descended, as is written, I myself will descend with you to Egypt. I myself, or Al-Khargamalo, will surely bring you up as well whenever you attain ascent. I attain ascent, so to speak. Whenever you undergo descent, I myself will descend with you, so to speak. As soon as Joseph and all his brothers died and they underwent descent, Shekinah arose and descended with them. Just as these descended, so those descended. Rabbi Yehuda said, what is written before this? Joseph died, 110 years old, and he was embalmed and placed in a coffin in Egypt. At that time the children of Israel descended into exile, and Shekinah and the ministering angels with them, as is written, and these are the names of the sons of Israel, for these were added to the preceding, descending into exile. He said to him, if so, was Jacob dead or not? He replied, dead. He said to him, what then is the meaning of who came to Egypt with Jacob? If he was still alive, it makes sense to say with Jacob, but if this was after he died, then with Jacob should be omitted. He replied, Scripture did not say who descended to Egypt with Jacob, for Jacob has not yet undergone descent, but rather who came, teaching that they came with Jacob, but then went on their way, until these descended into exile, whereupon those descended with them, as is written, these are the names. Rabbi Dustai said, every single day, they came and went, as is written, Har-Ba'im, who were coming, to Egypt. It is not written Asher-Ba'u, who came. This is the meaning of Har-Ba'im, who were coming, to Egypt at first, with Jacob, and afterward, when they underwent descent each man with his household. Ba'u, they came. The sons of Jacob were all dead at that time. These and those descended. Rabbi Yos and Rabbi Elazar said, this section contains sublime matters, as we have learned. When the holy chariots and camps descended, the images of all the tribes engraved above came to dwell with them, as is written, each man with his household they came. And it is written, Reuben, Simeon, Levi. Alternatively, these are the names of the sons of Israel who came to Egypt with Jacob. This passage refers what Rabbi Yos son of Rabbi Yehuda said, and it all transpired whenever Rabbi Elazar son of Arak reached this verse, he would weep. As it has been taught, Rabbi Elazar son of Arak said, when Israel went into exile, all the souls of the tribes assembled in the cave of Machpelah. They cried out, saying, old man, oh, the pain of the children wearied by the toil of this world. All of your children are harshly enslaved. A foreign people are wreaking upon them the vengeance of the world. At that moment, the spirit of the old man aroused. He sought permission and descended. The Blessed Holy One summoned all his chariots and camps, their king at their head, and all of them descended with Jacob and his tribes. The tribes descended alive with their father, the tribes descended dead with their father, as is written, these are the names of the sons of Israel who came to Egypt with Jacob, and it is written, Reuben, Simeon, Levi. They were dead, yet descended, and it is written, Joseph was in Egypt. Rabbi Yitzhak said, of this is said, as a father has compassion for his children. Rabbi Yehuda son of Shalom was walking on the way, and Rabbi Abba was with him. They entered a certain threshing floor and lodged there. They ate. When they wished to lie down, they lay their heads on a mound of earth where there was a grave. Before they fell asleep, a voice called out from the grave, saying, a seed is earthbound. For 12 years I have not awakened, except now I have just seen the countenance of my son. Rabbi Yehuda said, who are you? He replied, I am a Jew and I sit reproached. I do not want to enter on account of my son's sorrow, for a Gentile kidnapped him when he was young, and he beats him every day. His sorrow prevents me from entering my sight, and I have not awakened in this place until now. He said to him, are you aware of the sorrows of the living? He replied, by the life of the denizens of the graves, were it not for our supplications on behalf of the living, they would not survive for even half a day. Now I have awakened here, for today I was told that presently my son would be coming here, though I know not whether dead or alive. Rabbi Yehuda said to him, what is your business in that world? The grave rumbled and said, arise, be gone, for now they are beating my son. They were stunned and fled from there about half a mile. They sat until the morning shone. They rose to walk on. They saw a person running and fleeing, his shoulders dripping blood. They grabbed him and he told them what had happened. They said to him, "What is your name?" He replied, "Lama, son of Levi." They said, "Was not that dead man Levi, son of Lama? We are afraid to speak with him anymore." They did not return. Rabbi Abba said concerning what they said, that the prayers of the dead protect the living. How do we know? As is written, they went up through the Negeb, and he came as far as Hebron. Rabbi Yehuda said, the Blessed Holy One vowed 2 vows to Jacob. One, that he would descend with him, dwelling with him in exile, and the other, that he would raise him from his grave to behold the joy of the holy company abiding with his children. As is written, I myself will descend with you to Egypt, I myself will descend with you into exile, I myself will surely raise you up, as well as is said, and raise you from your graves, O my people. Ezekiel. And it is written, their tribes ascend. Rabbi Shimon said, on that day, authority was, a new king arose over Egypt, granted to the prince of Egypt over all the nations. For it has been taught until Joseph died, dominion was not granted to the prince of Egypt over Israel. As soon as Joseph died, a new king arose over Egypt. Arose like one who was low and rose. Rabbi Yitzhak opened while the king was on his couch. Minard yielded its fragrant song of songs while the king, as is written, thus says Jehovah, king of Israel. And similarly he became king in Jeshurun, was on his couch between the wings of the cherubim. Minard yielded its fragrance, for they caused him to depart from among them. Alternatively, while the king was on his couch, while the Blessed Holy One was giving the Torah to Israel, as is written, he was there with Jehovah 40 days and 40 nights. He ate no bread. While he was writing the Torah for Israel, they abandoned their fine fragrance and said, "These are your gods, O Israel." Alternatively, while the king was on his couch, while the Blessed Holy One was descending upon Mount Sinai to give the Torah to Israel, Minard yielded its fragrance, as is written, "We will do and we will heed." Rabbi Tanam said, every single nation has a prince above. When the Blessed Holy One grants dominion to one, he lowers another, and when he grants dominion to that prince, his dominion is solely on account of Israel. As is written, her adversaries have become the chief. Rabbi Yitzhak said, the people of Israel correspond to all the nations of the world. Just as the other nations are 70, so Israel are 70, corresponding to all the nations of the world. As is written, all the souls of the house of Jacob coming to Egypt were 70. Whoever rules over Israel is as though he rules over the whole world. Rabbi Abba said, from here the children of Israel were fruitful and swarmed and multiplied and grew mighty very exceedingly, and the land was filled with them. Look, 7 each level by 10, totaling 70. What is written afterward, a new king arose over Egypt. Rav Huna said, why were Israel subjugated among all the nations? That the world would be preserved through them, for they correspond to the whole world. It is written, on that day Jehovah will be one and his name one. Zechariah, just as he is one, so Israel is one, as is written, one nation on earth. Samuel, just as his name is one and divides into 70, so Israel is one and divides into 70. Rabbi Yehuda opened at 3 things. The earth trembles at a slave who becomes a king, and a slave girl supplanting her mistress, at a slave who becomes a king. As it has been taught, there is no people as lowly and contemptible before the Blessed Holy One as the Egyptians, and yet he granted them dominion on account of Israel. And a slave girl supplanting her mistress, Hagar, who bore Ishmael, who inflicted much harm upon Israel, dominating them and afflicting them with all manner of afflictions, and decreeing upon them numerous forced apostasies. Until this very day, they rule over them and do not allow them to practice their religion. There is no exile as harsh for Israel as the exile of Ishmael. Rabbi Yehoshua was going up to Jerusalem, traveling on the road. He saw an Arab traveling with his son. They came upon a Jew. He said to his son, this Jew is abhorrent, despised by his Lord. Seize him and spit upon his beard 7 times, for he hails from the seed subjugated by 7 nations. His son went and grabbed his beard. Rabbi Yehoshua said, O exalted ones, I decree that the high descend below. Before he had finished speaking, they were swallowed in their place. Rabbi Yitzhak opened, before the day expires and the shadows flee, I will hasten to the mountain of myrrh and to the hill of frankincense. Song of Songs. Before the day expires. This verse was spoken of Israel's exile, for they will be subjugated in exile until the day of the nation's dominion ends. As we have learned, Rabbi Yitzhak said, the dominion of all the nations together over Israel is 1,000 years, and there is no nation that will not subjugate them. This is the equivalent of one day for him, as is written, there will be one day that will be known to Jehovah Zechariah. Alternatively, before the day expires, before that day of the nations expires, and the shadows flee, the princes ruling over them, I will hasten to Har Hamor, the mountain of myrrh. Song of Songs. The Blessed Holy One said, I will hasten to shake out the nations from Jerusalem, which is Har Hamor, as is said Bahar Moriah, on Mount Moriah, which is in Jerusalem. Chronicles. And to the hill of frankincense. Song of Songs. The sanctuary in Zion, of which is written, beautiful in loftiness, joy of all the earth, Mount Zion. Rabbi Yehuda said, as is said, to seize the corners of the land, that the wicked be shaken out of it like someone taking hold of a shawl to shake out the filth. Rabbi Yos said, before that day of the nations ends, the Blessed Holy One is destined to be revealed in Jerusalem below to purify her of the nations' filthy idols. As Rabbi Yehuda said, the dominion of the nations over Israel is but one day precisely, as is said, he has made me desolate, faint all the day, one day precisely, no more. Rabbi Yos said, if they are to be subjugated for longer, it is not by decree of the king, but rather because they do not wish to return to him. And it is written, it shall be, when all these things come upon you at the end of days, you shall return to Jehovah your God. And it is written, if your banished lie at the ends of heaven, from there Jehovah your God will gather you in. Rabbi Shimon said, from every angle, this was the ruling angel. He said to his people, look, the people of the sons of Israel, empowered over Egypt. So it is, for throughout most of the parashah it says only king of Egypt anonymous, namely the prince appointed over the Egyptians, whereas here Pharaoh, king of Egypt, Pharaoh, literally. Rabbi Shimon said, accordingly, it is written, he said, that is to say, he put this matter in their heart, as is said, because Jehovah said to him, curse David. Samuel. The thought alone. And similarly Haman said in his heart, Esther. And similarly he said in his heart, to 100-year-old will a child be born. So too here, he put the thought in their heart, for he said, more numerous and mightier than we. What is meant by me many, than we, namely, me many, than me. And they thought to themselves that their power is greater and mightier, me many, than him, than their prince. Rabbi Yitzhak said, the whole world draws power from their princes, but Israel draws their power from the Blessed Holy One. They are called the people of Jehovah, not the people of the princes. Rabbi Yehuda said, here they are called his people, as is written, he said to his people, but there it is written, I have indeed seen the plight of my people in Egypt. My people, literally Israel, are called the people of Jehovah, while the other peoples are called the people of their prince, as is written, for all the peoples will walk each in the name of its God, and we will walk in the name of Jehovah our God forever and ever. Micah. Rabbi Abba said that verse should have said, look, the people of Israel, or the sons of Israel. What is the significance of the people of the sons? It means the people of the sons of Israel, precisely of that Israel above, for they thought that they were the people of the sons of Israel and not the people of Jehovah. It is written, they were stung by the sons of Israel and not by the people of the sons of Israel, but rather by the sons of Israel. Precisely Rabbi Yonan was standing before Rabbi Yitzhak. He said, what prompted Balak to say, look, the people that came out of Egypt, rather than the people of the sons of Israel? Rabbi Yitzhak replied, Balak was a grand sorcerer, and so is the way of sorcerers, to take hold of that which is beyond doubt. Accordingly they never mention the name of a person's father, but only his mother's name, a matter beyond doubt. For so is the way of demons, who scrutinize the matter told to them if false, they disseminate deceptions if true. Everything they say about what is imminent comes true. All the more so if the sorcerer requests to perform some deed. Rabbi Aa said, Balak spoke contemptuously, look, the people that came out of Egypt, as if to say, we do not know from where they hail. Rabbi Yonan said, why are the people of the princes protected, while the people of the Blessed Holy One are not? Rabbi Yitzhak replied, the poor man is not like the wealthy man. The poor man must guard what is his, the wealthy man does not guard what is his. All the more so since Israel hail from a king who loves truth and justice, and the first judgment he renders is on the members of his household, for he wishes them to be protected from sin more than anyone else, as is written, you alone have I known of all the families of the earth, that is why I call you to account for all your iniquities. Amos. Rabbi Yos set out on a journey, and Rabbi Aa son of Yaakov was traveling with him. While they were walking, Rabbi Yos fell silent and contemplated worldly matters, whereas Rabbi Aa contemplated matters of Torah. While they were walking, Rabbi Yos saw a snake chasing after him. He said to Rabbi Aa, "Do you see that snake chasing me?" Rabbi Aa replied, "I don't see it." Rabbi Yos ran away and the snake after him. Rabbi Yos fell down and blood dripped and flowed from his nose. He heard them saying, "You alone have I known of all the families of the earth, that is why I call you to account for all your iniquities." Rabbi Yos said, "If so for but a single moment, how much more so for one who forsakes her?" He opened, saying, "For Jehovah your God has blessed you in all the works of your hands. He has watched over your wanderings in this great wilderness these 40 years, who led you through the great and terrible wilderness, fiery serpents and scorpions." What is the relevance of fiery serpents here? Well, to exact punishment from Israel whenever they separate from the tree of life, as is written, "For it is your life and the length of your days." Rabbi Ea said, "It is written, he who spares the rod hates his son, but he who loves him disciplines him early." And it is written, "I have loved you," said Jehovah Malachi. And it is written, "But Esau I have hated." What is meant by "I have hated"? As is written, "He who spares the rod hates his son." That is to say, I have hated them, and that is why I have spared the rod from them. All the more so, and all the more so, disciples of the wise, for the blessed Holy One does not wish them to separate from the tree of life for even an instant. He said to his people, he proffered them advice to do them harm. Rabbi Tanam said the Egyptians knew from their horoscope that their end was to be struck on account of Israel. That is why their prince preempted to do them harm. Rabbi Yitzhak came upon a certain mountain and saw a person sleeping beneath a tree. He sat there. While he was sitting, he noticed the earth trembling. The tree broke and fell. He saw clefts and cavities in the ground, and the ground rising and falling. The man awoke and shouted toward Rabbi Yitzhak, saying, O Jew, weep and moan, for at this moment an empowered prince, a supernal ruling power, is being elevated in the firmament, and he is destined to do you much harm. That earthquake was on your account, for whenever the earth quakes, it is because a prince who will do you harm is rising. Rabbi Yitzhak was astonished and said, Surely it is written, at 3 things the earth trembles: at a slave who becomes a king, a prince who was appointed beneath another power, now ruling, granted dominion, all the more so when he rules over Israel. Rabbi Hama son of Guriah said, whenever the blessed Holy One places Israel under the dominion of the nations, he sits, roars, and weeps, as is written, my soul will weep in secret. Rabbi Yos said in secret precisely, literally. Rabbi Yehuda went into Rabbi Elazar. He found him seated, his hand in his mouth, forlorn. He said to him, In what is the master engaged? He replied, As is written, in the light of the king's face is life. If the patron is sad, all the more so if he is roaring and weeping. What do his attendants do? As is written, Behold, the Iralim cried outside. What is meant by outside? Their master within, they without their master in the inner chambers, they in the outer chambers. What are the inner chambers? Rabbi Yitzhak said, They are of the 10 crowns of the king. Angels of peace weep bitterly. Are there angels that are not of peace? He replied, Yes. There are masters of harsh judgment, and there are masters of judgment that is not harsh. There are masters of judgment and compassion, and there are masters of compassion without any judgment at all. These ones are called angels of peace. Of those below is written, I clothe the heavens in blackness, and make sackcloth their covering. And it is written, all the host of heaven shall be dissolved. If so, how come when all those ruling powers appointed over the other nations see their master sad, they afflict his children with crushing labor? Rabbi Elazar replied, They are merely executing what they were commanded, performing the will of their master. Rabbi Dustai said, When the children of the blessed Holy One are surrendered unto the ruling powers of the nations, 12 courts assemble and immerse within the great abyss. The patron roars continuous roars, and 2 tears descend into the hollow of the great sea, as is written, Your judgments, the great abyss, those above cascade below, those below are split open, and 240 degrees descend, as is written, A lion has roared, who can but fear? Amos. It has been taught in the hour when the blessed Holy One surrendered Israel to the prince of Egypt, he decreed upon them 7 decrees through which the Egyptians would subjugate them, as is written, They embittered their lives with harsh labor, with mortar and bricks and every work in the field, all their work that they made them work with crushing labor corresponding to them, the children of Israel were fruitful and swarmed and multiplied and grew mighty very exceedingly, and the land was filled with them. Rabbi Yo said Hava, come, is merely an expression of Hava, come, let us deal shrewdly with them. Preparation to execute judgment, as is said Hava, come, let us go down Hava Tamim, Sho Tamim Samuel. Rabbi Yonan said all instances of Hava, come, are an expression of consent and preparation, as in Hava, come, let us build a city. Have you, give, your word and counsel. Judges, have you, give, to Yehovah young rams. Rabbi Yitzhak said, come, let us deal shrewdly with them and be in consent to execute judgment upon them lest they multiply. But the Holy Spirit says, so will they multiply, and so will they spread. V'yakutsu, they were stung by the sons of Israel, for they were mitkitsia, stung by the ministering angels, just like kotsia, thorns, by which a person is stung. Rabbi Yehudai said in the name of Rabbi Yitzhak, what were the Egyptians thinking in preventing Israel from multiplying, and what the prince appointed over them who placed this in their heart? Well, they knew that one day a son would be born and rise for Israel, destined to execute judgment upon their gods. As Rabbi Yonan said, the moment Moses said, and upon all the gods of Egypt I will render judgment, Duma, the prince of Egypt, ran away 400 parazans. The blessed Holy One said to him, a decree has been issued before me, as is written, Yehovah will punish the host of the heights on high. At that moment, authority was wrested from him, and Duma was appointed prince of hell, to judge there the souls of the wicked. Rabbi Yehuda says, he was appointed over the dead. Rabbi Anina said, it is written, and Yehovah executed judgment upon their gods. Can there be judgment upon a god of silver and gold, wood and stone? Well, Rabbi Yo said those of silver and gold melted on their own, while those of wood decayed. Rabbi Elazar said the god of Egypt was a lamb. The blessed Holy One commanded judgment upon it, to burn it in fire, as is said, the images of their gods you shall burn in fire, so that its stench should spread. Moreover, its head with its legs and with its entrails. Moreover, that its bones be cast into the street. This was the most painful of all for the Egyptians, as is written, judgment. Rabbi Yehuda said upon their gods, literally this means their prince. To fulfill, Yehovah will punish the host of the heights on high, and the kings of the earth upon the earth. The wise among them knew all of this, all the more so their prince. That is why it is written, come, let us deal shrewdly with them. Rabbi Yonan said idolatry was rife in Egypt. The Nile was a god of theirs, among the totality of their gods. Upon all of them Yehovah executed judgment. Rabbi Abba said what Rabbi Yonan said is accurate and self-evident, because their gods are struck first, and afterward the nation. Hence, the Nile was struck first, and the wood and the stones, as is written, there will be blood in all the land of Egypt, and in the wood and in the stones, for they were their very gods. Rabbi Yitzhak said it is written, the host of the heights on high. The Nile was not on high. Rabbi Yonan said the essence of its water has its counterpart on high. Rabbi Yitzhak said their prince was struck first, afterward their other gods. Rabbi Shimon son of Rabbi Yo says the quintessential striking of the Egyptian nation was only at the sea, as is written, not even one of them remained. Prior to this, judgment was executed upon their gods. About this is written, come, let us deal shrewdly with them lest they multiply, and then, should war occur, they had a presentiment about the future. In accordance with what befell them, they join our enemies. They had a presentiment about the supernal camps dwelling in their midst and fight against us. They had a presentiment about what is written, Yehovah will fight for you and go up from the land, as is said, the children of Israel going out with a high hand. Rabbi Elazar opened Shur HaShirim, a man from the house of Levi, the Song of Songs, went and took a daughter of Levi, which is Solomon's Song of Songs. It has been taught, when the blessed Holy One created his world, it arose in desire before him, and he created the heavens with his right hand, and the earth with his left. It arose in desire before him that day and night should rule, and he created the angels empowered by his love during the day, and he created the angels empowered to recite song at night, as is written, by day Yehovah directs his love, in the night his song is with me. Some on the left, some on the right, some listen to the day song, and some listen to the night song, the song of Israel, the holy Rabbi Yitzhak said, those who recite song at night listen to the song of Israel by day, as is written, companions listen for your voice. Song of Songs. Rabbi Shimon said, a company comprising 3 companies recites song by night, as is written, she rises while it is still night and provides food to her household and a portion to her maidens. Rabbi Elazar said 10 things were created on the first day, including the attribute of day and the attribute of night. About the attribute of night is written, she rises while it is still night and provides tef, pray, to her household, as is said, his anger taraf, tears, and it is written, ve taraf, it tears apart, with none to deliver, mika ve ok, and a portion, to her maidens, as is said, ok, statute, and law yukaf, his statutes, and laws, for it is ok, a statute, for Israel, a law for the God of Jacob. Hence, the attribute of judgment rules by night. It has been taught those who recite song at night are sarim, princes, over all masters of song. When the living open in song, those above add power to comprehend and perceive and attain what they had not attained. Heaven and earth add power to this song. Rabbi Nehemiah said, happy is the one who is privileged to comprehend this song, for it has been taught, one who is worthy of this song will comprehend matters of Torah and wisdom, ve'yah as in ve'yaka, and will seize and probe, and add power and might concerning what was, and what is destined to be. This is what Solomon was privileged to comprehend, as Rabbi Shimon taught David, peace be upon him, comprehended this and arranged many songs and praises in which he alluded to times to come. He added power and might through the Holy Spirit. He comprehended matters of Torah and wisdom, and seized and probed and added power and might in the holy tongue. Solomon attained even more of this song. He comprehended wisdom, seized and probed and arranged many meshalim, parables, and composed a book of this very song, as is written, I obtained for myself male and female singers, namely I acquired knowledge of song from those supernal singers, and those beneath them. This is the meaning of Shir HaShirim. The Song of Songs, namely Shir, the song, of those Shirim, singers, on high, the song comprising all matters of Torah and wisdom, and power and might, concerning what was and what is destined to be, the song that the singers on high sing. Rabbi Elazar said these singers waited silently until Levi was born. But from Levi's birth onward they recited song. Once Moses was born, Aaron anointed, and the Levites sanctified, the song was completed and the singers remained at their watches. Rabbi Elazar also said the moment Levi was born, they opened above, saying, if only you were like a brother to me, nursing at my mother's breasts, or if I found you outside, I would kiss you, yet no one would scorn me. Song of Songs. Once the singers below came forth from the tribe of Levi and were sanctified, and all of them assumed their watches. These aligned to these companions as one, worlds one king dwelling upon them. Solomon arrived and composed a book from that song of those singers, and wisdom was concealed within. Rabbi Yehuda said, why were the singers below called Leviim, Levites? Because nilvim, they are joined, and attached above as one, and the soul of whoever hears them nilva, joins, and cleaves above. That is why Leah said, my husband Yulavet, will be joined to me. Rabbi Tanam said, because the seed of Levi was joined to Shekinah entirely with Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, and with all his seed after him, they are the ones joined to Jehovah to minister him. When the singers on high waited, they did not take up their watches until the 3 siblings were born, Moses, Aaron, and Miriam. Granted Moses and Aaron, but why Miriam? Rabbi Yos said, as is written, and female singers, as is said, Miriam sung out to them. It has been taught when Levi was born, the blessed Holy One raised him on high and chose him from all his brothers and set him down upon the earth. He engendered Kohath, and Kohath engendered Amram, and he engendered Aaron and Miriam. He separated from his wife and restored her. At that hour the singers on high stood and sung. The blessed Holy One rebuked them and the song subsided, whereupon he stretched out his right line, extending it to Amram. Why was he called Amram? Amram because Amram el-Kol Ramim, a nation exalted beyond all exaltations, came forth from him. Yet his name was not mentioned. Why wasn't his name mentioned? Rabbi Yehuda said, in the name of Rabbi Abayu, because he went covertly, secretly returning to his wife, that they would not recognize him, as is written, a man went. It does not say Amram went, openly, and took a daughter of Levi. She too returned covertly, and her name is not mentioned. Rabbi Abayu said, a man went Gabriel, as is written, the man Gabriel Daniel, for he went and returned her to Amram. Rabbi Yehuda said it was in fact Amram, yet his name was not mentioned because his going to couple with his wife did not stem from him, but from on high. Rabbi Yitzhak said the coupling of Aaron and Miriam's parents is not mentioned in the Torah, yet of Moses it is written, and took a daughter of Levi, teaching that the Shekinah is named after Levi. Amram was not worthy of engendering Moses until he had partaken of Shekinah, whereupon he engendered Moses. This is the significance of and took a daughter of Levi. Consequently it is written, the woman conceived and bore a son, and she saw that he was good. Rabbi Elazar said Amram was worthy of producing a son who was worthy of a mighty voice, as is written, Elohim answered him with voice. Amram was worthy of Bat Kol, daughter of voice, as is written, and he took a daughter of Levi, namely daughter of voice. That is why it is written he went, that is, he went to that grade. It has been taught when Moses was born, the Blessed Holy One designated his name upon him, as is written, and she saw that he was good, and it is written, Yehovah is good to all, and it is written, taste and see that Yehovah is good. Rabbi Yehoshua of Saknin said it happened many years later, the end of their exile, when Israel was enslaved with every kind of servitude. Many years later, for they were many for Israel in Egypt. Since the end of their exile was complete, what is written, the king of Egypt died. What is the significance? That the prince of Egypt was deposed from his rank and fell from his majesty. And since the king of Egypt their prince fell, the Blessed Holy One remembered Israel and heard their prayer. Rabbi Yehuda said that it is so, for as long as their prince was granted dominion over Israel, Israel's cry was not heard. As soon as their prince fell, it is written, the king of Egypt died, and immediately the children of Israel groaned from the bondage and cried out, and their plea went up to God. Until that time, their cry was not heeded. Rabbi Elazar said the compassion of the Blessed Holy One, when he has compassion upon Israel, he overturns the attribute of judgment, brings it low, and has mercy upon them. This corresponds with what we have learned, that the Blessed Holy One sheds 2 tears into the great sea. What are these 2 tears? Rabbi Yos said the matter is unclear, for it was told him by a bone necromancer who is a liar and his words are false. Rabbi Elazar said, we do not follow the bone necromancer lucidity of the word, as we have learned in the 10 crowns of the king. There are 2 tears of the Blessed Holy One, 2 attributes of judgment from which judgment hails, as is said, these 2 things have befallen you, wrack and ruin. Who can console you? When the Blessed Holy One remembers his children, he sheds them into the great sea, the sea of wisdom, to sweeten them, transforming the attribute of judgment into the attribute of compassion, and he has mercy upon them. Rabbi Yehuda said 2 tears, from which tears derive, from which judgment hails. Rabbi Yehuda said it is written, and look, Egypt was advancing toward them, which Rabbi Yos said signifies the prince of Egypt. How then can you say that the king of Egypt died signifies the prince of Egypt? Rabbi Yitzhak said this word supports the earlier one. Here is written, and look, Egypt, and there is written the king of Egypt, teaching that now he was not king, for he had been brought down from his greatness. Therefore it is written, and look, Egypt, and not the king of Egypt. And concerning what is said, the king of Egypt died, as is said, for all the men who sought your life are dead. Rabbi Yitzhak said, in the name of Rabbi Yehoshua all kings of Egypt are called Pharaoh, yet here it merely says king of Egypt anonymous, but wherever it says Pharaoh, Pharaoh, literally. As long as there is dominion above, there is dominion for the nation below. When dominion is withdrawn above, dominion is withdrawn below. Rabbi Abba said it is written, behold, a day of Yehovah is coming, Zechariah are the other days not his. Well, Rabbi Abba said this teaches that the other days are granted to the princes, but that day will not belong to the princes but to the Blessed Holy One, in order to execute judgment upon the nations, for on that day, all the princes will fall from their rank. Of this is written, Yehovah alone will be exalted on that day, for on that day, the princes will not be ascendant. Rabbi Abba said, when the Blessed Holy One executes judgment upon the princes above, what is written, for my sword shall be drunk in the sky? Does Yehovah possess a sword? Rabbi Yitzhak said it is written, sword. Yehovah has a sword, full of blood, and it is written, with his sword against all flesh. Rabbi Abba said the sword is the judgment he wreaks, as is written, David saw the angel of Yehovah standing between heaven and earth, with a drawn sword in his hand. Chronicles was a drawn sword really in the angel's hand rather, authority was placed in his hand to execute judgment. Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi said, the angel of death told me, were it not for the regard I have for the honor of creatures, I would cut their throats like an animal. Rabbi Abba said all instances are on account of the authority granted him to administer the sentence, as is written, a drawn sword in his hand, authority is placed in his hand to execute judgment. If so, what is the meaning of Jehovah ordered the angel to return his sword to its sheath? Rabbi Abba said judgment reverts to the master of judgment, and authority to the one to whom authority belongs. V'yitanu b'nei Israel, the children of Israel groaned. It is not written v'yitanu but rather v'yitanu, that is to say, they were groaned for above, for the groaning was above, on their behalf. Rabbi Berechiah said this was the celestial b'nei Israel, sons of Israel. Who are these sons of Israel? Those called sons of service, namely those min havodah, of the service, on high. And their plea went up to God, for until that hour their plea did not ascend before him. Rabbi Yitzhak said, when the blessed Holy One executes judgment on the family above, how does it work? Rabbi Abba said, he passes them through the river of fire, strips them of their dominion, and appoints different rulers of other nations. He said to him, but it is written, his ministers flaming fire. He replied, there is a fire fiercer than fire, and a fire that repels fire. Rabbi Yitzhak said, there are three matters here: groan, cry, and plea, each one distinct from the other. Groan, as is written, the children of Israel groaned; cry, as is written, and cried out; plea, as is written, and their plea went up. Each one is distinct on its own, and Israel uttered them all. Rabbi Yehuda said, they uttered cry and plea, but they did not groan, as implied by what is written, v'yitanu, the groaning was above, on their behalf. How are cry and plea distinguished? Rabbi Yitzhak said, plea always entails prayer, as is said, hear my prayer, O Yehovah, give ear to my plea with you, O Yehovah, I pleaded with you and you healed me. Cry refers to someone who cries out yet doesn't he say anything. Rabbi Yehuda said, therefore, cry is greatest of all, for cry hails from the heart, as is written, their heart cried out to Yehovah. Tseaka and Zediaka are one and the same, and it is closer to the blessed Holy One than prayer or groan, as is written, if he cries out to me, I will surely hear his cry. Rabbi Berechiah said, in the hour when the blessed Holy One said to Samuel, I regret that I made Saul king. Samuel, what is written, Samuel was incensed, and he cried out to Yehovah. All night long he set aside all else and took to crying out, for it is closest of all to the blessed Holy One. This is the significance of now, look, the cry of the children of Israel has come to me. Our rabbis have taught one who prays, weeps, and cries out until he can no longer move his lips. This is perfect prayer, for it hails from the heart, it never returns unfulfilled. Rabbi Yehuda said, great is a cry, for it annuls the judgment made on a person's whole life. Rabbi Yitzhak said, great is a cry, for it rules over the attribute of judgment above. Rabbi Yo said, great is a cry, for it rules over this world and the world to come. By virtue of a cry, one inherits this world and the world to come, as is written, then they cried to Yehovah in their trouble, and he delivered them from their distresses. Section. Rabbi Shimon opened, my beloved is mine and I am his. Moses was Roe, he grazes, among shepherding, the flock of Jethro. The roses song of his father-in-law, priest of Midian. Songs. Rabbi Shimon said, woe to the creatures who are unaware, who do not know when it arose in thought before the blessed Holy One to create his world. All worlds arose in a single thought, and with this thought, they were all created, as is written, with wisdom you have made them all. With this thought, which is wisdom, this world and the world above were created. He stretched out his right hand and created the world above. He stretched out his left hand and created this world, as is written, my own hand founded earth, and my right hand spread out heaven. I summon them, they stand together. All of them were created in a single moment, a single instant. He fashioned this world corresponding to the world above. All that is above has its counterpart below, and all that is below has its counterpart in the sea. All is one. In the upper realms, he created the angels. In this world, he created human beings. In the sea, he created Leviathan, as is said, to join the tent to become one whole. Concerning the human being, it is written, in the image of God he made the human being, and it is written, you made him little less than God. If human beings are so precious among his works and yet are annihilated by a single drop from the well, how can they come to draw from it? He chose those on high, and he chose the children of Israel. Those on high he did not call children, whereas those below he called children, as is written, you are children of Jehovah your God. He called them children, and they called him Father, as is written, for you are our Father. It is written, my beloved is mine and I am his. Song of Songs. He chose me, and I chose him. Haroe, he grazes, among the roses. He roe, shepherds, the roses, even though the thorns surround them. No other can shepherd the roses like him. Alternatively, Haroe be Shashanim, he shepherds with roses. Just as the rose is red and its water white, so the Blessed Holy One conducts his world from the attribute of judgment to the attribute of compassion, and it is written, be your sins like crimson, they can turn snow white. Rabbi Abba was walking on the way, and Rabbi Yitzhak was with him. While they were walking, they came upon some roses. Rabbi Abba picked one with his hand and walked on. Rabbi Yos met them. He said, surely Shekinah is here, and I can see from what is in Rabbi Abba's hands that I will learn great wisdom, for I know that Rabbi Abba picked it solely to demonstrate wisdom. Rabbi Abba, sit, my son, sit. They sat down. Rabbi Abba smelled the rose. He said, surely the world is sustained only by fragrance, for we see that the soul is sustained only by fragrance. For this reason the myrtle at Sabbath's departure. He opened, saying, my beloved is mine and I am his. Haroe be Shashanim, he shepherds with roses. Song of Songs. Who made me my beloved's and my beloved mine, because he conducts his world with roses. Just as the rose has a fragrance and is red, and when distilled turns white, yet its fragrance never departs, so the Blessed Holy One conducts his world in this way. For were it not so, the sinner could not endure. Sin is called red, as is said, be your sins like crimson, they can turn snow white. He brings his offering to the fire, which is red, sprinkles blood around the altar, which is red. The attribute of judgment is red, the fragrance is distilled, and the smoke ascends, entirely white. Then red is transformed into white, the attribute of judgment transformed into the attribute of compassion. The attribute of judgment has need of the sacrifice's aroma solely on account of the redness. This corresponds with what Rabbi Yehuda said. What is the significance of and gashed themselves according to their practice with knives and spears until the blood streamed over them? Kings, well, they knew that they could not attain what they desired from the attribute of judgment save through redness. Rabbi Yitzhak said furthermore, red and white are always offered together, and scent ascends from them both. Just as the rose is red and white, so the aroma of the offering and the offering itself is from red and white. From the fragrance of incense, some of whose ingredients are red and some of which are white, for example, levanar, frankincense, which is lavin, white, and wild myrrh, which is red, the fragrance ascends from the red and the white. Therefore he conducts his world with roses that are red and white, and it is written, to offer me fat and blood. Ezekiel. Correspondingly, a person offers his fat and his blood and gains atonement, one red, one white. Just as the rose that is red and white is distilled, turning entirely white solely through fire, so with the offering the aroma is distilled, turning entirely white solely through fire. And now, one who sits and fasts, offering his fat and his blood, heats up, turning entirely white, solely through fire. As Rabbi Yehuda said, by means of his fast, his limbs weaken and fire prevails upon him. At that time he must offer his fat and his blood in that fire, and he is called an altar of atonement. This accords with Rabbi Elazar. When he would sit and fast, he would pray, saying, it is revealed and known before you, O Jehovah, my God and God of my fathers, that I have offered before you my fat and my blood, and I have broiled them in the heat of my body's frailty. May it be your will before you that the scent ascending from my mouth at this time be like the scent of the offering rising from the altar fire, and may you look favorably upon me. So we find that during a fast a person offers fat and blood, fragrance and fire, and he is an altar of atonement. Therefore they instituted prayer in place of sacrifice, provided he is attuned to what we have said. Rabbi Yitzhak said, henceforth it is written, everything that can tolerate fire you shall pass through fire, and it will be clean. Rabbi Yos said, when the temple stood, a person offered his offering in this manner and gained atonement. Now, a person's prayer atones for him in place of the offering, in the same way. Alternatively, my beloved is mine and I am his. Haroe, he guides, with roses. Song of Songs. Just as thorns are found among roses, so the Blessed Holy One conducts his world with the righteous and the wicked. Just as with roses, were it not for the thorns, there would be no roses, so were it not for the wicked, there would be no righteous. As Rabbi Yehuda said, how are the righteous recognized by means of the wicked? For were it not for the wicked, the righteous could not be discerned. Alternatively, Haroe B'Shashanim, he guides with roses, he conducts his world B'Shishshanim, with 6 years and the 7th a Sabbath unto Yehovah. Alternatively, B'Shashanim, with roses through those Shishanim, who study Torah. Rabbi Yehuda opened, saying a psalm of David. Yehovah is my Moses was shepherding the shepherd, I shall not flock of Jethro his father-in-law, lack priest of Midian, namely Yehovah my guide. Just as the shepherd guides the flock, leading them to good and fertile pasture, to a place of flowing streams, smoothing their way in righteousness and justice, so the Blessed Holy One, as is written, in grass meadows he makes me lie down, by quiet waters guides me. He restores my life. Rabbi Yos said it is the way of the shepherd to guide his flock in justice, to distance them from theft, to lead them in righteousness, staff in hand, that they will not stray right or left. So the Blessed Holy One shepherds Israel, leading them in righteousness every moment, staff in hand, that they will not stray right or left. Alternatively, Moses was shepherding. Rabbi Yos said, you should know that whenever the shepherd directs his flock wisely, he is ready to accept the yoke of the kingdom of heaven. If the shepherd is a fool, to him is applied the verse, there is more hope for a dullard than him. Rabbi Yehuda said Moses was wise and expert in guiding his flock. From David, as is said, he is tending the flock. Samuel, to teach you that David was very wise and tended his flock duly and lawfully, therefore the Blessed Holy One appointed him king over all of Israel. Why sheep and not cattle? Rabbi Yehuda said, Israel are called flock, as is said, you, my flock, flock of my pasture, Ezekiel, and it is written as the holy flock, as the flock of Jerusalem. Just as by virtue of the sheep offered upon the altar a person acquires the life of the world to come, so one who leads Israel duly and lawfully acquires the life of the world to come on their account. Furthermore, regarding one who tends sheep, when sheep give birth, the shepherd carries the lambs in his lap, so that they will not tire or weary, leading them after their mothers, treating them compassionately. So one who leads Israel must guide them compassionately, not cruelly. Accordingly, Moses said that you should say to me, bear them in your lap, just as one who tends sheep well saves the sheep from foxes and lions, so one who guides Israel well saves them from the nations, from judgment below and from judgment above, and leads them to the life of the world to come. So was Moses a faithful shepherd, and the Blessed Holy One saw that he was worthy to shepherd Israel, in exactly the same way he shepherded the flock, the rams fittingly, and the females fittingly. Accordingly, it is written, Moses was shepherding the flock of Jethro his father-in-law, not his own. As Rabbi Yos said, now, would he who gave Zipporah his daughter to Moses not have given him sheep and cattle? Wasn't he Jethro wealthy? Nevertheless, Moses did not shepherd his own flock, that it would not be said that it was because his own flock was with him that he tended them well. That is why it is written, the flock of Jethro his father-in-law, and not his own. Priest of Midian, Rabbi Tanam says, even though he was an idolater, because he had treated him kindly, he tended his flock duly and lawfully in bountiful, lush, and fertile pasture. He drove the flock behind the wilderness. Rabbi Yos says, from the day that Moses was born, the Holy Spirit didn't budge from him. He saw through the Holy Spirit that wilderness was poised to receive the yoke of the kingdom of heaven upon it. What did he do? He drove the flock behind the wilderness. Rabbi Yitzhak said, behind the wilderness, in no way into the wilderness, for he did not want them to enter within. Rather, he kept them afar, behind the wilderness. And he came to the mountain of God, to Horeb by himself. Rabbi Yehuda said, stone that attracts iron, when it comes into proximity, it leaps toward it. Similarly, Moses and Mount Sinai, when they saw one another, he leaped toward it, as is written, and came to the mountain of God, to Horeb. Rabbi Abba said they were designated for one another since the 6 days of creation. That day, the mountain quaked before Moses, but as soon as it saw that he entered within and leaped toward it, the mountain stood still, teaching that they delighted with one another. Rabbi Yos said Moses knew that mountain was the mountain of God, as is written, and came to the mountain of God. As we have learned, what did Moses see on that mountain? He saw birds flying, wings spread, yet not entering within. Rabbi Yitzhak said he saw birds flying and soaring away from there, falling at Moses' feet. Immediately he perceived the matter, stationed the flock behind the wilderness, and entered alone. Rabbi Tanam said it was the hour of Minah. The angel of Yehovah appeared to when the attribute of him in a flame of fire from within judgment prevails. A bush. Rabbi Yonan said, but it is written by day Yehovah directs Asdo, his love. The attribute of est, love, is specified, not the attribute of judgment. Rabbi Yitzhak said from when the light emerges until it inclines to set is called day, attribute of love. From when it inclines to set is called evening, attribute of judgment. This is the meaning of God called the light day. Rabbi Yonan said the time of Minah is from 6 hours onward. As it has been taught, Rabbi Yitzhak says, what is the significance of the verse, at twilight you shall eat meat, and in the morning you shall have your fill of bread? At twilight, which is the hour of judgment, you shall eat meat, and it is written the meat was still between their teeth when Yehovah's wrath flared against the people, for royal judgment prevails at twilight. And in the morning you shall have your fill of bread, for that hour is called est, love, and it is written God's est, love, endures all day, and it is written God called the light day from the morning. Rabbi Tanam said this read, that white red at twilight, as is written at twilight you shall eat meat, white in the morning, as is written, and in the morning you shall have your fill of bread. Rabbi Yitzhak said it is written, and the whole congregation of the community of Israel shall slaughter it at twilight, for it is the time for executing judgment. Rabbi Yehuda said we learn from the 2 daily lamb offerings, one offered corresponding to the attribute of love, the other corresponding to the attribute of judgment. Rabbi Yehuda also said, why is it written, one lamb you shall offer in the morning and the second lamb you shall offer at twilight, and not the first lamb? Well, it harkevs ha'id, one lamb mewad, unique, corresponding to the attribute of love, for in every instance that it was good is not predicated of the second. Rabbi Tanam said accordingly, Isaac instituted the minor prayer corresponding to the attribute of judgment. Rabbi Yitzhak said, from here woe to us, for the day is fading. Shadows of evening spread, for the day is fading. The attribute of love, shadows of evening spread. The attribute of judgment has already prevailed. Abraham instituted the Sharet prayer corresponding to the attribute of love. Our rabbis have taught why, when Moses entered Mount Sinai, was he revealed to him in a flame of fire signifying judgment. Rabbi Yaakov said then, the hour was decisive. Rabbi Yos said all are rooted in a single stock. It is written, and he came to the mountain of God, to Horeb, and it is written, at Horeb you infuriated Yehovah, and Yehovah was incensed with you enough to destroy you. And it is written, the angel of Yehovah appeared to him in a flame of fire from within a bush, for they were destined to be like the bush, like that which is written, thorns cut down that are set on fire. Rabbi Yehuda said, from here we have learned of the omnipresence compassion for the wicked, as is written, and look, the bush was blazing in fire to execute judgment upon the wicked, yet the bush was not consumed to bring annihilation upon them. Blazing in fire certainly alluding to the fire of hell, but the bush was not consumed that they will be annihilated. Alternatively, the angel of Yehovah appeared to him in a flame of fire. Why to Moses in a flame of fire, but not to the other prophets? Rabbi Yehuda said Moses was not like other prophets, as we have learned, one who comes close to fire is burned. Moses came close to fire yet was not burned, as is written, and Moses approached the thick cloud where Elohim was. And it is written, the angel of Yehovah appeared to him in a flame of fire from within a bush. Rabbi Abba said one should ponder Moses in light of supernal wisdom. It is written, she named him Mosh, Moses, saying, for from the water Meshitahu, I drew him out. One who has been drawn from water does not fear fire, as it has been taught. Rabbi Yehuda said, from the site that Moses was hewn, no other human was hewn. Rabbi Yonan said he was arrayed in 10 rungs, as is written, he is trusted throughout my house, not just a loyal member of my household. Happy is the share of the human being whose master testifies about him. So Rav Dimi said, but it is written, never again did there arise in Israel a prophet like Moses, about which Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi said, in Israel none did arise, but among the nations of the world, one did. Who was that? Balaam. He replied, surely you raise a good point. He was silent. When Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari arrived, they asked him about this matter. He opened, saying foul resin mixed with fine balsam, heaven forbid. Rather, certainly it is as follows: among the nations of the world one did arise. Who was that? Balaam. Moses' actions on high, Balaam's down low. Moses wielded the holy crown of the supernal king, above. Balaam wielded the lower crowns, unholy, below. In precisely this vein it is written, the Israelites slew Balaam son of Beor, the sorcerer, with the sword. Joshua, should you imagine he was any higher, go and ask his ass. Rabbi Yos came and kissed his hands. He said, the coveting in my heart has disappeared, for herein is implied there is high and low, right and left, compassion and judgment, Israel and the nations of the world. Israel wields high and holy crowns, the nations of the world nethermost crowns, unholy, these on the right, those on the left. In every aspect high prophets and low prophets, holy prophets and unholy prophets differ. Rabbi Yehuda said, as Moses was a distinct from all prophets in holy prophecy on high, so Balaam was distinct from other prophets and sorcerers in unholy prophecy below. From every aspect Moses was high, Balaam low, countless levels separating between them. Rabbi Yonan said, in the name of Rabbi Yitzhak, Moses was worried, thinking, perhaps, heaven forbid, Israel might perish from the harsh bondage as is written, and he saw their burdens. Therefore the angel of Jehovah appeared to him in a flame of fire, and he saw, and look, the bush was blazing in fire, as if to say, they are enslaved with harsh bondage, but the bush was not consumed. Parashat Kitetz. When you go out. Rabbi Shimon said, when the soul hailing from the foundation of the supernal flux sins, fire above prevails upon her, kind for kind, and fire below prevails upon the body. Peace upon all Israel. Whoever says that one who departs this world without children comes again to this world speaks the truth. Furthermore, the wicked who soar through the air until their sins are requited, after which they enter a body a second time in order to be refined, if virtuous, he does not enter again, but if not a third time, as is said, truly, God does all these things, 2 or 3 times to a man, if, heaven forbid, he is not virtuous these 3 times, there is no restoration for him, and this is the significance of that soul shall surely be cut off. That is why a person must be careful with his soul, lest he come another time. We possess proof from Nadab and Abihu, as we have written, who died half a body, because they did not marry. Moreover, we possess scriptural support from the matter, her husband's brother shall come to her, that his seed will not be uprooted, and that he will not need to enter a body again. Furthermore, we have learned from Anan, about whom scripture said so as not to give seed to his brother. Yet another proof: a son is born to Naomi. Ruth, was he born to Naomi? Surely Ruth bore him well. This teaches that Abd was in fact Mahlon, who died childless. This is why you see a righteous person who suffers. Perhaps he had come to the world on another occasion, and was not all that virtuous, and died in this state, so that now, when he comes into this world, he is afflicted for his sins, hence the suffering of the righteous. Similarly, the prosperity of the wicked: perhaps he had come on another occasion and died childless, and he was virtuous though not completely so, and now he is being compensated from his merits in this world. This is the significance of, for the ways of Jehovah are right, the righteous walk in them, while transgressors stumble in them. Hosea. Concerning what we have said, when brothers dwell together, Rabbi Yitzhak said, when brothers Yeshevu dwell, that they should recognize in their heart that they are brothers, as is said, V'yeshev Yehovah, Yehovah sits as king forever, just as they recognize that he is king of all. And one of them dies and he has no offspring. If he had children it would not be necessary. Rabbi Tanam said, in the name of Rabbi Yos, her husband's brother shall come to her. Why is this necessary? So as not to diminish the image comprising all images. Rabbi Yitzhak opened, there is one and not a second. He has neither son nor brother. There is one, the person who departs this world lacking any good, for he is one, not meriting to generate a second. As it has been taught, Rabbi Yitzhak said, whoever departs this world single, without a second, is diminished and eliminated from the image comprising all images. 2 are better than 1. How so? Since it is written, for they have a good reward for their labor. Rabbi Yitzhak said, what is written in the verse, for should they fall, one can raise his companion in that image. but pity the one who falls with no second to raise him. Rabbi Yehuda sent a question to Rabbi Abayu, who stand before the masters of Mishnah. What is the reason that her husband's brother shall come to her to establish the name of the dead Ruth rather than another woman? He sent back to him a wild donkey accustomed to the desert, in the desire of her soul, snuffing the wind. Rabbi Yehuda became excited and said, certainly this is a mystery of wisdom, implied by what is said. Sha'afarua, snuffs the wind, ruah, spirit. Precisely this corresponds with what Rabbi Yo said, as is written, so I saw the wicked buried and coming. Literally, Rabbi Yitzhak said the matter is clarified through what is written in her desire, implying that whether betrothed or married they are efficacious in this matter. And it shall be, the firstborn whom she bears shall be established in the name of the dead brother. Why the firstborn, and not the second or the third? Rabbi Yudin said the firstborn and first without doubt belongs to the deceased, both their minds focused on the dead during the first coupling. It has been taught. Rabbi Yo said his sister-in-law shall go up to the gate of the elders. This matter smacks of impudence. Rabbi Yehuda said heaven forbid that it is impudent, rather, it is to demonstrate the kindness she wishes to perform for the deceased. He did not want to, and therefore she disgraces him in front of everyone. How does she disgrace him? As is written, she shall spit in his face, to be ashamed in front of everyone, because he will not build his brother's house. The verse states she shall spit in his face and speak out and say, so shall be done to the man who will not build his brother's house. As is said, if her father spat in her face, would she not be ashamed? Rabbi Abayu said, in the name of Rabbi Yonan, spittle confirmed by all to be spittle and not water, and not covered in the earth is required. A certain woman came before Rabbi Shimon and hurled spit. He noticed that she had just eaten and the spit could not be seen. The ceremony was not performed that day. Later, they reconciled and coupled with one another. How could Rabbi Shimon do this? For we have learned if they reconciled prior to her ascending before the judge, fine and well. But once she has slipped off his sandal before the judge, no. Rabbi Yehuda said the case of that woman was different, for they had not yet done anything to one another. Rather, she hurled spit for examination, but it was unsuitable, and afterward they went and coupled with one another. V'yeletzi, she shall slip off his sandal, as is said, Alatz, he has cast them off Hosea. Rabbi Yehuda said, in the name of Rabbi Iya, it is written, come no closer here. Remove your sandals from your feet. Can a sandal purify or contaminate a place? Well, Rabbi Abba said, this teaches that the Blessed Holy One commanded him in a respectful manner to separate from his wife completely. About Moses it is written, remove your sandals, while of Joshua it is written, remove your sandal from your feet. Joshua that he need not separate from his wife completely, but only at designated times. For the place you are standing on is holy ground. You have a place of higher degree than other human beings, the grade called holy. That is why he commanded to separate from his wife by means of the shoe. So too here this sandal connotes separation from the woman. Rabbi Yonan said a person should trust in his Creator, take a wife, and engender children, that he will not go childless to the world to come. As we have learned what is the meaning of childless, they will die. Whoever does not have children in this world is as though he never was, and he is called childless in this world and in the world to come. As Rabbi Yonan said, after a man marries a woman and engenders children, he is called a servant of Jehovah, and he inherits this world and the world to come, as is written that a blessing may rest upon your house. Ezekiel, a parable. To what can the matter be compared? To a king who gave a deposit to 3 people. One guarded the deposit, the second lost the deposit completely, the third sullied the deposit and gave of it to another to guard. After some time, the king arrived to demand his deposit. The one who guarded the deposit, the king praised him and made him a trusted member of his household. The second, Sheibd, who lost the deposit he removed from the world, commanding that he leave neither name nor remnant. The third, who sullied the deposit and gave of it to another, the king said, let this one be, until we see what the other makes of what this one has placed in his care. In the meantime he does not leave the king's house. If the other is worthy, this one shall go free. If he is not worthy, the king said, give this one a punishment for sullying the deposit, and the deposit shall remain his. Rav Huna said, once he has entered, he has entered. If he sullied the deposit and did not leave it in the care of another to God, he is removed from the king's house until another arrives and restores what this one sullied. The deposit is removed from this one's care and given to the other who restored it. Rabbi Yehuda said, it is written, he blew into his nostrils the breath of life, and the human became a living soul, since the verse said Nishmat Hayim, the breath of life, and the human became Lenefesh Hayah, a living soul. Well, it was on this condition that the Blessed Holy One bestowed Neshama, soul, in the human, that he would become Lenefesh Hayah, a birthing soul. In the West, they call a birthing woman Hayah. Furthermore, Elohim brought forth kinds after his own kind, namely Ha-Neshama, the soul. The soul divides and expands in the body while she in the body. But when she goes forth from the body, she expands even more, attaining what she could not attain while in the body. Immediately upon separating from the body, she desires to cleave to Elohim, but since she did not bring forth a body his kind, just as Elohim brought forth Nishmeta, soul his kind, she is not received, and continues shoife, yearning, until she enters another body, to establish seed, and to return and cleave to the pure, clear, and clean body. Whoever does not leave behind children is not attached, as is written in her desire Sha'afarua, she draws the spirit. Rabbi Shimon said, whoever does not leave after him stock as root, his soul is eliminated from the image comprising all images, until she cycles and is poured from vessel to vessel, as is said, and has not been poured from vessel to vessel. What is his restoration? It is written, his Redeemer who is related to him shall come and redeem what his brother sold. Rabbi Yehuda said, she cycles until she finds a suitable vessel for restoration. If there is no Redeemer, ray of budding brilliance is shattered. Of this is said, he pays back those who hate him to their face to make them perish, doing kindness to the 1000th generation for my friends and those who keep my commands. Therefore Rabbi Abba said, in the image of Elohim he made the human being, just as this name brought forth kinds after its kind, so a human being must bring forth kinds after its kind. Addendum. Od said, let there be meorit, lights, in the expanse of heaven. Rabbi Tanam said, the word is deficient, lacking vov. Rabbi Yitzhak said, why is it deficient? Because their lights were not complete, for the moon was lessened. Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav we have learned in the Baraita of the Agata of Shmuel the Lesser, why was the moon diminished? Well, when the Blessed Holy One created the lights, he created them solely for the utility of the earth, and these are the sun and moon alone. Yet it is written, V'it ha-kokavim, and the stars, and scripture said to shine upon the earth. Well, Shmuel said, the implication of what is written, V'it ha-kokavim, and the stars, with an additional vov, they were created separately, and the Blessed Holy One saw that the sun was fitting to shine for human beings. Why is it called shemesh? Because human beings mishtamshin, utilize it. In other words, shemesh, sun shmishtamshin bo, which they utilize, and therefore its light is great. The moon, however, which human beings do not customarily utilize, had no need for this. Rabbi Yo said Me'irat 1, precisely, and the Torah did not say Me'orit, lights, because it is the way of the whole world that when a great person comes to a city, even though he brings with him many people, only the great person is mentioned. Similarly the sun, because it is greater than all of them, and the moon and the stars are all included. G. In the generality of the sun, scripture needed only to specify the Great One, and that is why it said Me'irat 1. Rabbi opened with this verse, I am black but beautiful, Song of Songs, I am black the moon. When she does not bask in the radiance of the sun and is concealed from it, black, light unseen, she advances and says, Al Teruni, do not look at me, for I am blackish, that is, you cannot see, for I am blackish. Why sheesh zafatni ha shemesh, because the sun has made me pitch black, withdrawing from me at certain times, darkening my light. As Rabbi Anilai said, in the cities by the sea, so do they call a person who is far from his friend, or regarding one whose friends hold him distant away from them, they say so and so Shah-Jaf, is darkened, from us. Rabbi Azariah said, it is written Me'orit in reference to a curse, illuminating the path of its servants. When the Blessed Holy One created the sun, he saw that the inhabitants of the world were destined to make it into a deity, so he made it Me'irat, a curse, for them, that they would perish from the world on its account, as is written, lest you raise your eyes to the heavens and see the sun and the moon and the stars and all the array of the heavens, and you be led astray and bow down to them and worship them. What is written afterward, I have called to witness against you the heavens and the earth that you shall surely perish. Accordingly, it stands poised to be a curse for its worshippers. It has been taught, Rabbi Yehuda said, I have heard that the worshippers of the sun fashion windows on the eastern side of their temples, corresponding to 12 hours, and every single hour that the sun descends through these windows, they all bow down in its direction and pray to it. When the sun does not shine, they say that their God is angry with them, and they weep and pray the whole day. Rabbi Yitzhak said, what is the meaning of may they revere you with the sun, that a person should pray accompanied by the twilight of the sun, and bless the one who created it, demonstrating to all who come into the world that there is a God beyond who created it. What blessing does one say who forms light and creates darkness, concluding with blessed are you, Yehovah, who fashions the luminaries. Alternatively, may they revere you with the sun. Rabbi Yehuda said, when the sun rises, returning to be renewed every day, it goes and bows to its king, to the one who created the sun. Then it is time to pray to the one who forms all, and bow down to him, as is written, may they revere you with the sun. Rabbi Yaakov son of Idi said, the Blessed Holy One desired Jacob and his offspring to be his allotted inheritance, to inherit the world to come, which is day, and bequeath it to his sons after him. As we have learned, Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi said, Jacob was the choice of all the patriarchs. Rabbi Yitzhak said to him, but is it not written Abraham, my lover, implying that he was the greatest of them all? Rabbi Yehoshua replied, Abraham was proximate to Tra, with no intermediary between them. The Blessed Holy One chose him and led him lovingly, to draw him to his service. He called him my lover, not wishing to coerce him, but rather drawing him lovingly. Isaac appeared, and there was but one intermediary between him and Tra, as is written, the fear of Isaac as soon as Jacob appeared. The Blessed Holy One said, from here on, consummation of the world, what is written of him, you, Jacob, my servant. Rabbi Abayu said, when he was born, he fashioned his image in the expanse, and whenever Israel sin and the attribute of judgment is upon them, the Blessed Holy One gazes upon his image and has compassion on them, as is written, God said, let there be lights in the expanse of heaven. What is meant by to shine upon the earth, for thus does the Blessed Holy One illumine and have compassion upon his creatures. Accordingly, Joseph saw in his dream, and look, the sun and the moon, this is Jacob. Rabbi Yehuda said the verse should have said, God set him in the expanse of the sky. Why God set them, implying too well. Rabbi Yaakov said, the Blessed Holy One engraved Jacob by his throne, while wicked Esau he engraved in the lower expanse, to be punished there. When the Blessed Holy One wishes to have compassion upon Israel, he gazes upon Jacob's image and has compassion upon them. And when the Blessed Holy One wishes to annihilate a nation of wicked Edom, he gazes upon the image of Esau and destroys them. To one, dominion in the world to come, and to the other, dominion in this world, as is written, to have dominion over day and night, to have dominion over day Jacob, who has dominion over day the world to come, which is day, and night in this world, wicked Esau, who has dominion in this world, which is night. Rabbi Tanam said, is wicked Esau really engraved on high? For it is written, you are not a God who delights in wickedness, evil cannot abide with you, and it is written, and Esau I have hated. Malachi, how can he be engraved above? Rabbi Abayu said, he is not engraved, but his name is engraved, in order to annihilate his children for their sins, through him. Our rabbis have taught once, Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari was walking by the outskirts of Tiberias. Rabbi Yos met him and said to him, you are a master of the academy, a sign in the world. Look, we have learned in your name it is forbidden to gaze upon his countenance. If in this world it is forbidden, how much more so above and in the world to come? And yet, Rabbi Yaakov said that wicked Esau is engraved on high. Rabbi Shimon opened, saying, Jehovah saw and he spurned, from the vexation of his sons and his daughters. He said, let me hide my face from them. What is meant by Jehovah saw and he spurned? Well, the Blessed Holy One was gazing upon the great honor with which wicked Esau honored his father, and when he contemplated that honor, He grew angry with his children who angered him, and he wished to remove the image of Jacob from his presence so as not to gaze upon it. As is written, he said, "Let me hide my face from them, the image of Jacob." Rabbi said 2 reckonings have been transposed in this world, for the son is Jacob, but the children of Esau reckon the years count thereby, whereas Jacob and his children reckon the years count by the moon. In the world to come, the blessed Holy One will remove them from this dominion, as is written, "Then the moon shall be ashamed and the sun shall be abashed. Why, for Jehovah of hosts will reign, and it is written for you, in awe of my name, the Son of Justness will rise, with healing in its wings." Malachi the son of Jacob. Rabbi Yonan said, "By your coming here, I now recall a certain pearl." For Rabbi Ea said, "What is the meaning of the verse for you, in awe of my name, the Son of Justness will rise, with healing in its wings, that son of Jacob?" Rabbi Yonan said he encountered a certain place and stayed there for the night because the sun had set. What is the significance of because the sun had set? Rabbi Yitzhak said, "It set for him before its time." Rabbi Ea used to say, "It was not on his account. Rather, it was the son of Jacob, and as soon as dominion was granted to Esau, the son which had been Jacob's domain was withdrawn, as is written, because the sun had set, the power of Jacob's domain weakened and was granted to Esau." Rabbi Yehuda said, in the name of Rabbi Yitzhak, in days gone by, in Italy of Adam there was a royal arena in which were engraved all the engravings of the world. Above them all, they would engrave the image of Esau and Jacob. And above Jacob's head they would draw the sun, and another drawing of the sun's moving and descending upon the head of Esau, who was basking in its splendor, and a drawing of the moon moving and descending upon the head of Jacob, who was utilizing its splendor, a splendor that does not shine. Above the moon was written, "A deceiver falling in his deceit." Rabbi Bo said was the glory of the patriarchs, who is engraved on high upon the throne of glory, radiance of the supernal king, really a deceiver. Look at what we have learned. Rabbi Yitzhak said, in the name of Rabbi Yonan, in the name of Rabbi Shimon, "It is forbidden to mislead people, even Gentiles." All the more so since he was his brother. How could he have misled with deception? Rabbi Abba rose to his feet and said, "O Adam, first creature fashioned by the blessed Holy One in his image, supernal splendor, to serve in his presence, who will uncover the dust from your eyes? For we have found it written in our secrets that he was the glory of the patriarchs, and the blessed Holy One glories in him every day." He was of consummate mind, and yet, school children find him to have been of deceptive mind, that he duped his brother, and consequently his children were subjugated beneath him. While they were sitting, Rabbi Elazar son of Rabbi Shimon arrived. They said, "Look, the son of the master of the academy has arrived." Rabbi said, "It is time to be silent." He entered. He said, "In what are the rabbis engaged?" Rabbi Bo, who was standing on his feet, told him. Rabbi Elazar said, "Were it not for the fact that Shekinah is here, you would deserve a lashing for suspecting a supremely innocent person such as this, and it is written, to punish the innocent is surely not right, or to flog the great for their uprightness." He opened his mouth and said, "Tamim, wholehearted, shall you be with Jehovah your God." What is meant by Tamim, wholehearted? Like a person who is not concerned with the matters of the world, his heart not racing to inquire, "What is this and what is that?" Rather, he sets himself as a beast to bear a burden. Look at what we have learned in our Mishnah. One should distance oneself from Shia Tam, an innocent ox, 50 cubits, and from Shia Muad, an ox known to be violent, out of sight. What is meant by Tam? Innocent, one that children can touch yet does not gore. Therefore Torah testified about Jacob, saying Jacob was Ishtam, an innocent man. Look, Jacob is called innocent, yet you have made him Muad, liable, and believed what wicked Esau said, as is written, is that why his name was called Yaakov, Jacob via Kivani, for he has deceived me, these 2 times. My birthright he took, and look, now he has taken my blessing. Rather, so have I heard from my father. Jacob was exceedingly consummate, and used to study Torah in the academy of Ibba. Wicked Esau approached him. He wanted to go out to the field, and he went out. He said to him, "Give me something to eat, and my birthright shall be yours." But because Jacob was of consummate heart, he paid him no heed. He said, "What need have I of the birthright?" He went out to the field, and Jacob went to the academy and told Eber what Esau had said to him. Eber said to him, you do not realize what you lost this day. Today you have lost 3 supernal portions because you didn't heed that you did not take the birthright from your brother. They would befit you more than him, for you study Torah while he goes out to the field to kill people. Prepare him something to eat, and when he approaches you and asks you for some, for not for nothing, the belly of the wicked will be empty. Offer him the deal of the birthright. Immediately Vyazd Yaakov Nazid, Jacob cooked up a stew. He thought in his heart about what his teacher had told him, as is said, for in this thing that Zadu, they schemed against them, which is translated as that the Egyptians thought. What is written? Esau came from the field. He asked him for some food. Jacob said to him, in the ledger ratified by seal, Sell Kayom, now your birthright to me. Look, his response points to this, as implied by what is written Kayom, this day, for he used to offer it to him for sale before. If he used to offer it to him for sale before, what deception is there here? Furthermore, he did not seize the blessing through deception. His mother pressed him, but he, with his consummate heart, did not wish to, and he lingered with her, saying, what if my father feels me, and so on, implying that he didn't want to because he was of consummate heart. But his mother accepted the curse upon herself. And he did not stretch forth his hand to cook those kid goats, as implied by what is written, and his mother made a delicacy, she and not him. As for Esau, he did so himself, as is written, he too made a delicacy. But Jacob did not wish to engage in any deception. What is written? And the skins of the kids she put on his hands and on the smooth part of his neck, she and not him, for he was not a deceiver, and knew nothing of this, because of his consummate heart. His mother prepared the dish. She said to him, take this, but he did not take it until she placed it in his hands, as is written, she placed the delicacy and the bread she had made in the hand of Jacob her son. Moreover, when his father inquired, he did not wish to utter a lie. Rather, he said, I am Esau is your firstborn, and hence the pause between I am and Esau is your firstborn, whereas Esau said, I am your son your firstborn. Esau, of Jacob is said, who speaks the truth in his heart. What was in his heart he brought forth with his lips, and consequently he gained blessings twice, as is written, now blessed he stays. These verses of scripture prove that he was no deceiver. Rabbi Elazar said, whoever says that Jacob was a deceiver, may his breath expire. Rather, he was of consummate mind, consummate heart, consummate ways, consummate with his master to fulfill what is written. Tamim, wholehearted, shall you be with Jehovah your God. Whenever Rabbi Elazar son of Rabbi Shimon would enter the college, Rabbi's face would turn green. His father used to say to him, Rabbi Elazar is a lion, son of a lion, whereas you are a lion, son of a fox. Our rabbis have taught the blessed Holy One fashioned the sun and set it in the 4th firmament, raising it above the world by 4 firmaments. Had he not raised it by 4 firmaments, it would incinerate the entire world, and a person would not be able to walk even a single step without it blinding the light of the eyes because of its intense light. He fashioned the moon and set it in the firmament above us, and even though it is set over this world, and there is nothing separating between, our light is not scorched save as light from beyond the wall, for its light is small. Rav Yehuda said, in the name of Rav, what is the meaning of the verse, the light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun? If the blessed Holy One is destined to switch the moon for the nations of the world and the sun for Israel, why will the moon shine? Its light should be darkened. Well, Rabbi Yitzhak said, the light of the moon shall be as the light of the sun for those about whom is written, kings shall tend your children, and the light of the sun shall be sevenfold for Israel. Rabbi Elazar said, the only light to shine for Israel is that which is written, the sun will no more be your light by day, nor will the radiance of the moon shine on you, for Jehovah will be your everlasting light. Rabbi opened with this verse, on my bed at God said, let there be lights in night, Song of Songs, the expanse of heaven to shine upon the earth. Rabbi Yonan said, how careful a person must be with his deeds, examining and scrutinizing his affairs. The blessed Holy One established a covenant with David that dominion would never be withdrawn from him, as is written, Jehovah swore to David, a truth he will not renounce, of the fruit of your body I will set upon your throne. As Rabbi Yonan said, in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, you cannot find anyone in the world who strove to serve the blessed Holy One with all his might and to recite countless songs and praises before him like David, as we have learned. For how long did David sleep at night? 60 breaths. Rabbi Yaakov said, is it not already stated, at midnight I rise to praise you for your just laws, implying that he slept until midnight. Well, Rabbi Yonan said, in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, David would sit with the Sanhedrin of Israel a quarter of the night after they left him. He would engage in Torah, recite the Shema as is fitting, and lie upon his bed, and until midnight would sleep only 60 breaths. At midnight he would rise mightily with songs and praises, as is written, my eyes greet the night watches to meditate on your utterance, his songs more pleasing to the blessed Holy One than the songs of the ministering angels. Were his songs really more pleasing before the blessed Holy One than the night song of the angels? Indeed, for we have learned, whoever engages in Torah at night, the blessed Holy One emanates upon him a thread of love by day, as is written, by day Yehovah directs his love, in the night his song is with me. Why by day Yehovah directs his love? Because in the night his song is with me. Rabbi A said, why is night song more pleasing before the blessed Holy One than day song? Rabbi Yitzhak said, because a person can attune his heart at night more than by day. This accords with what Rabbi Yo son of Pazi said, it is customary for a person who awakens at night to think thoughts and arouse the evil impulse. If he switches his imaginings and thoughts, from as is his custom, and he engages in Torah, is it not fitting that it should remain before him more than during the day? Rav Kahana said, in the name of Rav Huna, through all those degrees that the sun ascends and descends, it recites song before him and is not silent. The song of the sun is greater than the hosts of heaven and all the stars. Why so? Rabbi Yo said, just as the sun is greater than all the stars and other luminaries, so its song is greater than all the stars and luminaries. What is the song of the sun? As we have learned, the sun ascends and descends 24 degrees, and for every single degree recites song. What song does it recite? Rabbi Yitzhak said, at the first degree, it recites the Torah of Yehovah is perfect, restoring the soul. Why does it begin with this verse? Rabbi Abba son of Kahana said, you should know all the souls within human beings belonging to the righteous in the world are raised by Metatron, the Prince of the Countenance, before the blessed Holy One, and as soon as the sun shines they return to their place in order to engage in Torah. Then the sun is at the first level. When the souls return to their place, it begins with this verse to offer praise for the souls returning to their place, and it returns to its place to be renewed. As Rabbi Yehuda said, the sun does not shine until the hour when Israel is attuned, and then the sun recites its praise from this verse. At the second level it praises, reciting the decrees of Yehovah are enduring, making the fool wise. At the third level the precepts of Yehovah are upright, delighting the heart. At the fourth level the instruction of Yehovah is lucid, giving light to the eyes. At the fifth level the fear of Yehovah is pure, abiding forever. At the sixth level the judgments of Yehovah are true. Then it stands in that level until it is granted permission. It travels to the seventh level, opens, and recites, may they revere you with the sun, and before the moon generations on end. At the eighth level it recites, may his name be eternal while the sun lasts, may his name endure. At the ninth level it recites, for Yehovah God is sun and shield. At the 10th level, as the sun descends, it recites, for you, in awe of my name, the sun of justness will shine. Malachi. At the 11th level it recites, then the moon shall be ashamed and the sun shall be abashed. At the 12th degree it recites, he made the moon for the fixed seasons, the sun knows when to set. You bring on darkness and it is night. At the 13th degree it recites, the earth and her fullness are Yehovah's, the world and those who dwell in her. At the 14th degree it recites, sing to Yehovah a new song, for wonders he has done. At the 15th degree it recites, who would not revere you, O King of the nations, for it befits you. At the 16th degree it recites, know today and take to your heart that Yehovah is God. At the 17th degree it recites, yours, Yehovah, our greatness, power, beauty, victory, splendor chronicles. At the 18th degree it recites, great is Yehovah and highly praised. At the 19th degree it recites, there is none like you, O Yehovah. You are great and your name is great in power. At the 20th degree it recites, ascribe to Yehovah the glory of his name. At the 21st degree it recites, glory and majesty are before him. At the 22nd degree it recites, yours are the heavens, yours, too, the earth. It was you who founded the lights and the sun. At the 23rd degree it recites, my soul yearns, even pines for the courts of Yehovah. At the 24th degree it recites, may the glory of Yehovah endure forever, may Yehovah rejoice in his works. Rabbi Yitzhak son of Rabbi Abba said, when the sun enters the window of Bilga, it is concealed from human beings, in accordance with the nature of the earth's habitation, and then the souls are saddened. It traverses and circles the whole world, until it returns through its known windows and bows before the King, the Creator of the beginning. It is renewed as at first and stands in its level, the Blessed Holy One, renewing every day, perpetually, the work of creation. The Creator of all arrayed it to benefit the whole world, to make plants grow, to invigorate vegetation, to make flowers bloom, to illuminate the world, to generate seed, to delight souls, and to bring forth produce. The Blessed Holy One said, I created Har-Shemesh, the sun, solely for your benefit. It is your Shamash, servant, performing all your needs, Ki Shamash Ha-Meshamesh, like a servant attending to the needs of his master, and yet you sin and make it a god. Let there be Meorit, lights a curse on that very worship, for I will take pains to eliminate its worshippers from the world. Our rabbis have taught once, Rav Naaman son of Rav was traveling from Tiberias to Sehoris, and Rabbi Yo son of Kisma was traveling with him. They arose to walk when morning arrived. They walked on. While they were walking, Rabbi Yo said to Rav Naaman, may the Master tell me of those sublime matters that he used to say concerning the light of day. He said to him, come and hear. The Blessed Holy One arrayed the light of the sun for the benefit of humankind, and when the sky receives the radiance of the sun, it is time to plead requests before the Blessed Holy One, for it is a time of favor before him. When the king sits in joy, all the servants are radiant with joyful faces, but when the king is sad, the servants' faces are darkened and saddened, as is written in the light of the king's face is life. My father did not ordain a fast on a cloudy day. He used to say, the king is sad, should I utter requests before him now? Can the Blessed Holy One really be sad? Look at what is written, splendor and majesty are before him, power and joy in his place chronicles well. My father said, what sadness is there before him concerning the annihilation of the wicked, who were guilty before him and are eliminated from the world? Such is not a time to make requests. King David was attentive to this and said, as for me, may my prayer to you, O Jehovah, come at a time of favor, for he desired a time of favor to make requests, and this is the significance of may they revere you with the sun. When the sun rises, it is apt for a person to make his requests before his master in joy, and not when the light is darkened. Rabbi Yitzhak said, from here you have screened yourself off with a cloud, that no prayer may pass through. Rabbi Bo and Rabbi Ea said, though according to others. Rabbi Yonan said, in the name of Rabbi Bo, one who is walking on the way and sees the disk of the sun seeking to shine in the gates should say as follows, O you sun, subordinate to the radiant splendor, inferior to the radiance of the great and luminous speculum, you are for your master, you are for the praise of your master, who created you, and the one who created you and radiates your radiance will create Israel's healing and will illuminate their light, like that great and glorious luminary he created at first that has darkened before him. But your light was created to serve us. We must offer praise to the one who sent you to us. Therefore blessed are you, Jehovah, who fashions the luminaries. Our rabbis have taught. Rabbi Eliezer said, the letters of the explicit name are engraved upon the sun, and it moves toward the south and circles toward the north. It has been taught for 6 months it journeys to the northern extremity to warm the air and the chill, and for 6 months it journeys to the southern extremity to invigorate grass, crops, vegetation, and trees, as is written, moving toward the north. Thus it emerges that the sun journeys to the 4 extremities of the world, over and over. Rabbi Yitzhak son of Guriah said, there are many places in the inhabited world, and so it is that when the sun shines in a certain place, it is night somewhere else, and this is in accordance with the circling of the sun. Rabbi Yitzhak said, I once happened upon those villages of the Easterners and spent the night there. I sat down to eat as night dusked, but did not manage to eat before it was light. I said, what is this? They said to me, such is the natural order of this place. What's more, there is a place 3 miles from us where a person cannot doze for even half as long. I ventured forth from there. That day I traveled 31 miles and spent the night at another place. I sat down to eat. I said, let us eat quickly before the light of day shines. They said to me, let us eat and rejoice, for the night is long. I asked, How long, they replied. A person can doze 40 miles. I was astounded and said to them, in the other place I did not manage to eat before it was light. They said to me, near us it is now day, in a place above here. We know it to be so. When I came to Rabbi Shimon, he said to me, it is so in accordance with the journey of the sun. He opened for me from the book of the Baraita of Shmuel the first, deriving from the book of Adam, and I found this very matter. Rabbi Yehuda said the world is round like a ball, and as the sun journeys, it happens that in one place it is illumining while in another dusking. This my own eyes have seen. Our rabbis have taught the Blessed Holy One will one day bring forth the sun from its sheath and judge the wicked thereby, as is written, they will go out and stare at the corpses of the people. When Rav Safra went up there, they did not know who he was. He went to the house of study and found the rabbis engaged in this verse, as is written, never again will your sun set. What is the significance of never again will your sun set? As we have learned, when the house was destroyed and the enemies entered the sanctuary, Rabbi Zadok was there praying his prayer. The sun Earth grew dim, everyone was overcome by erbuvia, confusion, and they killed countless saints, pitying neither children nor fathers, as is written, woe to us, for the day is fading, Silei Arev, shadows of evening, spread. Rav Safra said, in our Mishnah we have learned this verse, as is written, never again will your sun set. We have found that it corresponds with what Rabbi Iya said. What is the meaning of he encountered a certain place and stayed there for the night because the sun had set? It refers to the son that was Jacob's. For when dominion was bestowed upon Esau, the son that had been Jacob's domain was withdrawn and given to Esau, as is written, because the sun had set. Until this very day the sun and glorious splendor has been withdrawn from Jacob and bestowed upon Esau. In the time to come, the Blessed Holy One is destined to renew his dominion. No other shall receive his domain, as is said, in the days of those kings, the God of heaven will establish a kingdom that will never be destroyed, a kingdom that will not be left to another people. It will crush and consume all these kingdoms, and will itself endure forever. Daniel Rav Safra said further, since I have come here, what is meant by in the days of those kings? Who are those kings? Well, so have the masters of our academy decreed, and they have heard, those of whom has been said, the kings of the world will one day form an alliance against Israel and decree harsh decrees, conspiring as one. When their designs are ordained and the decree befalls them, then the master of the world will establish their kingdom and illumine their sun upon them, the one that was withdrawn from them, as is written, never again will your sun set. Rabbi Yehuda said this hails from the masters of Mishnah, a word like the word issuing from the mouth of the king. They asked him, what is your name? He replied, in my place they call me Rav Safra. They said, it is fitting that the tradition was illuminated for us from the mouth of one who was hidden while he was sitting. The disciples of the rabbis were engaged in what is said, Yunginotei Nugan, we will make music. What is the meaning of Niginotei? Rabbi Yitzhak said, it is a kind of nigin, tune. The rabbis said, look, one of the scions of Mishnah is here, who decree a word like the decree of the watchers. Let him explicate this matter. Rav Safra said, so have the scions of our Mishnah decreed. Rabbi Yehuda said, in the name of Rabbi Yonan, what is the difference between Zemmer and Nigin? Well, Nigin refers to the intonation of Niginot, tunes, and the raising of voice to soothe the heart, whether with instruments, voice, or throat. Rabbi Yonan said, there are three things that soothe the heart: instruments, voice, and throat. It is written, now bring me Managan, a minstrel. And then, Kainagan Harmanagan, as the minstrel played, the hand of Jehovah came upon him. Kings, they are three instruments, voice, and throat, and it is written, now bring me Managan, a minstrel. This is Nigin. Zemmer refers to the intonation of words unaccompanied by melody. As Rabbi Yehuda said, in the name of Rabbi Yonan, in all instances Mizmor is without instruments and without melody. Rather, his intent was on the essence of the words, not on the tune and melody. In all instances Mizmor refers to the chanting of words without melody, as is written, Mizmor, a psalm, of David when he fled from his son Absalom. Conclude from this that he was not focused on the melody, but on the words. So have the masters of our Mishnah considered every Mizmor uttered by David, that he focused on the matters he was imploring and not on the melody. Rabbi Abba rose and said, "This hails from the masters of Mishnah. We are not worthy to say anything at all about their word, for they are holy angels decreeing a holy word with their mouths." Rabbi Yitzhak said, "In the name of Rav we should return to the word we left on my bed at night. I sought him whom my soul loves, Song of Songs, for we have learned there 3 times during the night hours. The blessed Holy One ventures forth to delight in the 1,000 worlds he desires, and every single night he enters with the souls of the righteous to delight with them in the 200 other worlds he has concealed for them. He who knows the sign of every one of these hours, and his heart cleaves to that yearning and love, the blessed Holy One grants his soul a share in this world. But he who does not know, and awakens from his sleep and sets his heart to worldly matters, even though he set his heart to this, they do not listen to him, as is written, at my watch I stay every night. It does not say at the watch, but at my watch. Rav Naaman said, on my bed at night, I sought him whom my soul loves, Song of Songs, the holy soul, ascending to pursue the teaching of her master every night. As we have learned, Rabbi Abayu said, at the beginning of the night, the soul does not ascend first. When the holy virtuous soul is raised, 60 holy princes surrounding the king's throne of glory ascend with her, and they protect her. He of whom is written, the glory of Jehovah goes forth to greet her, and she basks in his glorious splendor, as is written, let the pious exalt in glory if he is more virtuous than his companions. He possesses love to know beyond him, but he is not granted permission until he departs this world, the love of the virtuous soul to know and fathom above. This is the matter of the soul on my bed. Rabbi Tanam said, at that very watch prepared for me I sought him whom my soul loves, Songs of Songs, he who is preeminent among 10,000. What is written, I sought him but did not find him. Hence Rabbi Yitzhak said, a person's merit is not recognized until he departs this world. As we have learned, Rabbi Yehuda said, why is it written the God of Abraham and the fear of Isaac? It should have said the God of Isaac and the fear of Isaac. As Rabbi Yehuda said, Isaac was still alive and scripture specified, and the fear, in other words, do not trust in yourself until the day of your death. He departs this world, his merit is complete and his reward complete. Therefore Solomon said in his wisdom, I praise the dead, who have already died, more than the living who are still alive. As Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi said, the righteous cannot attain their rung during their lifetime. Once they depart, their rung is complete and their praise complete, for then they receive their reward in this world. Rabbi Yehoshua son of Levi also said the prayer. Addendum. W. Whoever recites the Shema by its letters, hell is cooled for him, as is written, Befez Shaddai, when Shaddai scatters kings, it snows. Bet Salmon, in Zulman do not read Befez, when he scatters, but Befez, when one pronounces distinctly, do not read Bisalman, in Zulman, but Bit Salmavet, in the shadow of death. Rabbi Ea traveled to the masters of Mishnah in order to learn from them. He went to Rabbi Shimon son of Yoari and saw a curtain dividing the house. Rabbi Ea was astonished, as written in Parashat Shmo. They approached him and said, what is the significance of what we have learned? Whoever recites the Shema by its letters, hell is cooled for him. Rabbi Shimon opened and said, until the end of the first watch these are the words of Rabbi Eliezer, until the donkey brays. In the second, dogs bark. It has been taught 4 winds were created in the world: the wind of the eastern corner, the wind of the western corner, the wind of the northern corner, and the wind of the southern corner. For these 4 winds, the blessed Holy One created 4 angels who are empowered over them by day and by night. Michael, who hails from the aspect of love and compassion, is empowered over the east wind until the middle of the day. From the middle of the day until the night, Raphael is empowered with the west wind, likewise hailing from the aspect of love. Of them is written, God's love endures all day, and similarly by day Jehovah directs his love. When night arrives, Gabriel, who hails from the power of judgment, is empowered with the north wind until midnight. There are 2 attributes in the world, and they are called ox and donkey, as is written, Jacob sent messengers ahead of him, he instructed them, saying, with Laban I have sojourned. What does Jacob's telling Esau, with Laban I have sojourned, come to teach us? Well, the whole world knew that there was no sorcerer in the world like Laban. For he would slay whoever did anything bad to him by the power of his lips, with the power of the 5 attributes in which he was initiated, as is written, I have acquired ox and donkey, sheep, and male and female slaves, all the demons in the world derive from their power. The attribute of the ox is empowered over the day, and the attribute of the donkey over the night. But because the blessed Holy One's love rules the world by day, this ox is unable to accuse the world. But at night, because the attribute of judgment prevails by night, the donkey has permission to accuse, and when he brays in the first watch, the donkeys hear his voice and they too bray. At that hour, all the demons hear his voice, and all of them come with this attribute. Of these attributes is written in the Torah bitter scourge, and in the writings scourge raging at noon in the second watch, dogs bark. When the blessed Holy One created the human being, he gave him two angels, one of compassion and one of judgment, as is said, for he will order his angels to guard you in all your ways, every single night. Those angels raise the soul before the blessed Holy One, and she draws life to the body and says before the blessed Holy One, Master of the world, the body I have entered has done such and such, has spoken thus and thus. Even the small talk between a man and his friend or his wife is recounted to a person at his hour of death, as is said, and declares to a human what his conversation was. Amos, the angels that ascend with the soul bear witness, as is said, you are my witnesses, declares Jehovah, and I am God. When a person dies, the angels raise the soul to a distance of 300 years, for so have our rabbis of blessed memory taught, from the earth to the firmament is a distance of 500 years. They ascend to the heights of heaven and say, if the soul possesses merit, she shall ascend. Before they ascend, they set her in a place with million pathways, some straight, some sinuous, all of them called snares of death, highways of Sheol. In every single pathway there is a consuming fire, and they say to one another, if you see any soul entering any one of these paths, tell me. There is a certain path, and in that path a certain attribute like a dog. When the soul enters any one of those pathways, the dog sees her and immediately he barks. When the demons and angels of destruction hear his voice, they know that a soul is there. Immediately they come and seize the soul and sling her, as is written, the soul of your enemies he will sling from the hollow of a sling, Samuel, until they cast her into hell. King David, peace upon him, pleaded before the blessed Holy One to save him from that dog, as is said, save my soul from the sword, my only one from the clutches of a dog. Now, was David, king of Israel, afraid of a single dog, rather, of that attribute called dog. They said further, the souls of Israel do not enter that place or those pathways, and that dog does them no harm, as is said, but against any of the children of Israel, no dog will snarl. They said further, among those paths there is a certain path called the path of life, as is said, the path of life leads upward for the enlightened, to avoid the snares of death, and it is written, she does not charter. Path of life, and similarly whoever heeds discipline is on the path of life, but whoever ignores reproof leads astray. That is, if one does not observe the Torah in this world, he will stray in the pathways we mentioned. They said in that path called the path of life there is darkness for a distance of 3 days, as is said, the ark of the covenant of Jehovah journeying before them a 3 days' march to scout for them a resting place from there on, entirely light, as is said, the path of the righteous is like gleaming light, shining ever brighter until full day, that is, when he goes forth from the darkness and fire, which extends for a distance of 3 days from there on, shining ever brighter until full day, until the world to come, which is called daylight. All the other pathways, aside from this one, their end and their beginning is consuming fire, darkness, gloom with no dawn. All of them lead to hell and are called depths of Sheol. That place in the path of life that is dark is called the valley of the shadow of death, and David, peace upon him, pleaded before the blessed Holy One that he would make that path entirely light. The blessed Holy One said, do not fear it, for I shall be with you in that place. At that moment, he began singing and chanting, as is said, a psalm of David. Jehovah is my shepherd, I shall not want. Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me. When the souls of the righteous pass through that place, that fire is cooled for them, as our rabbis of blessed memory said, whoever recites the Shema by its letters, hell is cooled for him, as is said, when Shaddai scatters kings, Gabriel is empowered until the middle of the night at precisely midnight, when that watch ends. At that hour, the blessed Holy One actually gazes upon Eden, showing the righteous their share that he will one day bequeath them. At that hour, Nuriel rises with the south wind and says, awake. North wind come, south wind blow upon my garden. Song of Songs, that is, Nuriel says, awake, Gabriel, with the north wind over which you are empowered. Come, south wind, the south wind over which I am empowered. Blow upon my garden, let its spices flow, let its aromas, trees, and spices flow, as is written, the trees of Jehovah are sated, the cedars of Lebanon. And he says, their birds build their nests, the souls of the righteous, bound in the bundle of life in the Garden of Eden. Let my beloved come into his garden. Song of Songs, let the blessed Holy One come into the Garden of Eden, and eat its luscious fruits. Now, does eating pertain to the blessed Holy One? Not literal eating, and Solomon did not utter this word with eating in mind. The explanation, a parable. To what can the matter be compared? To a king who has one son who used to sin before his father every day. His father would lash him every single day, yet he would not learn a lesson. He said to him, my son, for how long will you not learn a lesson? What should I do with you? I lashed you, yet you did not incline your ear. I threw you in jail, yet you did not learn a lesson. I will banish you from my house, for until now you wore distinguished and beautiful clothes, but henceforth you shall walk naked through the lands. In my house you were sated, but in a foreign house you shall go hungry. In my house you were respected, but in a foreign house you shall be despised. So said the blessed Holy One to Israel, when you were good, you were greatly honored with Shekinah, prophets, Sanhedrin, and kings. Now that you have sinned, I will cast you into the pit of exile. You will serve their gods that are human handiwork, wood and stone, which cannot see and cannot hear, and cannot eat and cannot smell. They possess all these attributes which cannot see. The blessed Holy One sees, as is said, let me go down and see, and it is written, God saw the children of Israel, but wood and stone. They have eyes but cannot see, they have ears but cannot hear. The blessed Holy One hears, as is said, for Jehovah hears the needy, and it is written, God heard their moaning. But idols, they have ears but cannot hear, and they do not eat. How does akhila, eating, pertain to the blessed Holy One? For we have said that the blessed Holy One possesses all these attributes. Look, fire does not go forth from before idols ve'etokel, and consume their sacrifices, as is written of the blessed Holy One. Fire came forth from before Jehovah and consumed on the altar the burnt offering, and cannot smell. Of the blessed Holy One is written, Jehovah smelled the pleasing aroma, and repeatedly a pleasing aroma to Jehovah. Inter alia, as for them they have noses, but cannot smell. In the hour when the blessed Holy One gazes upon Eden, all the hosts of heaven come with him, Elim, Cherubim, Ophanim, Seraphim, and all of them sing as one, reciting, how abundant is your goodness that you have hidden away for those in awe of you. You have wrought for those who shelter in you. David knew the hour when the blessed Holy One delights with the righteous in the Garden of Eden, and would rise at midnight, as is written, at midnight I rise to praise you. How did David know when it was midnight? Well, David would hang his harp facing the north wind, and when Gabriel would venture forth with the northern wind, it would blow upon it and the harp would play by itself. When David heard, he would rise at midnight and join with the hosts of heaven, singing and chanting until the break of dawn. At that time, during the morning watch, he would pray. Addendum. W. E. Have learned Rabbi Yitzhak said once, Rabbi Shimon, Rabbi Elazar his son, and Rabbi Penas were by the outskirts of Tiberias. Rabbi Shimon said, I have seen the feet of men, pursuers of adultery, seized by the truculent stingers in the world. Rabbi Penas said, those mighty men who were born in the world were called Nephilim. Rabbi Shimon said, I am astounded by the whole generation, how they do not consider or contemplate the wisdom right in front of them. He opened, saying, Israel served Jehovah during the lifetime of Joshua and the lifetime of the elders who lived on after Joshua. Joshua, as we have learned, an old man in the house is a good omen for the house. A righteous person in the generation is good for the world. As we have learned, the blessed Holy One casts fear of the judge and ruler upon the generation. As long as the fear of the judge is upon the generation, it is apparent that he is righteous and they are righteous. If his fear is withdrawn from the generation, he is wicked, and they more so than him. Scripture comes to say, Nephilim, the fallen beings, were on earth. These are Adam and his wife, for they are the ones who fell to earth without a father and mother. Furthermore, why were they called fallen beings? For they fell from the original rank they possessed. In other words, they had already fallen from how they were previously fallen, for they did not rise, because they were banished from the Garden of Eden and did not return there. That is why the Torah reiterates these ones were on earth, their fear was upon all the creatures, they were still alive, but they did not prevent the people of the generation from performing transgressions such as these. Who are the ones who performed transgressions? The dignitaries of the generation, the men of renown, as is said on She'i Hashem, the men of renown, the greatest in the generation. Rabbi Yitzhak said, hence, the meaning of the verse is clear, as is written, the fallen beings were on earth b'ayamim hahem, in those days shehem lahem, it was incumbent upon them, to restrain themselves from transgressions for their sake. But they did not hold back, and in front of their very eyes they came into the daughters of humankind whorishly, and they bore them children who were those fallen beings extant in the generation. They are the mighty men, without peer in the whole generation on She'i Hashem, the men of name, the known name that the blessed Holy One called them, as is said he called their name Adam, human. What is the significance of Asher Me'olam, of old, that they came into being when he made Ha'olam, the world? They were Me'olam, of old, and not of that time. Rabbi Yitzhak said, yet the verse stipulates that he had died. He replied, there is no early or late in Torah, and I have heard a matter decreed from the mouths of the masters of Mishnah. Rabbi Shimon said, and I was not there. He replied, no, for the master and his son were seated beneath the palm in the desert, amidst their company, when the decree was ordained from the house of the king. He said to him, speak. He replied, so was decreed there. He opened, saying, your righteousness is like the mighty mountains, your judgments, the great abyss. Did King David compare the virtue and beneficence of his master to mighty mountains? What virtue do they possess? Rather, so has been decreed for. Rabbi Bo said, in the name of Rabbi Yehuda, like the dark waters of the ocean, made open to all, so the blessed Holy One, his righteousness is open to the whole world, like the mountains, which are open to all. Your judgments, the great abyss, that is, he deals strictly with his creatures unto the abyss. Rabbi Yitzhak said, your judgments, the great abyss, for the blessed Holy One scrutinizes a person before he is born and determines if he is worthy of emerging into the world. If not, he kills him in advance and he falls. As we have learned, why does a woman mapily miscarry the fruit of her womb? Because the blessed Holy One determines that it is not worthy of coming forth into the world, and that the world will be deficient because of it, and he slays it in advance in its mother's uterus, as is said, Ha-Nephilim, the fallen beings, were on earth in those days. Rabbi Yitzhak also said, it is written Nephilim, miscarriages, without the first yod. Why? Because afterward the sons of God came into the daughters of humankind, B'nai Ha-Elohim, the sons of God in the Aramaic translation, sons of the mighty. That is, when they will be bigger, he scrutinizes them that they will come into the daughters of humankind, who will bear them offspring whorishly, and bastards will abound in the world. These are the mighty ones of old, men of the name, for there is none as mighty, roughshod, and ruthless as the bastard. Men of the name, all will recognize him to call him by a certain name, bastard. For as soon as they see how he is roughshod and ruthless and mighty, all recognize him to call him men of the name, namely the particular name. Rabbi Shimon said, all this my companions concealed among themselves, and it has not been revealed to me. I have a complaint against them, and more so against the holy company in which I was seated. Rabbi Yitzhak said, I am destined to usher you into the world to come, and not by virtue of the generation alone, for we have seen in you that solution of Mishnaic difficulties is plucked off in your mouth like the other saints of Mishnah. Rav Huna said, the Nephilim are the giants, the great mighty ones, so called after their greatness. Rabbi Bo said, the blessed Holy One saw what they were doing, stretching out their hands to rob, and he wanted to eradicate them from the world. He said, they act thus because I prolong them. Immediately Yehovah said, Rui, my spirit, shall not abide in the human forever, since he too is flesh. We have learned there. Rabbi Ea son of Yaakov said, three forces are comprised in the force of a human being: nefesh, soul; ruah, spirit; neshama, soul breath. Soul is associated with the body to perform all the body's needs, drawing the blood to all its organs. That is why nefesh, soul, is predicated by blood, as is said, for nafsho, its life, is its blood based on, and it is written the blood is ha-nafsh, the life, and similarly just so, for dimkem lenafsho takem, your life blood. Ruah, spirit, is the air that sustains the body, for without the air the body cannot exist. Neshama, soul breath, is pure and clear. It has been taught, Rabbi A said, as long as the air receives the body as required, helping it, the body is sustained by it. When the air is removed, the body is not sustained. The Blessed Holy One said, I shall cause the air to be in conflict with him, and then he will not endure, as is written, Lo Yadon Rui, my spirit shall not abide, in the human this Yadon, shall abide, is like all the people Nadon, had been arguing Samuel, that is, were reconciled. Thus Lo Yadon Rui, my spirit shall not abide, in the human the air shall not be reconciled with the human, but in conflict with him, and they shall perish in a little while. Rabbi Yos said the Blessed Holy One removed the air from them and they fell. Rabbi Yitzhak said in a similar vein, David said, take away their spirit, they perish, as is said, he will gather in his spirit and soul breath. Rabbi Bo said, my spirit shall not abide in the human, my spirit shall not be reconciled with the human forever. Why? Because he is flesh, craving to perform transgressions every day. Rather let his days be 120 years for their existence. Rabbi Yos said it is an allusion to Moses, that his days would be 120 years, for Bishagam, since 2 has the numerical value of Moses. The Blessed Holy One said, if so for Moses, who is destined to receive my Torah, how much more so for others. V'yinim Yehovah, Yehovah was sorry, that he had made humankind on earth, and his heart was saddened. Rabbi Abayu said in the name of Rabbi Yonan, every V'yinim in the Torah is an expression of comfort. The Blessed Holy One saw that they were worthy of being annihilated from the world, and he was saddened by their loss. Even though they were wicked, V'yinim, he took comfort in their surviving remnant. In all instances you find the Blessed Holy One's attribute of compassion. Even though he executed judgment upon them, he left a remnant of them to settle the world, for so is the compassion of the Omnipresent. Similarly V'yinim Yehovah renounced the evil he had intended to bring upon his people. He took comfort in the surviving remnant, so as to settle the world, that they would not be annihilated in their wickedness. In every judgment in which the world is judged, it is judged solely with the attribute of compassion, that the world not be annihilated. As is written, Yehovah sat enthroned at the flood, Yehovah reigned upon Sodom, Yehovah scattered them from there, Yehovah sent a plague upon the people, demonstrating the Omnipresent's attribute of compassion. When he strikes with compassion, not with cruelty. Rabbi Tanam said similarly, in the time to come with compassion he struck, with compassion he will gather in our exile, as is written, for a little while I forsook you, but with vast compassion I will bring you back, and it is said, with compassion I return to Jerusalem. My house shall be built in Hosesharia.